Huaxia, Jinling University. It was the time of the annual freshman commencement, and the heat had not yet subsided. A large number of new students were making their way through the campus, and from a distance you could see a number of girls who had just arrived wearing hot pants and short skirts, with black and white silk. It wraps the long slender legs tightly and shows only the perfect curves, combined with the tight bodices at their chests. The waves were almost crying out for attention. I don't know how many eyes were attracted to such mood-enhancing images. Over here, for silhouettes weaved through these warblers, they walked graciously, enjoying the beauty of the campus, especially the glint of dazzling white light. A pair of eyes were not enough. Lao-san, how is it? Was my brother right? This freshman ceremony is most eye-catching. These freshman girls are holding the idea of competing for beauty, and each one of them dresses up with special care, and it's still the right time to see a beautiful woman. The dormitory boss squeezed his eyes towards Yi Xian as he spoke with a mysterious face. I'll tell you a little news. There will be Yun Shuiro's onstage speech later. When Yi Xian heard the oldest's words, before he had the chance to speak, he heard the oldest two beside him snatch a step ahead of him. You're talking about Yun Shuiro, one of the 4 school beauties of our school and the student council president? The boss nodded. But no. As soon as the several housemates heard Yun Shuiro's name, their eyes immediately sparkled with light, and their entire body was excited. Yi Xian looked at the appearance of one of their LSPs and couldn't help but gently shake his head and was also helpless for a while. Good lord. I guess it's just a couple of them who came in posing as freshmen. As Yi Xian was thinking, he suddenly looked up and several familiar figures crashed into his eyes. It was a couple of boys from the same class. The other man saw them too, and men know men best, and at once raised his middle finger. Yi Xian and the others were naturally not willing to show weakness and directly returned a middle finger over. These beasts, they actually came in disguise, but we all share each other, and no one is 50 steps ahead of the other. After an enthusiastic exchange in sign language, a few students from the opposite side of the room also walked towards the other side. The oldest next to Yi Xian looked towards the stage and said with an expectant face, in a while, we can only look at the school flower. The life of our dormitory is too bitter. It's like a monk's temple. None of them have girlfriends, Old Four said, then tilted his head to look at Yi Xian, staring as if he had discovered a new continent. Lao-san, why do I feel that you've become quite handsome this year? Not only has your body gotten better, but your temperament has lifted along with it. It had to be said that even if everyone was a boy, they had to recognize the excellence of Yi Xian's appearance now. Alas, but I don't see you finding a girlfriend, so you can at least break the curse of our monk temple. Maybe once the spell is broken, one of them will arrange to meet someone. Old Four looked at Yi Xian's perfect appearance and shook his head with great regret, muttering casually, you kid, you shouldn't. After finishing a sentence, the other two immediately took a step to the side, far away from Yi Xian, and with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. It was so close to defending his innocence with his hands on his chest. Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly rolled his eyes and looked at the several people and rebuked. Roll on, roll on. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes blinked and a transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 1,000. Yi Xian looked at the system in front of him that only he could see and simply wanted to curse. His parents died when he was a child, and it was a good thing that his parents left some money when they passed away, and it was with this money and the occasional subsidies from his sister-in-law that he was able to finish his studies all these years. Yi Xian's previous life could be said to be very miserable until a year ago, when he opened the divine signing system. Originally, I thought that with the system in place, I could finally raise my eyebrows and instantly go against the grain to walk on the peak of life. But what he didn't expect was that he didn't know if he had too much luck. But the ones he signed up for this year were all face, body, and temperament additions. The money is not signed at all, and the rest is even more so. A few days ago Yi Xian had just finished paying the tuition fee for the new year, and now there was only $1,000 left in his entire body. How is he going to get rich with just this amount of money? Is it hard for him to become a gigolo and go soft? Yi Xian raised his hand to touch his chin and sighed quietly. Soft food is out of the question. Not in this lifetime. But this damn system doesn't work, and there's not much you can do about it. You can only live this poorer than life for now. Just as Yi Xian was feeling a lot of emotions, the dormitory elder brother suddenly came to Yi Xian and said with a smile, Lao-san, not that I'm saying, with your body and face, if you go straight to flirt with the schoolgirl, you might just succeed. The school's flower may have high expectations, but she can't help that we have a strong foundation and our conditions are so excellent. Penis said with a hefty grin. But I've heard that the 4 school beauties all live in the same dormitory. If you succeed, then the brothers can take off too. After all, one person takes off. Nothing to come out in fellowship, not close to the water? The oldest two were indulging in their own mirth when they heard the oldest four next to them splash cold water directly on them. What kind of conditions do we have? You still want the schoolgirl? It's not that they don't have confidence in themselves. It's that they pull their self-belief full circle and know they don't deserve it. The oldest two's beautiful dream was pierced, and with a disgruntled skim, he stalked back to dislike. Even if it's not possible for the schoolgirl, what about the schoolgirl's classmates and whatnot? Is it still not possible? In order to be able to get off the hook, he also went out of his way. Just as the crowd was talking, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a curtain of light. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with an Aston Martin. Remarks, the reward has been sent to the nearby parking lot. Please pay attention to receive. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the content of the rewards on the light screen. Nice guy. Finally, after all the hard work and suffering, it's finally time to see something serious. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up in a iffy arc as he glanced at the system's notes and prepared to go to the parking lot to look at the car. Just as Yi Xian had just turned around, he was pulled by the boss and asked with some surprise, "Old 3, what are you doing and where are you going?" In a moment, Yun Shueiro will be coming. This is an opportunity that was hard to wait for. Wouldn't it be a waste of half a day to leave now? Yi Xian's mind was not on any schoolflower. He gently waved his hand and the person had already walked towards the outside. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go first. The others looked at Yi Xian's hurried back, and the oldest mumbled as if he had said something. What is it that can be more important than meeting a beautiful woman? Third brother he wouldn't really be. Old 4's words came to an abrupt end, and in an instant, the other 3's bodies trembled. After a while, Yi Xian had already walked to the parking lot outside the campus, and from afar he saw the white Aston Martin, shining brightly in the parking lot, unique in its uniqueness and a little rounded in its shape. The lines of the Aston Martin are very evident. It rested there quietly, like a sleeping beast, emitting a powerful aura outwards. Many passers-by noticed this handsome supercar, and they had sideways glances towards this side, with strong jealousy and envy in their eyes. True to form, this Aston Martin pulls straight through the face. Yi Xian softly commented. He was quite satisfied with this car. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, ready to get on the car and take a look. He gently pressed the car keys and the Aston Martin let out a beep, its big eyes flashing rapidly. Looking at the beast that had just awakened, Yi Xian did not hesitate to pull open the door and sit in. Feeling the comfortable wrapping feeling of the seat, Yi Xian briefly surveyed the interior in the car again. The interior of the Aston Martin is very understated, with a premium look in gray and black carbon fiber. Yi Xian directly started the car, ready to go on the road for a good run to feel the power of the car. He had just driven onto the main road when he hit a red light and stopped in his driveway in regulation to wait. In the meantime, not far behind, on a brand new Porsche, there was a girl sitting in the driver's seat. Her shoulder-length hair was casually combed into a ponytail, revealing her small goose-egg-like face completely. The girl's looks were extremely pure, and her eyes were like deer's, as if they were covered in a layer of water mist, penetrating with pity. Like a little sister next door, one couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness. Look ahead. Just as the girls were driving quietly, the girl in the passenger seat spoke up and warned. The girl in the passenger seat wrinkled her nose slightly, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the two girls looked somewhat alike, only the attire was slightly different. The girl on the passenger side was dressed in a city girl outfit and still sat there with perfect curves that were hard to hide. The girl in the passenger seat looked at the girl in the driver's seat while paying attention to the road and said in a somewhat helpless tone, Driving is all about keeping your eyes and ears open. And yeah, you need to look in the reflectors more often and keep an eye on what's going on behind you too." When she finished, the girl knocked on the glass, signaling the other to look over. Luing was well behaved, and when she heard the girl's words, she immediately looked over towards this side. It was just a glance, though, and the perfunctory nature of her gesture was evident. Luing gently shook her head, her innocent little face filled with helplessness. Older sister's mouth, always chattering, it's so noisy. Luing only dared to spit out a sentence in her mind as she drove carefully without slanting her eyes, nervously looking ahead. After a while, not that I'm talking about you, you should. Lu Meng was still babbling on, and Luing only felt ahead of two as she turned her head to stare at her oldest sister, looking like she was about to lose her temper. Just at this time, Luing suddenly saw Lu Meng's eyes widen and let out a low cry. Brake! 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 Luing heard her sister's urgent tone, which turned her head to look back at the front of the car, looking at the front car that was getting closer and closer, and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Only she slammed on the brakes a little too late. and the car slammed uncontrollably on top of the car in front of her with a muffled tom-tom thud. Chapter 2, Signing Up for the Divine 5 in a Row. Yi Xian in the front was sitting in the car listening to a song and enjoying the extreme relief. Suddenly a thud was heard from the body, and the whole body was shaken. Even the body bounced forward. He glanced toward the rearview mirror. Yi Xian, nice guy. My new car. First day. And you're bored up my ass. And in the back of the car at this point, the collision that had just occurred had left both sisters in the car in a daze. Lu Meng was the first to react. She first looked at her sister and made sure that Lu Ying wasn't hurt before she let out a sigh of relief and opened her mouth to reprimand again. See? I told you that you must drive with your eyes and ears open. You. However, Lu Meng didn't even have time to finish her words before Lu Ying lunged over and covered her mouth. If it wasn't for her oldest sister's constant chatter, how could she have lost her concentration and crashed the car? The more Lu Ying thought about it, the more angry she became. She directly stretched out her small hand and pinched towards the position of her old sister's chest. Lu Man. Is this still her own sister? Aiming at people's chests as soon as she gets her hands on them. Lu Ying, however, had no intention of letting Lu Meng go, and she clearly added force to her hands. People drive and tell you to jabber on, so I must teach you a lesson today. Lu Meng was pressed into position by Lu Ying, and she whimpered twice as she hastened to give in. I was wrong. Lu Ying heard her sister give in to her weakness, and only then did she stop with a soft grunt. She looked up at the front car and sighed deeply even as she looked at the iconic streamlined curves of the supercar. This looks like a good car, and it's a really bad day to hit someone like this. Lu Ying sat in the car and took a deep breath, pulling open the door stiffly and walking down. As she stepped out of the car, she saw Yi Xian getting out of the car as well. Yi Xian's long legs walked to Lu Ying in a few steps. What kind of car are you driving? I've got a new car, and I'm giving it an ass overhead. While speaking, Yi Xian walked towards the rear of the car and carefully surveyed the situation at the collision. I could see that the cars but had been dented in a big way, and the hit was really not bad. This time, even Yi Xian was a bit numb. Lu Ying looked at Yi Xian's action and pursed her lips helplessly. She is also a new car, but after all, it is their own rear end full responsibility. Surely is the losing party. Lu Ying adjusted her emotions and hurriedly walked towards Yi Xian, apologizing sincerely. I'm so sorry for the trouble I've caused you with my poor technique. Yi Xian was about to open his mouth when the next moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of him. Detected that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine 5 consecutive draws. Will you use it immediately? Divine 5 in a row? Yi Xian looked at the words on the light screen and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, directly controlling the system with his mind. Use it. Divine 5 consecutive draws used successfully. Reward a set of villa in No. 1, Jade Dragon Court. Rewarded with a Larkin supercar. Reward a Lamborghini Poison. Reward 10 days a small goal skill. Remarks, $10 million a day. The first step to becoming a winner in life. Reward soft food hard eating divine rebate skill. Remarks, if a girl with a face value of over 95 points or more spends money for the host, she'll get a randomized multiple rebate. Yi Xian looked at one of the reward messages, as well as the clearly written notes on it, and was stunned. Good lord. This good stuff doesn't come without messing around like this? It's kinda cool to be squeezed together like this for a face shot. Over here, Lu Ying looked at the way Yi Xian froze there, and thought that he was in pain, and at that moment, she also panicked in her heart. The boy in front of him looked very tall. He wouldn't get himself beaten up if he got too angry, would he? Lu Ying's heart trembled and she quickly spoke out. It's all my fault. It's my full responsibility. Just as Lu Ying was talking, next to her, Lu Meng also stepped out of the car. She looked at the Aston Martin first, then heard her own sister's voice. You tell me how much compensation is needed and I'll pay for it. Hearing her sister's words, Willow Dream hurried over and whispered into her ear. This one is an Aston Martin, a multi-million-dollar supercar. What are you going to pay for it? Don't be silly. Why don't you hurry up and take the insurance? Lu Ying, is one's luck so strong? The first day I drove my new car, I rear-ended a supercar. Not to mention myself, but the insurance company's side is probably speechless. Lu Ying sighed silently in her heart as she looked up at Yi Xian and said in a consultative tone, Sir, I'll call the insurance company right now. Just a moment. Yi Xian naturally had no opinion on this, and after Lu Ying called to notify the insurance company, the two moved their respective cars to the side of the road and waited for the insurance company's people to come over. After Lu Ying parked the car, she looked at the huge dent in the Aston Martin's parking space and felt a pang in her heart. What a cool supercar, actually by their own a collision into this. No wonder the owner of the car will be heartbroken to freeze. It's just a great pity to look at it so much yourself. Lu Ying was very guilty in her heart. She looked around, she saw a kiosk not far away, and hurriedly ran her ass over. "Sir, you'll have a drink first." Luing quickly bought it back. She passed the water to Yi Xian with an apologetic face. Looking timid, Yi Xian looked at her and then looked at the water that was handed in front of him, so he took it with his hand. The moment Yi Xian received the drink, a light screen popped up in front of him once again. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $6 for the host, randomly triggering a 1,000,000 times reward. Rewarding 6 million. Looking at what was displayed on the light screen. Well, that's a windfall. I didn't expect the skill to be so trenchant. Directly 1,000,000 times the rebate. Yi Xian's mood was much better as he opened his drink and slowly sipped it. Luing watched Yi Xian's brows relax and secretly let out a sigh of relief. After she was no longer in fear, Luing was also quietly sizing up Yi Xian, and she realized that the owner of the opposite side of the car turned out to be a big handsome man. A moment later, the insurance company man came hurrying in. When he followed Luing to the front of the two cars and looked at the brand new Aston Martin and the huge dent on the back ass, his face turned a little ugly and he almost fainted in shock. Good lord, a supercar of this caliber, and it's been hit so hard. How much money is it going to cost? When he goes back to report this, I guess the department manager will have a headache. The staff swallowed hard and then looked at Luing and Yi Xian, keeping their politeness, and said, because the vehicle is more valuable and we don't have access to it, we'll have to ask a third party for an appraisal. Both Yi Xian and Luing did not have any comments on the staff's proposal, and after receiving the duo's permission, the staff hurriedly walked to the side and made a call. Soon, someone from a third-party appraisal company arrived and pulled both vehicles onto a trailer, ready to head to the facility. The staff greeted the two owners and left after the third-party appraiser. Seeing the car being towed away, Luing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She walked straight to Yi Xian, apologies written all over her small face. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yi, can I price contact information with you? I'll contact you again when the appraisal results come out later. After all, there are related car repair matters behind, as both parties certainly still need to contact. Yi Xian pulled out his QR code, and the two added WeChat. Before Luing took her sister away, Yi Xian noticed the balance change information from the bank at this time. Looking at the balance inside, Yi Xian looked cloudy on the surface, but in fact, his heart was quite excited. What's it like to suddenly go from $1,000 to a whopping $16 million? It's just one word. Awesome. Just as Yi Xian was immersed in happiness, a call suddenly came in on his cell phone. Yi Xian glanced at the caller ID. It was a local number. Yi Xian directly picked it up. Hello, who is it? Upon hearing Yi Xian's young and clear voice, the person on the opposite side of the room was obviously flabbergasted for a moment, but he quickly spoke out and introduced himself. Hello, I am the property manager of Jade Dragon Court. I'm calling you to inquire when you're coming over. Yi Xian listened to the sweet and melodious voice on the other end of the phone, and only then did he remember that he had just signed in to Villa No. 1 of Jade Dragon Court. The other side called so quickly, so true to the system. However, Yi Xian looked around, and then remembered that the car he had just signed in had been pulled away. He dropped his eyes and thought and spoke into the phone. I'll take a cab later. The property manager across the street froze again when he heard Yi Xian say that he wanted to take a taxi, but he quickly reacted. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the villa area. Yi Xian hung up the phone. He raised his wrist and looked at the time, then stopped a cab at the side of the road. Go to Jade Dragon Court. Yi Xian sat in the co-pilot and then reported his destination to the driver. Okay. The driver answered as he put his foot on the gas and the cab ejected straight out. The stance was like driving a supercar. Yi Xian sat quietly in his seat, enjoying the scenery outside the car window. As the car sped along, the roadside scenery gradually became less boisterous, but with a natural beauty. In the midst of a scene of natural beauty, the cab suddenly made a U-turn and drove straight up a mountain road. As soon as he drove up the mountain road, Yi Xian immediately felt that the road in front of him was wide. Not only is the road wider and the view better, even the scenery on both sides of the road has become more pleasant. The driver drove on one side, and his sight was attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. It's really worthy of being called Jade Dragon Court. Look at the way it's all laid out. It's all so exquisite. I can't even dare to imagine what kind of decorations people have to have inside their neighborhoods. You are not aware of it, lad. This road was specially built for the Jade Dragon Court on the mountain. Look at the width. It's even more exaggerated than the main road. Not only is the road spacious, but the road is also swept, so clean that you can't see any small stones. The car couldn't have been more soothing as it sped along these roads. To think that by becoming a homeowner of Jade Dragon Court, you already have a dedicated main road. Just think about it and feel superior. The driver's mood seemed to be stimulated, and his conversation opened up as he sat there and continued to talk. The hand of my former company has a villa right here, and I heard that all the people living inside are dignitaries, and every neighbor is not an ordinary person. I heard him talking about this side at the drinking party before. It seems that any set will cost tens of millions of dollars to start with. Simply don't be too extravagant. Seemingly thinking of something, the driver's eyes lit up and leaned towards Yi Xian's co-driver's seat and whispered, "You probably don't know. I heard that those few sets of the most luxurious villas deep in the villa area are worth up to several $100 million. The best thing is that those villas are still good things that have a market without a price, not something that can be bought with money at all. Those who could become the owners of those villas were bound to be the top dignitaries in Jinling, or else don't even think about it." When the driver finished and didn't get a response, he looked at Yi Xian through the rearview mirror and inquired curiously, "Young man, what are you doing in this place? I see that you've just graduated from college, right? Are you applying for a job over there? Be good when you get there. You've got to be good when you get to work in a place where there are bigwigs like that." The driver droned on, his words so dense and numerous that they drowned out the music in the car for a few moments. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jade Dragon Court, because they knew that the owner of Villa No. 1 was coming over, in order to express their respect for this honorable owner, the property of Jade Dragon Court had urgently set up a welcoming ceremony. Quite a few staff members were busy, and the setup was finally completed in the shortest possible time. The supervisor stood by and scrutinized the details, occasionally directing the crew to make some adjustments. A pretty-faced girl in a professional suit. She held the contract in her arms and lowered her head to check her attire. Her figure was very slender and her legs were beautifully shaped in classic glass stockings that wrapped both calves perfectly. Out of professional needs, the girl's face with a thin light makeup, but also set off the delicate features. Extremely beautiful, she stood quietly, still shining like a starlight, instantly becoming the center of attention in the crowd. A girl next to her finished her work at hand, and seeing the girl standing here, she hurriedly walked over quickly and said in a concerned tone, "Manager, and why don't you go sit over there first? With such a big sun, people are going to get sunburned." And Xiao gently waved her hand when she heard the girl's words, her small face filled with persistence. "It's okay, I'll just wait here. After all, this one was the owner of Villa No. 1, but the most honorable owner of their entire villa area, so naturally they couldn't be the slightest bit slow." The girl sniffed and nodded gently, looking at Xiao's back, her heart bursting with emotion. No wonder people are already managers at such a young age. Just based on the seriousness of their work, it's hard not to get promoted. Just at this time, suddenly a cab drove towards the gate of the villa area. The girl next to him visibly froze at the sight of the cab, her eyes glittering with confusion. "What is this? Jade Dragon Court here are in and out of all kinds of luxury cars. Cabs are not common, But the next moment, she saw Xiao's eyes light up as she quickly ran towards the direction of the cab. And over here in the cab, the driver noticed the arrangement at the entrance of the villa area at this time. Looking at the banner there and the ceremony, his eyes full of marvel. Villa 1? Thinking about what a handful of people said before. Wouldn't the value of this Villa 1 be doubled even more? That's got to be a lot of money. The driver's heart flipped. He looked deeply at the banner, and wondered what kind of person had bought it. It was really rich. No, it has to be especially prestigious. Thinking about this, the driver was filled with respect for the unknown owner of Villa 1. Yi Xian saw the car stop, looked at the car window outside the magnificent atmosphere of the district gate, took out his cell phone to scan the code to pay for the car. He put away his cell phone, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Xiao running over. Although she was bound by a fitted professional outfit, it was still hard to hide her waves and the picture was amazing. And Xiao quickly arrived beside the cab. She reached out and straightened her clothes before personally pulling open the door for Yi Xian. "Hello, you are Mr. Yi, right?" Yi Xian also nodded when he heard Xiao's sweet and melodious voice. Seeing Yi Xian's action, Xiao outside the car directly froze, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "This one is actually the owner of Villa 1? That's too young, isn't it? It looks like he's just in his early 20s. What kind of status does that have to be?" It was no wonder that Xiao was so shocked. After all, as a staff member of the Jade Dragon Court, she was very clear about how prestigious this unique Villa number 1 was. Not only does it occupy the best feng shui and scenery of the entire villa area, but even the villa is specially hired and professionally designed with extreme care. Many dignitaries in Jinling had their eyes on this No. 1 villa, but none of them had bought it. There is no other reason than that they can't hold down the other owners because of their status. These various reasons combined, which led to the most classic Villa No. 1. The delay in welcoming his owner. As a staff member, Xiao had also guessed what kind of existence the owner of this No. 1 villa would be. Just like other colleagues, never would I have expected such a handsome young man. Xiao was a very professional person. She quickly reacted and forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart, bowing towards Yi Xian and politely said, Mr. Yi, your Villa 1 title contract is here. You sign it first. I'll take you to Villa No. 1 in a moment and go through the possession process. And Ziyao's sweet voice rang out, and the driver in the car heard it clearly. He immediately froze, only to feel his breath stutter as his entire body froze in place. What's the situation? This young man, he's the owner of Villa 1? The driver drew a breath of cool air as he looked at Yi Xian's face with a somewhat odd expression. If you're so rich, you can't take a fucking cab. Yi Xian didn't care about the cab driver's shock. He had already stepped out of the car, his eyes looking towards Ziyo, who pulled the door open for him. At this moment, Ziyo bowed slightly and greeted Yi Xian very respectfully. Although covered by the buttons at the top of his professional shirt, he was very tall, and when he looked down from his angle, he could still see the deep cleavage that was hidden from view. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This manager can achieve great things. Chapter 3, Schoolgirl Gives Umbrella. Mr. Yi, this way please. And Ziyo raised her hand and invited Yi Xian towards the inside of the villa area. Because Yi Xian didn't drive, and Ziyo prepared the property company's sightseeing car at the beginning and brought Yi Xian all the way to the front of Villa 1. Yi Xian looked at the various arrangements in the villa area and a shocked look appeared on his face. It really deserves to be the newest top villa area in Jinling. The garden design here is very eye-catching, and it looks like it is out of the hand of a famous artist. From afar, Yi Xian noticed the distinctive Villa 1. There the back is against the mountain, and in front is a manually dug out Fengshui River, and on the opposite side of the Fengshui River is the largest garden in the whole neighborhood. With just a faint glance sweeping through, one could see the brimming scenery inside, which was beautifully planted with a number of rare flowers. Soon, the sightseeing bus stopped at the entrance of Villa No. 1, and Ziya was the first to jump out of the bus. She trotted over to open the gate and bowed slightly to Yi Xian with enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, please come inside. Yi Xian nodded his head and walked in greatly. The two men walked forward and backward through the huge garden, which was so well tended that the flowers were all in bud. Like shy, timid girls, there is no trash or corrosion to be seen, even around the edges, and the details are well taken care of everywhere. I'll enter your bio information for you. Just a moment. And Ziyo was very professional, and without taking up much time, she had already helped Yi Xian enter the information. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the villa and directly pulled open the door with his fingerprints. The light in the villa's hall is very good. The designer has utilized the lighting to the extreme, and it is very bright at a glance, which puts people in a good mood. The decoration inside the villa was in the European court style. The whole lining was very gorgeous. Even the small ornaments were carefully selected. And Ziyo followed Yi Xian at the side, making some introductions from time to time. Yi Xian listened attentively and looked at the design inside, also feeling the ultimate luxury. True to form, Villa 1 is indeed very well thought out and deserves its reputation. Mr. Yi, I'm also the housekeeper of Villa No. 1, and I'll be arranging the cleaning and other matters of Villa No. 1 in the future. If you have any questions or needs, you can also contact me to take care of them for you. And Ziyo said respectfully, and beside her, Yi Xian nodded his head gently and responded casually. Good. Just at this time, Yi Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and just picked up. The person on the other end of the phone didn't know what was said. Yi Xian listened carefully and then said, I'll give you an address, and you guys can just drop your stuff off. After saying that, Yi Xian reported the address of Jade Dragon Court, and Ziyo waited for Yi Xian to hang up the phone before she bowed and reported. Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll go to the property first to register you and pick up some things on the way while you rest. Good thing too. After Ziyo received Yi Xian's permission, she bid farewell and left. Yi Xian turned around in the villa by himself again and went straight to the master bedroom to take a shower. After a while, the door of the villa was pushed open again, and Ziyo walked in holding some information. After all, it involves some repossession procedures, so it needs Yi Xian's handwritten signature. And Ziyo didn't see Yi Xian and simply stood in the hall on the first floor organizing the materials. Just at this time, Yi Xian happened to walk down from upstairs. He had just finished his shower and was feeling a little thirsty and wanted to come into the living room to get a glass of water. And Ziyo heard the commotion and raised her head to look over towards this side, just in time to collide with Yi Xian's line of sight. Only Yi Xian's entire body was surrounded by a bath towel, loosely tied around his waist, and the upper half of his body was directly naked, revealing his fine muscle mass. And Ziyo looked straight at those muscle blocks and instantly froze there, her pretty face reddening for a moment. That's a great body, isn't it? Not only do you have 8-pack abs and a waistline, but the main thing is that you can't see a single ounce of fat on your entire body. Thinking back to Yi Xian's appearance before, This figure was definitely a classic display of wearing clothes to be thin and taking off clothes to have meat. And Xiao couldn't help but look a few more times before reacting and letting out a low cry. Yi, Mr. Yi, over here. Yi Xian was also stunned when he saw Xiao here. He simply did not expect the other party to come back so quickly. Excuse me. Yi Xian dropped a sentence and returned to his room to change into his clothes. And Xiao was still standing in the living room, her head tightly lowered as she continued to organize the information in her hands. It was just that the image of what she had just seen often appeared uncontrollably in her mind. Thinking of Yi Xian's perfect body, and Xiao blushed again. She only felt a burst of burning panic on her pretty face, and couldn't help but use her small hand as a fan, gently fanning herself. Just as Xiao was shy, her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a call from the property side, and Xiao hurriedly picked it up. What's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone reported something to Xiao, who listened attentively. Wait a moment, I'll ask Mr. Yi. And Xiao didn't hang up the phone, but directly looked at Yi Xian, who had just changed his clothes and walked down, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Yi, there's a big car in front of our district, saying it's here to deliver something to you. You see? Hearing Xiao's words, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he directly nodded his head. Yes, let them in. Yes, and Xiao answered painfully. Yi Xian raised his wrist to look at the time and walked towards the outside of the villa. Yi Xian waited in front of Villa No. 1 for a while before he saw a large car slowly drive over. The big car quickly came to a stop in front of Villa No. 1, and the driver in the car jumped down at the first opportunity and walked over to Yi Xian and asked, Hello, it's Mr. Yi, isn't it? Yi Xian nodded, and the driver sent the bill in his hand, and then began to bring the workers for unloading. Careful, a little to the left. The driver directed the workers loudly and soon unloaded 2 large crates steadily, and Xiao had already walked over to Yi Xian's side. She stretched her head and looked at the 2 large boxes with doubts in her eyes. Such a big box, what exactly is Mr. Yi ordered here? Just as she was puzzled, the worker had opened the box to reveal 2 objects bulging inside, and Xiao looked at the shape of the 2 large pieces, and immediately stared in disbelief. This is a car? Yi Xian's hands were behind his back, and as he looked at the shape of the objects that were revealed, he also knew that these were exactly the 2 supercars that he had signed up for. Even through the car cloth, Yi Xian could still imagine how cool the streamlining underneath the car cloth was. Yi Xian's eyebrows and corners of his eyes were colored with a hint of a smile as he walked to the front of the car cloth and lifted it with one hand. Lamborghini Poison just appeared without warning. The overall silver-gray color is very high class, and shines differently in the sunlight, like a silver elf with endless charm, becoming the only focus on the field. Yi Xian picked up the key and gently pressed it, and the scissor door gently opened, lifting up in a domineering gesture. Looking at the Poison in front of him, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and walked to the side to pull off another piece of car cloth, revealing the Leica Supra underneath it. A gaudy red supercar just appeared in the sunlight. It was obvious that he was just staying there quietly, but the charm that emanated from his entire body was already unstoppable. It was even more stunning than what you see inside a blockbuster movie, like a sultry goblin. Just one glance, and you can't take your eyes off it. Handsome and sassy in perfect harmony, and not at all outclassed by the Lamborghini's silver genie when placed next to it. Over here, and Xiao watched as Yi Xian lifted the car cloth, and the moment she saw the supercar, she subconsciously covered her small mouth, fearing that she wouldn't be able to help but scream out, and Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air, shock written all over her round eyes. No wonder Mr. Yi took a taxi to Jade Dragon Court. It turned out to be because people's cars had not yet arrived. In the end, it's the owner of Villa 1. Look at the supercar. The styling. It's just cool. A wave of shock hit in Xiao's heart. Just at this time, she saw Yi Xian walking up to the car and hurriedly ran to open the garage door to make it easier for him to park the car. Yi Xian looked at the open garage door, stepped on the gas, and steadily parked the car into the garage. He didn't get out of the car right away, but sat in the car, quietly admiring the interior. The most prominent feature on the center console is a Frank Muller watch, which I'm told is made of the same carbon fiber and titanium as the interior, making it very expensive. And the car rides on a variety of high-tech applications, even a touchscreen system with holographic projection. With just a few gestures, you can make some settings and control the car. Yi Xian simply tried, for this Leica supercar even more like. This car, too, smells too good. It's not even in the same league as the Aston Martin that was hit today, and the way the car drives, and the tastefulness of the interior, is obviously so much higher. Yi Xian happily parked the Leica supercar and walked to another body, directly pulling open the door and sat in. This one Lamborghini Poison is even more dominant, a foot on the gas, like an awakened beast, with a raging force. The power is just superb. Unfortunately, the drive was too short to feel the wind. Yi Xian had a good appreciation before getting off the car and returning to the villa, and Zio followed Yi Xian. She recalled that Yi Xian didn't seem to have brought many things over, so she took the initiative and said, Mr. Yi, we can customize a few sets of clothes for you on our side. All of them are customized models from famous brands. You see? When Yi Xian heard in Zio's words, he had a deeper understanding of the humanized services of the Jade Dragon Court Villa area. This is a good service. Yi Xian gently nodded his head. Okay, then, please. It's no trouble. You wait a moment, and Zio said, directly walking to the utility room to find a leather ruler out, ready to measure the size for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very cooperative as he raised both his arms to facilitate in Zio's movements, and Zio measured carefully, because the two were very close to each other. She could feel Yi Xian's muscles and the lines of his body. There was also the hot aura emanating from Yi Xian's body, causing Zio's pretty face to be tinted with a blush. After measuring the chest circumference, waist circumference and these, Zio squatted down her body and measured the leg circumference and other data for Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually lowered his head just enough to see the choppy one-line sky. The view was quite pleasant. Sweeping his head down and glancing at Zio, who was seriously measuring, Yi Xian silently sighed in his heart. This scenery, it is really absolute sun, but there is one thing to say. In the end, it is the property company in the villa area. The quality of the buttons of this professional dress shirt is just good, which cannot be popped open. Soon, Zio finished measuring the data and stood up with a leather ruler. Thank you, please. Yi Xian thanked Zio, who got up, and the other party hurriedly waved her hand at his words and replied respectfully. You're too kind. This is what I should do. Mr. Yi. Yi Xian smiled slightly as he listened to Zio's sweet and melodious voice. You don't have to keep calling me Mr. Yi, we're about the same age. Just call me Yi Xian. Hearing Yi Xian say this, Zio froze for a moment, but still nodded her head in response. Yes. After Zio said goodbye to Yi Xian, she left the villa with quick steps. After waiting for Zio to walk out of the villa, she didn't know what she was thinking of, but she actually looked back towards the villa. The delicate little face had already been colored with a hint of redness, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a smile, suddenly like flowers blooming in the early spring, with endless voluptuousness. Zio only felt extraordinarily happy today. Even her steps carried a hint of joy. Zio walked towards the property company while calculating the work she had to do today. Yi Xian familiarized himself with all parts of the villa, and soon it was evening. He cleaned up briefly and went to bed early to rest. The next morning, Yi Xian got up early. He first went to the garage to get his car, ready to drive to the school for a trip. He didn't want to make it too flashy, so Yi Xian parked the car in the parking lot outside the school. After parking the car, Yi Xian stepped out of the car and walked towards the inside of the school. While on the road, Yi Xian looked up at the sky and couldn't help but mutter, this weather is really changeable. Yesterday it was sunny and clear. Today it's cloudy and gloomy. Soon, Yi Xian walked to the classroom. As soon as Yi Xian entered the door, he heard someone greeting him, none other than the dormitory boss, Lao San. This way. Yi Xian walked over. The oldest gave him a seat, and after watching him take his seat, the oldest stretched his head over and whispered, Lao San, you left early yesterday. It was simply a huge loss for you. You didn't see it, but schoolmarm Yun under the lights is so beautiful. She's just like a heavenly fairy. Hearing the boss mention Yun Shuiero, the other few people also showed reminiscent faces as you praised her. As soon as school flower Yun came on stage, the eyes of those boys on stage went straight. It's really worthy of being a big school beauty. That face value. It's simply like a fairy descending to earth. The applause was thunderous. This is definitely not an exaggeration. Brother, a few were at the scene at that time. Yun's schoolgirls, as soon as she appeared on stage, just like a big star, the scene directly burst. That effect is not even blowing. It's a pity that the speech was so short. If only it could have been a little longer. We could have had a good fill of it. Can't have such a stunning schoolgirl? Can't you just see more? Several of the housemates were all looking back, and it was not easy for the boss to come back to his senses as he looked at Yi Xian and asked curiously, right, Lao San, what the hell did you do yesterday? Not only did you miss seeing the schoolgirl, you actually stayed out all night, at least the same dormitory for several years. Yi Xian but very few times do not come back. When Yi Xian heard his boss mention this matter, he nodded and said directly, I'm not even staying at school anymore. Ha! Hearing Yi Xian's words, several housemates awed in unison, simply a bit unable to believe their ears. Lao San doesn't live at school. Where could he go? A few of the housemates exchanged glances, and the oldest drooped his eyes in thought before suddenly pulling his voice right up in pitch. Fogweed. San, you're not worried about what we said yesterday, Are you? We were just kidding around yesterday. People really aren't afraid you're the one. When the oldest heard the second's words, he also reacted for a split second and hastily added, "That's, our oldest is so straight. How can he be a crooked one?" Yi Xian glanced at the several people, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc, and said in a light tone, "When you guys were talking yesterday, I was starting to get scared of you. A couple of housemates. Good lord. There's really nothing wrong with that at all." After a few people joked and laughed for a while, the topic of a few housemates couldn't help but turn back to Yun Shuiro once again, especially recalling Yun Shuiro's glance and smile yesterday. A few of the housemates' eyes started to glaze over and their harums were about to flow down. The freshman ceremony is open for too short a time. If only it could be a little longer. I could still see the big schoolgirl for a while longer. Yun schoolgirl is simply God's illegitimate daughter. Look at people that looks. Autumn water sheer pupil general eyes. Even if it's not the opposite of the eyes I was charmed. And that body of others. Simply full of good points. Such a perfect girl. What kind of boyfriend will she have in the future? A few of the housemates whispered and let out a burst of emotion. The boss said with a quiet sigh as he propped his head on one hand. But speaking of which, those schoolgirls in our school have their own flavor. After the boss started this, once the other few housemates heard about the names of the 4 school beauties, they also got excited and discussed even more excitedly. Yi Xian sat next to him for a while helplessly. He just pretended that he couldn't hear the words of the crowd and looked earnestly at the podium, listening to the content of the teacher's lecture. Just as Yi Xian was studying, a light screen suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Congratulations to the host, 10 days a small goal still start. The second day reward has arrived. Please pay attention to check. Yi Xian looked at the light screen that popped up in front of him. His heart moved, and the system attribute panel popped up automatically. Divine signing system, name, Yi Xian, age, 21, height, 183 centimeters, face value, 95, gain divine face value, 1 year gradual change, temperament, 96, stature, 95, assets, 26001000. Looking at the asset balances that had been updated on the list, Yi Xian's mouth raised a iffy arc on the corner. It's pretty gratifying to sign yourself up for small goal skills. A class period passed quickly and the professor was the first to leave with the materials after arranging some assignments. When the students saw the professor walk out of the classroom, they hurriedly grabbed their things and ran towards the outside of the building. Only just before they reached the entrance of the school building, the boy running at the front let out a wail. No way. What the hell kind of weather is this? It's actually raining on a good day. Yi Xian and a few housemates also walked out at this time. They looked at the rain outside. This situation, it is really not small. The dormitory boss took out his cell phone and tapped it a few times. Then suddenly his face changed. Good lord. The weather report says it's going to rain even harder in a little while. The boss looked around, then to a few of his housemates, and shrugged his shoulders. There's no way out. In this case, we can only run back together. On this side, the oldest two are painfully fast. Directly pick up the book bag on the head, ready to see an opportunity to directly rush out. Several other housemates were also helpless, looking at the heavy rain outside and discussing solutions. While they were talking, a couple of the boys next to them had already headbutt their books and rushed right out. It was just that the rain outside was too heavy, but it was just a matter of a moment, and it had already dampened their clothes. The boys, too, felt the chill, and under-signaled to shrink their necks. The clothes on their bodies were already drenched, and at this time, even if they ran back underneath the school building again, they were still following the cold wind. Instead of that, why don't you just bite the bullet and run straight back to your dorm? The boys made some calculations in their minds, and their feet couldn't help but run a minute faster towards the distance. More students stood under the school building, looking at the heavy rain falling wildly, with lifelessness written on their faces. And on the other side at this time, Lu Ying had just gotten out of class, and she walked out of it clutching her textbook. Looking at the suddenly heavy rain, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. If she hadn't gotten into an accident yesterday, she could have driven her car straight home today. What's the point of staying here and sighing? Looking at the students around her who were complaining non-stop, Lu Ying's heart sighed again. If I had a car, I could have driven my classmates with me. But now, however, it was good that Lu Ying was careful, and when she went out, she would look at the weather forecast and brought an umbrella in advance. Touching the umbrella in her bag, Lu Ying instantly felt secure. Just as Lu Ying's thoughts were drifting, her eyes glanced towards the surroundings, and suddenly she saw Yi Xian in the middle of the crowd. Yi Xian was not only tall, his looks were even more handsome, coupled with a unique temperament. He was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Lu Ying was visibly stunned. Her reddish-colored little mouth slightly opened with a hint of surprise. Isn't this the same car owner who was hit yesterday? Turns out, they turned out to be alumni of the same school. The first time she saw Yi Xian, Lu Ying immediately felt a burst of embarrassment and subconsciously wanted to open her umbrella and hurry away. But looking at the way Yi Xian was hiding from the rain, Lu Ying's heart was again embarrassed. It seemed that Yi Xian was in the same situation as himself, because he couldn't go back without a car, and he didn't have an umbrella with him. When Lu Ying thought of this, she couldn't help but bite her lip and became even more embarrassed in her heart. She lowered her eyes and thought carefully, seemed to have made some decision, clenched the umbrella in her hand with force and walked over towards Yi Xian's side. Over here, among the students near Yi Xian and the others, there was suddenly a cacophony of noises. A few other students who were ready to rush out just now suddenly turned their heads to the side with doubts and curiosity in their eyes, only to see the boys around them looking in one direction in unison, not knowing what they were looking at. Those boys were first stunned, then they also looked over there, and were instantly caught by a figure that caught their eyes. Only Lu Ying was seen walking quickly towards the side in the midst of the heavy rain. She was wearing a long white lace dress, and her long black hair was not brushed up, but fell neatly over her shoulders. Lu Ying's small googly egg face was painted with delicate light makeup, completely accentuating her already exquisite features. Even on such a dim and rainy day, it still became the brightest presence in the neighborhood. Although the dress was different from yesterday's, the feeling of innocence came out even more than yesterday's under the white lace material. For a while, the eyes of everyone in the vicinity were attracted by Lu Ying, and even a number of voices that sucked in their breath backwards rang out. After a few moments of silence, the boys could no longer contain their excitement and opened their mouths. Good lord, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming? Isn't this the Lu University schoolflower? I can't believe I'm seeing her here. Schoolgirl Lu is also too pretty. It's simply a top-match first love face. Just looking at her has fulfilled all my expectations of love. You guys, look, big schoolgirl Lu is coming this way. Holy shit, I can't, I'm getting nervous. The boys were making a lot of noise and whispering, and just at this time, Lu Ying had already walked over towards this side. Many people subconsciously made way when they saw Lu Ying's movements. Over here, the boss several people also noticed Lu Ying's approach. Looking at the other party's exquisite palm-small face, several housemates also could not help but sigh out. I now have very much evidence that my peach blossoms are starting to flourish lately. Look at this. Yesterday I met schoolgirl Yun, and today I met senior schoolgirl Lu. We've been nothing short of sons of fortune these past 2 days. Beautiful women are surrounding us. With such good luck, the day of having a girlfriend is definitely not far away. So it looks like there's simply no difference between schoolgirl Lu Ying and schoolgirl Yun. The types are different. No comparisons can be made. Both are too beautiful. A few of the housemates' eyes were about to glaze over as they looked at Lu Ying's appearance. As they watched Lu Ying walking towards Yi Xian's side, their eyes were only in awe. They didn't even have time to wonder about the other party's purpose. As the boss watched schoolgirl Lu walk towards them, his heart was also bursting with excitement. He reached out his hand to poke Yi Xian and lowered his voice. Yi Xian, look, schoolmarm Lu is coming towards us. Yesterday, Lao San didn't even get to see schoolmarm Yun, so today's schoolmarm Lu couldn't say anything else to miss it again. After boss finished speaking, he himself had already stepped to the side, consciously making way for Lu Ying. He, like everyone else, thought that Lu Ying was going to open his umbrella and leave. Just when the crowd was all feeling sad in their hearts that they didn't have many chances to have a little more contact with the big schoolgirl. In the next moment, Lu Ying had playfully walked up to Yi Xian and smiled warmly towards him, inquiring very gently, Yi Xian, it's raining quite heavily, why don't we hold umbrellas together? Chapter 4 Boys, this asshole, hugging the schoolgirl in front of us. Boom! Lu Ying's sentence fell, and in an instant, all the students present froze in place, as if they were petrified. Their eyes flickered with shock and disbelief as their eyes wandered back and forth between Yi Xian and Lu Ying's bodies, all of them a little confused. What's going on here? Who is this guy? And how did he get a personal invitation from the Lu University schoolmarm? At this moment, the string that was taut in the hearts of all the boys snapped, and they all stared at Yi Xian in unison, itching to stare a hole in his body. Especially when they noticed that schoolgirl Lu had a delicate look that simply inspired everyone's protectiveness. That slightly red little face, the corner of the eyes of the eyebrows with a trace of embarrassment shyness, is simply the appearance of a young girl in spring. For a moment, the hearts of the boys in the room were dripping blood. The boss and the others standing next to Yi Xian were also in the same mood. They looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Their hearts were aching vaguely. Fogweed, what's going on? Miss Lu, how do you know San? And, even offered to walk with Yi Xian under an umbrella? When did this guy pick off the schoolgirl without a word? Countless thoughts bubbled up in the hearts of a few housemates as they stared daggers at Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian was flabbergasted for a moment, but he still nodded his head and responded naturally. Good. Yi Xian took the umbrella and held it open, walking into the rain with Lu Ying. Yi Xian didn't turn around. he just waved his hand towards the back, seemingly bidding farewell. A move like that simply pulls the hate level all the way up. When the others saw Yi Xian's actions, the veins on their brains were about to burst, and one by one, they all exploded in foul language. Damn it, it's simply too infuriating. This asshole took away our Lu University's school beauty and actually tried to provoke us. It's really too much. Provocation. This is absolutely naked provocation. I can't stand it anymore. I'll give you half an hour. I want all the information on this kid. Why don't you just pull yourself together? Half an hour? You're just going to turn into a stone here, and no one will care about you. It's so hateful. That person is actually showing off. Shameful asshole. Not only those boys, but even a few of the housemates were furious, following those boys with angry curses. What a shameless old three. I don't know when he hooked up with Lu University's school beauty, and he's still hiding it from us. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that Lao San was this kind of person. Who says it isn't? No wonder this guy didn't even go to see schoolgirl Yun yesterday. So it turns out that he had a beauty in his arms long ago, so naturally he doesn't care. This guy, he simply doesn't put the brothers in his eyes, and he doesn't inform the brothers when he has a girlfriend. That's not enough. Elder cursed and suddenly paused. He looked at the dormitory a few people, narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you guys say? The oldest didn't come back last night. It couldn't be that he's living with schoolgirl Lu in a rented room off campus, right?" The other few people were stunned when they heard the second one's words. They instantly remembered that today, Lao San had said that he would be living off campus from now on as well. Could it be? Fogweed. It's still possible. The thought of this possibility brought a hint of flesh to the faces of several of the housemates. Their big school girl, was actually mercilessly abducted by Lao San just like that. The most irritating thing was that this matter was actually hidden from them, and they hadn't even been told about it. Still not a brother anymore. At that moment, a few of the housemates even cursed a few times to vent their anger. Stop it, stop it. The dormitory's oldest four looked at the several people's faces of righteous indignation, gently pulled them, and lowered his voice to say, "What are you guys so angry about?" With this hand from third brother, "Isn't there hope for our future happiness?" Yesterday, they were still fantasizing, hoping that Yi Xian could take down schoolgirl Yun so that they could follow suit. Now that Yi Xian and schoolgirl Lu were getting along, wouldn't their good times not be far behind? A few of the bosses responded as they listened to the oldest and stood there grinning from ear to ear. They forgot about this one? Good job, Lao San. That was beautiful. A few people in the dormitory thought silently, and then looked at those who were furious, but it was a bit of a 50-point smile. Over here, Yi Xian and Lu Ying walked together with their umbrellas. Yi Xian's tall figure was just enough to envelop Lu Ying's body, plus the two of them were close enough. For a while, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Lu Ying's small face was pink as she gently pursed her lips, her somewhat fluttering eyes revealing her slight nervousness. It was the first time she had shared an umbrella with a boy, and a small heart beat uncontrollably fast. Yi Xian looked condescendingly at Lu Ying beside him, and he suddenly noticed that Lu Ying had intentionally hit the umbrella more towards his side, and because of that, Lu Ying's shoulders were slightly dampened. The white lace trim absorbed the water and became a little darker in color, gently fitting onto Lu Ying's delicate skin. Yi Xian looked at the corner of Lu Ying's clothes and thought for a moment and suddenly reached out his hand and took her in his arms. His movements were really a bit sudden. Lu Ying's body tightened and her legs suddenly went limp, falling into Yi Xian's arms without any warning. Lu Ying could clearly feel the muscularity of Yi Xian's body. That hard touch made Lu Ying's pretty face flush. In the distance, those behind him saw the scene. In an instant, the crowd's emotions directly exploded, and the bit of depression in their hearts all exploded out. Damn it, this kid definitely did it on purpose. You want to cuddle, can't you find a place where no one is around? Why in front of us sad people? So hateful. This asshole. Don't let us know who he is, or we will definitely fight him. My heart is breaking. Schoolgirl Ryu was hugged by that asshole and didn't resist at all. Is this another way of official announcement? I can't accept this official announcement. It's a naked stab in the body. The curses from behind were so loud that both of them had walked out quite far and could still hear them clearly. When Lu Ying heard those people's words, her entire body froze, and the blush on her pretty face deepened a few points. She subconsciously wanted to struggle out of Yi Xian's embrace, and before she could make a move, she heard Yi Xian's voice from above her head. "I'll shield your shoulders like this, so you don't get wet again." A simple sentence directly dampened Lu Ying's movements. Lu Ying's heart silently thought, I didn't expect this Yi Xian to be so careful and considerate. Yi Xian walked forward with Lu Ying in his arms, and with such a close contact, he could clearly smell the aroma radiating from Lu Ying's body. That kind of faint young girl's fragrance, as if on purpose, drilled into Yi Xian's nose one after another. Over here, Lu Ying slightly lowered her head and said with great embarrassment, I'm so sorry for leaving you without a car. I'll buy you lunch today. Yi Xian was also about to go to lunch, and when he heard Lu Ying say so, he opened his mouth to respond. Good. Just as Yi Xian's voice fell, in the next moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with the Eye of the God skill. As the fonts of the light screen flickered, Yi Xian only felt his eyes suddenly heat up, and then he felt that the entire world had become extraordinarily clear. Yi Xian only felt a burst of relief in his eyes and subconsciously looked at Lu Ying beside him. Almost instantly, a curtain of light that only Yi Xian could see flashed out. Name, Lu Ying. Face value, 98. Stature, 93. Height, 165 centimeters. Purity, 100%. Yi Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at the contents on the light screen. What's the effect of this? And purity? This feature seems pretty good. Lu Ying did not notice Yi Xian's expression. She thought to herself and looked at Yi Xian and asked, do you have any restaurants you want to go to? Yi Xian gently shook his head and said very kindly, I'm fine with both. Just make your decision. When Lu Ying heard Yi Xian say this, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure, I know a good restaurant near our school. I'll take you there. Yi Xian was led by Lu Ying to the entrance of a restaurant. It was mealtime and the store was gradually filling up. Lu Ying led Yi Xian to find a seat and she asked as she flipped through the menu. Yi Xian, do you have any contraindications? Or foods you don't like? No, I'm alright. Yi Xian shook his head. He was not a very picky eater. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, Lu Ying very skillfully ordered a few signature dishes and then smiled brightly at Yi Xian. My girlfriends and I eat at this restaurant all the time. Try it. These dishes are famous. After saying that, Lu Ying glanced at Yi Xian with a hint of emotion in her tone. I didn't expect you're actually from Jinling University too. We're actually alumni. It's kind of fate. Lu Ying and Yi Xian took advantage of the wait for the food to find a random topic to talk about. She looked at Yi Xian with a big smile, looking at his brows and eyes from such a close distance, and gained a new understanding of his looks. Yesterday, because she was really too nervous, Lu Ying didn't even dare to look at Yi Xian's appearance more. She only thought that the looks were clear and handsome. But today, after such a close contact, she realized profoundly that the boy in front of her was also too handsome, and the temperament was exceptionally good. Like a gentleman aristocrat with a sense of mystery, the two people were of similar age and could easily talk together, which made Lu Ying's heart feel even more surprised for a while. Thinking like this, Lu Ying couldn't help but remember the feeling of crashing into Yi Xian's arms just now. The kind of muscularity that bursts through, not unlike the kind that looks like a white, thin dog. Simply manly. Mainly Yi Xian is still an alumnus. Lu Ying's small face reddened slightly and unnoticeably. Could it be that the meeting of the two people was a result of fate? As soon as this thought rose, it was immediately extinguished in her heart by Lu Ying. She silently spat in her heart. Lu Ying, what are you rambling on about? It was just that her thoughts were not controlled by Lu Ying at all, and as she thought about it, her small face gradually turned red. After a while, the food was served one by one. Yi Xian opened the disposable cutlery, looked at Lu Ying who didn't make a move, and that raised his hand in front of her eyes and shook it. What's the days? What's wrong? It was only then that Lu Ying reacted, and she waved her hand in a hurry. It's okay, the food is coming up. Try it quickly, whether it's to your liking or not. Yi Xian picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. The flavor of the dishes here was not bad. It was done in a respectable way. By the way, where are you going later? You have class this afternoon? Lu Ying ate her meal while casually talking to Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually pointed his finger in a direction. Go over there. What about you? Hearing Yi Xian ask himself rhetorically, Lu Ying answered honestly. I rented a house in the neighborhood. I'll be back in a little while. Lu Ying at this time suddenly remembered that Yi Xian didn't have a car to drive. She was embarrassed again and thought about asking out loud. I'll drop you off later? No, I'll just go over there myself. Yi Xian politely refused Lu Ying. She sniffed and gave a low "oh," dropping her eyes without knowing what she was thinking. Here, try this again. Lu Ying enthusiastically pinched dishes for Yi Xian and the two continued to eat. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly put down his chopsticks and said to Lu Ying across the table, I'm going to the restroom. Oh, good. Lu Ying put down her chopsticks and smiled sweetly at Yi Xian, responding very nicely. Yi Xian had just walked out of the restroom when a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $200 for the host. Activating the soft food hard eating skill. Random 100,000 times rebate. Rewarding $20 million. Please pay attention to check. Chapter 5, this car, it's too handsome, right? Looking at the contents on the light screen, even Yi Xian, who felt that he was already used to seeing the system's large sums of money, flashed a hint of shock in his eyes. Great guy. Someone invites you to dinner and you make $20 million? This skill. It's a little too overbearing. Yi Xian was still immersed in surprise when suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, realizing it was a message from Lu Ying. Yi Xian. I have to go beforehand. I left my umbrella for you. Remember to take it. My house isn't far from here. I'll just run over there. Yi Xian looked at the content on the message. He washed his hands and came out. Then he saw that there was no one left at his table. The folding umbrella from earlier was placed on the edge of the table by Lu Ying. Very conspicuous. While the owner of the umbrella had left long ago, Yi Xian looked towards the inside of the restaurant, only to realize that Lu Ying had already run out of sight. Pinching the umbrella clutched in his hand, Yi Xian's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Good lord, is he now so civilized that girls leave umbrellas for him? Since he couldn't find Lu Ying, Yi Xian didn't say anything more and picked up the umbrella and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. He picked up his umbrella and headed toward the parking lot in front of the school to get his car. Just as Yi Xian was walking, Lu Ying on the other side was running in the rain. She held her backpack over her head to more or less block the rain and ran at a fast pace in the direction of the rental. However, the small backpack was not very effective, and in this moment of effort, Lu Ying's clothes and shoes were all wet. Feeling the lace dress clinging to her body, Lu Ying couldn't care less and had to speed up her pace again. This way, a car. On the driver's seat sat a bright-eyed and white-toothed girl with extremely beautiful looks. Her agar nose was high and straight, making her features appear even more three-dimensional, and she carried a sense of high class. The girl quietly drove the car. Her whole body exudes a Confucian atmosphere, the bookish atmosphere as if it is from the bones. If someone notices such a girl, I'm afraid they simply won't be able to take their eyes off her. The girl was about to change lanes when she suddenly noticed a wildly running figure on the side of the road, and the girl immediately let out a soft eep. Without hesitation, she swerved right into it, followed by a gentle honk. Meanwhile, the girl lowered the window on the other side of the car and shouted towards the figure running wildly down the road. Ing. This way. Lu Ying first heard the horn blaring, then heard someone calling her name, and subconsciously looked over towards this side. When she got a good look at the light little face of the girl in the car, she was so happy that she hurriedly ran towards the car. Before Lu Ying could get close, the car door had already been opened from the inside. She hurriedly pulled open the car door and sat in. Feeling a warm breath come over her, Lu Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, still comfortable in the car. Mu Bingyue looked at Lu Ying's slightly distressed appearance and helplessly skimmed her mouth, frowning as she inquired. Ing, what are you doing? Even if you didn't bring an umbrella, you can't run home in the rain, right? Don't you know how far away your home is and can you think before you act? Mu Bingyue's words were tinged with dislike, but the strong concern was undisguised. Lu Ying seemed to have gotten used to Mu Bingyue's habit of talking as she smiled brightly and didn't say anything more. By the way, didn't you recently buy a new car? Where is it? Why don't I see you driving it too? As if Mu Bingyue had thought of something, she suddenly turned her head towards Lu Shui and opened her mouth to inquire. With one sentence, Lu Ying was directly choked there. Lu Ying really didn't want to talk about the humiliating experience of crashing the car she had just lifted. She coughed lightly and hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem. Ice whisper. Where are you going? Mu Bingyue didn't see Lu Ying's unnaturalness as she casually replied while looking at the road. I'm going to the store to check on the store. It's not like I just got out of class. By the way, if you're going somewhere, I'll drop you off first. Take me back to the rental place. Lu Ying did not politely talk to her best friend and directly reported her destination. She then took the tissues out of her bag and cleaned up her mess a little. Mu Bingyue couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake her head as she listened to the address that Lu Ying had spoken. Good lord. It's a good thing you ran into me or you were really going to just run back? It's not that far to drive, but how long would that take you if you simply ran there? Lu Ying just smiled faintly at his words and didn't say anything more. The two sat in the car making small talk as they drove in the direction of the neighborhood. And on the other side at this time, in the public parking lot outside of Jinling University. Let's accompany Brother Chen over to the inside of the store. A few young men and women were talking enthusiastically as they each walked to their cars, ready to drive away. Everyone had obviously decided on the destination they were going to and were ready to get into their respective sports cars. These people know at a glance as a big family children, driving all good cars, either Porsche or Mercedes-Benz, but it is to show their respective identities. Over here, the youth in the lead was just about to pull open the car door and get on the car when he suddenly felt that his gaze seemed to be attracted by something and looked over towards the other side. With just a glance over, the youth in the lead directly froze there, with shock and dismay in his eyes. What's this he's seeing? A few other young men and women looked at the leading youth and froze, and one of the boys asked with concern, Morn, what's wrong with you? When the youth in the lead heard the question, he gently inhaled a breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and replied word for word, "Look over there, you guys." The crowd looked in the direction of Mu Chen's finger and saw the Leican supercar quietly parked there. It was obviously so quiet, but because of the sultry red color on it, it was as if it brought the car to life. Several people were mesmerized by the brilliant red color of the Leican supercar, and one of them stared in disbelief, a little in disbelief at what they were seeing. Almost at the same moment, several people stepped together in the direction of the Leican supercar. There was a burning gleam in everyone's eyes as they gathered around the Leican supercar and came back to look at it. When it was repeatedly determined that the Leican supercar in front of them was as good as fake, the corners of several people's mouths twitched, and they couldn't help but open their mouths to talk about it. Misty grass. When did we have such a top-class supercar in Jilin? Good guy. It's no exaggeration to say that in the whole of China. I'm afraid this is the only one of its kind. You don't say. It seems to be true. This Leican supercar is a global limited edition, produced in single digits in total, and I've heard that it is being touted by the world's top tycoons. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see the real car. What a feast for the eyes. I wonder who this car owner is, and which side of the bigwigs came out to blow up the streets. It's so beautiful. The color. It's like it's alive. It's flowing red. Mu Chen didn't join in the crowd's discussion. His eyes stared straight at the car, coming closer to admire the details of the car. For some tiny dust on it, Mu Chen also stretched out his hand and carefully wiped it, and it looked like a person who truly loved the car. His eyes sparkled with the same excitement, and he circled the car several times over, obviously genuinely liking it and a bit in love with it. The other boys also thought the car was a very rare sight, so they came together to talk about it and admire it. Just at this time, Yi Xian walked to the parking lot with his umbrella, and from afar, he saw a bunch of people surrounding his car, not knowing what they were doing. Yi Xian directly took out the car key from his pocket and pressed the start button. Almost at the same moment, the Leican supercar blinked furiously, its lights flashing twice as the crowd watched. This sudden blinking startled several people directly in front of the car. After all, it was such a top-of-the-line supercar that the crowd subconsciously took a step backwards before reacting and looking back towards the back. They saw Yi Xian at a glance, as well as the car keys between his fingers. Looking at Yi Xian's young face, several people sucked in a breath of cool air, shock and incredulity written in their eyes. This one? Is that the owner? That's a little too young. He looks like he's about their age, but he's so rich? This Lycoming supercar was already worth tens of millions of dollars when it was launched. Not to mention, this model is on the market without a price. A car of this caliber driving on the road is a status symbol in itself. Shocked, the crowd looked at Yi Xian's face, but this person they didn't even recognize. Taking another look at the Jilin license plate hanging on this car, everyone's brows were furrowed with suspicion between their brows. This one, where the hell is the rich young man from? Just as the crowd frowned in disbelief, Yi Xian walked towards a few people and inquired with a bland face, "What's wrong? Something wrong?" When Mu Chen heard Yi Xian's question, his expression was similarly very frank, without any embarrassment. He glanced toward a few of his buddies beside him and replied with a smile, "It's okay, we are all car lovers. We didn't expect to see a Leican supercar in Jilin, so we came over to have a good time. It's also a coincidence that our car just happened to be parked next to it." Seemingly worried that Yi Xian would not believe it, Mu Chen even pointed towards the side. Yi Xian glanced in the direction of his finger and Mu Chen raised his lips in a smile. "Your car was so prominent in the parking lot that we saw it right away, so we couldn't help but gather around to take a look." The crowd looked at Yi Xian's appearance without any dissatisfaction, and their moods relaxed as they laughed and praised. "Brother, you really have good taste. This car is simply too handsome. If you drive it on the street, you can directly kill the whole scene. I'm going to cry with envy. When the headlights flashed just now, they simply lit up my eyes. I've heard that it's inlaid with precious stones and all kinds of gems, and I looked at the different colors, especially sparkling. Good guy, this car configuration is simply pulled full. Who does not know that inside specially matched with a variety of high-tech configuration? Just thinking about it makes me feel honored and powerful." The people were all praising Yi Xian's Leican supercar, and the various settings were spoken in detail, with more in-depth knowledge than Yi Xian, the rightful owner of the car. "Right bro, do introduce yourself. My name is Mu Chen." Mu Chen had the intention to make friends with Yi Xian. He introduced himself generously, and the young men and women behind him followed suit and also introduced themselves briefly. Yi Xian looked at their kindly appearance, not the kind of dude that people disliked, so he nodded towards the crowd and said with a smile, "Hello guys, my name is Yi Xian." The crowd had written down Yi Xian's name, and over here, Mu Chen looked at Yi Xian and greeted him very warmly. "Brother Yi, do you have something to do this afternoon? Why don't you join us and go sit in my store?" When the others heard Mu Chen's words, They also opened their mouths to invite him. Brother Yi, if you're not doing anything, go have some fun with us. Yeah, there's more of us going over there together. It'll still be lively. Brother Chen's store has quite a lot of good tea. We can have a good taste of it every time we go over. Let's all go over and try some. Facing the crowd's eager invitation, Yi Xian thought that there was nothing much to do, so he refused to do anything. So he smiled and answered, "Good." The crowd was also very happy to hear Yi Xian agree to this, and everyone drove their own cars and prepared to depart. Mu Chen started the supercar in front of him, followed by a supercar that drove in a line towards the front. As soon as they hit the road, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Especially those car owners on the road were scared to death as they watched such a convoy of supercars drive by. Good lord, any supercar in here is not something a little raggedy car like theirs can touch. With my own pathetic insurance, I guess rubbing a headlight on someone wouldn't be enough to pay for it. After thinking clearly about this point, many car owners are secretly pinched a sweat. One by one are subconsciously lowered the speed of the car, for fear of getting themselves into trouble. Seeing the convoy speeding past, a group of car owners surprisingly breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, their heads sweating in fear. I can't imagine. If I accidentally rear-end such a luxury caravan, will I lose my life on the spot? Misty grass. The car that followed at the end was actually a Laken supercar. This is simply a king of Bama. Damn. Fortunately I ran fast, or else I would have been scared to death. Where is this rich son of a bitch out blowing up the streets? In the future, legislation should be enacted so that, in order to ensure the physical and mental health of us ordinary car owners, a report should be made for luxury cars on the road. The owners were genuinely surprised by the Lycan supercar and were still in a cold sweat when it became clear that the convoy had left. The caravan crowd was unaware of it, and everyone listened to high tunes as they drove all the way to an elegant antique store. It was a small independent building, constructed with ancient sounds and colors, with a classical atmosphere all around. Copper bells made of bronze hang from the slightly upturned molding of the eaves. When the breeze blows through, the copper bells make a crisp and pleasant sound that is both relaxing and enjoyable. Store entrance also put two naive stone lions. A look is made by masters. Action between the movement through the naive. This is a good thing to townhouse town store. Yi Xian surveyed the antique building in front of him. Mu Chen noticed Yi Xian's line of sight and introduced with a smile. Brother Yi, this is my family store. My family is in the antique industry. Usually there aren't many customers in the store, so when it's my turn to look after the store, we all come together to liven things up. The people next to him nodded at the words, smiling and chiming in with their words. Yi Xian nodded his head as he listened. After all, he also had some hearing about the antique houses. This business is famous 3 years do not open. Open eat 3 years, come and go are large transactions. Natural profit is also considerable. Looking at Mu Chen's family's antique building, Yi Xian knew that his family must have a number one in the antique circle, otherwise he couldn't get such a scale. Everyone else had been here quite a few times and were standing outside with Yi Xian, listening to Mu Chen's various introductions. At this time a girl suddenly widened her eyes. She stretched out her finger to point at the car in the distance and exclaimed, look guys, this is Sister Bingyue coming to see the store? Mu Chen sniffed and glanced towards the parking lot. Looking at his own sister's car, he couldn't help but skim his lips and grumble a bit. Hey, really? This old sister is also really had told me that she wants to come over to watch the store. We do not need to come over directly out to play. How good. It doesn't smell good to go anywhere with this horde of them. However, since they had all come over, Mu Chen didn't intend to leave straight away, and led the crowd together towards the inside of the store. The crowd stepped through the doorway made of lapis lazuli and into the store. At this time in the inner hall, Mu Bingyue was kneeling beside the short tea table, holding a teapot and slowly brewing tea. Her movements were very skillful, like flowing clouds in water, and the inner hall was already filled with the tantalizing smell of tea. Mu Bingyue enjoyed the process of making the tea, making her feel a wave of relaxation in her body and mind. Just then, she suddenly heard a cacophony of talking coming from the store. Mu Bingyue instantly heard out that it was none other than her own brother Mu Chen and a few good friends who had come over. A hint of impatience appeared on her face, and she bristled slightly as she looked over in the direction of the doorway. Mu Chen walked at the front, and before he walked into the inner hall, the voice had already come in. Older sister, you came over to look at the store earlier. If I had known we would have gone out to play. I thought I'd be needed to watch the store today, and without any delay at all, I came straight here. When Mu Bingyue heard her brother's loud voice, she directly rolled her eyes and softly rebuked. Knowing it's in a store, could you keep your voice down? Being big-headed all day really doesn't fit the atmosphere here. A good antique store, with the aroma of tea, what a good atmosphere. All stirred up by this kid. The others heard Mu Bingyue speak and came forward to greet her. Mu Bingyue smiled faintly towards the crowd and invited very politely. You've all come together. Hurry up and sit down. Just in time for me to make some tea. As Mu Bingyue spoke, she looked up and saw Yi Xian in the crowd and immediately froze. She's never seen this one before? When did my little brother have a friend with such a great temperament? Over here. Yi Xian also looked towards Mu Bingyue. As he looked over, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of him. Name, Mu Bingyue. Face value, 97. Stature, 96. Height, 167 centimeters. Purity, 100%. Chapter 6, Mu Bingyue, what do you mean? I still have to send you one? Yi Xian looked at the contents on the light screen. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards Mu Bingyue, only to see Mu Bingyue still sitting there on her knees. Even in this position, she still couldn't hide the curvature of her long legs, as well as a touch of fullness on her chest, which was even more surging. In this way, it appeared that Mu Bingyue's small waist was slender and not too slim, as if a big hand could pinch it over. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It was really worthy of the system to give such a high figure value. This figure was absolute. It's too easy to stir up a protective streak. Combined with Mu Bingyue's delicate and advanced little face, the rating of 97 was indeed very real. Mu Chen was seated with everyone. The people here in Mu Bingyue all knew each other. So Mu Chen purposely introduced his sister to Yi Xian. Brother Yi, this one is my sister. Mu Bingyue, sister, this is my friend, Yi Xian. Hello Yi Xian, please sit down. Mu Bingyue took the initiative to greet Yi Xian. She had a good impression of this boy with a mysterious temperament, and the smile on her face was a bit more. Everyone take a seat while I fetch the tea set. After Mu Bingyue finished speaking, she had already gotten up and walked towards the back. Soon she walked back with a couple clean cups and proceeded to sit back down in her seat. Mu Bingyue skillfully ironed the tea set, then picked up the fairway cup and poured tea for everyone in turn. Everybody taste it. Mu Bing language greeted with a gentle tone. She purposely picked up a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian saw Mu Bingyue's movements and hurriedly took the tea. Thanks. The others didn't care and chatted while drinking tea. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Yi Xian took a light sip of the tea and immediately felt a rich tea flavor explode in his mouth, followed by a hot stream flowing into his body, which was very comfortable. Instead of chatting with the crowd, he turned his head and surveyed the store. Inside the inner hall, there were also quite a few shelves, on which a lot of antiques were neatly placed. And the location was also extremely elaborate. It makes for a very comfortable look. Yi Xian looked over towards a pastel-colored porcelain plate, and suddenly a light screen flashed in front of his eyes, and a series of data appeared in front of his eyes. Not only is there a description of the plate, but the age and value of the plate are also clearly listed. Yi Xian looked at the content that flashed up above and was visibly stunned. Good lord! It turns out that the gods I could not only see the value of girls, but actually had such a function. It's like an invincible plug-in. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up in an arc. Not bad, not bad. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be other functions that can be developed. After looking at the antiques in the room again, Yi Xian withdrew his eyes and sipped his tea with the crowd. Yi Xian spoke with the crowd for a while. He put down the cup of tea he had already finished and walked to the front of those shelves, looking at the various antiques up close. Mu Bingyue saw Yi Xian walk a bit farther away before she came over to Mu Chen's side and lowered her voice to inquire. Why haven't I seen this friend of yours before? When did you meet him? When Mu Chen heard his sister's inquiry, he didn't hide anything and directly told the matter that Yi Xian was very rich. He is driving a Leican supercar. I'm afraid I can't find a second one in the whole of China. Those top tycoons don't even want to drive it, but put it in the garage for collection. Look at people Yi Xian like to drive out. This is the real man. It's also really rich. Mu Bingyue immediately froze as she listened to her brother's tone of admiration, and her beautiful eyebrows raised. Oh, hearing his old sister's oh-so-sweet voice. In an instant, Mu Chen instantly looked at his old sister and said with a serious face, Old sister, let me tell you, I genuinely see Brother Yi as a good guy and only made friends with him. Don't push our family's antiques and make it seem like I'm calling people over just to push them. If I'm taken for a trust again, will I ever go out again? Hearing the warning from her brother, Mu Bingyue glared at him and rebuked in dissatisfaction. Look at what you're saying. What's wrong with the stuff in our store? Who doesn't know that we only sell real stuff here? Make it seem like I'm trying to cheat people. Is that how you talk about your sister? This stinky brother. It's kind of a waste of time to raise him. Mu Bingyue was too lazy to talk to Mu Chen anymore and simply got up and came to Yi Xian's side. She didn't say anything either, just stayed quiet and accompanied with a suitable smile on her face. Yi Xian had already looked at the group of antiques on the first floor, then twisted his head to look at Mu Bingyue beside him, and thought for a moment, as if he had thought of an idea. He hooked his lips into a smile and took the initiative to say, You guys have a really nice store and you put good stuff in it. When Mu Bingyue saw that Yi Xian was so knowledgeable, a quick flash of smugness flashed under her eyes, and just as she was about to open her mouth to answer, she heard Yi Xian continue. I've actually been thinking of buying a few of these lately to put in my home as decoration. Just now Yi Xian had already had this idea. Quite a few things here could enter Yi Xian's eyes. It would be good to buy them. With a single word, Mu Bingyue immediately looked at Mu Chen beside her, and although she didn't say anything, that smug look already indicated everything. Mu Bingyue was now happy as she let out a light hum and glared contemptuously at her brother. That look seems to be saying, this is your friend's own initiative to buy. I did not sell it. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, Mu Chen. Sis, do we have to do this? Mu Chen helplessly bristled, but still walked over quickly, wanting to see what object Yi Xian had his eye on. After all, he was quite optimistic about Yi Xian as a friend, but he couldn't let his old sister ask for a lion's share. He was on the sidelines to see how much he could get his old sister to tighten up a bit, and then he himself could help to press the price. Seeing Mu Chen walk over, the others also put down their teacups and leaned over towards the shelves. Their faces were filled with curiosity, wondering what Yi Xian was planning to buy. After all, they knew that the things in the Mu family's antique store were all genuine, each worth a lot of money, and any one of them was hundreds of thousands or millions. People here receive really big clients in the circle. Everyone knew that Yi Xian should be quite rich, but they didn't expect that the other party would have to buy something just after coming to the store. Over here, Mu Bingyue had officially entered the boss status. She smiled very warmly, her knowing eyes smiling into a curved moon. Yi Xian, what do you want? I can introduce you. His own little brother had just talked about Yi Xian's wealth, and now that he knew that business had been delivered to his door, Mu Bingyue was like looking at a big moneymaker. This money man, she must take care of it, Mu Bingyue secretly thought in her heart. Just with her profound knowledge of antiques, she would not easily fool a youngster. By then, if he wasn't satisfied, she could introduce her to other antiques. Mu family antique store, not much else, but all kinds of antiques, Thinking of this, the expression on Mu Bingyue's face couldn't help but become 1 point more enthusiastic. Yi Xian didn't care about Mu Bingyue's reaction. His eyes rested on those antiques, looking at them carefully one after another. His speed was fast, and the light curtains kept popping up in front of Yi Xian as he quietly watched, gaining some understanding of these antiques. Yi Xian close to pick up the pastel porcelain plate. So close observation. You can see the glaze moist, shiny, and very thick. Hold in the hand, feel excellent. Mu Bingyue looked at the porcelain plate in Yi Xian's hand and then looked at the price tag next to the plate. $500,000. Looking at the price tag, Mu Bingyue's eyes turned, and when she just wanted to open her mouth, in the next moment, she didn't expect to be snatched by Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue with a very serious sight and pointed to the porcelain plate in his hand. This pastel porcelain plate, can you sell it to me for $300,000? A single sentence caused Mu Bingyue's face, which was originally smiling like a flower, to stutter. Not only Mu Bingyue, even Mu Chen and the others beside him were stunned and looked at Yi Xian in unison. Mu Chen took a deep breath as he glanced at Yi Xian for a moment, somewhat speechless. That's no way to cut a price. $500,000 straight up at 300,000. That's close to the waistline. Yi Xian looked at the crowd's odd expressions and naturally knew what they were thinking. He hooked his lips in a smile and held the pastel-colored porcelain plate out to the crowd. This is a Qianlong Famille Rose porcelain plate, and a characteristic of all Famille Rose porcelain from the Qianlong period is that there will be a stone-green glaze on the mouth or base of the object. Yi Xian said here and flipped the porcelain plate over, showing the stone-green glaze at the bottom to the crowd. In fact, the Qianlong pastel colors are very exquisite. The survival of the quantity is not much. The price will be a little higher. This porcelain plate is in very good condition, with a moist glaze and only small chips on it, making it a fine example. Just this porcelain plate is too common, so the current market price is almost nearly $300,000. I'll just round it up and give $300,000 as a reasonable price. This antique should have been collected from your store. What price it was collected at I'm not sure, but no matter what, you must have made a profit at this market price. As the saying goes, buying is not as good as selling. People open store is to make money, according to the market price to buy, as the shopkeeper absolutely have to earn. Besides, the store's $500,000 price tag was supposed to be negotiable, and as for the closing price, it was up to the game between the buyer and the seller. Yi Xian was not short of money right now, but he didn't want to be an ingrate either. Trading at such a market price was the fairest price he could think of. Yi Xian's few words directly rendered Mu Bingyue speechless. This guy, in one fell swoop, told her everything about the pastel porcelain plate. So what else was she supposed to say? She had thought that she was ready to talk more about how much better it was. After all, Qianlong pastels are notoriously scarce in existence. With this excuse, maybe she could even raise her price upwards. Anyway, she sells absolutely all the real good stuff. As for the price, there have always been rules in the antique trade. As long as the deal is made, silver and goods, whether it is lost or gained, it is all a matter of their own. Mu Bingyue secretly staggered. Good guy, did not expect to meet a connoisseur. She had to admit that even she didn't know about the information that Yi Xian had said just now. Mu Bingyue glanced at Mu Chen with slanted eyes. Her eyes seemed to speak. Where did you find such a powerful friend? It caught her directly off guard. Mu Chen read his sister's eyes and helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. If he had known that Brother Yi was so powerful, would he have needed to worry about his oldest sister punking her friends? Mu Bingyue frowned slightly and unnoticeably, then raised her head to look at Yi Xian. A trace of a difficult look appeared on her elegant and quiet little face, and said in a consultative tone, "You're pressing too hard on this price, can you raise it?" Mu Bingyue directly mentioned it in a big way as she gazed at Yi Xian, hoping that the other party could give in. "It's really good stuff, why don't you just raise the price more or less?" Yi Xian naturally could see Mu Bingyue's mind. He lowered his eyes and said with a smile, "That's a really fair price. You definitely won't lose out even if you sell it to me like that." Yi Xian's tone was very certain as he paused for 2 seconds and continued, "Besides, I bought quite a few." "Buy a lot?" With one sentence, Mu Bingyue, who was standing directly next to her, resumed her smiling face, and even her tone of voice became sweet. "You want to buy a lot? Then this is fine. After all, you are my little brother's friend. Let's call this a friendship price." Mu Bingyue made a perfect excuse for herself and agreed to the deal in the process. She then pointed to the shelves in front of her and looked at Yi Xian with a smile as she asked, "Do you want anything else?" When Yi Xian heard Mu Bingyue's inquiry, his eyes swept around the many shelves before pointing at a few of them. The crowd was stunned as they watched Yi Xian's actions, especially the group of young ladies beside Mu Chen. All of them were wide-eyed with shock in their eyes. "I'm afraid it's a few $1 million for just a few random clicks." A girl deliberately walked into the shelves to take a look. Those antiques have price tags next to them. Looking at the black and white words on them, the girl directly sucked in a breath of cool air. "Nice guy. So much in one shot?" True to form, the trenchant energy of the owner of the Lycoming supercar is nothing short of enviable. Mu Bingyue was of a similar mindset. She knew the store's antiques very well, and if these few pieces were added together, they were already worth a lot of money. This Qianlong pastel sold for $300, which is not a bad deal. Just as the crowd was shocked, Yi Xian had already lowered his hand and looked over towards Mu Bingyue, saying flatly, "I don't want these ones. I'll take all the rest on the first floor." Boom! Before Yi Xian's words fell, the people present were all confused, as if they were petrified and froze there, looking at each other in disbelief. The crowd of big young ladies boasted that they had also seen the world, but it was the first time they had encountered a big brother who was so bold when he made a move. Even if his own old man was here, he wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. "I'm guessing that if you buy one or two, you'll be heartbroken. And this young brother Yi, people are talking about, to buy something to go home to do decoration. A shot is the goods on the first floor of others." The few pieces that weren't wanted were almost negligible, and totally just about wrapped up. Even Mu Chen was dumbfounded and froze there, staring straight at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. The extent of this brother Yi's trenchancy had exceeded his knowledge, and he could no longer even speak. Only Mu Bingyue was briefly stunned after hearing Yi Xian's words before revealing a full-blown smile, the smile on her elegant little face getting thicker and thicker. Well. Her smile had long since stopped, and Mu Bingyue had just wanted to speak, wanting to take the initiative in this transaction. Unexpectedly, before Mu Bingyue could open her mouth, she heard Yi Xian already open his mouth. "I'll take the stuff, but this price definitely can't be according to what's on the price tag. This way, I'll quote you one by one." Yi Xian didn't mind the trouble at all. Still, he wouldn't be a wrongdoer. Mu Bingyue's face still maintained a suitable smile. She had long known that Yi Xian would not be able to pay the marked price, but in Mu Bingyue's opinion, Yi Xian was a young lad, even if he had dabbled in antiques and was even proficient in them. But how powerful could he be? She was sure that Yi Xian could not be proficient in so many categories of antiques, and as long as he looked away from a few of them, she would be able to glean a fortune. Mu Bingyue was also holding a comparative mindset right now. After all, the call that Yi Xian had just said had really shaken her. She wanted to see just how much this kid could do. Yi Xian didn't seem to notice Mu Bingyue's thoughts as he followed her to the shelves and spoke his offer piece by piece. Mu Bingyue took a paper and pen and wrote down the offers Yi Xian said. Gradually, as Yi Xian continued to quote, the expression on Mu Bingyue's face clearly changed. From a bemused start, the corners of his mouth twitched along. This pass offer she is to see out. Yi Xian, this is the connoisseur in the connoisseur. How come you're proficient in everything? And every single one of them was so well put together that she didn't get a chance to interject several times when she tried. Let's go. All the ones outside have already quoted their prices. Go take a look inside the inner hall, Yi Xian said, interrupting the spitting in Mu Bingyue's heart, and the two of them walked towards the inside one after the other, almost like a glance sweeping over. Yi Xian didn't seem to need any thinking at all and directly quoted a few prices. Mu Bingyue listened in the back. Her face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out of the water, memorizing a quote almost poking a hole in the paper. She had a wave of depression blocking her heart at this time, and she simply couldn't get it out, which was particularly difficult. These prices that Yi Xian had just set out were all already pressed to the minimum. It's the lowest bar, but they are profitable if they go out and make a profit. It's just that this is a small gain compared to the usual business, but if you don't sell them, so many goods can only be put on the shelves, and I don't know how long it will take to sell them all. If it's for sale, Mu Bingyue really can't swallow this breath. This profit is too small, but people have such a large amount, which makes people very entangled. The main thing was that the current Mu Bingyue felt like she had been dealt a great blow. The reason why Mu Bingyin agreed to Yi Xian's deal so stiffly was because she thought that her knowledge about the line of antiques had already been perfected, and ordinary people were no match at all. After all, her family had been in the business for generations, and she had been taught by ear since she could remember. So how could she not have expected that she would be so nakedly crushed today? What Yi Xian said was too correct, so that she could not find any place to interrupt. A stomach of grievances were held there. It was really unbearable. As Mu Chen and the others beside him listened, they had long been shocked by Yi Xian's eloquent speech. They were all staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. They couldn't believe that he was actually this powerful. Even if they wanted to make it up, they couldn't do it in such a short time and say so many different things. Not to mention, they had already seen the expression on Mu Bingyue's face and were very sure that what Yi Xian had said was correct. Even Sister Mu was a bit dumbfounded, and they were even more heartened. This one, what a man! Right at this moment, Yi Xian looked at a bottle next to him, narrowed his eyes and quoted the price. This one is not bad. Suitable to be placed on the dining table as a vase. $800,000. I'll take it. This vase was quite pleasing to Yi Xian's eyes, and he decided to take it down after just a light glance. After quoting the price, Yi Xian approached towards the shelves, ready to take the vase down for a good look. Just before Yi Xian could get close, Mu Bingyue next to him had already snatched the vase in his arms first. Mu Bingyue clutched the vase tightly with both hands, her whole body carrying a vigilant mood, and that tight little face looked like it was on the verge of crying. She looked angrily at Yi Xian and said in an extremely firm tone, "Don't take you to press the price like this. This vase $800,000 absolutely can't be sold." Mu Bingyue stared at the vase in her arms, almost gritting her teeth as she uttered these words. This vase was the one she had received in the store back then, and the purchase price at that time was not far from the price given by Yi Xian. After Yi Xian's few words just now, Mu Bingyue immediately realized that the purchase price she had given at first was a bit high. Now Mu Bingyue strongly felt that she was being crushed by Yi Xian in front of her, completely and utterly. There is not the slightest possibility of a turnaround. It was like the last of her dignity. How could she sell it? Mu Bingyue thought viciously in her heart as she glanced up at Yi Xian, her heart indescribably aggrieved. She secretly thought in her heart, "This bad guy, I should not have invited you to drink tea, but also eyeballed it to your hand. No, she shouldn't have come over in the first place, and even more so, she shouldn't have been so complacent, so that she wouldn't have to agree to Yi Xian's request to buy something, and now she was causing her such a mess. This tiger and wolf, what a bully." Mu Bingyue thought angrily, then violently twisted her head to look at Mu Chen with eyes that looked as if she wanted to eat someone. The meaning almost turned into substance, ringing in Mu Chen's ears. "Why did you bring this tiger and wolf? To watch your sister make a fool of herself?" Mu Chen was startled by his own sister's eyes, and he somewhat helplessly skimmed his mouth, silently thinking in his heart, "A creature like a woman is really hard to guess. What did he do? How did he make his sister angry?" Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue, who was holding the vase in her arms, and was also at a loss as he opened his mouth to inquire. "Young boss, what do you mean by that?" Mu Bingyue directly waved her hand without thinking and announced loudly, "No more, no more. This is firmly not for sale to you. Don't you dare hit this vase." If she really sold the vase for $800,000, her face would be impossible to claim. The more Mu Bingyue thought, the more depressed. Simply holding the bottle squatting there, that little look looks like it's going to cry. Completely a small woman mentality. Where's the old bookish girl's demeanor? Such a very different side of the world immediately brought the crowd in the room to its knees. The eyes of those big young ladies looked straight. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was actually Big Miss Mu. This. It's incredible. But after being shocked, looking at Sister Mu being forced to be like this, they were a little heartbroken again. The crowd looked at Yi Xian in unison, secretly thinking in their hearts that this culprit, Sister Mu, such a great beauty, is willing to force herself. This is too much of a lack of compassion. At that moment, the crowd subconsciously withdrew 2 steps towards the side, and even Mu Chen was far away from him. Yi Xian, $% and asterisk. I'm at least taking care of business. What do you mean by looking like this? Yi Xian sighed helplessly, then looked at Mu Bingyue who was still squatting there, skimmed his lips and walked over to her side and squatted down to comfort her. Young boss, what are you doing with this look? I won't buy this bottle no more. Doing business is all about negotiation. If you don't think it's reasonable, you can discuss it slowly. Mu Bingyue didn't care if Yi Xian said that she was playing the shrew. She only caught the part of Yi Xian's words that she wanted to hear. Only when she heard Yi Xian say that she wasn't going to buy it, did Mu Bingyue slowly stand up. She tightened the vase she was clutching in her arms and confirmed with a wary look on her face. That's what you said, Ao. You're not buying a vase. Yi Xian nodded with a light smile, and when Mu Bingyue saw his movements, she breathed a sigh of relief and carefully placed the vase back on the shelf. It seemed like dignity was truly preserved, and Mu Bingyue's mood recovered a bit. Over here, Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue's appearance and said directly, okay, not to scare you, just get these. After saying that, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Mu Bingyue and raised an eyebrow towards her. Say, young boss, I've bought so many things from your house. It's not that little, is it? Give you a chance to show your store, no? Mu Bingyue. She took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian tentatively. You mean, giving one away? Chapter 7, Assets of nearly $100 million. Young boss, it's still you who does this business. You're the one who understands. When Yi Xian heard Mu Bingyue's words, he instantly smiled and said with a smile, but it was also considered to be sitting on this so-called indication. Mu Bingyue, good lord, you don't have a premium and I end up with one? Tough guy, really tough guy. I know how you rich people are so rich. It's because you're stingy, the capitalist of all evil. Mu Bingyue was directly exasperated by Yi Xian's words. She looked at Yi Xian and narrowed her eyes, sighing that this was really a society of law and order. If it weren't for the law, she would have wanted to strangle the guy. Big brother, you're not letting us make any money, and you want me to hitch a ride? Mu Bing tone bulging said. Yi Xian sniffed but did not react much, just a faint oh, I won't buy it then. Mu Bingyue, that's awesome, my pulse is kind of pinched by you. Although Mu Bingyue was angry in her heart, she immediately changed into a smiling face and tried her best to look groomed and generous. Don't, I'm just kidding, it's not just an add-on. Send, even if you don't. We have to show it in such a big antique store, don't we? As Mu Bingyue spoke, she lowered her eyes in thought and took out a delicate wooden box from one of the drawers in the inner hall. She gently pulled back the lid of the box to reveal what was sitting inside, only to see a small jade pendant lying quietly inside. The jade quality is very good. The most eye-catching is still the jade carved with dragons and auspicious clouds on top. That carving could be said to be very top-notch. The tongue was lifelike, as if it might ride the clouds at any time. Over here, Mu Chen looked at the jade pendant and instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Older sister, isn't this the birthday present you were going to give me? Before Mu Chen had a chance to finish his words, the next moment, Mu Bingyue threw a look over, scaring Mu Chen to shut his mouth immediately. Not a word more. Yi Xian looked at the jade pendant and also quite liked it, so he took it in his hand. Just as his hand touched the jade pendant, a curtain of light suddenly popped up before his eyes. Detected an extremely beautiful woman consuming $80,000 for the host. Activating the soft food and hard eating skill. Random 1,000 times rebate. Rewarding $80 million. Please pay attention to check. 80 million? Looking at the contents on the light screen, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement quickly flashed under his eyes. That's what he wants. However, Yi Xian had thought that there could be 10 million times the rebate. Wouldn't he just take off where he was? I didn't expect that the multiplier would be so low, but only a mere 1,000 times. Yi Xian sighed quietly in his heart. But this is not bad. At least a big profit is not. It's the equivalent of whoring these things out for nothing, and there should still be quite a bit of money to be made. An arc appeared on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth as he looked at Mu Bingyue next to him and said with a smile, okay, figure out how much those quotes I gave earlier totaled, and I'll pay you. As soon as she heard Yi Xian say that he would pay, Mu Bingyue's pretty face finally saw a smile. She took the calculator and pressed it with crackling thoughts, and after a while, she picked up the calculator and waved it in front of Yi Xian. That's the lowest price, so I'm not going to wipe out the zeros for you. Do you see a check, or a credit card? Yi Xian looked at the small white hand that reached out in front of him and directly handed the bank card up. Just swipe your card. Okay. Mu Bingyue swiped the card with a quick hand, as if she was afraid that if she was a second slow, this deal would be reversed by Yi Xian. Listening to the sound of printing in the POS, Yi Xian directly called up the system panel with his mind and looked towards it. Divine Signing System, name, Yi Xian, age, 21, height, 183 centimeters, face value, 95, gain divine face value, 1 year gradual change, temperament, 96, stature, 95, assets, 89001000. Looking at the balance of nearly $90 million on it, Yi Xian's heart was indescribably relieved. Where is this coming out to spend money on something? It's almost like it's his first business venture. It's hard for ordinary people to earn such a large amount of cash at once, even if they are doing business, right? And Yi Xian this time, or cash first. That bright reward, simply do not too fragrant. The smile on Yi Xian's face did not diminish. He really didn't mind doing this kind of shopping a few more times. Thinking like this, Yi Xian looked at the stunned Mu Chen next to him and looked at him more and more smoothly. This is a great friend to make. So worth it. The crowd beside him looked at Yi Xian's dashing payment and were also directly dumbfounded. Especially when you see the POS receipt and look at it a little bit straight. Good guy. Brother Yi, this is too rich. Bought nearly $40 million of antiques in one go. What kind of family must this be? It didn't sound like spending $40 million on antiques seemed to be a problem. But Yi Xian was still so young and already had such strength. So the future achievements, they simply didn't dare to imagine. These big young ladies all secretly sucked in a breath of cool air, and understood a little more about Yi Xian. Even the eyes that looked at him had a hint of sincerity and shock in them. Here's your return receipt. Mu Bingyue handed the POS receipt to Yi Xian and looked at the money that had already arrived. Although the profit per piece is not high, it is spectacular when so many are accumulated together. I'm afraid the whole ledger is going to be extra nice this year with this deal. Yi Xian was also in a good mood. His eyes circled around the room. Then he looked at Mu Bingyue and asked, by the way, I see you have a second floor here. Is it convenient to go up and take a look? For the antiques above the second floor, Yi Xian's heart also carried a hint of anticipation. Mu Bingyue nodded her head when she heard Yi Xian's words. Yeah, I'll show you up there. Speaking of the things on the second floor of her house, Mu Bingyue's face couldn't help but carry a hint of smugness. Although that expression flickered, it was nonetheless easily captured by Yi Xian, who raised an eyebrow and followed behind Mu Bingyue as they walked towards the upper floors together. Ahem. Morn, you see? A great young man looked at the back of Sister Mu and Yi Xian and squeezed his eyes towards Mu Chen with an eye-rolling look. They all knew that what was kept on the second floor of the Mu family was not ordinary stuff, and they had been trying to find a chance to go up and take a look. Mu Chen looked at the crowd and was also happy, directly waving his hand and said, let's go. We're also in Brother Ye's good graces this time. Let's go up together and take a look. Okay. The crowd of great young ladies happily responded, quickly chasing after them in the direction of the duo. And at this moment, Yi Xian had already followed Mu Bingyue to the second floor. The second floor was just as large, only separated into rooms, each with a door that closed tightly and was carefully locked above it. Mu Bingyue sensed the direction of Yi Xian's line of sight and explained with a smile, the top goods in my house are stored in categories, so where would you like to check out first? I'll take you in. As Mu Bingyue spoke, she had already brought Yi Xian to the door of one of the rooms. She took out the key and opened the door, and all of them walked in together. The room was obviously fitted with a constant humidity and temperature control device, and it contained several shelves neatly arranged with a display of delicate wooden boxes. Many big young ladies directly sucked in a breath of cool air and exclaimed in shock once they saw the arrangement here. Good fellow. So there's something else inside the second floor. I'm afraid these devices alone are going to be worth a lot of money, not to mention the value of those antiques. These shelves alone are extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, these are all fine shoya zitten, right? Smell the rich fragrance. It's so luxurious. It's really worthy of being the Mu family antique store. This class is simply great. To have the honor of coming up here today, it's really an eye-opener. Mu Bingyue listened to the emotions of the crowd and felt a sense of comfort in her heart, purposely opening one box after another and taking out the various calligraphy and paintings inside to show them off. Everyone sympathize. These masterpieces are very precious, so they can only be viewed from afar. Even when Mu Bingyue hung the painting on the display rack, she was careful to put on her gloves before doing so. Yi Xian looked at the painting, and various introductions immediately flashed before his eyes. Looking at the market price which had gone up to $10 million, his heart had some understanding of the strong capital of the Mu family's antique store. After all, the average antique store would not dare to take such expensive paintings, not to mention that they could not afford them. This is not a loss they can afford if they are not careful to look away. Mu Bingyue also seemed to want to show Yi Xian the strength of her family, and the pieces she displayed were all worth at least a few $1,000,000, and even tens of millions of treasures. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. There were really quite a lot of good things. You know, the ones they see now are only those antiques that can be sold on the surface. The really good stuff simply couldn't be placed in the store. I'm afraid they were all personally treasured by the Mu family's head. Yi Xian thought as he lowered his eyes to think, and suddenly looked at Mu Bingyue and said, "These things." Mu Bingyue seemed to have guessed Yi Xian's thoughts, and without waiting for him to finish his words, she interrupted with a voice. "I don't have that authority to sell these things." Mu Bingyue's words were not perfunctory to Yi Xian. She was naturally happy to make a deal if she could, but the antiques on it were all treasures, and she needed someone from her family to come forward. Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue's serious look and realized what the other party meant. Nodding his head gently, "Okay, I'm just asking." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it. Although the things in the Mu family antique store were good, but this thing could only be bought from Mu Bingyue's hands. The things upstairs are expensive, but Mu Bingyue doesn't have the authority, so I guess the buying and selling will definitely have to call the person in charge of the family over. Even if the deal was struck by then, even if the other party was more atmospheric and eye-catching than Mu Bingyue and gave him something of a higher class, what could it matter? After all, even if that thing is expensive, the rebate still doesn't do anything if you can't get it back. When the time comes to look at the goodies in your hand, won't you just numb yourself? Yi Xian figured this out and didn't continue with this topic. Mu Bingyue smiled as she led the crowd to continue admiring the other rooms on the second floor, and almost every room they went into caused a burst of amazement from the crowd. After staying for a while longer, Yi Xian looked at the time and it was almost evening, so he took the initiative to say goodbye. "I'm done shopping for the day, and it's getting late, so I'll head back." When Mu Bingyue heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, she did not continue to retain him, but inquired, "Why don't you leave me an address, and I'll pack up the stuff and send it home for you?" After all, this big customer had almost rounded up the antiques on the first floor, which was still quite a lot. Yi Xian sniffed and thought about it, gently shook his head and politely refused. "I'd rather not. I'll just take it back with me." "Ha?" Mu Bingyue didn't even expect Yi Xian to say this. After all, these were all expensive antiques. A little bump wouldn't do. It's a little too casual to bring it back by yourself. When Yi Xian saw Mu Bingyue's hesitation, he had already walked towards the first floor. Mu Bingyue was such a smart person that she could naturally see that Yi Xian had made up his mind. She stomped her foot lightly and followed quickly. The crowd returned to the first floor together, and Mu Bingyue found the store's second, helping to pack those antiques together. After all, it's a professional store. There are ready-made packing tools in the store. Mu Bingyue and Xiao Er were busy together. Mu Chen was watching from the side and also hurriedly walked over to help. "Be careful. The curio must be wrapped in a few extra layers to maximize the shock resistance." Not only that, Mu Bingyue also patted several layers of foam paper underneath the box, and only after getting it right did she carefully cover the box. "Oh yeah, almost forgot about this." At the end, Mu Bingyue didn't forget to put a receipt inside the box. Yi Xian watched that the packing had been completed and was about to leave when a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of him. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. "Do you sign in?" "Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with a divine physique." "Divine physique?" Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at the words on the light screen, and the next moment he felt a heat in his body. As the heat flowed through his limbs and bones, Yi Xian clearly felt that his body was bursting with power, as if a small universe had been installed. Yi Xian took a deep breath as he clenched his hand hard, and in an instant, a very clear snapping sound was immediately heard as the wind was mixed with sonic booms. The crowd was startled by the sudden voice, and Mu Chen's eyes glared as he instantly looked at the crowd beside him and opened his mouth to ask, "Fogweed, what's going on? So loud. It's still in my own store. It can't be the sound of something breaking, can it?" Mu Bingyue was equally startled. She subconsciously twisted her head to look at those antiques, seeing that those boxes were all safe and sound. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. It was so scary. She thought the curio hadn't been put away properly and exploded. The others joined in looking for the source of the sound, but in the end, no one could find it, and a hint of doubt crossed the faces of the crowd. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, and there was more confusion in their expressions. Yi Xian only felt a wave of embarrassment as he looked at the crowd. He coughed lightly and said to Mu Bingyue, "Keep the stuff packed and I'll be on my way." "Oh, yes." Mu Bingyue greeted everyone to help pick up the box and together they walked towards the outside of the store. Looking at the red Laken supercar on the parking lot, Mu Bingyue's eyes also flashed with a hint of amazement and shock. The car, too, is so beautiful. Yi Xian took out the key to open the front trunk, but because the number of antiques he bought was really high, the front trunk was stuffed or not put down. As soon as he pushed down the lid of the trunk, He then pointed to the passenger seat. Please throw the rest of your stuff in the passenger seat and I'll take my time packing it up when we get back. The crowd immediately did as they were told. Everyone knew that the things placed inside were of great value, and one by one, their movements were also filled with caution, fearing that something might happen. Thanks a lot for today. Bye. Yi Xian saw that everything had been loaded, and after thanking everyone, he got into the driver's seat, pressed his foot on the gas and drove the car away. Over here, Mu Bingyue watched Yi Xian leave along with the crowd until the Leican supercar completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Mu Bingyue withdraw her sight and turned her head to look at Mu Chen beside her. Before the other party could speak, Mu Bingyue precisely pinched Mu Chen's waist and twisted it with force, saying in a grim tone, "Brat, look at others, then look at you. You don't know anything. Every day you just know how to play blindly. You don't know how to study a little. How are you going to inherit the family business in the future? What an unlucky child." Mu Chen listened to his old sister's hateful tone, and somewhat aggrievedly skimmed his mouth, muttering in a small voice, "I'm really a man sitting on the sidelines with a pot coming from the sky. Some people know quite a bit about it, but aren't they still as dumbfounded as I am by a few words from someone? I've been so wronged." Mu Chen obviously wanted to continue, but in the next second, his cheeks had been pinched to death by two delicate hands. Mu Bingyue's face wore a stiff smile as she narrowed her eyes and glared at Mu Chen, saying almost word for word, "What did you say, brat? I'll give you the guts to repeat it to me again." While saying that, Mu Bingyue nonchalantly pinched Mu Chen's face and watched as his features began to deform under her movements, which made her feel a little more comfortable in her heart. This stinking brother, he's so bold. He even dares to talk about his old sister, facing this suppression from his bloodline. Where was Mu Chen a match for his own old sister? And immediately began to beg for mercy. "Old sister, I was wrong. I didn't say anything. I just promised to learn from you in the future." Only after hearing Mu Chen admit his weakness did Mu Bingyue let out a cold snort and loosened her hand. At this time, a great young man next to him slowly withdrew his sight and let out a quiet sigh. "Alas, Brother Ye's handiwork is too big. Did you guys just see the way Brother Ye put things away? It feels like he doesn't take things as things at all. It's like he doesn't care at all." When the other great young ladies heard his words, it was as if they had been opened up, and they opened their mouths. Brother Ye is truly worthy of being the owner of a Leican supercar. This buying gesture, it's simply not too ostentatious. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen this kind of person who buys antiques in a package. That's right, I've seen people clearing out clothes and bags, but this is the first time I've seen this clearing out antiques. People casually point, "These do not want," the other for me to wrap up. Tens of millions of dollars of antiques. People Yi Xian did not have to deliver the door, their own car to pull back, still cannot feel the attitude of others. Mu Chen listened to the crowd's discussion and nodded in agreement. He also had this feeling just now, as if he was completely indifferent to this large batch of antiques. Seemingly thinking of something, Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he twisted his head to look at his oldest sister on the side. "Sister, I feel like he is still more attached to that piece of jade you gave him." The happiness on Yi Xian's face when he saw the jade pendant before was a flash, but it was clearly seen by everyone, greeting the crowd's eyes as they looked over. Mu Bingyue let out an ah, then slightly lowered her eyes, recalling the scene when the jade pendant was attached. A hint of pink tinted her pretty face at some point, and she seemed to have noticed this as well. Only in front of her brother's crowd, Mu Bingyue's small face slammed, and she directly began to drive people away. "Go go go, all dare to make fun of your sister? Okay, it's getting late. You guys should hurry back." Chapter 8, Signing in again. After saying that, Mu Bingyue didn't wait for the crowd to reply and quickly walked towards the inside of the store. Mu Chen looked at his old sister's back, and for some reason, it always felt like it carried a hint of falling away. "Come on, let's go to the next one." Mu Chen didn't take this small detail to heart as he waved towards the crowd and together they walked towards the parking lot. And the other side. Yi Xian drove the car while humming along to the dynamic music as he sped along in the direction of his home. In a moment's time, Yi Xian rushed back to Villa 1. Just as Yi Xian drove into the Jade Dragon Court Villa area, at this time in Villa 1, Anzio was dutifully leading a group of staff to carry out the cleaning and nursing work of Villa 1. Everyone was working in an organized manner, while Anzio was holding the picked flowers and was working on arranging them. Anzio's taste was very good. Her movements looked very professional. It seemed that she had a draft in her mind for a long time. Her flower arrangement was very fast, and in a moment's time she already had a prototype. "Well, it's not bad, and it'll look even better with some full stars to accent the perimeter," Anzio muttered in a small voice. The movements of her hands didn't pause in the slightest. Just at this time, she suddenly heard a roar of a car coming from the entrance of the villa. Hearing the sound of a car engine coming, Anzio immediately put down the bouquet in her hand and trotted over in the direction of the gate. Only halfway there, and Xiao saw Yi Xian driving a Laken supercar, which had already driven into the courtyard. Yi Xian, and Xiao subconsciously wanted to say hello to Yi Xian, but halfway through her sentence, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. After pausing for a second, and Xiao raised her lips and smiled, immediately changing her greeting. Yi Xian, you're back. When Yi Xian saw Xiao welcoming him, he parked the car in the garden, while he himself pulled open the door and stepped out of the car. He waved towards Xiao and said with a smile, "You're just in time. Come on, give me a hand." "Oh, yes." When Xiao heard Yi Xian's call, she immediately walked up quickly and saw Yi Xian holding out several boxes from the car and handing them to her arms. "Help me carry some stuff in. It's a bit much." And Xiao gently nodded. She and Yi Xian each held a few boxes and went back and forth a few times before they were able to move almost everything. "Yi Xian, there's not much left in the car. I'll just go over there again myself." Before Xiao moved her things into the villa just now, she purposely took a look in the car. There were only 3 or 4 boxes left. She took them back in one trip by herself. After saying that, Xiao turned around and quickly walked towards the outside of the villa for fear that Yi Xian would grab it. When everything was moved, Xiao looked at a piece of paper that fell out on the ground. She flinched and walked over to pick it up. "Ha, what's this?" Xiao muttered. And when she read the words on it clearly, her entire body was directly a bit confused. This. What's this she's seeing? It was a receipt that clearly stated that the things placed inside those boxes just now were actually all antiques. Xiao froze for a moment. Her eyes then fell towards the top of the price. When she counted the numbers behind her, the corners of her mouth twitched at that moment. Although she still maintained her composure on the surface, Xiao's heart had already been in shock, tumbling with all the shock. Was it actually tens of millions of dollars that she just helped carry? This! If she had known that it was at this price, she would never have dared to trot along just to catch up with Yi Xian. Xiao's small hand stroked over her chest to stabilize herself a bit before she carefully picked up the box and walked towards the inside of the villa. By the time Xiao returned to the house, Yi Xian was already there unpacking the box. He took out those antiques, holding them in his hands and looking at them one by one. He was still satisfied with this sweep. After all, every piece here was considered a good thing. As soon as Xiao came in, she saw Yi Xian casually fiddling with his antiques, and a small crow flew over her head. She was really a bit confused now. It was a bit too casual for Mr. Yi to just take such an expensive thing, right? According to what she had once learned about maintenance, any antique like this should be touched with gloves for better protection. Xiao stood there and looked for a while before she reacted. She felt like she couldn't take it anymore. Such earthy behavior. It was simply trenchant. "Yi Xian, I'll go cook. What do you want to eat?" Xiao exhaled heavily, spitting out the shock in her heart as if it had come together, and looked at Yi Xian and said. Yi Xian smiled gently and replied casually, "I can do both." "Good." Xiao nodded. Since Yi Xian said so, she would just follow the nutritional meal. After a while, Xiao walked out from the kitchen, her black uniform with an apron over it, and looked towards Yi Xian to greet her. "The food is ready. You can eat." After shouting at Yi Xian, Xiao returned to the kitchen and served the meal on the table. For a while, the living room wafted with a strong and very tantalizing aroma of rice. When Yi Xian heard Xiao's greeting, he also put down the antiques in his hand and washed his hands to sit at the dining table. Looking at the several dishes on the table that were full of color and flavor, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and praised with a smile. "You're so good at this. It smells so good. If you like it." Xiao returned a smile as she removed the apron she was wearing. "Take your time eating. I'll just go ahead and get busy." Yi Xian watched as Xiao was about to leave and hurriedly spoke out to greet her. "There's no hurry to get busy. Things can go on any time, but food can't fail. Sit down and eat some together." Xiao could hear the sincerity in Yi Xian's tone. She thought about it but still didn't refuse and smiled as she walked over to sit down. "Good, then I'm welcome." The two sat on opposite sides of the table, enjoying a rare moment of food together. "I didn't expect you to be this good at cooking at such a young age." Yi Xian clamped a piece of braised pork ribs and tasted it. Feeling the rich meat aroma swirling in his mouth, he couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. This is not hypocrisy on his part, but it really does feel good. The flavor is comparable to that of a decent chef. It was really a stroke of luck that he had found such a housekeeper. Xiao was a little embarrassed by Yi Xian's compliments. She gently pursed her lips, and her whole person looked even more shy. She gently picked at the rice in the bowl, her delicate little face tinted with a reddish haze, even more charming than the clouds in the sky. The two quickly finished their meal, and Xiao grabbed the dishes that Yi Xian was about to clean up and carried them into the kitchen. When Xiao cleaned up the kitchen and walked out, she heard Yi Xian say to her, "We can arrange the china just enough to be used as decorations to decorate the villa." "Ha!" Hearing Yi Xian's words, and Ziyao directly ought. She recognized every word Yi Xian said. It was just that when she connected them together, she was a bit confused. This is an antique worth tens of millions of dollars. Shouldn't something this valuable be stored in a special treasure room, just laying out there with a straight face? And Ziyao looked at Yi Xian with a puzzled sight, and saw the other party nodding towards him. Yi Xian pointed to the vase he was holding in his hand and said in a very indifferent tone, "How about you get some water in this?" "No, these bottles and get some flowers in them?" Yi Xian nodded his head with great satisfaction as he spoke, seemingly feeling that his idea was awesome. And Ziyao, is it really good to be so rustic? It really doesn't take anything for granted. Even if she had worked as a manager in a top villa area for several years, it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious owner. And Ziyao slowed down for several seconds before she nodded her head towards Yi Xian and then did as he asked. She fetched water and carefully filled the vase, then inserted the picked bouquet. And Ziyao also didn't forget to match the color of the flowers, waiting to make a few more flower arrangements, which were then placed on the table. A few bouquets of flowers like this put in place immediately filled the cottage with life. Just looking at it like that makes you feel better. Yi Xian sat on the sofa and looked at Ziyao's arrangement. After all of these things amount to a freebie and a lot of money. It's really a good use of your money now that you can still add color to your life. Just as Yi Xian was sighing that life was good, a curtain of light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Chapter 9. The system can still be so rewarding? Sign in successfully. Rewarded with a divine watchdog. Please check it out. Divine watchdog? Looking at the contents on the light screen, Yi Xian's eyebrows moved and did not say anything. After a while, and Ziyao took care of the arrangements in the villa, and then said goodbye to Yi Xian and walked towards the door of the villa. She still had work to deal with on the property company's side. Yi Xian sat for a while and also came to the courtyard. As he stood in the center of the courtyard, he saw a huge shadow coming this way. Looking at the speed at which the black shadow gradually grew larger, it was evident that the other party was extremely fast. When the other party leaned closer, Yi Xian could even hear the other party's huffing and puffing panting very clearly. At this time, because the distance was drawn closer, Yi Xian could also see clearly that the one running over was a Tibetan Mastiff dog. This Tibetan Mastiff dog is so big, it's the size of a full-grown male lion. It's very impressive. The best thing is that the Tibetan Mastiff dog has a very graceful body shape, full of power in those lines, and when it runs, the black fur on its body seems to flow, which is extremely beautiful. Yi Xian looked at the dog that suddenly appeared and could not help but narrow his eyes slightly, hiding the surprise that quickly flashed under his eyes. Good lord, this one is a godly watchdog? So huge that just looking at it makes you feel safe. True to the system. Just as Yi Xian marveled, the dog on the opposite side of the street came to the front door. It did not pause at all. Instead, it used its impulse to make a direct leap. The huge Tibetan Mastiff dog crossed the fence with such ease, and then landed steadily on the ground, still at an unabated speed, running wildly towards Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian, it's really worthy of the rewards issued by the system. This dog is too powerful. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that a dog could easily jump over the gate of the villa. It was just a bit scary. It was no exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for the fact that the current Yi Xian had gained a divine-level physique, his strength and speed had increased tremendously. Even if he knew that the one in front of him was a divine watchdog rewarded by the system, he wouldn't dare to stand in front of him like this. I'm afraid I'd lose half my life if I was pounced on by such a mighty dog. Yi Xian was secretly staggered for a while, and just at this time, the dog had already run to Yi Xian's side. It huffed and puffed and spat out its tongue, circling around Yi Xian's legs constantly, and even used its huge body to gently rub against Yi Xian's face, expressing its intimacy. The dog seemed to know that he was extremely large, so he was very careful in his movements for fear of upsetting his master. But even as the dog restrained himself with all his might, the sensation of that wildly swishing tail hitting his legs still felt like a small whip. Yi Xian looked at the dog's efforts to be cute and let out a giggle, reaching out his hand to touch the dog's head. The dog was instantly happy to feel the touch from his master and pushed his head hard to feel his master's caresses. That dog? That's great. Yi Xian touched the dog's slippery fur and couldn't help but marvel. He looked towards the yard, and then remembered that he didn't have anything here yet, neither a customized kennel for the dog, nor even the most basic leashes, dog food, and feeders and such, have been prepared yet. With such a good dog following him, Yi Xian was not willing to aggravate him. Yi Xian thought of this, raised his wrist and looked at the time. Seeing that it was still very early, he turned his head to the dog and said, "You stay here and watch the house while I go out and get you something." Okay. The dog listened to Yi Xian's words with his ears perked up, and when he finished, he immediately barked out with a woof. Then he went honestly to his place at the door and plopped down, with the appearance of guarding the gate. Yi Xian looked at the dog's alert and vigilant face, the firm back, and the body full of strength, and felt a surge of surprise and satisfaction. Good man, truly worthy of being a godly watchdog. This quality, simply ah. After instructing the dog to watch the house, Yi Xian walked to the garage with confidence and drove the car towards the outside of the villa area. Yi Xian had also lived in Jinling for a few years and had some understanding of the place, and soon drove the car to a pet supply street. The street is lined with stores on both sides of the road, with brightly colored signs for pet supply stores, interspersed with the occasional vet hospital with specials playing on an outboard stereo. There's an event for pet spaying and neutering. Do 3 get 1 free and give your home a clean slate. Yi Xian looked at the not-so-spacious main road of the pet street, beside which there were quite a few pet cages with cats and dogs for sale, making the already not spacious road even narrower. He was secretly staggered and simply pulled over to the side of the road, ready to walk in and take a casual look around. Yi Xian intended to find a random pet supply store, buy some first to cope with a while, and then order specifically for the dog later on. Many of the sales clerks who were making sales pitches were brightened up when they saw Yi Xian passing by, and they came forward to hand him a poster of the store. The words hadn't even been said yet. Just looking at Yi Xian's handsome face from a close distance already made people blush and forget all the important things they wanted contact information for. Yi Xian took the poster and looked at the goods on it, just as he was choosing what to buy. But the next moment, a jade arm reached out from behind Yi Xian, and silently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian reacted quickly and immediately turned his head back to see a pretty face with a smiling face. Looking at himself with a smiling face, the girl's small pink and white face was like a hibiscus, and her thin eyebrows were like willow leaves, which set off a pair of watery eyes that shone more and more. It's even more endearing than the peach blossoms that are just blooming in early spring. Long hair in the back of the head casually in a bun, elegant with a hint of laziness, but also set off the beauty. The girl slightly tilted her head to look at Yi Xian. In fact, her height is definitely considered tall in the girls in the category. A Tiffany blue sportswear to wear on the body, but could not hide the perfect curves. Yi Xian looked at the girl's perfect and delicate little face. The bottom of his eyes quickly red flashed a trace of amazement, and then he was caught by the little guy she was holding in her arms, attracting away his sight. It was a ragdoll cat, lazily leaning against the girl's arms, its head resting on its waves, and it was provoking jealousy in any way. A pair of icy blue eyes stared at Yi Xian. This character was definitely considered to be the very best one, almost ready to debut as a cat model in situ. The girl was also flabbergasted for a moment when she saw Yi Xian violently turn over. Her eyes looked back and forth on Yi Xian's face a few times before she tentatively opened her mouth to call out, "Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked at the girl in front of him and a curtain of light instantly popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Fongyu. Face value, 98. Stature, 98. Height, 170 centimeters. Purity, 100%. Looking at this familiar name, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up in an arc, smiled and nodded his head, saying very gently, "Hello, Fongyu." Seeing that Yi Xian still clearly remembered himself, Fongyu was obviously in a very pleasant mood and waved her hand with a smiling face, greeting her warmly. "Long time no see. Yi Xian, you've grown too handsome now, haven't you? People say that women change, but I didn't realize that boys change. But it's even more amazing. I was tentative just now when I patted you, and I'm even more afraid to recognize you when you turn your head so violently." Fongyu's watery eyes carried undisguised amazement. Yi Xian had looked good before, and now he was simply perfect. It's a proper manhood. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at Fongyu in front of him. His thoughts all of a sudden seemed to be pulled back to a long time ago. Fongyu was his high school classmate, and because of her good looks, she was definitely at the class flower school flower level. Back then, Fongyu served as the literature and art committee member in her class, which was a real variety of talents, and was a famous big talent in the school. The two people's interactions were originally not much, only before at a cultural evening. Fongyu also pulled Yi Xian together on stage to perform a program. Although Yi Xian's performance at that time could only be considered moderate, he also reaped a lot of applause along with Fongyu. That moment became one of the few high points of his previous years. Then after this collaboration, we all got in touch with each other a lot more. Before Yi Xian also became a member of a study group with Fongyu, who had a good family and often invited them out to dinner. For Yi Xian back then, it could be said that he had taken care of him. It's just that after the latter graduation, we don't have much contact, and I didn't expect to run into each other here today. Old classmate, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're getting prettier and prettier. Yi Xian's words are not a compliment. The system's rating does not lie. The current Fongyu rating is as high as 98, 1 point higher than yesterday's all-bookish Miss Mu Bengyue. By the way, what brings you over to Pet Supply Street? When Fongyu heard Yi Xian's inquiry, she gently shook the Muppet cat in her arms and explained with a smile, I just happened to come over to buy some cat food for my cat, and I'm planning to go to the store owned by Lu Chang. Lao Kung? Yi Xian couldn't help but raise a smile on the corner of his mouth when he heard this name. Lu Chang, this guy is also a study group of their classmates. Think about when they were before the relationship is quite iron. Definitely counted as a good brother. Just how did this guy get a pet store now? Yi Xian raised his hand to straighten his hair and said with some surprise, I didn't expect it. Everyone has changed so much after a few years of not seeing each other. And this guy actually opened a pet store. Hearing Yi Xian's slightly exclamatory tone, Fongyu immediately widened her eyes and said in an incredulous tone, Ha? No way. You actually don't know? I thought you just didn't have contact with me. I didn't realize that you didn't have contact with Lu Chang either. Fongyu then seemed to think of something, and there was a burst of realization at that moment. It was thought that Yi Xian should be more withdrawn because his family conditions were not so good, or was it the result of low self-esteem? Fongyu was just thinking about it in her mind, with a visible little excitement on her face. After all, it was fate to meet again here. When she first graduated, she was so timid and shy that she still had a gift that she hadn't given to Yi Xian. And there were still some words that she hadn't had time to say to him. Fongyu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian's faintly smiling face in front of her. This encounter might also be a chance given to him by God, and he should take advantage of it. But after all, it has already graduated for several years. Fongyu forcefully suppressed her excitement. This time can't be too abrupt. Can't scare Yi Xian away. Just as Fongyu's mind was raging, Yi Xian smiled as he looked at her somewhat dazed. Why? Big school girl, what's on your mind here? It's fine. It's fine. It's just a random thought, an emotion. Fongyu quickly waved her hand. Her own little mind. Where is the good sense to say it directly in front of Yi Xian? Her pretty face flushed slightly, and suddenly her eyes flickered and her words changed to something else. We had a few class reunions before. We haven't been able to contact you. You didn't come, so you probably don't know. Didn't Lu Chang fail the college entrance exam that year? He didn't bother to repeat the course, so he went straight to a junior college. But this college did not go to graduation. He dropped out of school after his old man sponsored him a sum of money. He began to free enterprise. Lu Chang, that guy, is what people you know well. He loved small animals since he was a kid. Thinking about it, he opened this pet store. Fongyu narrated the story in great detail, and shook the kitten in her arms when she said this. It just so happens that I don't have such a cat ancestor at home, so I thought I'd take care of the old school business and come over often. Yi Xian also gently nodded his head as he listened to Fongyu's words. He'd known about a couple of previous class reunions, except he hadn't really wanted to attend, so he just treated it as a lost cause. After all, with his previous presence, going there would be as a backdrop, and it was really meaningless. Fongyu looked at Yi Xian's expression and seemed to have thought of some bad experience. Her red-colored little mouth pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, It's good that you didn't come to the reunion. Alas, you don't know how arrogant the class president of our class, Li Xiang, and his lapdogs really are, and simply don't be too loaded. Others are at best a plastic bag. They are directly a marijuana bag. It's not an exaggeration at all to say that they hold more than a sack and really gross me out. It's caused me to not go to the next few reunions at all, and it's annoying to think about all those people. After Fongyu's flurry of complaints, she cocked her head and sized up Yi Xian before she remembered to inquire. Look at me. When I talk about messing around, I forget about business. What did you come over here for? Yi Xian didn't hide in the face of Fongyu's inquiry and answered directly. I was going to buy some dog food, and a few things the dogs need, and thought I'd stop by since there are more stores over here. Fongyu raised an eyebrow at this and said with a sweet smile, That's just right. I'll take you to Lu Chang's store. Everything on his side is genuine. It's more reliable to use. Fongyu is considered to be a senior pet lover. Talking about buying pet supplies is definitely the head of the road. To Yi Xian popularize some pet common sense. Yi Xian listened attentively. The two people walked forward side by side. Their face value both belonged to the super high kind. Walking together instantly became the most shining existence of the whole street. They walked out a bit further, and Fongyu pointed to a modest facade not far away and said, Look, there it is. That one is Lu Chang's store. Yi Xian followed the direction of Fongyu's finger and saw a not-so-big store with a simple yellow signboard, giving a clean and comfortable feeling. And the store entrance is not as cluttered as other homes, but cleaned up, which is quite in line with Lu Chang's character. He also has a foster service here. Not a big store, but it's done professionally. Before Fongyu even walked into the store, she pointed at the cages through the store's floor-to-ceiling windows and introduced them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. He could see that this old classmate had really used a lot of effort for this pet store. Fongyu walked in front. She pushed open the store with her Muppet cat in her arms and walked in. The wind chime above the door let out a melodious ringing sound that was very pleasing to the ear. As soon as the two walked into the store, they saw a figure crouching in front of those neatly arranged cages with a soft voice. Be a good boy and eat more so you can grow into a big, healthy dog later. With that gentle energy, those who didn't know would think he was coaxing a child. The figure hurriedly got up and looked this way after hearing the wind chime behind him and putting food in the cage for the dog. Fongyu had walked up to Lu Chang by this time. She squeezed her eyes towards the other party and said with a bad smile, Lu Chang, come quickly and see who I brought here. Hearing Fongyu's words, Lu Chang was also stunned as he dropped the spoon of dog food in his hand into the bag, then looked behind Fongyu. When he saw the tall Yi Xian behind Fongyu, he immediately froze, which then transformed into a burst of ecstasy. Misty grass. I'm not hallucinating, am I? It's actually really Brother Xian's grand entrance. Come sit inside. While Lu Chang was excited, he didn't forget to go and get the chair for Yi Xian first and greeted the two of them to sit down hurriedly. You guys wait for me, I'll go get you some water. Lu Chang was really happy to see Yi Xian and Fongyu come over together, and kept busy, not pouring water but also looking for snacks. Okay, you don't have to work, come over and sit down quickly. Yi Xian looked at Lu Chang's actions, and his heart raised a wave of warmth. True to form, the bond between the guys doesn't fade just because they haven't seen each other for a long time. And their relationship hasn't suffered in any way from time since they met. Good Lu. Brother Xian, you and Fong big schoolgirl first drink some water. I put these dogs rice continue to finish. Wait for me a moment ha. Lu Chang explained and walked back to the front of the cage to start putting out the food. Yi Xian surveyed the store. This place could be completely described by the windows and cleanliness, and all around it was very cleanly taken care of. There are no sanitary corners to be seen at all. Although there were many cats and dogs inside the store, the air did not have any odor, but instead carried a light jasmine fragrance, and it looked like it was cleaned regularly. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and praised, my goodness, you've done a great job with this little store, and business is booming, with so many cats and dogs coming in for foster care. It was the foster pets that Lu Chang was now busy trying to feed, and he said with a bitter smile as he calmed them down, Brother Xian, don't make fun of me, my little store is nothing. Besides, I'm not like you guys, you're all college students, high achievers, and the likes of me can only do hard labor at best. It is also only after entering society and suffering that one realizes the importance of going to school, but unfortunately there is never any medicine for regret in this world. The good thing is that his family loves him, and helped him to fund this store. He naturally wants to run it well, and also be considered to repay his family. Lu Chang quickly fed the dog and sat over. He looked at Yi Xian and inquired, Brother Xian, why are you free to come over today? I got a new doggy and needed dog supplies, so I came by to check it out. Yi Xian replied with a smile, and in the meantime, he talked about how he bumped into Fongyu and was brought here by her. When Lu Chang heard what Yi Xian needed, he directly slapped his chest and said cheerfully, Hey, absolutely no problem, I've got all this stuff here. I'll just give you a hand with it. Don't worry. Lu Chang finished with a hefty smile as he looked towards Yi Xian with an extraordinarily wide smile. But there's no rush. Let's catch up first. Brother Xian, it's not even me talking about you, but you've been out of touch for too long. What? Is this forgetting about a brother? The atmosphere was great as the three men sat in their chairs and chatted as they talked about the funny things they used to do, erupting in laughter every now and then. In this moment, it was as if everyone was back in high school, mindlessly heckling. Just as the crowd was chatting, suddenly a roar of an engine sounded outside. The violent boom was so loud that several people sitting in the store were startled and looked in the direction of the door at the same time. Only an Audi S6 was parked in front of the store, and the roar came from this very car. But it made sense that a normal Audi wouldn't make that sound at all, as if it had been modified in some way. And the humming engine sound was incredibly effective, because the noise was a bit loud. The cats and dogs in the cages that were obediently sleeping began to stir. How some of the less temperamental dogs started barking and even making whimpering warning noises. Even the ragdoll cat, who had been behaving well, began to squirm, with anxiety and restlessness in his movements. Nini, be good. It's okay, don't make a scene. Fongyu was heartbroken for the Muppet cat and hurriedly held it in her arms, coaxing it softly, but her eyes were staring angrily at the car outside. The Audi parked and the doors opened, and several youths stepped out of the car. Fongyu glanced at the few people who got off the bus. Her pretty eyes immediately flashed a trace of disgust. Then she skimmed her mouth and came to Yi Xian's ear and said, What bad luck today? How did I run into them here? Chapter 10, This is your car. It's still a real injustice. And it does suck. Bad luck? When Yi Xian heard Fongyu's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows towards Fongyu. Sensing Yi Xian's line of sight, Fongyu raised an eyebrow at Yi Xian, her gaze already drifting in the direction of the outside of the store. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed Fongyu's line of sight, and immediately his eyes went cold. only to see the door is not someone else. It is the high school class president Li Xiang, followed by a few silhouettes are also very familiar. It is his several dog legs. I didn't realize that after so many years of not seeing each other, a few of them were still hanging out together. It's really a love affair. At that moment, Yi Xian also understood the meaning of Fongyu's words just now. Quite a nice day to see these plagues, and indeed average luck. Just at this time, Li Xiang had already pushed open the store door with a few dog legs and walked in. Li Xiang walked in the forefront, and as soon as he walked into the store his face immediately showed an expression of disgust, and his facial features were almost screwed together. What a shitty store. So small. It's disgusting, Li Xiang said in disgust and suddenly saw Fongyu sitting in the store. As soon as he saw that this Fongyu University school beauty was also here, Li Xiang was like a master of face changing, and he immediately smiled with joy and his eyes were glowing. The few doglegs in the back also noticed Fongyu, and when they saw the more and more beautiful appearance of big school flower Fong, they all had their eyes glazed over and were a bit dumbfounded by what they saw. Li Xiang was about to come up and talk, only the next moment, he suddenly saw that there was actually a boy sitting beside Fongyu. Moreover, the two people were sitting very close to each other, and Fongyu's little face, which had just been filled with smiles, gradually cooled down after seeing herself. Li Xiang immediately became a bit displeased and turned his head to angrily look at Yi Xian. When he got a good look at Yi Xian's face, his brows furrowed, but he also recognized him. Gu, it's really rare, isn't this Yi Xian? Li Xiang casually looked bad, but at least he was a good classmate. Even if it was just to get close to Fongyu, he was bound to walk over. For Yi Xian's impression, Li Xiang was still stuck in that little transparent one in high school, so the derision in his tone was not hidden. Yi busybody, you've been a god for so many years, how many times did we invite you, but we didn't see you come to the reunion. You're quite high-toned. That strong hint of mockery came out of his mouth as Li Xiang looked Yi Xian up and down with a very impolite gaze. Yi Xian, it's really not that I want to talk about you. When Li Xiang was about to pick on Yi Xian's faults and paint his mouth, before he had time to say the latter words, he heard Fongyu snatch the first dislike back. If you don't want to talk, don't talk, no one's forcing you. Fongyu was really unable to listen to what was going on with this Li Xiang. One's own love of pretending is even if it is. Why do you hit people Yi Xian as soon as you enter the door? It is really sick. As Li Xiang listened to Fongyu's words, his face instantly became extremely ugly, only that he still chose to hold back in the face of this big schoolgirl Fong. The few dog legs in the back have long been looking at Yi Xian, but they don't dare to speak casually if Li Xiang doesn't open his mouth. After all, anyone could see that Fongyu was so protective of Yi Xian, and if she opened her mouth abruptly, she was afraid that she would directly offend this big schoolgirl. Several people could only stare viciously at Yi Xian, the hostility in their eyes so clear. Over here, Lu Chang also noticed the hostility of several people towards Yi Xian. He frowned and simply skirted around the topic. Hen, how did you get over here? Can you pull these things? Lu Chang prepared a lot of things for Yi Xian. The dog needs all the things loaded with some, enough to pile up a small mountain out. Yi Xian said with a light smile as he surveyed the small mountain of items on the ground. It doesn't really seem to work. I can only fit 2 people in that car, let alone all this stuff. I'm afraid this cage alone is not something you can put down in your own car. By the way, how much are these? Yi Xian asked, and before he could say the words behind him, he heard Lu Chang interrupt. What money is not money? You take it and use it, and contact me later when you are short of something. Yi Xian gently shook his head as he looked towards Lu Chang and said in a serious tone. No, if you don't want this money, how can I still have the honor to come here in the future? If you don't tell me the price, I'll transfer the money myself. Lu Chang looked at Yi Xian's expression and knew that he was definitely not joking, and after thinking about it, he still quoted a cost price. Yi Xian didn't say anything more this time and directly swept the code to pay. Lu Chang saw Yi Xian so painfully, and then looked at this pile of this, thought for a moment and said, alright then, you can leave the stuff here. I'll bring it to you later. At least it is a good brother's stuff. It must be served, and it is good to send it directly to the house. Lu Chang was also thinking that he had more solid knowledge about pet ownership and could give Yi Xian advice when the time came. Yi Xian nodded as he got up and stood, ready to go out and drive. Fongyu, who was next to him, saw Yi Xian get up and immediately followed suit with a greeting. Wait, I'm coming with you. Yi Xian heard Fongyu's words and looked back at her. Fongyu met Yi Xian's gaze and winked towards him, saying very generously, What? You meet this old classmate of mine and don't give me a ride? Do you want me to walk back with my cat in my arms? Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's delicate appearance and raised his lips in a smile. Okay, I'll take you back. Seeing that Fongyu was going to leave with Yi Xian, Li Xiang hurriedly walked up and said to Fongyu with a smile, Big schoolgirl Fong, how about I send you back later? While saying this, Li Xiang also very dejectedly signaled the Audi at the door with a proud look on his face. He felt that even a fool would know what to choose. Unexpectedly, when Fongyu heard his words, she looked back at Li Xiang, and his smug expression made Fongyu look sick for a while. She ran directly towards Yi Xian without thinking, not forgetting to wave her hand towards the back to signal. It's not even remotely obvious what choice Fongyu has made. Over here, Li Xiang looked at the back of Yi Xian and Fongyu's departure. His face became very ugly, feeling that he had been left out of face, muttering and cursing. So pretty to look at, but not so smart in the head. What's so good about that kid? Isn't he just an orphan? He usually doesn't dare to come to class reunions for fear of spending a penny more. You've got a face, and now you're riding a small donkey, and you're a meat and potatoes guy? Humph, you'll have time to regret it later. When the other few dog legs heard Li Xiang's words, the words they had held in their stomachs could finally be spat out, and they all opened their mouths to agree. This Yi Xian is nothing but a good face. If he wasn't good looking, how could he have been the one who performed on stage with Fongyu back then? At best, he's a showman. It's said that this woman has no brain once she's good looking, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. What does this Yi Xian have? Even if he goes to college, he'll still be a part-time worker. This kind of trash appearing in front of the eyes is really dirtying the eyes. It's only people at the bottom of the social ladder like Lu Chang who would sympathize with this kind of guy. After all, we've all had a tough time. The dog-legger didn't just scold Yi Xian, even Lu Chang was also affected. Li Xiang was indescribably annoyed in his heart, and he casually walked towards the place where the cat was kept. He walked right up to a litter and looked through the glass at the cat that was sleeping soundly inside. Hey, kitten, wake up! Li Xiang looked at the beautiful cat. The mood seems to be a little better, but after teasing that kitten for half a day, he did not see any reaction from the other side. Damn, a broken cat dares to take Joe in front of me. Li Xiang seemed to be recalling the matter that Fongyu had just refuted his face, and for a moment, the anger in his heart was all vented out towards the cat. He slammed his hand on the glass, startling the sleeping cat inside, completely ignoring the sticker next to it that clearly says not to knock on the glass. Over here, Lu Chang looked at them and also frowned for a while, speaking directly. Sit back down. You guys, that cat can't stand to be scared. It can't take all the fun you're having. What are you afraid of? What? It's just a broken cat. We can't afford it. Brother Xiang? A dog-legger heard Lu Chang's words and immediately disgruntledly disliked him back. Li Xiang, who was next to him, heard it clearly, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. I'm not buying it, but it's so cheap and average looking. Buy some to scare yourself in the middle of the night for fun? Listening to Li Xiang's tone of complete disdain, the several doglegs next to him laughed indulgently. That's right. What kind of taste is our brother Xiang? How can this kind of broken cat get into brother Xiang's eyes? Forget it. Let's not make it difficult for others. Lu Chang. It's not easy for him to open a small store. Do you really expect him to get a good cat? What can we buy? Ha ha ha. I guess even if I sell my kidney, I can't afford to buy any good cats. I heard that those race-grade cats, a cat is at the very least big tens of thousands of dollars, and the good ones hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lu Chang listened to their words as you spoke and I spoke, and held a fire in his heart, stifling it. I'm going to deliver something to Yi Xian later. You guys. Lu Chang originally wanted to give an expulsion order, saying that you guys should leave first if you are fine, but the result was that before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Li Xiang and the others. Alright, why do you need to talk about this little thing? You go ahead. We'll play some poker here in the store, just to help you keep an eye on the store as well. John Lu, good man. You guys are a good hand at making yourselves at home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fongyu walked with Yi Xian on the road, her brows slightly knitted as she muttered in dissatisfaction. These people are so annoying. It's really bad luck to meet them. However, Fongyu did not say the latter words, but secretly glanced at Yi Xian. Although these people were annoying, but thanks to their blessings, in a while, he himself could go back in an electric car with Yi Xian. At that time, wouldn't she be able to put her arm around Yi Xian's waist, or the bright and open kind? Thinking like this, Fongyu's heart was delighted, feeling that this was quite romantic. Fongyu gently pursed her lips and suppressed her emotions, secretly thinking in her heart, now that Yi Xian's body is so good, she wrapped herself around his waist. Is this considered mooching? A cloud of hot air rose directly to Fongyu's small face, and she only felt some heat on her face. She had never been this close to any boy before, and her heart was even tinged with a little bit of anticipation. However, in the next moment, Fongyu looked down at the Muppet cat in her arms and thought with some fretfulness, I'm afraid the little electric car isn't very big, so where do I put this little guy? The main thing was, if there was this little guy in the middle, wouldn't it be inconvenient for one to hug Yi Xian? Thinking like this, Fongyu instantly felt that she had lost a lot of money and looked at the Muppet Cat with eyes filled with embarrassment. The two people walked towards the street while talking. Fongyu felt that she had so many things she wanted to say to Yixian. Her pretty little face was full of pleasure, and it was even more indescribably pretty and soulful. As they were talking, the two men also walked to the curb where they had parked their electric cars. When Fongyu looked at Yixian, she saw that the other party had no intention of stopping at all and directly led her over. Fongyu froze and asked with some curiosity, "Yixian, where did you park your car?" Yixian pointed towards a short distance away. "That way." Fongyu looked at the public parking lot across the street. Her lips moved, but she still didn't say anything. In her opinion, it was probably Yixian's first time coming over and didn't know much about this side of Pet Street, so it was understandable that he parked his car at a distance. Time flew by as the two men talked, and that distance was soon traveled. Over here, Fongyu looked at the various vehicles on the public parking lot, which did not lack luxury cars, and she gently skimmed her lips. "You just parked your car here? It doesn't seem like you're allowed to park an electric car here." Fongyu pursed her lips and just wanted to tell Yixian that this kind of parking lot did not allow electric cars to be parked. When she saw Yixian beside her nodding his head as an acknowledgement, Yixian didn't know what Fongyu was thinking as he took out the key from his pocket and gently pressed it. The Lycoming supercar placed not far away blinked violently, extremely bright in the whole parking lot. Looking at the suddenly blinking headlights, Fongyu's small mouth was slightly open, looking at the awakened beast in front of her, directly sucking in a mouthful of cool air, her eyes full of unbelief. She couldn't believe her eyes a little. The car. Fongyu froze for a good while, the shock in her eyes almost turning into substance and spilling right out. After all, the face of this Lycan supercar is a ceiling in the supercar world. Simply an enchanting goblin. "Yixian, is this your car?" Fongyu took several deep breaths before forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart and looked at Yixian and asked with difficulty. Chapter 11, Fongyu, "Yixian, what are you doing?" Yixian looked at Fongyu's dumbfounded expression when he asked. "Only feeling a little cute." He dumbfounded and gently raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, or what do you think? I thought." Fongyu smiled sarcastically. Yixian had taken out the key, and with such naked evidence right in front of her, there was no way for her not to believe it. So naturally Fongyu didn't say the latter words. She just sneaked a couple of glances at Yixian, her eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Good lord, when did Yixian become so trenchant? It's a supercar, eh? And the color, the style, it looks like a top design. It's just beautiful. At the first sight of the supercar, Fongyu had fallen in love with the cool car. She excitedly circled around the car several times, looking at every detail, felt a burst of breathtaking. This is not a car at all, but a work of art. Don't just stand there. Get in the car. Yixian froze when he saw Fongyu finish her sentence, and with another laugh, he led her towards the front of the Lycan supercar. Fongyu looked at the supercar in front of him, feeling the red color as if it would flow, and felt his heart jumping out of his chest with excitement. She stood in front of the car and scrutinized it, shock in her eyes, quietly admiring the supercar at this distance. Every detail was filled with a sense of extravagance, and Fongyu's breathing became rapid. "Really love it." Yixian walked up to pull open the passenger door for Fongyu and greeted him with a smile. "Come here, get in the car." "Oh, good," Fongyu hurriedly answered. She had just taken a step, and suddenly lowered her head to look at the kitten in her arms, and her pace immediately lurched. A hint of apprehension appeared in her expression, and she stood still without daring to move. "This cat of mine might be a little unfaithful. Don't scratch the upholstery or anything, that wouldn't be good," Fongyu whispered. "This supercar is worth a lot of money at a glance. If it is really accidentally scratched, I am afraid that I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell myself and the cat together." Yixian was unconcerned when he heard this, as he straightly pulled open the door of the driver's seat and sat in. "It's okay, get in the car. I'll take you home." Hearing Yixian say this, Fongyu also breathed a sigh of relief and obediently carried the ragdoll cat into the car. Feeling the excellent wrapping sensation of the supercar seat, Fongyu instantly felt a burst of comfort, and her tense brows instantly relaxed. Then look at the car's extremely high-grade interior. Although Fongyu cannot see what material this is, but also know that this must be expensive. Just look at it, feel extraordinarily exquisite and beautiful, especially the dial in the car's center control. At a glance, you can tell it's a handmade boutique. Through the high-end atmosphere, Fongyu gently nuzzled her own Muppet cat. Her delicate little face could not hide her excitement. She was also ready to enjoy the feeling of a supercar. Hey, it's quite a day to earn it. Fongyu's mood was a bit excited. But in the next moment, Fongyu suddenly saw Yixian leaning towards him. As Yixian approached, Fongyu almost felt the heat emanating from Yixian's body, roasting her face a little red. Fongyu suddenly froze, her body froze for a moment, and the blush on her small face became more and more intense. indescribably shy. What does Yi Xian want to do? Shouldn't it be? Fongyu couldn't help but start imagining things, and along with her imagination, Fongyu blushed again. She was already thinking more and more about it now, and was even already envisioning that if Yi Xian really wanted to do something, would she not resist, or would she be more enthusiastic? Right at this moment, Yi Xian had already pressed towards her. The ragdoll cat in front of Fongyu sensed Yi Xian's approach and did not show much resistance, but only subconsciously leaned towards the back and stuck tightly to Fongyu's chest. The kitten stretched out comfortably in passing, her head pushed back even more, squeezing the large white rabbit behind her. Fongyu's little face was on the verge of catching fire, and just in the nick of time, Yi Xian's gentle voice resounded above Fongyu's head. I'll put your seatbelt on. Fongyu, good lord, a seatbelt that brainstorms so much on its own is practically born to be a screenwriter. Fongyu was now so embarrassed that her toes had gouged out a 3-room apartment in her shoes. Her expression stiffened as she let out a silly laugh. Oh, please. Fongyu forcibly suppressed all kinds of thoughts in her mind. She honestly leaned on the back of the seat, convenient for Yi Xian to fasten the seatbelt for himself. When the seatbelt was fastened, Yi Xian looked over towards the side and saw that the seatbelt that had just been fastened was just tightened to the right measure, strangling right between the peaks. Yi Xian watched as the seatbelt pressed the clothes down, and for a moment, the peaks suddenly became more pronounced and taller. You can't help but look at it. It's only a shame that the only thing that wasn't enjoyable was that the Muppet cat was blocking part of the scenery. Yi Xian glanced at the ragdoll cat and secretly thought in his heart, this little thing, it's quite a lustful fellow. It's in such a gently snuggled position that I wonder how many people are jealous and envious. Yi Xian slowly retracted his sight. He stepped on the gas under his foot and drove Fongyu towards the front. And on the other side at this time, Lu Chang organized the things that Yi Xian needed one more time. Then he straightened up with satisfaction and walked straight to the outside of the store, ready to go and drive. He usually helps out with some deliveries to big customers here, so his family matched him up with a big pickup truck to make it a little easier to get in. But it's a good thing we have this big pickup truck, otherwise cages and other big stuff would not be easy to carry. Lu Chang quickly brought the pickup truck to the front of the store, and by himself, he moved things one by one into the back bucket of the pickup truck. The few people on this side, Li Xiang, watched Lu Chang's movements, but did not look like they wanted to help in the slightest. Instead they were happily watching. Li Xiang looked at the broken and tattered pickup truck, with a hint of disdain on his face, and said in a conspiratorial manner, I'm not talking about you, Keiko. You're at least a small boss now. Why don't you know how to save face and get a better car? Look at the state of your car. How embarrassing it is to drive out. Let me tell you, this car is a man's face outside. Surely you should buy as good as you can afford. Those dog legs beside him heard Li Xiang open his mouth, and they also spoke out in agreement. Lu Chang, you are right to listen to Brother Xiang. He can still cheat you. Look at what kind of car Brother Xiang is driving. Audi. How many people do not even dare to think about it? Your store looks like business is good. Tighten your belt. Also need to change a good car. Alas, look at you saying this. How can the average person have the vision and thinking like Brother Xiang? Besides, a person like Lu Chang is driving out in a golden carriage. He doesn't look like a rich man. At most he is a horseman. Xiangzi, we just talk too straight. You do not take it to heart. We do not mean anything else. We are also for your own good, is not it? If you really want to change your car, ask Brother Xiang to help you advise. He knows more. You can quickly pull down. Look at you out of this idea. He knows a lot about Xiang, and he knows about luxury cars, not those tens of thousands of dollars of transportation goods. These few lapdogs have been honed over the past few years, and their ass-kissing skills have become even more refined, and the patting is a silent one. However, Li Xiang, who was praised, was not as happy as he had imagined. He interrupted with a gloomy face and some displeasure. Line ah, you guys, this pickup is once again, at least is 4 wheels of iron cladding. No matter how to say than Yi Xian, that small electric donkey is much stronger, right? Li Xiang's heart is now indescribably difficult. Really outrageous. This Fongyu is really brainless. This is a new Audi, and he's made some modifications, so who wouldn't come up to him and praise him? As a result, Fongyu not only didn't boast about it, but instead preferred to go on Yi Xian's small electric donkey instead of choosing her own Audi A6. This stupid woman. Absolutely blind. Li Xiang's mind became more and more unbalanced, secretly cursing Yi Xian in his heart. Damn it, this Yi Xian was really too inviting. So much for school. Still a ghost after graduation. How he's everywhere. Just as the crowd was talking, they suddenly heard a roar from not far away. Listening to the roaring sound that seemed to contain a huge amount of energy, a youth next to him froze for a moment and frowned as he glanced in the direction of the sound. He thought whoever drove the modified car over. The roar was so loud. Was this a stereo on the exhaust? A soft grunt escaped the youth's nostrils, and it was really something like that. But the next moment, when he saw the car that made the roaring sound, he directly froze there, as if he was petrified. Over here, Li Xiang and the others also saw the Leican supercar that drove over, and each of them was dumbfounded and stood there simply unable to believe their eyes. Everyone's face wore a shocked expression, their breathing gradually shortened and their eyes reddened with envy. Misty grass, this car is so nice and handsome too. Look at the sultry red color and the cool streamlined model that just hits everyone's heart. A group of dog legs looked at it for a while, and one of them drew a breath of cold air and looked at Li Xiang and asked, "Brother Xiang, what kind of car is this? It's so handsome looking, it pulls right up to full capacity." "You dirtbags." Li Xiang heard the crowd's inquiry. Curse words came out of his mouth. In his opinion, other cars cannot recognize. This kind of ceiling-level cars do not recognize. Simply delusion of man. Glaring at the crowd, Li Xiang coughed lightly and explained for the crowd. This is the Lycoming supercar, a limited global supercar ceiling, a favorite of many foreign royals and top tycoons. This car can be said to have a market without a price. At the very least, it will take hundreds of millions to take it. Originally I thought that such a limited number of cars could not appear in China, but I didn't expect that we have one in Jinling, which is really a great honor for Jinling. Facing this kind of top-class supercar, Li Xiang's face and heart were filled with envy. A few of the dogs next to him were staggered when they heard about the hundreds of millions of dollars of supercars. Hundreds of millions can only buy one car. That's too expensive? If they had hundreds of millions in cash, they'd rather put it in the bank and eat the interest than take it and buy a car. What kind of family background does one have to have such a pattern of driving a car with hundreds of millions of dollars out to blow up the streets? After all, even foreign royals, or those top tycoons, are placed in car museums to admire them when they have nothing to do. Who's willing to drive like that? It's still Brother Xiang who knows more. It's just different for people with a high level of vision. Unlike us, who can't even come into contact with this level of things. A dog-legged man said with emotion. He was not all compliments. It really carried an element of sincerity. Li Xiang looked deeply at the Leican supercar twice, and did not even dare to have the idea of taking pictures for fear of accidentally annoying the owner. Someone who could afford a supercar of this caliber was not someone he could afford to offend. Don't look. We can't afford this car for several lifetimes. Just look at it. Li Xiang greeted the crowd and planned to go inside the store to play poker together. But the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, that Leican supercar actually drove over towards this side. The crowd froze for a moment as they looked in the direction the car was driving, and no one left. The Lycoming supercar just drove to a stop in front of the crowd, and the crowd swallowed hard at the sight of the top supercar so close to them. One stared wide-eyed and straight at the supercar, none of them knowing what it meant. Just as the crowd froze, they saw the windows of the car slowly come down. Yi Xian and Fongyu's faces appeared clearly in front of the crowd. Boom! In an instant, the people present all sucked in a breath of cool air. One by one, their eyes were about to glaze over. They simply couldn't believe their eyes a little. Chapter 12, Nice Guy. We're neighbors? It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. The hearts and heads of the crowd were left with nothing but shock. And at this moment they couldn't even turn their heads. They could only stand in place with their eyes frozen. The look of dismay and shock on his face couldn't have been more obvious. Li Xiang had the same reaction. He looked at Yi Xian and Fongyu in the car. Even his eyes trembled. Damn, isn't this guy an orphan? Wasn't he poor in high school? How did he become the owner of a Lycoming supercar in good standing? Originally, they thought that Yi Xian was still as transparent as he was in high school, which was why they dared to say that Yi Xian only had a good face. As a result, people's backhand is such a hard slap. Who can carry this? For a while, the crowd's mood was very complicated, as if they were fish on an iron plate, and they were tormented. The crowd's thoughts instantly cleared. Looking at Yi Xian's supercar, their hearts were already roaring. The so-called car that can only seat two people turns out to be a supercar? Fogweed. They thought it was a small electric donkey. That was sloppy. Looking at Yi Xian's calm demeanor, and then looking at himself, such a comparison was simply garbage. At this moment, the crowd only felt ashamed of themselves, wishing to find a crack in the ground and hurry to drill in and hide. Especially those few dog legs, thinking about the words they had just said and the unspoken thoughts in their hearts. They were even more frightened and their faces turned white. This makes you look like a fool, without a shred of intelligence at all. Even if there is still a trace of sanity, we all know that such a big brother absolutely cannot be offended. A few dog leg regret, if not just follow Li Xiang together with the fight to pull step on Yi Xian, on the basis of the relationship between their old classmates, as long as they are a little thicker skinned, still afraid of not hugging on the thighs of it, and now it's all ruined. Over here, Lu Cheng finally reacted from the shock. His face was filled with joy as he looked at Yi Xian and said excitedly, Brother Xian, Handsome. You're flying high now. Lu Chang looked at the Leican supercar in front of him, but also felt like it. After all, the boy's love for the car is flowing inside the blood and bones. But for Yi Xian, he was more happy for his good brother. Seeing that Yi Xian was doing well, he felt comfortable in his own heart. Lu Chang was excited for a while. He patted his pickup truck towards Yi Xian and laughed nervously. Shall we go? I'll make your delivery. Yi Xian looked at Lu Chang and snorted out a laugh, nodding towards the store behind him. What? You're not closing the door? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Chang glanced towards Li Xiang's several people, and Yi Xian watched Lu Chang's movements and swept towards the several people as well. Li Xiang's few people were already feeling groundless, and when they saw Yi Xian's eyes drifting over, they naturally didn't have the courage to meet his eyes. In that case, where would they still be in the mood to stay at Lu Chang's store and play poker? Li Xiang and a few of his dog legs exchanged glances and walked toward the outside of the store in a grayish manner. Watching Li Xiang and the others leave, Lu Chang naturally would not stay. He happily got into the car and followed Yi Xian to drive toward the front car. Fongyu looked at Yi Xian excitedly. The smile on the corner of her mouth simply could not be suppressed. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen them eat their words. You're still great, Yi Xian. Thinking of the previous bad behavior of Li Xiang's several people, Fongyu only felt a wave of relief in her heart. For people who like to pretend like that, you should hit them hard and give them a bit of a hard time. While saying that, Fongyu excitedly waved her hand small pink fist. Looks milk fierce, but is very playful and cute. Probably because Fongyu's movements were large. The Muppet cat on her chest followed with a lazy purr. Then the next moment, Fongyu's stomach suddenly growled. In an airtight car, it was quite clear. The smile on Fongyu's face stuttered as she awkwardly picked up the kitten in her arms. Little thing, you're starving, aren't you? Hurry up and listen. Your tummy is growling and growling so loud. Ragdoll cat. Meow, is that polite? Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's appearance. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and said as he parked the car on the side of the road. Wait in the car for a minute. I'll go down and get you something. Fongyu gently bit her lip, obviously a little embarrassed, and nodded, her tone a little light. Thanks. Yi Xian stepped out of the car not a moment later and returned with 2 roasted sausages, handing them to Fongyu who was sitting on the co-pilot. Yi Xian saw Fongyu take it before he drove the car towards the front. Right. Let me get you home first. Hearing Yi Xian say this, Fongyu nodded with a red face. Well, my house is in Jade Dragon Court. Please, Jade Dragon Court? Aha! Hearing this familiar name, Yi Xian's eyebrows slightly raised and he turned his head towards Fongyu. Good lord, I didn't realize I had this old classmate, or a neighbor? Fongyu also heard Yi Xian's light eep at this time and smiled brightly towards him. You don't know about Jade Dragon Court? Yi Xian blinked his eyes as he listened to Fongyu's tone and said with some curiosity. What? I'm supposed to know there? Fongyu nodded naturally as she tilted her head to look at Yi Xian, her tone and expression as playful as possible. Jade Dragon Court is the most luxurious villa area in Jinling. You, a great tycoon, can you still not know? She just quietly Baidu, is also aware of the price of this Leican supercar. Naturally understand that now Yi Xian, the price has long been incomparable. So, living in Jade Dragon Court makes you a little rich? Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's jibe, helplessly flattened her mouth and said with a light sigh. I can't call myself a little rich woman. My home is the outermost and cheapest villa in Jade Dragon Court. This is still when my dad did the project. The other party did not want to pay. Simply use this villa to cover the bill. My parents were particularly unhappy about it at first, so it's a good thing they didn't put up a fight, but it looks pretty good now. After all, that little amount of money for the project in the first place has increased in value several times over. Not to mention, it was hard to find a room in Jade Dragon Court right now, and her dad was so proud of her for mentioning it. Fongyu thought that Yi Xian really didn't know about Jade Dragon Court, so she took the initiative to introduce it. It's because of this title of the first villa area in Jinling, and now all the people living in that villa area are real dignitaries. Just pull out a random one. The identity is big and a bit scary, so a lot of people cut their heads off trying to squeeze in. In fact, her family lived there honestly because of the unusual neighborhood there and never thought of selling. Fongyu introduced Jade Dragon Court while pointing the way to Yi Xian. A moment later, they were on the Yangtze River Bridge. Looking out from the car, you can see an endless view of the river, which is indescribably wide and spectacular. Fongyu couldn't help but also be attracted by the beautiful scenery outside the car window. The breeze blew the hair on her shoulders, and there were even a few knotty strands of hair that climbed onto Yi Xian's face, making him feel a little itchy. The itch seemed to be contagious, and in a moment's time it reached the heart. Sensing Yi Xian's hot gaze, Fongyu smiled and asked out loud, "What are you looking at you? Look at the beauty." Fongyu's pretty face suddenly blushed as she listened to Yi Xian's off-the-cuff reply. She rolled her eyes, trying desperately to hide the corner of her mouth that had curled up. You're pretty direct, but your mouth looks like it's smeared with honey. What? Is this practiced from having had a lot of girlfriends? When Yi Xian heard Fongyu bring up the topic of his girlfriend, he immediately revealed a hurt expression and lamented. That's not true. It's commonly known as the mother fetus solo. The pain of being single is something I've enjoyed for over 20 years. A sentence that made Fongyu look over and let out a giggle. A smile unconsciously crept onto the corners of her mouth, her heart inexplicably happy. Fongyu did not know what came to her mind. She inclined her head and placed the roasted sausage in her hand directly on Yi Xian's mouth and said with a smile, I'll feed you. Ah! Yi Xian was not polite and took a bite of the roasted sausage, while Fongyu next to him watched his movements and was also ready to eat another one. But the next moment, suddenly a car switched lanes violently and cut in front of it all at once. Yi Xian knotted the brakes, and although he avoided the cut of the front car, he did not expect to hear Fongyu beside him whimper. Yi Xian hurriedly looked over and saw that a grilled sausage had gone in flush. And just at this time, Fongyu pulled out the roasted sausage in her mouth as if it was nothing. That kielbasa was actually intact. Yi Xian also froze as he watched Fongyu's slow movements, and he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Good lord, that swallowing is kinda cute. At that moment, Yi Xian's heart was also moved. It would be nice if. Chapter 13, is this Villa 1 yours? Fongyu let out 2 dry coughs as she patted Yi Xian in dissatisfaction and said as if she was complaining. You guys? You didn't even tell me in advance about the emergency brake. Really? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. This is the front car suddenly inserted. He cannot predict the operation of the other party. The car continued to drive forward for a while, and the gate of Jade Dragon Court was already not far away. Fongyu pointed at the grand and atmospheric gate and introduced it with a smile. Look, there's the Jade Dragon Court. As Fongyu spoke, her sight had drifted towards the distance. Suddenly, her entire body froze and she let out a gasp of surprise. Why is the fountain in the courtyard of Villa 1 turned on? It's really rare. It's not usually turned on. Fongyu's tone of voice was full of envy. After all, it was Villa 1. Everyone envied the people who could live in Jade Dragon Court, but the only thing that the residents in Jade Dragon Court envied was Villa 1. That's where the real first residence is. Fongyu glanced towards Yi Xian next to her, winked and said with a smile, You're really here today. This is a landscape that's hard to come across. Tell you what, I can take you to Villa No. 1 to have a look at it in a while. I'm telling you, I've seen the fountain landscape open once over there, when Villa 1 was testing it, and it's beautiful in there. I don't know if it's a test this time, but every place there is designed by a famous master, so it's definitely a great opportunity to feast your eyes on it. Fongyu herself had gotten excited as she spoke. The smile on her face could no longer be stopped, and she smiled and came over to Yi Xian's side, whispering introductions. Yi Xian, you probably don't know that this Villa 1 of Jade Dragon Court is the real best place in this Jade Dragon Court. The cost alone is worth a few $100 million. That is really a good place to have a market without price. I don't know how many officials and dignitaries in the whole of Jinling are looking forward to it. I don't know who bought this place. Maybe it's the top few tycoons in China. Seriously, if it was anyone else, I can't believe who has such a big face. Fongyu gave a good sigh of relief as she looked at Yi Xian. I'll take you over there in a few minutes so we can see it from a distance. Yi Xian only found it very interesting when he listened to Fongyu's words, so he followed her tone and said with a smile, I'll take you over there in a few minutes so we can see it up close. Close up? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Fongyu's eyes instantly widened and she said with a low cry, You don't have to joke. If this is discovered by the owner of Villa 1 and it really does impinge on the dignitaries there, the consequences would be too much for me to accept. Although she was also the owner of Jade Dragon Court, she was very self-aware. That is, 100 of herself. She would not dare to make a fool of herself in front of the owner of Villa No. 1. Yi Xian just smiled when he heard this and didn't say anything more as he drove the car straight to the entrance of Jade Dragon Court. Seeing the approaching gate, over here, Fongyu sat in the car and smiled at the security guard through the front windshield, and waved and signaled. The security guard flinched when he saw Fongyu's movements, a trace of doubt on his face. However, looking at Yi Xian's car, the security guard instantly recognized that it was the number 1 owner. So even though there was still a distance between them, the security guards hurriedly raised the stall bar and let the owner of Villa 1 in. Over here, Fongyu looked at the gear lever that had been lifted. Her mood was instantly great, and she explained to Yi Xian with some excitement. Just now I was ready to go down and have a good talk with the security guards if they didn't let me through. I didn't expect these security guards to be quite smart and recognize me straight away. That's really good. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something as he smiled and nodded, giving a thumbs up towards Fongyu. You are more or less a social cow with a little bit of a social cow. I can't believe you can say hello to the security guards. Awesome. Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's jab and gave him a light little pink punch. Go go go. You're making fun of me again. Just as the two were talking, they had driven into the villa area. That way. Fongyu had just thought of getting up to give Yi Xian directions when she saw Yi Xian heading towards the other side. Looking at the direction Yi Xian was driving in, Fongyu immediately froze. Yi Xian, where is this going? Cough. Yi Xian, where are you taking me? Fongyu watched as Yi Xian chose a direction on his own without even asking himself a single question, and was instantly a bit confused as well. She mumbled as if she had asked, then stared stupidly at Yi Xian, waiting for the other party's answer. Yi Xian himself couldn't even remember how many times he was amused by Fongyu's droll expression today. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he replied very naturally. Where else? Didn't we say we were going to Villa 1? Fongyu froze for a moment when she heard Yi Xian's words. She turned her head to look at Yi Xian's serious side face and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ah, no, really? Yi Xian didn't continue to say anything, but instead drove the car with great generosity in the direction of Villa 1. Fongyu's mind was a mess right now. She even forgot to ask why Yi Xian knew the location of Villa 1 so well. Seeing that the Laken supercar was already about to drive to the entrance of Villa 1, Fongyu immediately widened her eyes and looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, you can't keep driving. Alright, come on, stop. It's just fine right here. You really can't get any closer. The identity of the owner of Villa 1 was not trivial, so they couldn't afford to rush the big man just because of the playfulness between their classmates. After all, that one, not to mention that his family couldn't afford to mess with it, was the top-ranked 10 villa owners, and would definitely not mess with such an existence as the number one owner. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's face, which had obviously changed. He didn't have the heart to continue teasing her, and obediently parked the car on the side of the road, no longer continuing to approach. Fongyu watched as the car finally stopped, and the breath hanging in her heart fell smoothly. Come on, I'll show you out of the car. Fongyu held her own ragdoll cat carefully, and the two of them walked out of the car together, looking towards the direction of Villa 1. From their angle, they could just see the fountain spraying recklessly, as if they had added a water and light filter to Villa 1, making it look even more beautiful. It's like a little girl's fantasy castle. Mysterious and high-end atmosphere coexist, but also with a daunting aura. Fongyu appreciated the unique beauty of Villa No. 1. She sighed quietly and said with great emotion, it's really worthy of being the No. 1 villa that everyone misses. The view. It's just beautiful. It's no exaggeration to say that the place is as aesthetically pleasing to look out at any time of day, and there's absolutely no dead space in 360 degrees. Look at the gardens and landscaping inside. After all, they are cleaned and cared for every day, and are kept in the most exquisite shape at all times. See all those flowers and plants in the garden. The property company sends someone to prune them every day as a way of keeping them looking their best. Jade Dragon Court was, after all, the top villa area in Jinling, and the property services here were naturally the best. The services that can be provided, though, make a difference. Owners of small villas on the periphery like the Fongyu family, although they also have a villa housekeeper. It is a housekeeper shared with the owner next to them. They are like ordinary property staff, except for the regular weekly cleaning and providing services. They do not provide services at other times and need to be contacted by the owners themselves in order to do so. So seeing all the delicacy in Villa 1, Fongyu was still very envious. Yi Xian listened to Fongyu's words and then looked at the envy that was clearly not in her eyes. He hooked his lips into a smile and squeezed his eyes towards Fongyu. Come on, let's get closer. Ha! Fongyu did not expect Yi Xian to say this. She froze for a moment, before she had time to open her mouth to speak. Her small hand had already been pulled by Yi Xian in the direction of Villa 1. Yi Xian felt the small hand held in his big hand, only to feel a piece of softness, as if it was soft and boneless. Indescribably good feeling. The soft touch, with a hint of body temperature, surprisingly made Yi Xian a bit in love with it. Fongyu's small face reddened at some point, her eyes sweeping from time to time to the hands of the two people pulling together, with a hint of an unintentional smile at the corners of her brows. But the next moment, Fongyu suddenly called out to Yi Xian and whispered, Yi Xian, wait. Fongyu's other hand pressed Yi Xian's shoulder while she had arched her back in a crouching position. You're so tall, you have to harumph, and then like me, small steps forward, so that it is not easy to be found by others. You know. While saying that, Fongyu had already started to do a demonstration in front of her. She arched her back as much as she could and rubbed herself against the fence a little bit towards the front. Yi Xian, if you were to play the lead role in a movie, you wouldn't be able to get away with stealing landmines. Older actors don't have as much drama as you do. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's appearance somewhat unable to hold back. He walked behind Fongyu and directly reached out to pull her up and said with a smile, what are you doing? It's like stealing a landmine. It's not a big deal to look at the scenery, but you're acting like it is. After all, according to Fongyu's previous conception, if they really bumped into the owner of the No. 1 villa, with this sneaky look, explaining to others that they were also the owners of this place, would anyone believe them? Look in the mirror. They can't trust themselves. Yi Xian shook his head with a light smile and looked in the direction of Villa 1. Alright, we're not afraid of shadows. What do you have to be afraid of? Go over and take a look. Yi Xian didn't just say that, he did it as well. After finishing with Fongyu, he was already preparing to take a big stride towards the gate of Villa 1. Fongyu, we're peeking into people's homes. Big brother, the richer you are, the more you pay attention to the protection of your privacy. If people found out that they were admiring their secret gardens in such a dignified manner, they wouldn't blow up on the spot. However, Yi Xian did not give Fongyu a chance to dissuade him at all. He directly pulled Fongyu, who was holding her Muppet cat in her arms, and the two of them walked towards the front. As Fongyu watched Yi Xian's movements, her watery eyes instantly widened in shock. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? She actually had some guesses in her mind, so she swallowed hard when she asked, looking nervous as hell. I'll show you inside. Yi Xian still had that mixed up look as he squeezed his eyes towards Fongyu, but as soon as he finished his words, he heard Fongyu suck in a mouthful of cool air, and then violently pulled him. Are you crazy? As soon as she heard Yi Xian's words, Fongyu almost blurted out, let's just take a look outside. It wouldn't be humiliating enough to get arrested just to look at the view. Fongyu was truly shocked by Yi Xian's thoughts. That was Villa 1, the backyard of a big shot. Wouldn't it be possible for people like them to pry into it? However, concerned about Yi Xian's face, Fongyu also forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart and thought about how to persuade Yi Xian. Just as Fongyu was developing her brain, she realized that Yi Xian was pulling herself close to the entrance of the villa. At that moment, Fongyu was really a bit anxious. She pursed her lips tightly, then pulled Yi Xian's hand, wanting to pull him in the direction of going back. But the next moment, a pleasant electronic sound rang in the ears of the duo. Ding dong, welcome home master. As the electronic voice broadcast, the door of Villa 1 suddenly opened, and the motorized gate quickly closed in both directions. At the same time, the ambient lights in the yard instantly lit up, arranging the road between the villa's gate and the villa into a big road of glittering light. Boom! Looking at the No. 1 villa in front of her, which was like an exquisite castle in a fairy tale, Fongyu only felt her brain short-circuiting, and for a while, she couldn't even say a word. Fongyu was now a dumbfounded wooden chicken. The whole person froze in place for several seconds before she turned her head towards Yi Xian with sluggish movements, a look of wanting to get an answer. That blear-eyed little eyes stared straight at Yi Xian, and even his breathing became rapid. You girl, why have you become silly now? This is my home. We are neighbors. Chapter 14, This cat went out for a trip. Why did it blow up? Yi Xian was once again amused by Fongyu's expression. If it wasn't his house, he wouldn't have such a wicked sense of humor to bring his female classmates to peek at someone else's house set. In an instant, Fongyu's breathing stuttered and her eyes widened as she looked at Yi Xian, her vision filled with unbelief. Villa 1, actually bought by this old classmate of his? Nice guy. This No. 1 villa, which countless dignitaries in Jinling had been rushing to, after hanging in the air for so long, had landed on Yi Xian's body, which really broke through Fongyu's imagination. What must be the selling price of the first villa that cost several $100 million just to build? Not to mention, it is also necessary to overwhelm a group of dignitaries in terms of their status in order to convince people to do so. This. One question after another popped up in Fongyu's heart. She felt like her head was going to be insufficient. Her brain buzzing, obviously a sign before it was going to go down. Fongyu swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty. Her eyes swept over Yi Xian's face. This guy, is he already so rich now? No wonder the ride out of the house is a supercar in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So how much does he have to be worth? Now, in an instant, Fongyu seemed to have figured out quite a few things. No, wait. Just at this time, Fongyu suddenly glared with her eyes and remembered something else. When they entered the neighborhood just now, it didn't seem like they were able to come in so smoothly because she knew the security guard. People that recognized Yi Xian's car at a glance. The owner of the first villa, but the entire villa area's most honorable existence. People offend anyone, but also will not offend this one. At that moment, Fongyu stretched out her small hand and stroked her chest, then glared at Yi Xian mournfully and said with some dissatisfaction, really scared me to death. Obviously you're the owner of Villa 1. Why don't you just tell me, and keep me on my toes here? You bad boy. I suspect you did it on purpose. Humph, but it's only been a few years since I've seen you. You've not only become oily, but you're also so bad. If she had told herself earlier, wouldn't she have walked in with Yi Xian in a big way? which would have been joked about by Yi Xian as stealing landmines. In that case, wouldn't what little image he had of himself be all gone? But after a flurry of complaints, Fongyu's mood began to perk up again. Since Villa No. 1 was Yi Xian's territory, wouldn't he be able to have a good view of it himself? It's a trip that's been well earned. Thinking like this, Fongyu's person was already bouncing towards the inside of the villa. She was already envisioning now what she was going to stroll around first in a little while. Fonyu's pair of eyes were no longer enough, and she had already begun to look around before she even entered the front door, taking in every bit of beauty. It really deserves to be called Villa No. 1. This garden at the gate is already beautiful. So beautiful. Fongyu let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration, her eyes glittering with a unique luster, her entire person appearing to shine. And it's even more luxurious than I imagined. Not only are there all kinds of rare flowers, but the design and all kinds of materials used are also very elaborate. For this No. 1 villa, Fongyu was now full of curiosity and couldn't wait to find out what was going on. But the next moment, Fongyu's gaze was drawn to the black mass at the entrance of the main villa, and at first she thought it was some kind of modern-style ornament. When she really looked at it clearly, for a moment her entire body froze there, and even her breathing subconsciously began to slow down. Yi Xian, your house seems to have entered a lion. Seemingly out of fear, Fongyu not only began to stutter, even her voice took on a hint of trembling, as if she might cry out at any moment. Just at this time, the dog, who had been lying quietly in the doorway, heard the commotion and drew himself up. Such an action made the dog's physique fully displayed in front of Fongyu, even more robust than when he was lying on his back, very imposing and domineering. The dog was very alert, his two ears twitching slightly in the wind as if he was collecting nearby sounds, while his dark eyes were looking towards Yi Xian's side. Where had Fongyu seen a dog of such a large size? Especially when she looked at the dog stepping over, she was instantly confused and directly froze in place. This. What kind of behemoth is this walking over here? Fongyu only felt a tingle in her scalp, and her legs were also weak for a while, as a huge fear bubbled up in her heart, and for a while, she was also scared to death. She subconsciously wanted to scream, trying to release the great fear in her heart in this way. However, before Fongyu could open her mouth, Yi Xian beside her seemed to see through Fongyu's intentions and covered Fongyu's mouth. Fongyu, this is anticipating my maneuvers? Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's wide-eyed eyes and let out a ghostly sigh as he hurriedly spoke out to explain. Don't scream. You don't have to be afraid. This is my dog. It just looks a little bit fierce, but it's actually very well behaved. Yi Xian was also worried about scaring Fongyu. He glanced at the Muppet cat Fongyu was holding in her arms and wanted to start with the empathy of owning a pet to make Fongyu relax as soon as possible. After just one glance, Yi Xian froze for a moment as he looked at the Muppet cat with a somewhat one-dimensional expression. Fongyu, your cat seems to be fried. When Fongyu heard Yi Xian's words, she subconsciously looked at the cat in her arms and couldn't help but frown. The ragdoll cat also seemed to be startled by the appearance of the dog. The fur on his body completely exploded and nestled in his arms was shivering in the middle of a woody. It was only that the cat was just too scared, and now the cat was trembling at about the same frequency as she was, which was why Fongyu didn't feel it too obviously. Yi Xian looked at the timid one person and one cat, so he had to walk towards the front himself and came to the dog. He gently touched the dog's head, and when the dog saw Yi Xian approaching, it immediately came forward intimately, arching its head over Yi Xian's hand continuously, as if begging for a caress. Yi Xian enjoyed the intimacy. He calmed the dog's excitement and then shouted at Fongyu. Come on over. Come in and sit down for a while. But after several seconds after Yi Xian shouted, there was no response from behind, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian glanced back towards Fongyu's position, only to see that she was still standing in place, shivering in the wind along with the cat. Looking at the scene, Yi Xian sighed quietly, then pointed in the direction of the corner. The dog saw Yi Xian's action and immediately understood his master's meaning, and without saying anything, he directly came to the corner position and plopped down. Simply not too well behaved. Yi Xian came to Fongyu and gestured for her to take a look at the dog. The dog is exceptionally obedient. He's hiding in the corner now. Can you come inside? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Fongyu's pretty little face as she bit her lip and said in a very low voice. I saw it, but I'm weak in the knees. Fongyu was really frightened just now. This moment could only barely maintain a standing position. Taking a step out would be easy to fall. Yi Xian condescendingly looked at Fongyu's appearance. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly bent down and directly picked up Fongyu in a princess hug. Fongyu did not expect Yi Xian's action at all. She let out a low cry and her hands subconsciously climbed onto Yi Xian's neck. The kitten in her arms was surprisingly similar to her movements, clinging to its owner with a look of fear of being dropped. Yi Xian let out a low laugh, and Fongyu, who was nestled in Yi Xian's chest, listened quietly. and felt the vibration in her chest, and her pretty face reddened all of a sudden, especially feeling Yi Xian's bursting muscles, each of which carried great strength, and feeling the hot body temperature of the other party's body. Fongyu even felt an extreme sense of security that she had never experienced before. Even the cat was docile and coquettish, nestled in Fongyu's arms not daring to move. This feeling simply should not be too peaceful. At first Fongyu, who was still anxious, gradually calmed down. She gently leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder, just to converge on the corner of her mouth a touch of curvature. Yi Xian directly walked into the main villa holding Fongyu. Both of his hands were occupied, so it was inconvenient for him to open the door. After using facial recognition, he directly kicked the door open with his foot. It wasn't until the two men and a cat walked into the villa and Yi Xian used his foot to bring the door closed that Fongyu felt better and exhaled heavily. Cough. Yi Xian. Thanks. You put me down. Fongyu felt much better, and she then remembered that she was still nestled in Yi Xian's arms. She struggled a bit like a frightened bunny and said to Yi Xian with some haste. Yi Xian put Fongyu down, and only then did Fongyu begin to survey the decorations in the main villa. The first feeling that this place gave Fongyu was that the area was too big. One living room alone was the size of 6 or 7 in her house. No wonder everyone says that Villa No. 1 was specially built by a famous master. The lighting here is too good. Also, as the owner of Jade Dragon Court, Fongyu could tell the difference from many places as soon as she came in. Her pair of dark eyes instantly widened quite a bit, and every now and then she let out a low cry. It's not just the light. The layout of the place is so sensible. Every bit of the design is very unique, and that's a lot of real estate for the price. There were still some words that Fongyu was too embarrassed to say. This place was simply not too luxurious, and every single thing used was a fine product. Top-notch goodies at first glance. After having this realization, Fongyu's movements all started to become cautious, and in the process, she hugged her own ragdoll cat tightly. I'm afraid that if you accidentally smash one of these, it's worth a lot of money. Yi Xian let Fongyu survey the villa as he led her to the sofa and sat down, smilingly saying, "We'll be neighbors from now on, so we'll have to help each other out more often. By the way, do you usually come back to sleep at night?" Fongyu gently shook her head. "I'm staying at the school during the week, and I come back on weekends and days off when it's easier." When Fongyu said this, she gently skimmed over Yi Xian and secretly thought in her heart that since there was Yi Xian in the neighborhood, she really didn't mind running back when there was nothing else to do. Just as Fongyu was rambling, her eyes suddenly glared. "Yi Xian, aren't we forgetting something? Yi Xian, seems to be missing someone?" Yi Xian and Fongyu glanced at each other, and the two of them immediately walked in the direction of the villa's gate. Fongyu first went back to the car and took out her cell phone. After the cell phone screen was lit up, he saw a series of missed calls from Lu Chang on it. At that moment, Fongyu also froze in place, only feeling that her entire body was numb. What a sin! Actually forgetting such a big living person like Lu Chang. Embarrassment and guilt were written all over Fongyu's pretty face as she hurriedly called back, not forgetting to turn on the speakerphone function. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Chang's mournful voice came from the other end of the line. "Big sister, what's going on here? You went in with Yi Xian instead. I'm being stopped at the back here. Hurry up and talk to the security guard so I can get in too." Lu Chang was really very helpless. He drove his pickup truck and followed behind, and even though he was chewing on his 3-inch tongue, he wasn't allowed to enter. He was really getting angry. "Fongyu, you may not believe me when I say it, but Yi Xian really wasn't brought in by me for him. To put it bluntly, it was still thanks to Yi Xian's blessing that Fongyu herself could come in so smoothly." Over here, when Yi Xian heard Lu Chang's complaint, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called the security booth, telling the other party to hurry up and let go. The security guard personally received a call from the owner of No. 1, and also paid considerable attention to it, not only giving Lu Chang a free pass, but even personally bringing him to Villa No. 1. "Mr. Yi, I brought someone over for you," the security guard said respectfully and bowed before leaving quickly. Lu Chang looked at the security guard who had been acting like a businessman a moment ago, and now had a respectful demeanor, and immediately froze in place as well. Fongyu looked at Lu Chang's appearance, as if she had seen herself just now, and hurriedly stepped forward to tell the matter that Yi Xian was the owner of Villa 1. Lu Chang's reaction was generally the same as Fongyu's, as he instantly widened his eyes with a horrified look of wanting to eat someone. Good man. This good brother of his is really developed, driving $100 million supercar and living in such a luxurious top-of-the-line mansion. It's a real showstopper. But apart from the shock, there was not a trace of jealousy in Lu Chang's eyes. He was genuinely happy for Yi Xian. "Oh yeah, you guys wait for me while I get my business done." Lu Chang spoke to Yi Xian and was ready to start unloading. He looked at Yi Xian inquiringly as he moved things around. "Where's your dog? I'll see if you need some supplements and I'll bring them to you then." Hearing Lu Chang's question, Before Yi Xian could reply, he saw Fongyu raise her hand and point in the direction of the corner. Lu Chang followed the direction of Fongyu's finger and looked over. And when he saw the dog that was like a giant beast, he was immediately startled as well. Good lord, you're raising a dog? This is totally raising a bear. Not only was the dog's huge size, but look at the dog's oily fur. The dog was too well bred. Lu Chang is a sincere dog lover. He watched the dog, although scared, but after a while it was bold, and praised it for a while. After a while, all the dog's stuff was unloaded in the yard. Lu Chang divided the things into several parts and placed them as he looked to Yi Xian and introduced them. Over here is dog food and canned dog food. Over here are the necessities the dogs need. And this is the biggest one, is the dog crate. So let's all pitch in and get the crate up first. The dog crate was very easy to put together, and a couple of people working together did it very quickly. And in no time at all, the crate was installed. Yi Xian surveyed it. He took out the dog's feeder and cleaned it before pouring it full of dog food. The dog's eyes lit up at the sight of the dog food, but he obediently lay in place, his harumph about to drip, without the slightest movement. Yi Xian saw that the dog was so obedient and shook his head with a light smile. Come here and eat. When the dog heard Yi Xian's words, he immediately rushed over like a gust of wind, pouncing in front of the dog food and eating it with a big mouthful of sweetness. Yi Xian was amused by the dog's appearance as he gently patted the dog's head. You're quite a naive fellow. From now on you'll be called Little Blackie. When the dog heard Yi Xian's words, it was as if it understood, raising its head and woofing twice, as if it was echoing. The watching Fongyu and Lu Chang were shocked at the dog's intelligence. It was too smart. Just at this time, Lu Chang's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said a few words before hanging up the phone to look at Yi Xian and Fongyu. Embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother Xian. There's something else going on in my store. I have to go first. Yi Xian and Fongyu understood, and the two of them sent Lu Chang to his car and watched him drive away in his pickup truck. When the pickup truck completely disappeared from sight, Yi Xian looked at Fongyu next to him and asked with a smile, Send you back? Fongyu nodded gently. Good. The two walked side by side, slowly slipping around the villa area. At this moment, it seemed as if the world was left with just the two of them, extraordinarily quiet. Fongyu walked beside Yi Xian, only feeling a small heart thumping, unable to suppress it at all. She herself couldn't tell if it was because she was scared, or because of something else, but Fongyu just had an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind, and her heart even carried a hint of a leap. An invisible deer kept dancing in her heart, making one of Fongyu's hearts beat faster. As the two walked and chatted, Fongyu suddenly raised her hand and gave Yi Xian a small pink punch on the chest, feigning fierceness. You bad guy, how could you not find anyone before? Now it's good. I even know where your house is. Let's see how you can still hide. Yi Xian let out a light laugh. Okay, you're right, but isn't it also true that I know where you live? In that case, you can't run away. As Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's words, she didn't know how her pretty face flushed with an indescribably brimming color. By the way, I heard earlier that you're now attending the Golden Academy of Arts? Fongyu nodded at her words, and Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched her movements. You know, the Jinling College of the Arts, that is also a famous good university in China, but also one of the three carriages of the Arts College of China. But it is renowned. Yi Xian's eyes swept over Fongyu's beautiful face and inquired casually, You want to be an actor someday? Fongyu thought about it and nodded seriously, honestly speaking her thoughts. I did study acting, after all, and I'd still like to get into the ring and learn the ropes if I get the chance. The two of them talked to each other, and in a short while, they came before a villa on the outskirts of the neighborhood. Yi Xian glanced at the location of the villa and looked towards Fongyu to say goodbye. Hurry back. I'm going to head back too. Call me if you need anything. Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's words and nodded her head obediently. She stood in place and watched Yi Xian leave until his figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did she slowly retract her sight, gently exhaling a breath. An aura suddenly flashed through Fongyu's mind. She froze instantly and stomped her foot violently. Oops, how could I forget about this? While saying that, Fongyu had already picked up her own ragdoll cat and ran in towards the house. As soon as she returned to the villa, Fongyu first placed the cat on the sofa and let it play by itself, while she herself ran towards her room on the second floor. Pushing open the door of the room, Fongyu pulled open the drawer straight away and tumbled out a small wooden box from the innermost part. Looking at the small box, Fongyu's face held a trace of remembrance as she gently opened it. Only in the delicate little box, there was a scented sachet lying quietly. As the box was opened, a light fragrance was released, and smelling it made one feel a rush of calmness in one's mind. Fongyu's pink fingertips scratched the scented bag. She bit her lips slightly. This was the graduation gift she had always wanted to give Yi Xian before. There was just one less opportunity and it was never delivered. Fongyu took a deep breath as she held the scented bag in her hand. ready to give the gift today. She headed out the door with a firm stride, but the next moment, her mom's quizzical voice came from downstairs. Yeah, what's wrong with this cat today? How come it went out with you and came back with an explosion of fur? It's freaked out, Fongma said as she reached out and stroked the cat's fur. Her eyes filled with heartache. Gee whiz, my poor little thing, why do you feel dull? The eyes felt all devoid of aura, as if with a hint of lifelessness. Fongma was startled by her own thoughts as she hurriedly took the ragdoll cat into her arms and cuddled it, softly soothing it. The ragdoll cat was swept up in his arms, smelling the familiar scent of his master and the familiar surroundings, which gradually quieted down. Fongyu glanced towards the downstairs. With her own mom there, she wasn't worried about the cat's state. However, just now, Mom's words had suddenly reminded Fongyu of little Blackie in Villa 1. That big guy, when she saw it violently today, really psyched her out. If she goes over there now, in case she is treated as an outsider. Fongyu pursed her lips tightly, her small face more or less blanched. She doubted for a million that the fence of that one villa could stop that mighty big dog. The quality of the fence was good, but it was no match for the dog's massive size in any way. Thinking of all the possibilities, Fongyu scrunched her neck in fear. She looked down at the scented bag in her hand and immediately dismissed the idea. Let's just forget about it for now. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 15, signing up for rewards again. He himself even knew Yi Xian's home now, and he was really afraid that he would run away? Besides, Yi Xian had just been busy for half a day, and she didn't want to disturb Yi Xian's rest, so she quietly walked back to her room. Fongyu carefully put the scented bag back into the small box, as if she was quietly hiding her feelings. The corners of her eyebrows were all shy. Putting the box back into the bedside drawer, Fongyu was relieved and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, Enzia was dressed in professional formal attire, taking small steps full of confidence as she walked through the villa area. She has a very strong sense of time and what should be done at each time is planned well in advance and in an organized manner. Today's Enzia was in an extremely good mood. Her pace was brisk and she was even humming a little song, and it felt like the sky was extraordinarily blue today. Simply beautiful to the core. Her thin-heeled high heels stepped on the stone road as if she was playing music with a special instrument, which was indescribably pleasing to the ear. Quite a few employees saw Enzia with curved eyebrows. Everyone was stunned. The bottom of their eyes frantically flashed with a color of astonishment that could not be concealed. However, the crowd didn't dare to have any unorthodox thoughts about Managerin, and hurriedly averted their eyes and greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Managerin. Good morning, you guys. Hearing the staff's greeting, Enzio also responded enthusiastically, the smile on her small face not diminishing at all. Looking at Enzio's back as she left with a smile on her face, many of the staff members got together and whispered with a gossipy face. Do you guys feel that today's Managerin seems to be in an exceptionally good mood? Look at the curves on the corners of the mouth. Even the corners of the eyebrows and eyes are happy. What kind of happy thing is this? If you guys say that, I also found out The former Managerin didn't smile so much. She always had a tense face at such a young age. Although she was still pretty, but she was easy to get along with, so it was easy to make people nervous. Could Managerin be in love? Just now I heard Managerin humming a little song. Such a perverse reaction. Either she's hit the jackpot or she's in love. Look at all the pink bubbles around the world. And Xiao didn't know about the staff's discussion. She was walking forward when suddenly her cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hurriedly picked it up. The opposite party seemed to be saying something, and Xiao gently nodded her head and smiled in response. Okay, I know. I'll get it right away. The one who called was a famous clothing brand that had a cooperative relationship with the property company, and the several sets of clothes that Enzio had customized for Yi Xian before had already been rushed to completion. The other party called specifically to inform Enzio to pick up the goods. Our people have sent the clothes over to the property company, so if there are any problems, feel free to contact us for alterations. After all, it is a customized model of a high luxury brand, which naturally attaches great importance to this aspect of after-sales service. After the phone hung up, Enzio's little face was even more full of smiles as she prepared to go over to Villano, one side first and arrange for the cleaning work. When it was about time, she personally went to fetch clothes for Yi Xian, but the next moment, just as Enzio took a step, she saw a dog darting towards her in the distance. The dog was not too big and not too small. It should belong to the medium-sized dog itself, but the owner's family was in good condition, so the dog also grew extraordinarily strong and appeared to be a bit intimidating. Not only that, the dog's character was also more ferocious, and when he saw Enzio from afar, he wailed and barked, and the entire neighborhood resounded with the dog's roar. That fierce and vicious appearance, as if he was a demon, ready to tear Enzio apart at any time. Enzio was at least the manager of a high-grade villa area, and she had seen a lot of domesticated dogs. Many rich people will have the habit of keeping large dogs, so Nzio was still relatively calm in the face. But even though she wasn't afraid of dogs, she was startled to see such a big dog barking fiercely and aggressively at herself. Nzio narrowed her eyes slightly, her pretty face whitening a bit, but she forced herself to calm down. What's going on here? The villa area is very well guarded around the property and there are no stray dogs breaking in on their own. So the ferocious dog in front of us would be the dog of one of the owners. Thinking of this, Nzio's brows but frowned even more tightly. Since it's the owner's dog, how can you walk it off leash in the villa area? This is simply not in accordance with the law or the rules of the subdivision. And it is outrageous. Just as Nzio was thinking in exasperation, she saw a woman's figure appear on the path the dog was walking on. The woman was walking slowly behind her, a dog leash in her hand, yawning as she headed this way. As soon as Nzio saw the woman's stance, she knew that she was the dog's owner. Her little face went slack-jawed for a moment, and she walked briskly over to the woman in a serious tone. Ma'am, there are rules in the villa area, and you need a leash to walk your dog here. So please obey the rules. The woman glanced at Nzio, but didn't even take her reminder to heart. She yawned and glared at Nzio with some dissatisfaction, a mouthful of excuses for herself. My dog doesn't bite, and it's not big, and it's dorky and cute, so why can't it be off leash? Besides, I'm the master. Aren't I following it? If there's a problem I'll drink it off. You guys are just asking for trouble. Get out of the way. The woman justifiably retorted Nzio's words as she glared at her condescendingly, even a little resentful of the other party occupying the path in front of her. Nzio was also a bit angry. It was obvious that she did something wrong, and now she had to argue here without reason. Her brows furrowed slightly, but as a property staff member, she could only endure helplessly in the face of such a mixed and unreasonable owner. After all, who called them a service industry with no real enforcement power? But the next moment, the woman on the opposite side looked behind Nzio. She didn't know what she saw, and instantly froze in place, and her face went white for a while, almost without any blood color. The woman's eyes flashed with full shock. She was obviously very afraid, but it was like she was petrified in place. She couldn't move her steps at all. And the dog that was still raging a moment ago was also staring at Nzio's back. The hairs on his body instantly flared up and stood rooted there, but he didn't dare to bark even a single time. The dog was so scared that he prostrated himself on the ground, his fat body trembling there as if he had seen something horrible. Nzio looked at the woman and the dog who suddenly didn't dare to move at all. A trace of doubt flashed through her pretty eyes. What's going on here? Just as Nzio hung her eyes in a gap of thought, she suddenly heard the sound of huffing and puffing coming from behind her. The voice was getting closer and closer to her own, as if the hot breath was going to spurt to the back of her neck. And then look at the reaction of the person and dog in front of him. In an instant, Nzio only felt a sense of danger coming from all over the world. The hairs on her body stood on end, and her scalp followed a little fried. However, out of duty, Nzio still took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to slowly turn her head. When she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of a huge dog, standing with its head held high, huffing and puffing. A pair of round, dark eyes swept back and forth over several people in an alert manner. Nzio only felt her breath catch, startled by the sudden appearance of the dog. So big? Compared to the off-leash dog from earlier, this one was a total behemoth, and no one would doubt that it was a full-grown lion, especially this majestic faction. It is the Lion King does not necessarily have this kind of elegance. Nzio swallowed hard. Her eyes were only full of shock. If it wasn't for the dog being pulled by the leash, she really would have been scared. Looking upwards along the tow rope, Nzio saw Yi Xian's face. Her eyes glared and she just wanted to say hello to Yi Xian when she heard Yi Xian open his mouth first. Yi Xian did not speak to Nzio, but looked straight at the woman in front of him and said with a bland face, "What? You can walk your dog without a leash in the villa area now? That's great. I'm too lazy to do that. A fart's dog wants to run wild. And this dog of mine likes to run wild." Yi Xian's light sentence. His tone was very light, but it was such a simple sentence, as if it was a thunderbolt, directly ringing in the woman's ears. The woman only felt a buzzing in her head, and looked at the ferocious-looking dog in front of her. Hell, the dog in front of him was clearly eyeing him. Wouldn't this rush over and tear her apart in minutes if she did get untied? By then, I guess I won't even be able to call the police in time, and my side will be torn apart and eaten by the dogs. The dog next to him seemed to sense something as well, and his trembling became more pronounced, dripping some sort of liquid down the fur on his ass. One person and one dog were scared. It was a matter of life and death. She didn't dare to be tough anymore. The woman's lips mumbled for a long time before she managed to squeeze out a few words. "No, can't." After a few words, the woman seemed to have found her voice. Looking at the terrifying dog in front of her, she didn't dare to relax at all and hurriedly continued. let me tell you, we have rules in the villa area. You have to keep your dog on a leash when you walk it. The word must came out of the woman's mouth almost through gritted teeth. Yi Xian listened to the woman's words. He still had a bland expression, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. Oh, and you here? The woman was Yi Xian's words all of a sudden asked. She was speechless for a moment. The next moment the woman reacted. Without thinking about it, jogged to the front of his dog, and tied the dog chain in his hand to its body. As she bolted the rope, the woman also feigned a low reprimand. What are you doing wandering off in a good time? If you hadn't run out in terror, how could I have come out without a leash? The dog has long been scared to death, but also ostrich-like crouch on the ground. Let the woman said something. The dog is not dare to move. The body is still slightly shivering. Over here, little Blackie, not knowing what's wrong, violently barked in this direction. The loud, muffled bark, as if it were a thunderbolt, rang in the ears of the woman and the dog, frightening both man and dog. The woman in particular, as if her lie had been torn apart, didn't care if it was dirty or not, and picked up her own dog and ran towards the distance trembling. That wretched back carried an obvious falling away. Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention to the woman who fled as he looked towards Nziao, the corner of his mouth raised in a faint arc. Yi Xian, you dog. Sensing Yi Xian's gaze, Nziao quickly greeted her. She curiously looked at the dog in front of her and then looked at Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian seemed to have seen Nziao's thoughts and replied with a faint smile. This is the dog I have, called Blackie. After introducing little Blackie to Nziao, Yi Xian looked at Nziao's somewhat fearful appearance and patiently explained. It's okay, don't be afraid. Blackie is very tame. Nziao. Ah, this look, call it quite tame? Have you misunderstood meekness in some way? Looking at Nziao's resistant face, Yi Xian gently blinked his eyes. He did not say anything more. Instead, he directly went forward and pulled Nziao's small hand, gently resting it on the top of little Blackie's head. The moment Nziao's small hand just touched the little black guy, her body followed and trembled, clearly feeling the fear within her. Yi Xian patted the back of his hand and softly soothed him. It's okay, don't be afraid, just relax. Yi Xian's voice seemed to be carrying a magic power. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Nziao's trembling was obviously much smaller. Yi Xian then took her hand and rubbed it on the dog's head. Touch the dog's head often, and you won't have to worry about anything. Listening to Yi Xian's casual and auspicious words, Nziao snorted out a laugh, and the little black son felt the soft little hand, also a face of enjoyment, gently arching his head, responding to this caress. Faced with such a well-behaved and cute response, Nziao's mood, which had been tense just a moment ago, instantly relaxed. She blinked her eyes at the little black man and gave a tentative bark. Blackie? Woof! The dog heard Nziao's call and immediately responded, then honestly sat on the ground, the corners of his large mouth lifting upwards in a giggling manner. Looking at such a naive dog, Nziao finally relaxed completely. She smiled with arched eyebrows, and liked the big black guy in front of her from the bottom of her heart. Although he looks fierce, he's actually quite nerdy. After interacting with the dog for a couple of moments, Nziao seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Xian and said, Right, Yi Xian, the clothes I customized for you last time have arrived. I'll go fetch them for you. Try them on? Yi Xian gently nodded his head as he thought about it and said, It's just as well that we're going back, so why don't you just ask someone to send the clothes to Villa 1? While speaking, Yi Xian suddenly handed the traction rope in his hand to Nziao and said with a smile, You come and familiarize yourself with little Blackie first, and in the future, if I don't have time, little Blackie will have to trouble you to take care of him. This black guy was fierce looking. If he didn't let Nziao get used to it, I'm afraid it would also easily scare her. Nziao didn't reject the work arranged by Yi Xian. She was just a bit unconfident. Can I? Nziao finished by lowering her head and looking at little Blackie with helplessness in her eyes. This big guy, is this a dog walking a man or a man walking a dog? You can try. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Nziao summoned up the courage to pull the traction rope and led little Blackie down the path of the villa area. After holding little Blackie for a while, Nziao gradually felt that this feeling was not bad. This little Blackie is really very tame and smart enough to seem to understand human language and knows to actively avoid the owners in the villa area when they encounter them. At the very least when it's calm like this, it does. Nziao gradually slipped out a little feeling too, joyfully followed behind Yi Xian, walked back to the first villa. Yi Xian told Nziao the location of the dog's cage and where it usually used things. Nziao carefully recorded it, and she personally poured the dog food for little Blackie after getting Yi Xian's permission. Watching it gobble it down in a big gulp, after feeding the dog, outside Villa 1 suddenly walked in a property staff member, who was carrying several boxes, which were exactly the customized clothes specially made for Yi Xian. Seeing her colleague coming over, and Ziyao hurriedly greeted her and took the clothes, accompanying Yi Xian into the villa. After coming to the living room, and Ziyao took several sets of clothes out of the box and looked at the styles and cuts with Yi Xian. Yi Xian briefly looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. In the end, it is a big brand of haute couture. The tailoring is really noteworthy, and the details are handled very well. I'm going to try on some clothes first. Yi Xian took those clothes and led the way to the bedroom, and Ziyao waited in the living room on the first floor, looking at Yi Xian's back as he disappeared up the stairs, already imagining what Yi Xian would look like after he put on his clothes. Given Mr. Ye's looks and body, I'm sure he's very handsome, and Ziyao's face carried a vague look of anticipation, and her mind was already involuntarily imagining that wonderful picture. After a while, Yi Xian walked out of the room. He came down the stairs, and from the moment his figure appeared, and Ziyao's line of sight never left. Such Yi Xian was simply too handsome, and Ziyao stared blankly. At this moment, she suddenly realized how true that saying that people rely on their clothes was. Obviously it was just changing into a set of clothes, but Yi Xian's advantages in body shape and temperament were set off at once. Looking at it this way, Yi Xian was a veritable eccentric nobleman. After Ziyao was stunned for a moment, she quickly stepped forward and straightened the corners of Yi Xian's clothes and the position of his pants. She was very careful in organizing it, just like treating a precious treasure with gentle movements, making Ziyao like a little daughter-in-law, doing her best for the man she loves, organizing her clothes. On this side, Yi Xian was quietly standing in place, matching Ziyao's movements by slightly opening his arms to facilitate the other party's organizing. The moment Ziyao touched him, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Chapter 16, still signing up for this? Sign in successfully. Rewarded with the Lance unstoppable skill and all-around enhancement for the host. Yi Xian. Good lord. That's a decent system. When Yi Xian's mind moved, his system panel immediately appeared in front of him. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 99001000. Looking at the asset information that had been updated, and the small balance of 100 million immediately, Yi Xian's expression did not change in the slightest. It seems that today's 10 million has been activated to the account. Not bad. Not bad. True to the system. True to form. With her clothes already organized, and Ziyao looked at Yi Xian's handsome appearance, lowered her head to curb the amazement and admiration under her eyes, and respectfully inquired, "Are you still satisfied?" Yi Xian walked to the mirror and looked at himself, nodding in satisfaction. That's nice. You've got a heart." Hearing that Yi Xian was satisfied, and Ziyao was also very happy, she raised her wrist and looked at the time, so she informed Yi Xian and walked to the courtyard to start arranging for the staff to clean up. After Yi Xian cleaned himself up, he walked straight to the garage to get the keys and drove the Lamborghini Poison in the direction of the school. There was a class this morning, and Yi Xian didn't want to be delayed. The journey was very smooth. Yi Xian parked the car in the parking lot outside the school and then walked towards the direction of the classroom. After walking into the dormitory, Yi Xian scanned the circle. Not many students were present today, but several people from the dormitory were not here. Yi Xian lifted his wrist and looked at the time. Class was about to start, but these guys hadn't come over yet. Yi Xian wanted to know what the situation was. Good lord, the fucking guys skipped class again. Just as Yi Xian was silently spitting, the professor who was teaching today also walked into the classroom. He pulled out the roster and began taking names. In the face of this situation, although Yi Xian was helpless, he had no choice but to harden his head and change different tones of voice, answering to for the few guys in the dormitory. Over here, after the professor had taken the roll call, he put down the roster in his hand and was about to start lecturing when he suddenly noticed that there weren't a few people sitting in the class in total. Good lord, just a few silhouettes, and the whole class is here at roll call? The professor's beard straightened in anger. The students nowadays, they are really getting more and more righteous. But the professor was in a good mood today, so he didn't bother with that much and simply continued with his class. After all, the end-of-course exams at Jinling University are not the usual fun and games, and as long as these guys can pass, even if they don't come to class, it's certainly not a problem. The professor's mind was a good one, and he was soon immersed in his lecture, rattling off his concepts and ideas. Yi Xian listened attentively, and various solution ideas were forming in his mind. Just at this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt the vibration of his cell phone. He took it out and glanced at it, realizing it was a message from the oldest of the dorms. "Brother San, are you in the classroom yet? Did old Chang call the roll today?" Yi Xian picked up his cell phone and tapped the screen a few times and quickly replied. Arrived, answered to you all arrived. He naturally knew what these guys were thinking in their hearts, and Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush with them, directly stating the matter of the roll call. Old Four's thank you message was quickly sent back, full of screen flying kiss emoticons. Disgusting, Yi Xian almost threw his phone out. Brother San, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. On behalf of Boss and Junior, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Those two lazy bastards haven't gotten up yet. Yi Xian, good guy. If this waits for the three of them to come to class to answer to, I'm afraid that one of their dormitories will have to be flunked out straight away. Yi Xian was about to put away his cell phone when Old Four's message sent over again. Brother San, don't be angry. I'll call up those two fools from Boss Lauer. They'll be at your disposal in the classroom in a while. Yi Xian was amused by Lao Si's text message as he took his cell phone and replied. No need. It's already been answered anyway. Old Four didn't reply to the message, but instead sent over quite a few emoticons to express his gratitude to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too lazy to be paying attention to this guy. He put his cell phone on mute on the table and then listened carefully to the professor's class, taking notes carefully. After a while, Yi Xian's cell phone lit up again and a message popped up on the screen of his cell phone. Yi Xian glanced towards the screen and realized that it was a message from Fongyu. Yi Xian, where are you? There's something I forgot to give you yesterday. It's a small gift. A little gift? Looking at the focus of Fongyu's words, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up, picking up his cell phone and quickly replying. Hey, if you say you're giving something away, then I'm interested. Yi Xian casually joked, then sent another message over. I'll come over to you after class in a bit. At this time, Fongyu on the other side looked at the cell phone screen, looking at the message that came back in seconds from the cell phone. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. No need. In fact, it's good to wait until afterward when you have the chance. For some reason, looking at Yi Xian's reply, Fongyu instantly felt more than a hint of timidity and embarrassment. However, Yi Xian still replied quickly. Say it again. Say it again. Fongyu walked forward while repeatedly looking at the message Yi Xian had replied to. A smile pursed gently on the corner of her mouth. As if thinking of something, her small hand gently gripped the box in her other hand. Next to her, her roommate looked at Fongyu with a smile at the corner of her mouth and squeezed her eyes towards her, inquiring with a gossipy face. Gu, what's wrong, Fong de beauty? Are you in love? That roommate said with a bad smile while his eyes swept towards Fongyu's cell phone screen. Who are you messaging? Come on, give us an honest answer. This box looks so delicate and we haven't seen it before. Is it a gift for someone inside? The next few housemates heard the girl's words. You looked at me. I looked at you. And voiced their agreement. Good man. After hearing you say that, when I look at our big beauty Fong's little face now, I feel like my face looks like a peach blossom. This is a sign of peach blossom movement, isn't it? TSK. I don't know what kind of person the other party is that could be worthy of such a heartfelt favor from our big school flower Fong. Another heart to return messages and send gifts. It's really never been seen before. Alas, those are not so bad. The most terrible thing is that people are in love, but they don't know to inform us. This is not treating us as sisters. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Over here, a few housemates were talking to each other. Fongyu obviously froze for a moment. Her small face slumped and she said in a serious manner, what are you guys talking about? What are you in love with? There is no such thing. I'm not in love. Who said I was in love? Slander. Absolute slander. A few housemates. Good lord. We were just having a bit of fun. Wouldn't you be so outspoken in your opposition? Well, if you do, we'll understand. A few of the housemates then looked at each other and smiled. That anti-smile on their faces, not even trying to hide it. Fongyu also realized that the situation was not right at this time. She immediately looked over towards her several housemates, and looking at the several of them with a smile in their eyes, she was immediately embarrassed. It occurred to her at this time, knowing that she had just overreacted a bit, and she felt a bit numb all of a sudden. Good lord, this is really not explainable. On this side, several roommates were not going to let Fongyu go, sighing together. Alas, if you can get off, you can all get off. What's the point of sisterhood? You have men and that's enough. It's so sad for a few of us. Every one of them has a dog, and we sisters are the only ones left who are still single. I didn't realize that there were traitors within the dogs. I had agreed to be single together, but I didn't realize that some people walk around with company. Fongyu, when it comes to yin and yang, you guys are really something. Fongyu blared viciously at a few of her roommates, and everyone walked towards the school building in a cheeky manner. All that was left was a burst of laughter, which was dispersed by a gust of wind as they left. Seeing their backs disappear from sight, a few boys next to them who were covered in designer labels looked at the youth next to them with a smile and marveled. Take care, sister-in-law is so beautiful. It has to be you. This aesthetic is perfect. A boy next to him ahs as he scratches his head in some confusion and opens his mouth to ask, "Ha? Didn't Zhao not take Fongyu yet?" As soon as he finished a sentence, another boy next to him slapped him on the back of the head and lightly reprimanded him. "What are you talking about? There's still a girl our brother Zhao can't get?" Those women in the past, no matter if she was the class flower or the school flower, which one of them wasn't taken down easily by Zhao? There was never any accident. You guys don't think about it. When Zhao's Primera pulls up, there's no girl who won't get in the car. Humph. Even if there are one or two noble ones, once the roses are sent, the little love words are said, and we follow the atmosphere. It's still a matter of minutes, the boy said with experience, and a few people next to him nodded in agreement as they listened. That's true. They've seen the most noble of girls, and they still end up in the car. A smile of determination appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he swept a glance at the few boys around him. By the way, are you all ready? Don't worry brother Zhao. You told us, how could we not prepare? It was ready a long time ago. Listening to the assurances of a few boys patting their chests, Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and raised his head to look towards the school building in front of him. Zhao Feng thought about Fongyu's delicate little face and forced down the impatience in his heart and said with a smile, "Okay, we'll start right away when they get out of class in a little while. Don't girls just love a ritual?" He gives it to her. As long as he was thinking about Fongyu's tall figure and a face full of aura, Zhao Feng couldn't wait any longer several times. Couldn't wait to have her. After a while, Fongyu's class finally ended, and she and a few of her roommates followed behind their classmates and walked out of the classroom together. A few people walked out with a smile on their faces, and Fongyu spoke to her housemates while silently calculating in her heart. Now just after class, why don't you rush over to Yixian's school directly and give him the stuff? Thinking of seeing Yixian again, Fongyu didn't know why, but her heart just fluttered faster and faster. Just when Fongyu was still entangled in whether or not to go, the roommate next to her looked at Fongyu's dumbfounded appearance, and immediately pursed her lips and was happy, not forgetting to pull the roommate next to her to watch together. This is the first time they have seen such a distracted Fongyu. A few housemates quietly got together and watched the small expression on Fongyu's pretty face, a situation they had never seen before, making them excited and a whisper. Just at this time, they saw Fongyu suddenly take out her cell phone and look at it, hesitation written all over her small face, and a long sigh. "What's wrong, Hyatt?" Seeing that Fongyu suddenly changed her face, several housemates immediately came up to inquire with concern. Fongyu shook her cell phone around and replied somewhat helplessly, "What else could it be? It's a bit of business to take care of over at the student council." Suddenly appearing a bit of work is not terrible, but as soon as Fongyu thought that this affects her to see Yixian in the first place, her mood suddenly became a bit unbeautiful. It's not really something to dwell on, because you can't go at all because you have to take care of work. The several housemates didn't think that much, and thought that it was because there was too much work in the student union, and Fongyu felt pressured, so she spoke out to comfort them. "The student council has something going on at this time. I assume it's about the talent party the night after tomorrow? With something this big, you, the student council president, will naturally have your hands full, as much as you can." A housemate next to her, listening to her, suddenly picked up the conversation. "I've heard a little news. It seems that the opposite side of the Jinling Normal is also going to hold a party. As if I heard that the momentum over there is not small. They're doing this on purpose at this time, as if they have to overpower us. You have to fight for our school, my assembly president." As the president of the student council, Fongyu was naturally a bit more informed in this regard. She nodded vigorously and responded with a confident look on her face. "You guys just relax. That's for sure. Even if it's for the honor of the school, they can't lose this party." After Fongyu said that, she also realized the importance of this party. She secretly sighed in her heart. In that case, she really couldn't go over to Yixian today, although it was a bit of a pity, but Fongyu also knew that business was important, so she hurriedly cleared her mind and walked towards the downstairs with a few of her roommates. A few people had just walked down together when they heard a cacophony of voices coming from the other side. Quite a few students gathered there to watch. Everyone talking and talking. The whole school building looked chaotic down there. What's going on?" one of the housemates asked curiously, and a few people looked at each other and walked together towards the outside of the school building. Only when they walked out did they realize that they only saw that a lot of bouquets of flowers had been placed in front of the school building at an unknown time, and those roses were placed there in a regular manner, and parked next to them was a Porsche Panamera. The baby blue car shone in the sunlight, and the red roses formed a very strong color clash, which was appropriate. And at this time the trunk of the Panamera is wide open, revealing the full of red roses placed inside. It looks very romantic. The air is laced with the faint fragrance of roses. Many students gathered around and watched. the large bouquet of roses stimulating their eyes as well as their hearts. And one by one they stood there talking. Good guy. Such a big scene. How much money must this cost? What a big deal. Buying so many roses at once. Is this going to form a sea of flowers? Look at your eyesight. Why are you so shallow? Those roses are only $10,000. But this Panamera is a Porsche. Over $1 million. TSK, TSK, with such a family background. And still so romantic to spend money. What girl can't take it? No way. I'm going to cry with envy. Zhao Feng was standing next to the car with a large bouquet of roses. He had already seen Fongyu walking out, and his eyes instantly lit up as he quickly walked over towards this side. Today's Fongyu wore a camel-colored dress. The whole person looked elegant and generous, and her slender waist was wrapped in a belt, which made her even more ungainly. Looking at Fongyu like this, Zhao Feng's mood became even more excited. Only such a girl was a woman who was qualified to stand beside him. Zhao Feng. This Fongyu. He must take it. Zhao Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. He squeezed out what he thought was the most affectionate expression on his face, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he took one step to walk in front of Fongyu and said with feigned affection, Fongyu, I like you. Be my girlfriend. After the several doglegs next to him stuck Zhao Feng's confession, they immediately began to bake the atmosphere next to them and shouted loudly, Promise him, stay together, stay together. Those onlookers beside the students were also infected by the atmosphere and followed along. The scene suddenly became noisy. Fongyu wasn't affected by the crowd in the slightest. She remained absolutely sober. Her watery eyes looked towards Zhao Feng and recognized the boy with a single glance. This Zhao Feng, she had heard of the other party's name, a famous womanizer, relying on himself as a second generation. His girlfriend changed more often than the boy's smelly socks. He had just changed his girlfriend not long ago, and he didn't think that this guy would actually hit on himself. Fongyu's brows furrowed, her expression carrying obvious disgust as she raised her eyes to Zhao Feng and replied in a serious tone. Sorry, no. In one sentence, Fongyu directly rejected Zhao Feng, and it was a rejection that left no room for error. In an instant, everyone in the room froze. The scene that was still in an uproar just now became quiet because of Fongyu's words. The crowd was in disbelief. Good guy. It really deserves to be the Fongyu school flower. Just not easy to chase. People put up such a big row, and they swept it lightly and rejected it outright without a second thought. If it were an ordinary girl, where would she still have such courage? I'm afraid that her heart would be bursting with joy. Just as everyone was lamenting in their hearts, Zhao Feng in the crowd's face sank, and the anger in his heart rubbed off. This Fongyu actually gave him so little face. That's fucked up. Zhao Feng forcibly suppressed the annoyance in his heart. His sight swept the surrounding area, where so many students from the Jinling Art Academy were gathered. If he folded in front of so many people, where would he put Zhao Feng's face in the future? I'm afraid I'm going to be laughed at for a long time. Zhao Feng wouldn't care about a woman. For him, face was the most important thing. The reason why he chose to confess in public was that he wanted to follow up the pressure of the crowd to make Fongyu feel that she couldn't stand up and had to agree to his pursuit. What I didn't expect was that this Fongyu was actually so insensitive. He had set up a row and was so affectionate, but as a result, the other party rejected him without mercy. Such a rejection was absolutely unacceptable to him. Zhao Feng. At that moment, Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes and took large steps towards Fongyu's body. He decided to give Fongyu another chance. After all, the other party was not only a big schoolgirl, but also a famous school bully in the school, so it was not unacceptable for such a girl to be a bit arrogant. For him, the better the girl, the harder she was to chase, the better it was when he took her down. As Zhao Feng thought this, he had already walked over to Fongyu and stood in front of her, saying with full sincerity, Fongyu, I am sincere this time. I hope you can see my sincerity and agree to my confession. Those high-legged men beside him saw the opportunity and were about to raise a ruckus right on cue when they heard Fongyu's pleasant voice ringing out clearly in everyone's ears. And I reject you with all my heart. This time, Fongyu was even more refusing without leaving any mercy. Facing Fongyu with such unforgiving words was considered to have completely pissed off Zhao Feng. He glared viciously at Fongyu, like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb, and the words that came out of his low voice were naked threats. Fongyu, you give you face and you take it. I advise you to think about it. Don't be ungrateful. You don't know what's good for you? In the face of Zhao Feng's sudden change of face, Fongyu didn't see the slightest bit of fear on her pretty face. She coldly looked at Zhao Feng and let out a cold snort from her nose, saying in a very disdainful tone, You threatened me? Fongyu didn't even want to pay attention to such a classless boy. She didn't even look at Zhao Feng and directly dropped a sentence. Get out of my way. I'm leaving. Once he heard that Fongyu wanted to leave, Zhao Feng naturally couldn't agree. How is he going to end it if the heroine just walks away and leaves him with a mess like this? Today, no matter what, He was forcing Fongyu hard. He had to make the other party nod before he could do so. After making up his mind, Zhao Feng straightly blocked Fongyu's way and said in a roguish manner, "I'll tell you this. If you don't say yes today, it's not going to be easy to leave." The few dog legs next to him looked at Zhao Feng's expression and knew that something was wrong. They had long ago walked over to Zhao Feng's side and stood by his side, with a look of angrily standing up to the end. It was the first time Fongyu had seen this kind of scoundrel, and she directly reached out her hand and pushed Zhao Feng, trying to get him to hurry up and get out of the way. Zhao Feng didn't expect that Fongyu not only didn't give him face, but now she even dared to make a move against herself. And for a while, she was also in a rage, directly blocking her and a few of her housemates' retreat. If they don't agree, none of them will leave today. Zhao Feng, I'm telling you, don't go too far. Fongyu's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she stretched out her arms to protect a few of her housemates behind her and confronted Zhao Feng. The next moment, a sudden cacophony of voices came from the other side. Many of the surrounding students were attracted by the sound, and they all looked towards the other side to see a speeding Lamborghini Poison, shining like an elf on the road. Chapter 17, Can you do it, fine dog? In an instant, all of the students' sights were firmly locked, and they simply couldn't break free. Everyone's sight was tinged with shock and disbelief. They even breathed in a stutter, only to stare blankly at the Lamborghini Poison, getting closer and closer to them. After a brief moment of silence, some of the car-loving boys in the crowd recognized the car. He swallowed hard, then spat violently on the ground with a low whimper. Fogweed. This is actually Lamborghini Poison. Hundreds of millions of dollars of supercars. And it actually just swaggered onto the road and drove into our school? I'm simply going crazy. The boy was overly emotional, so he didn't control the volume at all, and practically shouted it out so that the students around him could hear it clearly. When the crowd heard that the Lamborghini Poison in front of them was actually going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, they immediately revealed a face full of shock, and their mouths were a bit unable to close. Hundreds of millions of dollars of supercars. What kind of person would have to be worth to be able to afford such a car? The question was so completely over the top that they couldn't answer it or even dare to imagine it. Good guy. I just used my cell phone to buy Edu, and it's really a model that is over $100 million and can't be bought at all. I didn't realize that we actually have one in Huaxia, or in Jinling. I didn't realize that our Jinling is developing so well nowadays. I'm proud of Jinling. I don't know which young master this is out to blow up the street. This effect directly pulls the full narrow-minded What kind of stature do people have and still act this kind of pussy? Do you guys think it could be our school's low-profile elementary school student who decided to stop hiding his status as a tycoon and drove a car to class? Who cares about a simple confession when faced with such a top-of-the-line supercar in front of you? Everyone saluted Lamborghini Poison, and the car slowly pulled up in front of the school building to the shock of the crowd. After Lamborghini Poison slowly came to a stop, the doors were pushed open from the inside and Yi Xian directly walked down. Yi Xian's body was wearing the customized model that he had just received, and his entire body looked like a top nobleman in a TV series, appearing in front of everyone in a dashing manner. Looking at Yi Xian's handsome face and top-notch body, in conjunction with a mysterious and unpredictable temperament, made all the people at the scene stare blankly. Good lord, this one is the owner? That's a little too young and good-looking, especially this aura. Not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary family. It's just absolutely amazing. Quite a few girls looked at Yi Xian's appearance, their eyes straightened, and their harumps were about to stop dripping down. Yi Xian didn't care about the sight of the crowd as he stood in front of the school building and scanned around, and with a glance, he saw Fongyu in the crowd. He drove his car directly to the Jinling Academy of Arts after class just now, and in order to determine the location of the teaching building, he even asked his classmates on the road. Originally, Yi Xian was planning to contact Fongyu when he arrived at the teaching building and give her a little surprise, but Yi Xian himself did not expect that he would see such a scene just after he came here. Looking at Fongyu, who was always dull and cute in front of him, revealing a rare cold and stern expression, as well as her arms that she was trying to spread out to protect the female students behind her, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, taking another look at Zhao Feng's expression as he blocked Fongyu's face, as well as his movements. The arc on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth had long since disappeared, and he quickly walked over towards this side. Zhao Feng had also noticed the Lamborghini Poison just now, and as he watched Yi Xian step out of the car, he walked straight towards this side, and for a moment, doubt was written all over his face. Who is this person and how did he suddenly appear in front of the school building? And what's the point of coming up to me with such a straight face? But the next moment, before Yi Xian could make any moves, Fongyu saw him at a glance, and her small face that was cold and stern just a moment ago was suddenly like meeting spring, showing a touch of moving smile. Yi Xian, why are you here? Previously, Fongyu was still a little unhappy that she couldn't see Yi Xian today, But now that she saw Yi Xian descend from the sky and appear right in front of her eyes like this, her heart instantly piled up with little leaps of joy. Yi Xian looked at the brimming color on Fongyu's face, as if he was also infected. The corner of his mouth raised in an arc, and he said in a very gentle tone, "I'll get you." With one sentence. Everyone in the room was confused. Everyone looks at me and I look at you, and we all see a blank look on each other's faces. What's that supposed to mean? This one. Again? The few housemates standing behind Fongyu stretched their heads to survey Yi Xian, and one of the girls stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in shock at the moment. Misty grass. So this is the one that yeah has her heart set on. The girl's sentence was not loud, but because of the momentary silence just now, it clearly fell into the ears of the people present and Zhao Feng's several people. In an instant, everyone froze again, feeling their brains spinning a bit. Their eyes flickered with shock, gradually transforming into a full-blown shock. What did that housemate just say? Could it be that this one is Fongyu's boyfriend? Ha! So handsome? And so rich? Countless thoughts violently appeared in the minds of the crowd as they looked at Yi Xian and Fongyu with disbelief, simply a bit unable to believe what they were hearing. But then they looked at the Lamborghini poison not far away, and they had to admit that it was all true. At this moment, the hearts of many of the boys and girls present were broken. For Fongyu, and also for Yi Xian. As for Zhao Feng and the others, they were completely unprepared for this mysterious boyfriend who suddenly appeared, and looking at the person's aura, and then looking at the car parked there, they were too scared to make a sound. It was no exaggeration to say that in that moment just now, their legs went weak. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many other people on the scene, I'm afraid they could all just sit down on the floor and take a breather. After all, it was $100 million Lamborghini poison, and even if they sold their entire family, they couldn't afford such a luxury car. And even if you can barely scrape together the money, you definitely won't be able to find the connections to buy a car, much less have the presence of mind to keep one, without even needing to think. Zhao Feng and the others instantly realized the huge gap between them. In front of others, their little flowers, and their proud Porsche Panamera, are nothing but a joke. The more Zhao Feng and the others thought about it, the more fearful they became, and between their double strands fighting, they were almost unsteady on their feet. Yi Xian walked to Fongyu's side under everyone's watchful eyes, and with one reach, he directly wrapped his hand around her slender waist and brought her into his generous embrace. It was the first time that Fongyu was wrapped up in a boy's arms like this. A strange feeling came over her, making her instinctively want to dodge. But looking at Yi Xian beside her, the two were so close that she could smell the pine scent on the tip of her nose if anything. Fongyu gently bit her lips. She forced herself to resist the urge to dodge and lean towards Yi Xian's direction. A hint of shyness on her delicate little face, the slightly trembling eyelashes, and the look of desire, made the several housemates next to them see it, and silently gave Fongyu a nod in their hearts. Good lord! The expression, the gesture, it's just spot on. Several housemates looked at Fongyu with wide eyes. They had never seen such a sight of you before, and their eyes glittered with gossip. Yi Xian took 2 steps forward with Fongyu in his arms as he looked at Zhao Feng and asked, "What do you mean by this scene? What did you just try to do?" In an instant, Yi Xian's words directly blindsided Zhao Feng. Sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, almost pissing himself at Yi Xian's ahem. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth tightly and held on for a while before he could hold back the urge to urinate. Before he replied with a sarcastic smile, Brother, this might just be a misunderstanding." Zhao Feng's mind had never spun so fast in his entire life. He took a deep breath and said the wording that had just come to mind. Word for word. I'm actually a part-time flower seller on campus. I was just asking Ms. Fongyu if she wants to support young people to start their own business and buy some flowers. As soon as the call was finished, Zhao Feng exhaled heavily as if he had used up all his strength. Yi Xian looked at Zhao Feng's wimpy face and snorted coldly, not bothering to waste one more word with this kind of trash. He swept Fongyu out a few steps towards the front, and when he passed Zhao Feng, Yi Xian coldly swept a glance at him and said in a light tone, "Selling flowers in a Panamera. Make up a solid excuse next time and don't fool anyone." Yi Xian's tone couldn't be heard emotionally. Only Zhao Feng, who bore the brunt of the attack, was startled and only felt chills all over his body, as if something dangerous was about to happen. Zhao Feng's entire body froze there, and Yi Xian reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Under everyone's seemingly normal action, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he pinched at Zhao Feng's shoulder. His movements were so fast and stealthy that no one other than Yi Xian and the person in question, Zhao Feng, even noticed. In the next moment, Zhao Feng only felt a huge force coming from his shoulder. He didn't even have time to react, and then he heard a bone-cracking sound coming from the bone conduction, immediately followed by endless pain. A sharp pain came towards Zhao Feng. He had been living a pampered life at home since he was young. Even the bumps and bruises were rare. Where could he carry such an injury? Zhao Feng wailed in pain. He was in so much pain that he shouted out in pain without the slightest regard for his image. One of his hands was tightly covering his shoulder, and his face was white with pain. My shoulder, it hurts, because the pain was too intense. Zhao Feng directly collapsed on the ground and kept rolling around, not caring about the dirt that was all over his body. In an instant, the crowd next to them all froze as they watched Zhao Feng's reaction. Fogweed? What's going on here? Bumper sticker? The crowd of students looked at me and I looked at you. All of them had a confused look on their faces, which was then replaced by a face full of disdain. This is so damn fake, isn't it? Just now, they were able to see clearly that the other Yixian was just lightly tapping his shoulder. It's wailing and rolling on the ground. What's going on here? Over here. Fongyu looked at Zhao Feng on the ground and was also furious. Previously, he was justified in forcing himself to agree, but now that he knows he can't beat them, he's starting to blackmail them, right? Fongyu felt like she was going to explode with anger as she glared at Zhao Feng and questioned loudly. Are you okay? Fine dog, you still want to touch the porcelain, right? The crowd beside them heard Fongyu open his mouth, and finally they couldn't hold back and spoke out. Before to see him out quite generous. Also thought this is true love it. Did not think that the character is actually so bad. Fight but directly lie down. What the hell is this operation? I simply marveled. I said that this kid is young how to drive a Porsche Panamera. It is because he is better at acting, so the paycheck is particularly high. Damn. I've seen the first person to drive a luxury car by blackmailing people. When we talk, we have to stay away from this kind of person. Don't let him find an opportunity. The little money we have in our pockets is not enough to give them a gasoline. Listening to all the comments from the students next to him, Yi Xian said nothing, but continued to hold Fongyu's slender waist and walked towards Lamborghini Poison. The others looked at Zhao Feng, who was still splashing and rolling on the ground, and it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses and MMPs had just run through their hearts. Really convinced? A big old man playing like a shrew. It's screaming exactly like killing a pig. Besides, the main character is gone. So what's left to play? What's the matter? You want to play a murder and execution in school? The contempt on the faces of the students became more and more evident as they thought of the possibilities. The several dog legs next to him felt a bit embarrassed about their faces, and one of them squatted his body and whispered to Zhao Feng. Zhao, look at them, people are gone. You this. Zhao Feng's face was red from the pain, and now that he heard the dog's legs words it was even more so that his blood pressure skyrocketed, and he endured for a long time before he could hold back a sentence. Damn it, what are you still inking here for? Hurry up and take me to the hospital. Dogleg. Good man. This is a full-blown drama. To be honest, just in this instant, a trace of doubt rose in the hearts of several doglegs. Should this kind of person be followed in the future? That's not even humiliating enough. Don't get no benefits later, but lose all the face. Then there is really no way to mix. Chapter 18, Rebate, 300 million. Over here, Fongyu had already followed Yi Xian onto Lamborghini Poison. She sat somewhat restrainedly in the passenger seat and looked at the more luxurious interior of the car and couldn't help but be staggered. I remember your car. You weren't driving this one yesterday, were you? Yi Xian did not hide anything when he heard Fongyu's question and answered directly. This is my other car. A random one when I was out. Fongyu, really rich people, just drive a car or hundreds of millions. Really do not give people a way out. Not to mention that those watching students were scared, but they themselves were very nervous sitting in the passenger seat. You don't have any more, do you? Fongyu seemed to have thought of something as she turned her head towards Yi Xian, waiting blearily for an answer. Yi Xian thought about it and he let out a quiet sigh. There's really one, but it's in the shop now, so I don't know when it'll be repaired. Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's reply and sighed along with him. Such a price tag. She wouldn't even dare to think about it. Many people were afraid that they couldn't buy one of Yi Xian's cars even if they spent their entire lives. Fongyu sighed a few times in her heart. Then, as if she thought of something, she pulled out the small wooden box from her pocket and handed it over towards Yi Xian. This is a little handmade gift from me. It's not anything expensive. Don't mind if you do. When Yi Xian heard Fongyu's words, he solemnly took the small wooden box in her hand and held it in his hand to gently open it. Just see inside quietly lying a fragrant bag. With the opening of the wooden box, the car can smell a light fragrance. Very pleasant. Yi Xian parked the car on the side of the road and put it away. He took the scented bag in his hand and looked at it carefully. This incense bag is very delicately made. The colorful embroidery threads on it make a very complicated pattern, so it can be seen that a lot of time and thought has been spent. It smells so good, and the flavor is still strong. Yi Xian lifted his nose and could smell a very strong fragrance and could not help but utter a sigh of admiration. Seeing that Yi Xian liked it, Fongyu was in an instantly better mood and explained with a smile. These are new scented leaves that I just put in last night, so the flavor will be a little stronger. If you don't like it, leave it for 2 days and the flavor will fade. No, that would be fine with me. Yi Xian's tone was light and quick, but the firmness in his words caused Fongyu's heartbeat to accelerate again. Right at this moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $30 for the host, because of the full intention, so successfully activated 10 million times rebate. Reward 300 million. Please pay attention to check. 300 million? Yi Xian's eyebrows moved as the light screen in front of him had switched to his system page. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 399001000. Looking at the assets on the attribute list, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth raised in a faint arc. It's true what they say, love is priceless. After all, it's a 10 million times rebate, and with a multiple like that, it's like pulling a full stop right out of the gate. Rao Yi Xian. In the face of such a reward, his mood was also a burst of excitement, and his fingers were constantly rubbing on the incense packet. Right at this exciting moment, the light screen in front of Yi Xian once again jumped on its own. Detected that the host has been given a chance to sign in randomly. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarding divine zither and chess skills. Divine zither skills? Yi Xian simply wanted to laugh a little bit. This good things all pile up to come. Fongyu is really his own little lucky star. Just when Yi Xian was happy, he heard Fongyu say, Yi Xian, wait for me here for a while. I'm going to take care of something over at the student council office. Good. Yi Xian naturally responded with a mouthful. He stepped on the gas and sent Fongyu Li to the downstairs of the student union office. After parking the car, Yi Xian looked at Fongyu and said, you don't have to rush. Take your time with it. I'll buy you lunch at noon. Yi Xian paused after finishing his sentence, looked at the scented bag in his hand, and added with a smile, you've given me a gift, so let me at least show it as a return gift. When Fongyu heard Yi Xian say this, she didn't refuse and nodded her head in agreement. Just as the two were talking, over here, in the middle of the student council office, many of the officers had already gotten the news. After all, the campus was just so big, or the scandal of Fong Da's schoolgirl, it spread all of a sudden. A girl exclaimed as she looked at the message on her cell phone. Good lord, the president's boyfriend is actually driving a Lamborghini Poison. That's too luxurious. A girl next to her waited for her to finish and immediately added in a voice, what's money alone? I heard he's also a big handsome guy with a super good temperament. The other girls listened to the two's descriptions, and their hearts instantly grew in anticipation, and they were even more envious. Aya, it's really worthy of being our chairman Sama. When people go out, they are the top boyfriends. It's really enviable. What can be done about it? Who called our president is also a thief excellent girl. Not only is she the school beauty, she is also the school bully, and I heard that her family is not bad either. She is simply the legendary rich white beauty herself. We'll have to have a chat with the president sometime. And I wonder if that boyfriend of hers has any good single friends. Unlike the girls who were envious, the cadre of boys next to them had already had their hearts broken long ago. Fong Da's schoolflower was the goddess of all their boys, and it was too hard to be picked off just like that. As the crowd was talking, they suddenly heard the roar of an engine from outside the window. They seemed to think of something, and leaned over the window to look out, seeing the silver Lamborghini Poison dominate the field like an elf. Everyone's eyes looked straight. Good lord, this car, it's so cool too. The feeling of power from that engine bursting just now made their entire body's blood boil with it. What would it be like to sit in a car like that? Just as a group of cadres leaned out of the window to peek, they saw Fongyu walking down from the car. Fongyu glanced towards the upper floor as if she was aware of something, and the crowd sensed the direction of her line of sight and immediately ducked for fear that they would be discovered. However, Fongyu retracted her eyes after a glance. She bent down to look at Yi Xian in the car and said in a gentle tone, wait here for a moment I'll be right there. Okay, take your time. Yi Xian smiled and answered, and Fongyu turned around and ran towards the student council office. Looking at Fongyu's slender and elongated back, the corner of Yi Xian's lips raised in an arc, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the incense packet 2 more times. The pleasant aroma calmed Yi Xian's mood. He turned off the car and waited quietly listening to the music. Meanwhile, in the middle of the student council, a few girls got together. They hid in the corner and looked down towards the bottom. From their angle, they could just see Fongyu dealing with various club work, looking at Fongyu like a little gyroscope, quickly handling her work. A girl squeezed her eyes towards the next few girls and asked in a low voice, this situation, should we go down and take a look? A few of the girls' eyes lit up when they heard her words and they nodded vigorously. They walked down the stairs gently, and no one paid any attention to the busy Fongyu, but walked straight out of the office building towards Lamborghini Poison. Good lord, this car looks even better from this angle. A few girls looked at the Lamborghini Poison with straight eyes. They swallowed almost simultaneously, their eyes clicking like searchlights. After all, it was a luxury car of hundreds of millions of dollars, and they didn't dare to get too close, although they wanted to take a closer look at the supercar, but they still sensibly kept their distance. As if they couldn't get enough of it, they kept circling the car and hovering around it. I've got to check out the front of the car. That's where the real classics are. A girl bit her lip and stomped off in the direction of the front of the car. At this time a girl behind her called her name. The girl subconsciously turned around. Through the windshield in front of the car, just could see Yixian sitting in the car. Yixian's face still had the same bland look and did not take the wandering of the few girls to heart. However, as soon as the girl in front saw Yixian's face, she was like petrified and froze directly there. It was only after several seconds of freezing that the girls ran back to a couple of girls at a fast pace as if they were waking up from a dream. She could no longer contain her excitement and clutched a girl's hand so she didn't scream out. That boy was really handsome. Like a prince in a movie. He just looked at me and I felt like I could die for him. The few girls next to her watched her excitement. They had most dared to walk to the side of the car to take a look. And looking at Yixian's perfect side face, one's heart was beating wildly. It felt more exciting than the usual stargazing. A few of the girls peeked around for a moment. They came together and whispered, "Our chairman's luck is also too good. This boy is so good looking and has such a good temperament. Where in the world did he find his boyfriend? I'm going to cry with envy." I was craving for tears just now just listening to the description, and I thought I'd be in a better mood when I saw the real thing. But I didn't think I'd be even more envious. How can there be such a perfect boy in this world? It's said that every flower has its own eye. But why can't people find any fault with this boy? Rich people's kids are different. Look at the way they've been raised. The girls were talking to each other, and the words were all about Fongyu's envy. After all, the president was so good in every way, and now even his boyfriend was top-notch. They were now being crushed on all fronts. After a while, Fongyu hurriedly walked out from the student council office. In order to not let Yixian wait too long, she was on fire to get all the work done in such a short period of time. Fongyu jogged to the front of the car, knocked on the window then sat in the passenger seat. "You're in a hurry, aren't you?" Fongyu asked with a slight gasp. Yixian shook his head with a light smile as he casually pointed out the window. "That's not true, but it is true that I was mobbed." A hint of doubt appeared on Fongyu's pretty face as she glanced towards the car window and heard Yixian talking about those girls. "Pust." Fongyu sniffed out happily. She looked at Yixian's handsome face and said somewhat helplessly, "Alas, these little senior sisters but you, handsome, have a large amount of money. Just don't bother with a few girls." Yixian didn't care about a few peeping girls, and now that he saw that Fongyu was busy, he was ready to take her to find a place to eat. He took his phone and did a brief search and found a nice place. Yixian looked at Fongyu and asked in a gentle tone, "Is there anything you want for lunch? If not, I'll see to the arrangements." "Yeah, I'm all for it." Fongyu naturally had no problem with this. She sat on the passenger side obediently and fastened her seatbelt, listening to a soft click coming from the carabiner. Fongyu instantly remembered the various random thoughts she had earlier in the Laken supercar, and her small face instantly raised a touch of pink. Yixian was playing soothing light music in the car, and with the addition of the high-grade stereo, the car was like listening to a live concert. Fongyu couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized, her mood gradually relaxing, her entire body nestled in the seat, quietly enjoying the music. Yixian took advantage of the traffic light to sweep a glance at Fongyu, looking at the way the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. He also slightly hooked the corners of his lips. After a while, Yixian brought Fongyu to the entrance of a clubhouse. The decoration of the clubhouse is very luxurious and atmospheric, and the overall decoration style of white and gold. The extravagant atmosphere is simply overwhelming. Just by looking at the expensive decoration of this place, Fongyu could already guess that the price of this place was definitely not expensive. Fongyu gently spat out her tongue as she stretched her head towards the side and saw the clubhouse's high-class and exquisite signboard, Jiangnanmei Clubhouse. As soon as she saw this name, Fongyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and her clear eyes glazed over. How did Yixian bring himself over here? Jiangnan Beauty Club in Jinling is very famous. She also heard her father and his own told here before, said that this is considered to be the top restaurant in Jinling. Even her dad had only been here once before when he had the honor of coming over for dinner with some corporate bosses. That one time, though, it did leave a lasting impression on him. "Come on, let's go inside." Yixian parked his car in the parking lot in front of the clubhouse and looked at Fongyu and said, just at this time, Someone had already pulled open the door of the main driver's seat for Yi Xian with a respectful face. "Welcome, sir." It was the lobby manager of the Jiangnan May Club. He had just seen Lamborghini Poison drive into the parking lot, and after a moment of stunned silence, he rushed to meet him. At least the manager is also a person from the top club in Jinling, and his eyesight is naturally not ordinary. He recognized this top global Lamborghini Poison at a glance and naturally knew that this owner was definitely not an ordinary person. So he personally walked up and pulled open the door for Yi Xian. The lobby manager personally led the way for the two of them, taking them all the way inside the clubhouse. If the outside of the clubhouse is luxurious and atmospheric, then as soon as you walk into the clubhouse, you can clearly feel the extravagant atmosphere coming out. The staff were all dressed in good quality uniforms and stood in their places in a disciplined manner. "Gentlemen, let me take you over here to choose your dishes first." Yi Xian heard the lobby manager's words and gently nodded his head, following him and coming to the side of the seafood pool to carefully select. The variety of seafood here is very wide and each one of them looks very fine and is a quality item at first glance. But just as quality is price, and here it is sold either by the pound or even by the tael. Yi Xian just lightly swept a glance, not putting this small amount of money in his mind at all. On the contrary, it was Fongyu on the side who looked at the price tag on it. The corners of her mouth twitched a little, and her expression followed a little unnatural. "What kind of seafood is that? A price tag of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars a pound? No wonder Pops has only been here once. It's so dark in here too." Fongyu spat in her heart for a while. They could have just grabbed it and had to give us a pound of seafood. Just when Fongyu was very speechless, Yi Xian had already finalized today's menu with a few simple words with the lobby manager. After choosing the seafood, Yi Xian took the menu handed over by the lobby manager and chose some tea and cold dishes. After all, they couldn't drink. The lobby manager looked at the menu selected by Yi Xian. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he raised his hand towards Yi Xian and said respectfully, "You too, this way please, I'll take you to the top floor box." Yi Xian's ride alone was enough to qualify him to sit in the top floor box. Not to mention, Yi Xian had ordered a table of delicious food, so without saying a word, the lobby manager took the duo to the top floor. Fongyu nervously followed behind. Her family was at least in business, so she naturally knew the importance of the top floor box for a restaurant. That was the box used to specially receive the top guests, and was usually not open to the public. Walked into the top floor box, not like the downstairs box kind of eye-catching luxury, but instead is to appear extremely low-key. But underneath the low profile, there are all sorts of hidden agendas. All the objects in this box are made of Hainan Wanwali, and never patchwork out of that kind, but the whole piece of good wood directly to create the completion. Used to decorate such a box, the cost of these things add up to a few $1,000,000 up and down. It's almost as much as the cost of preparing a medium-sized restaurant. Fongyu's small mouth opened slightly, gradually being shocked by the decorations here, especially after seeing that there was also a pair of Zhang Daqian's authentic paintings hanging on the wall. The understanding of this clubhouse in Jiangnanmei couldn't help but deepen another layer. What a tycoon! Using authentic paintings for the decorations inside the box. Not a moment after the two of them were seated, tea and various delicacies were brought to the table one by one. The waiters in the club are professionally trained and even how the plates are placed is an art. Fongyu looked at the various colors of food, as well as the well-trained waiters, and also felt enlightened. After waiting for the waiter to serve the food and leave, Fongyu gently approached Yi Xian and inquired in a low voice, "Yi Xian, how much does this table cost?" Yi Xian looked so bright-eyed and white-toothed close to the corners of his mouth raised a smile and replied with a light laugh, "Since it's a return gift, you can just eat it. There's enough to go around." Fongyu. Yi Xian had already said so. What else could she say? Fongyu was in a good frame of mind. Simply both, facing a table of food, soon fell into all the deliciousness. She carefully tasted each dish one by one, and the dishes that she found delicious, she didn't forget to recommend them to Yi Xian for a taste. "Try this flavor, especially fresh eh?" Yi Xian also came to not refuse. Fongyu clipped to his dishes are eaten one by one. See Fongyu arched eyebrows, even the appetite is much better. However, after eating the dishes here, Fongyu finally realized why Jiangnanmei Clubhouse was obviously so expensive, but still did such a booming business. She had a shocking sensation with almost every bite she took, because the flavors of the dishes here are really, really perfect. Seafood made did not lose the original freshness of the seafood. The flavor of various condiments did not clamor for the Lord, can be said to be appropriate to the chapter. This meal was a very satisfying one for Fongyu, and from body to mind, it was a great soothing experience. Watching Fongyu put down the chopsticks in her hand with a satisfied face, Yi Xian looked at her and asked, "Have you eaten yet? Let's go together when you're full." "Yeah," Fongyu answered with a smile, and on her way out the door, she didn't forget to pick up the tea and drink it clean. The tea here was full of tea flavor and tasted good on the lips, and she fell in love with the feeling after only one sip. The two people walked out of the top floor box one after the other, and the lobby manager who had been waiting at the door saw the two of them and immediately greeted them with bright eyes. He sent the food box he was carrying in his hand to Yi Xian and said very respectfully, "You too. This is a small token of our clubhouse's appreciation. I hope you'll like it." Yi Xian nodded gently as he took the gift box and then handed it to Fongyu behind him, while he himself followed behind the lobby manager and walked towards the cashier. With the lobby manager personally transporting the guests, the cashier naturally did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly operated to settle the bill for Yi Xian. "Sir, here's your swipe receipt." The cashier handed the bank receipt to Yi Xian, and Fongyu glanced towards the small ticket, and was also stunned at that moment. With a string of numbers like that, how many digits does this have to be? Looks like 6 digits? Chapter 19, Luing has a cold. Thinking that he had eaten 6 figures in at one meal, Fongyu immediately felt his stomach rise as if he had swallowed several bundles of money. But the next moment, Yi Xian didn't even give Fongyu a chance to see clearly, and directly put the small ticket into his pocket. Yi Xian glanced at Fongyu, not taking a meal to heart at all, and said with a smile, "I'll take you back to school?" Fongyu nodded, and the two of them went to the parking lot to pick up the car, then drove in the direction of the art academy. When the two of them returned to the school, Fongyu looked at the time was still early, so she waved at Yi Xian and said with a big wave of her hand, "Come on, I'll show you around our school." Yi Xian readily agreed. He parked his car on the path and wandered around the school with Fongyu. The two walked forward not much farther than that, and came to an open space in the school, where a platform had been set up, and it looked as if there was a stage for a performance. Fongyu followed Yi Xian's line of sight and saw him staring at the stage, so she smiled and explained, "It's our student council's talent night, so if you're free the night after tomorrow, come check it out." Facing Fongyu's invitation, Yi Xian blinked. Look, Fongyu had been full of expectations, but when she heard Yi Xian's ambiguous answer, she could not help but skim her lips. "Sure, you busybody." Yi Xian sniffed and took a glance towards Fongyu, and saw her giggling beside him, not caring about her image at all. He only felt that such Fongyu was particularly cute, and suddenly his heart moved, reaching out to touch her head. Fongyu's hair was very soft, and for a moment, Yi Xian even felt like he was stroking a soft kitten. Such an action messed up Fongyu's hair. "Ah, this bad guy, you did it on purpose." Fongyu felt her hair being messed up. She casually fiddled with it twice, followed by pouncing towards Yi Xian with her teeth and claws open. Yi Xian looked at her milky ferocious appearance and said with a forced smile, "Let me tell you, this is in your school. You are at least a celebrity in the school. If this fierce look shows, I'm afraid the publicity will be bad." "Fongyu, what is this? How is it completely different from what you thought? Shouldn't this be my home turf and then have buffs added to it?" Fongyu huffed and puffed her mouth. How come once she met Yi Xian, this mouth of hers didn't work anymore? It's really good to be pissed off. Yi Xian walked for a while more accompanied by Fongyu. Yi Xian looked at the time, raised his head and said to Fongyu, "Let me walk you back to your dorm." Fongyu nodded her head obediently as she followed behind Yi Xian, stepping on his shadow while he wasn't paying attention and walking forward step by step. She was also carrying Jiang Nanmei's gift box in her hand, and the two of them, one tall and straight, the other delicate and sweet, made an extremely beautiful picture. Fongyu also seemed to feel the ambiguity of the atmosphere. She slightly leaned towards Yi Xian's direction, and the two walked intimately, setting off the campus path in a romantic way, just as the two were walking forward. At the same time, inside Fongyu's dormitory, all 3 girls in the dormitory were there, 2 lying on their beds and 1 sitting at the window looking out. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the 2 girls on their beds and reminded them, "You guys grab some rest. It's your turn in a minute, haha." "Oops, got it. The 2 girls said almost in unison, one of them rolling over on her back and turning toward her other 2 companions. "But I think it's better not to look. Maybe people don't even come back at night. At least it's a young couple who just got together. Surely they should stick together and be sweet." Listening to the girl's words, the 2 people next to her looked down and thought about it, and suddenly began to sigh. "Our dormitory was originally all single dogs. Said good sisters walk together for life? Who first off the single who is a dog? After all, we wrongly paid alas, now it's better. Those who don't get off are the single dogs, and those who do are already someone else's fairies. I feel like I've been hit by a sweet storm. Shiitake mushrooms and blue skin. Yeah, this guy betrayed our organization. We must let her treat us to a meal to make up for the trauma in our hearts. No, I have to check the nearby restaurants first now. You guys are right. It's a rule of the dormitory to treat your best sisters to dinner when you're off the hook. Such a fine tradition can never be lost." Just when a few girls were talking lively, The girl guarding the window suddenly glanced towards the window, and suddenly her eyes widened and she let out a gasp of surprise. It's back, it's back. As soon as they heard that it was Fongyu who had returned, the two girls who had been lying on the bed a moment ago instantly jumped up from the bed and came to the window to look down. A few of the housemates were also stunned as they watched the picturesque scene between the two. TSK, this woman in love is really different. You guys look at Xiaoyu's shy and timid look. I'm getting heartbroken just looking at it. Love and dislike simply shouldn't be too obvious. Look at the way Xiaoya looks in front of this Yi Xian, and then look at the way she dislikes Zhao Feng's cross-eyed look. The gap is simply not too big, but the two of them are so good together. It's like they're a divine couple. Looking at them makes me believe in love. Just as a few girls were chattering and discussing. At this moment, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Yi Xian sent Fongyu downstairs. Fongyu slightly lowered her head and softly admonished, "Drive slow on your way back." "Okay, you hurry back," Yi Xian answered softly as he watched Fongyu walk into the dormitory building before he turned back towards the path where he had parked his car. As for Fongyu on this side, after bidding farewell to Yi Xian, she walked straight back to the dormitory. She had just pulled out her key and was about to open the door when the door to her dormitory was opened from the inside. Several of the housemates were in the dormitory, and they looked at Fongyu with smiles. "People gone? You've been peeking down here for quite a while. Did you come back reluctantly only after you couldn't see the back?" Fongyu was obviously stunned when she heard her roommate's words, and the next moment she reacted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Good lord! Together these guys were staring at her upstairs. However, Fongyu didn't take this matter to heart as she looked at the several housemates and shook her head, handing over the gift box in her hand. A few people looked at the beautiful gift box and burst out laughing and snickering. "Count on you little ninny to have some conscience." One of the housemates was quick with her hands. As soon as the words from this side fell, her side had already opened the gift box, revealing the exquisite desserts inside. At the same time, the rich, sweet smell swirled through the air, burrowing into everyone's noses. Looking at such an exquisite dessert, the corners of several housemates' mouths twitched, and then they began to taste it. Well, this is too delicious, isn't it? This dessert simply perfectly illustrates what it means to be sweet but not greasy, so that one simply can't stop after one bite. The flavor is simply amazing. People get full from desserts. I ate this dessert and it actually opened up my appetite. Which one of these desserts is this? You guys take a quick look. We'll get this one for dinner sometime in the future. A few of the housemates chattered as they held the wrapped gift box in their hands and looked at it, trying to find the name and address of the store on it. One of the girls wrinkled her nose at the outer packaging and mumbled something like, "This packaging looks so familiar to me. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere?" The girl said as she pulled out her phone to look at it, purposely going through a blog post. She looked at the accompanying picture in the blog post and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Good lord! This is a gift box from Gangnami, isn't it? You guys, look!" The girl showed the picture on her phone to a few others to look at, and a few of the girls huddled together, looking at the contents of the blog post. Only the blog post clearly states that this dessert was a small box that the restaurant gave away for free after they spent tens of thousands of dollars. After seeing this passage, several girls' eyes simultaneously fell on Fongyu's body. Good lord! These two go out on a date and eat tens of thousands of dollars in one meal? So yeah, how much did you guys pay for that meal just now? One girl was inquiring curiously when the girl next to her clicked on that blogger's picture and suddenly realized something was wrong. No, there's just one kind of dessert in other people's texts. Why are there so many kinds of this one of yours? And it looks more sophisticated and luxurious. Obviously this gift box is more premium. The girl put away her cell phone and once again looked at Fongyu in shock. Staggering. Good lord, how much did you guys pay for this meal? What a huge amount of money. If one dessert requires the consumption of 10,000 plus, wouldn't it be true that there are a dozen of them in this box? A few housemates were faced with such astronomical figures that no one dared to think about it. One of the housemates said after swallowing the dessert in her hand in one gulp, "Why, that's astronomical money for us? They're driving Lamborghini poisons. A meal like that is a basic operation at best." The other two. Seems to be true. After figuring this out, a few of the housemates exchanged glances, and the same fawning smile surfaced on their faces and in their tones. Good you. We are so close. You can't bear to see us die alone, right? Ask your boyfriend if he has any good brothers. Look at. They can't do something like stealing a best friend's boyfriend, but a best buddy is no problem. When Fongyu heard the three words boyfriend, her pretty little face was tinted with a blush, indescribably brimming with spring color. She looked up at a few of her housemates, the corners of her mouth lifting up in a curve as her eyes rolled around as if she had thought of something. Fongyu coughed lightly and said deliberately, I've been walking a lot here. These legs, As soon as the three housemates heard Fongyu's words, their eyes glazed over and they hurriedly pulled Fongyu to come and sit down on the chair. Quickly sit quickly. Our little you has really worked hard today. Come. Are you still thirsty? I'll pour you water now. The three housemates can be said to have made every effort to squeeze legs and pour water, not to mention how attentive. Fongyu enjoyed the services of her housemates, and couldn't help but secretly lament in her heart that she was really entrusted with Yi Xian's blessings, and even enjoyed a good time. Yi Xian, who was on the other side at this time, had already returned to the car. He sat in the driver's seat, holding the scented bag in his hand and looking at it repeatedly. Yi Xian brought the scented bag closer and smelled it, and immediately smelled a pleasant fragrance. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It smelled so good. After all, this wasn't just some ordinary scented bag, but one that was worth $300 million. Yi Xian carefully placed the scented bag, then stepped on the gas under his foot and drove in the direction of the school. He happened to have a class in the afternoon and thought of going over there to finish the class and return the umbrella from last time to Luing. Yi Xian quickly rushed to the school, and by the time he walked into the classroom, he saw that a few brothers from the dormitory had already arrived early. Sango, over here. As soon as Yi Xian walked into the classroom, he was seen by the dormitory's oldest, who immediately waved his hand in greeting. Seeing several people over here, Yi Xian naturally sat over. The boss said with a smile as he grabbed Yi Xian's shoulders. Lao-san, it's still you. You're righteous enough. Luckily we have you to answer to us, or else the professor would definitely be furious again. What a big deal. Yi Xian and a few people in the dormitory talked for a while. The boss suddenly thought of something, suddenly came close to Yi Xian and said with a bad smile, Lao-san, you can play. Quickly explain. When did you flirt with Lu University's school beauty? Dude, you didn't even say anything about this big deal. Honestly, is this why you moved out? The oldest two and the oldest four beside them were also interested when they heard it, and they came together and gossiped about it as well. Yi Xian just glanced at a few people with slanted eyes. What? Are you guys interrogating me? With one sentence. The few boys present looked at me and I looked at you, all with smiles on their faces, and hurriedly spoke out to explain. Lao-san, you see you just love to think too much. How could we possibly mean that? Concern. We are purely concerned. That's right. We brothers are still counting on you for some relief. Otherwise we would really be a desert of love. We are all brothers. You have to give us a hand. Sango, you see it's not easy for us. When you guys go out on another date, can you stop by and ask for us if we have any good single girlfriends? Look at. A few people were chattering away, and before Yi Xian could open his mouth, he saw the professor on the podium looking at them with narrowed eyes. Those students, since they like to talk so much, why don't they come up and talk? As soon as the several housemates heard the professor's voice, they immediately didn't dare to speak. They tightly lowered their heads, one just like an ostrich. Yi Xian looked at them and gently shook his head as he continued to listen carefully to the professor's class. Near the end of class, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and found Lu Ying's dialogue box and sent her a message. Which classroom are you in? I'll give you back your umbrella. Lu Ying's message replied quickly. Ah, there's no rush. I didn't come to school today and called in sick. Hearing that Lu Ying had called in sick, Yi Xian flinched. What's wrong? Is it serious? Nothing's wrong. Got a cold. Chapter 20. Whose hair is this? Yi Xian looked at the message sent by Lu Ying and gently narrowed his eyes. It's fine. How come you have a cold? I'm afraid I didn't catch a cold or a flu because I got caught in the rain yesterday. Plus girls have a lower resistance. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took his cell phone and quickly typed down a line. Is it because you left your umbrella with me? Lu Ying's message came back quite quickly. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I often catch colds during the change of seasons, not because of the rain. Yi Xian thought about it, although Lu Ying repeatedly denied it, but it is estimated that it is also dipped in the relationship, so he directly sent it. I'll grab some Chinese medicine for you in a while. Send the umbrella to you by the way. Taking Western medicine hurts your body. You already have a bad resistance. It's better to eat less. Lu Ying also seemed to think that what Yi Xian said was a bit reasonable. She paused for a while and then sent over her address. Good. Then I'll trouble you. After Yi Xian and Lu Ying sent their messages, the class over here just happened to reach the end of the class. The boss watched the professor walk out of the classroom before he exhaled heavily and looked at Yi Xian and asked with a smile. Lao-san, how many of us will have dinner together tonight? They hadn't eaten together since Yi Xian moved out. When the second and fourth heard this, they also nodded along beside them with an expectant look on their faces. Yi Xian had already made an appointment to see Lu Ying. He swept a glance at a few people in the dormitory and still refused. No, I'll treat you guys next time I have time. I still have some things to do today, so I'll go first." After saying that, Yi Xian directly picked up his things and walked towards the outside of the classroom. A few people in the dormitory looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, always feeling that there was a haste in the pace. They seemed to think of something inside in unison. Several people looked at each other, and one of them said with emotion, "When will we be able to live this enviable life? Having someone waiting at home after class is exciting to think about. And it's not just any girl, it's also the big school girl that everyone adores. What kind of peach blossom luck is this?" The boss imagined being waited on, and was all of a sudden giddy with anticipation. "If I can get my hands on the schoolgirl, what classes am I taking? It's all floating clouds, just take something else." The remaining few. Fogweed. "Boss, you're such an obscene person," Lao Si commented very fairly, and a few of them joked around as they gathered up their things and headed for the dormitory. On this side, Yi Xian walked straight to pick up his car outside the school. He sat on the driver's seat and first used his cell phone to check the nearby Chinese medicine stores. Yi Xian purposely chose one of the largest Chinese medicine stores, then drove his car towards the address. By the time Yi Xian arrived at the pharmacy, he realized that in the end, it was a famous and large Chinese pharmacy. The number of customers here was very high, and there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. As soon as he walked in, a smiling little fellow immediately greeted him with a very warm greeting. "Are you seeing a doctor or buying medicine? For a doctor's appointment you can pick a physician and then get in line. If you're getting medicine I'll take you to the front." The little fellow looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a good-looking young man. However, there was a famous art school in China nearby, and the little fellow subconsciously thought that the other party was also a student there, and spoke more warmly. Smelling the strong odor of traditional Chinese medicine in the air, Yi Xian inhaled and replied directly, "I'd like to get my medication and get me a prescription for a cold, please." "Okay, you wait." The little fellow very painfully agreed. Treating colds, this kind of prescription belongs to the common medicine. The store has ready-made, even do not need to pack now. He went straight to the high counter and fetched a few packets of Chinese medicine over, smilingly handing them to Yi Xian. "This is the herbal medicine you asked for. Take it." Yi Xian took it, and after he scanned the code to pay, he took the Chinese medicine and walked out of the pharmacy quickly. Back in the car, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and pulled up Lu Ying's address information and looked at it, then entered it into the map. When he checked his navigation, he purposely looked at the distance from the restaurant to Lu Ying's house that day and realized that it wasn't too close. Yi Xian also had some ideas in his heart. It seemed that Lu Ying's cold was really more or less related to himself. "This girl, she's really feisty," Yi Xian muttered as he started the car and followed the navigation towards Lu Ying's house. There was no traffic jam at this time, and Yi Xian quickly arrived at the door of Lu Ying's house and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it? Wait." After Yi Xian knocked a few times, Lu Ying's voice sounded in the house. After a sound of light footsteps, the front door of Lu Ying's house was pulled open a crack. Through the not-so-big gap, Yi Xian shot a glance at Lu Ying and saw that the other party's body was wearing Pikachu pajamas with a sleepy look. Although the pajama owner doesn't look very energetic, the Pikachu on the pajamas is so cute. Especially a pair of large eyes looked aura, bulging with certain waves, as if they were alive. Even though Yi Xian considered himself to have a good fixation, when he saw such a spiritual image, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. "Yi Xian, it's you, who's here? Come in." Lu Ying also recognized Yi Xian at this time. She didn't expect Yi Xian to rush over so quickly, and her heart was a little touched. She pulled open the door to make room for Yi Xian and invited him in hurriedly. Yi Xian walked into the store carrying Chinese medicine. Today's Lu Ying without powder, although it is purely vegetarian, but still cannot hide her natural beauty. No blemishes could be seen on the white little face. Even the pores were hard to see, very eye-catching. However, it seemed that because she was sick, Lu Ying's small face carried a hint of pallor, and the whole person was permeated with a sense of tenderness, with a bit of sickly delicacy. This was beautiful, but it was a little less soulful than usual, and made people a little more protective. Yi Xian quickly retracted his eyes as he handed over the umbrella in his hand and thanked him. "Thanks for the umbrella." Lu Ying took the umbrella and casually placed it on the foyer cabinet, smiling and waving her hand. "Aya, you're too polite. It's just a favor. Besides, if it wasn't for my poor driving skills, I wouldn't have left you without a car to drive." After Lu Ying finished speaking, she hurriedly invited Yi Xian to sit on the sofa. Yi Xian followed behind Lu Ying as he walked inside, finally having the time to take a good look at Lu Ying's home. Lu Ying had previously told Yi Xian that this was the house she rented. The place looks small and moderately decorated, but it's very cleaned up and filled with girly touches all around. There were several soft dolls on the couch, and the table was filled with very cute ornaments that oozed sophistication. Sensing Yi Xian's line of sight, Lu Ying scratched her head in some embarrassment and whispered, I'm usually so busy with classes that I don't do much to clean up my room. Sit down for a while, I'll get you some water. Lu Ying was about to get up, but he didn't expect to be directly pulled by Yi Xian, who gently waved his hand and said with some seriousness, You're not feeling well right now, just be good and go back and lie down. I'll go make you some medicine. Lu Ying subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, Yi Xian had only come over for the first time, letting people do this and that. What did it look like? But after all, Lu Ying did not say anything about Yi Xian, and at his insistence, Lu Ying gently pursed her lips. Well then, if you please, I'll go inside and lie down for a while. Lu Ying walked into the bedroom after she finished speaking. She laid down on the bed and gently exhaled. Her face looked all a little better. She leaned back gently against the pillows, not realizing herself that she'd actually caught a cold so badly this time. And at this time Yi Xian had already burrowed into the kitchen. He found out the casserole for boiling Chinese medicines from the cupboard, cleaned the bought Chinese medicines and boiled them carefully. The Chinese medicine needed to be boiled for some time, and only when there was only one bowl of medicine left in the pot did Yi Xian turn off the fire and carefully poured the pot of medicine into a bowl. Yi Xian took advantage of the heat to serve the Chinese medicine to Lu Ying in front of her. Lu Ying smelled the strong smell of Chinese medicine. Her beautiful eyebrows were suddenly locked together, and she flattened her mouth and asked, Yi Xian, is this bitter? Yi Xian smiled at his words and replied as if he had prepared for it. It's okay, I found honey in the kitchen and added some for you to taste. As soon as she heard that Yi Xian had added honey, Lu Ying's wrinkled little face finally stretched out, obediently serving up the Chinese medicine and taking a shallow taste. It's really not too bitter, Lu Ying exclaimed, although the taste was still bitter in the mouth. But after all, it was Chinese medicine, and the presence of honey had greatly neutralized this taste, making the medicinal juice go down much better. Taking advantage of the fact that the taste was not very bitter, Lu Ying drank all of the Chinese medicine in one go. Yi Xian watched her drink all of it and nodded with satisfaction. After drinking the Chinese medicine and then resting properly, he believed that he would soon be cured. Right at this moment, a light screen suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian's eyes, detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Reward Cartier 12 Constellations Jewelry. Please pay attention to receive. Yi Xian looked at the words on the light screen and was slightly stunned. What's this? Cartier Jewelry. Something that by its very name you know is not for boys. Yi Xian skimmed his mouth. What was the use of signing in this thing? He couldn't bring it, but after all, it was a reward for signing in. Yi Xian was also better than nothing, and no longer bothered with the so-called reward, reaching over to take the bowl, and then surveyed Lu Ying's bedroom. The bedroom is not a large area, but the arrangement is very cozy, and Yi Xian's nose is full of the unique fragrance of girls. Yi Xian noticed at this time that there were quite a few works of Chinese painting and sketching in the bedroom, and the paintings were all respectable, but they were all good. You like to paint? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Ying and asked. When Lu Ying heard Yi Xian's words, she pursed her lips and nodded. Just a little bit, but not much. Yi Xian accompanied Lu Ying to talk for a while. He lifted his wrist and looked at the time, estimating that Lu Ying's medicine was about to come out. So he looked at her and said, Take your pills and get some more sleep. I'll go first. Okay, I'll see you off then. When Lu Ying heard Yi Xian say he was leaving, she subconsciously wanted to lift the quilt to send Yi Xian off, but was stopped by the other party. Yi Xian shook his head with a light smile. Just finished telling you to get some sleep. I'll just go back by myself. Yi Xian took the Chinese medicine bowl and sent it to the kitchen, carefully cleaning it before leaving. Lu Ying lay on the bed and closed her eyes slightly after listening to the door slam in the living room. But it was just a moment's effort, and Lu Ying fell into a deep sleep. The small face that was pale just a moment ago, I don't know if it was due to the herbal medicine, but it was tinted with a hint of rosy color. Lu Ying drifted off to sleep for a while, and in a daze, she suddenly felt someone touching her forehead. She woke up with a start, her eyes opening instantly to see a figure sitting beside her. The silhouette startled Lu Ying, and she violently grabbed the covers before letting out a cry of surprise. Originally, Lu Meng was fine, but the fact that Lu Ying suddenly reacted in such a big way startled her as well. You girl, what's all the fuss about? Lu Meng glared at Lu Ying while lightly caressing her chest. Lu Ying finally saw clearly at this time that the one sitting in front of her was her own old sister, and she let out a sigh of relief. It's old sis, when did you come over? Lu Meng glanced at her with dissatisfaction, but looking at Lu Ying's still slightly pale little face, she didn't complain much and just answered her question. I rushed over here right after I got off work. How are you feeling? I just tried the temperature with my hand, and it's good to see there's no fever. Yanamamu breathed a small sigh of relief, though her brow was still locked in a low mutter. Isn't this body of yours usually pretty good? Twice as good according to you. It's been how many years since I've had a cold? Why is it suddenly so serious this time? It's really like being sick. It really scared me to death. Luing smiled a customary smile and grinned as she listened to her sister's style smug concern. It's okay, I've already drunk my medicine anyway, so I guess I'll be fine tomorrow. Luing wasn't trying to perfume her sister, but she really felt that her body had a lot more strength and was now much more comfortable. That soreness and weakness was gone. Lu Meng sniffed the faint smell of Chinese medicine in the room, narrowed her eyes in thought, and suddenly glared at Lu Ying as she asked, "You went to get the herbs yourself? And then came back to decoct the medicine yourself?" Suddenly hearing her old sister's fervent inquiry, Lu Ying's eyes dodged for a while. She naturally did not dare to tell the truth for fear that her old sister would misunderstand her relationship with Yi Xian. Thinking about it, Lu Ying could only answer vaguely. "Yeah, why?" Willow Dream shook her head gently, suddenly raising her hand and lighting up a hair on her fingertips. "It's okay, I was just wondering who the hair could belong to." A short black hair was twisted around her white fingertips. Such not too long and not too short hair would never be Lu Ying's. At first glance, it's boy's hair. As soon as Lu Ying saw the hair, her heart thumped and her heart sank. Good lord, this hair is definitely Yi Xian's. After all, in this room of hers, apart from Pops, only one boy, Yi Xian, had ever come in. Pops was a big bald guy, and this hair would never have been left behind by Pops. Over here, Yanamo looked at her own sister's expression and deliberately stroked her chin, analyzing it like Conan was possessed. "That's weird, you say, is that hair from somewhere else?" Without waiting for Lu Ying to answer, Lu Meng said as if talking to herself from the side. "I don't think so, we have soaked in the hot springs together before. I know it clearly, you don't have it there, you are white." Chapter 21, Why are you in such a hurry? Before Lu Meng could finish her words, Lu Ying pounced on her and tightly covered her mouth. Lu Ying was so angry that she deliberately took her hand to pinch her oldest sister's stomach. This stinky old sister. She knows what's going on, but she's still here for such a long time in the shade. To have to tell your secret all over again at the end is an abomination. Willow Dream looked at her sisters huffing and puffing from the side and deliberately hemmed and hawed with a frown. "It seems that my own sister is growing up. Not only do you have someone to take care of you, but you'll lie and cover up." Luckily for her, she was a fiery-eyed being as a sister. The two sisters came together for another jostling session, and after a while the two were chatting away when there was a sudden knock on the front door. Lu Meng hurriedly walked over to open the door, and saw Mu Bingyue standing playfully in the doorway, carrying fruit in her hand. "Sister Dream." Mu Bingyue first greeted Lu Meng, then changed her shoes and walked straight into the bedroom. "Ing, how are you doing? Are you better now?" Lu Ying let out a giggle as she listened to Mu Bingyue's nervous tone. "I'm fine, obviously nothing serious. Look at you getting nervous." At this time, Lu Ying noticed that Mu Bingyue was still holding fruit in her hand. She flinched and lightly reprimanded. "You girl, why are you still polite with me? Why have you brought something up here?" Mu Bingyue waved the fruit in front of Lu Ying. "That's true. You should eat more fruit and get some VC when you have a cold. By the way, Shuero and the girl said they'd come over to see you later and asked me to talk to you." Mu Bingyue placed the fruit on Lu Ying's bedside table as she sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Lu Ying and asked, "Did you catch a cold because you got wet yesterday?" "Getting wet?" Lu Meng had a confused look on her face when she heard Mu Bingyue's words. Her eyes flickered with doubt as she looked at Mu Bingyue and inquired, "What's going on, Ice Whisper? Tell me more carefully." Mu Bingyue didn't hide anything and directly told the events of yesterday. "When I saw her yesterday, she was running wildly in the rain with a book bag on top of her." As soon as Lu Meng heard this, she narrowed her eyes, fire coursing through them. "Good lord, there's more to this? This girl is stupid, isn't she?" Lu Meng was furious as she glared at Lu Ying. "I told you, how could you catch a cold? Playing the rain game, right? I think you girls are getting fat. It's been a long time since you've been beaten up, hasn't it?" Listening to her sister start to shred again, Lu Ying was helpless for a while and simply closed her eyes and lay there pretending to be asleep. Willow Dream looked at her intentionally calm and went straight up to rub her little cheeks, puffing, "If you keep this up, I'll leave you alone from now on." "Gee sis, I didn't have a reason for that." Lu Ying saw that her old sister was really angry, and at this time, she couldn't care less about continuing to pretend to be asleep, and said with a quiet sigh, "Is there a reason for this? Well, then, tell me what you have cause for." "Lu Ying, this how can I say is not the more said the more black." With no other choice, Lu Ying directly tilted her head in front of the two men and continued to pretend to be asleep. As Lu Meng and Mu Bingyue looked at the sleeping and peaceful Lu Ying, they were also helpless for a while. It's a clear-cut case of not saying anything, and they're at their wits' end. Over here, Yi Xian drove back to Villa 1. As soon as his car drove into the yard, he saw An Xiao squatting in front of the dog cage, feeding the dog. The dog's size was huge, and Nziao squatted in front of it, making herself even more petite. She crouched there mixing the dog food for the dogs, the movement of her arms squeezing her waves to the point where, for a moment, certain parts stood out even more voluptuously. Yi Xian sat in the car, quietly admiring Nziao's unobstructed good figure. His mind couldn't help but recall the deep ditch he had seen earlier, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he stepped out of the car and walked into the villa. In the evening, Nziao prepared dinner and went to her room to call Yi Xian to come down to dine. Yi Xian finished his dinner with peace of mind. Nziao had already waited by the side and looked at Yi Xian, who got up and reported respectfully. Yi Xian, the bath water has already been put on. Yi Xian nodded at his words, and Nziao said goodbye to Yi Xian and walked towards the outside of the villa after her work for the day had been completed. After seeing Nziao leave, Yi Xian returned to the master bedroom, and sure enough, he saw that the bath water had already been put on. He undressed and took a comfortable soak. The appropriate temperature wrapped his entire body in. Yi Xian let out a comfortable sigh of relief and slightly closed his eyes, enjoying the time that was exclusively his own. The bathtub came with an automatic heat preservation function, so Yi Xian contentedly soaked enough for half an hour before he got up and walked out of the bathroom. Yi Xian blew dry his hair. He saw that it was getting late, so he rested early. The next morning, Yi Xian slept until he woke up naturally. He opened his phone and glanced at it, and saw a message from Lu Ying. Yi Xian, the car will be fixed today, so we can go pick it up. Yi Xian looked at Lu Ying's message and seemed to have sensed the other party's vigor, and hurriedly typed to ask, looking at your state, this is already well? Yes, thanks to your herbal medicine. I feel much better immediately after drinking it. Thank you very much. Lu Ying's side had just finished thanking him, and a second message soon followed. Right, Yi Xian, give me your address, I'll pick you up. Yi Xian looked at Lu Ying's message, and without being polite, sent his address over. He put down his cell phone, hurriedly got up and cleaned up, changed his clothes and walked out of the villa, ready to walk to the main road to wait for Lu Ying. After waiting for no more than a moment, Yi Xian saw Lu Ying driving a Porsche rapidly approaching. With a sharp brake, Lu Ying stopped the car next to Yi Xian and said with a smile, look, my car has been fixed too. After saying that, Lu Ying had opened the car and jumped down herself. Yi Xian slightly lowered his eyes and looked over, and saw that Lu Ying's slender legs were wearing white lace stockings, which looked pure and lustful, and simply didn't attract too much eyeballs. Lu Ying greeted Yi Xian. She raised her wrist to look at the time and hooked her hand at Yi Xian. Come on, get in the car and I'll take you to get your car. Yi Xian nodded and sat in the passenger seat. When Lu Ying saw Yi Xian sitting down, she directly stepped on the gas and drove the car towards the 4S store. The staff of the 4S store waited at the entrance in advance, and when they saw Lu Ying's car, they took them straight to the maintenance department at the back. Yi Xian's Aston Martin had been repaired and was parked intact in the yard, and the car had been brushed clean as if it were a new car. The damage location has been fully repaired, and the insurance company side has completed the compensation. You can drive the car away anytime. After checking the identity of Yi Xian's car owner, the staff immediately reported the repair situation. Lu Ying looked at the repaired car and also breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at Yi Xian. You try the car? Yi Xian nodded. He took Lu Ying with him to the car and drove around the 4-story yard twice. The car did not have any problems. Just at this time, Lu Ying took out a small bag from her own bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Somewhat embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Yi Xian, causing you to be without a car for the past few days. This is my little compensation. Yi Xian took the bag. He opened it and looked at it, and found that it was a paper bag with $30,000 stuffed inside it. Worried that Yi Xian would refuse, Lu Ying promptly spoke out to explain. Just take it. It's a scholarship I just gave out. Yi Xian looked at the money in the bag, froze for a moment, looked at Lu Ying and said, the insurance has paid for it. Geez, just take it or I'll always feel guilty inside. When Yi Xian heard Lu Ying say this, and then looked at the other party's eyes, he thought about putting the bag away. Good. The moment Yi Xian accepted the money, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $30,000 for the host. Successfully activated the soft food and hard eating skill. Randomized 1,000 times rebate. Rewarded $30 million. Today's one small goal per day skill has been activated and the rewards have been handed out. Yi Xian looked at the contents on the light screen, and with a movement in his heart, his attribute page appeared in front of his eyes. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 438530000. Looking at the rising asset figures, Yi Xian instantly felt better today. Just at that moment, the light screen popped up in front of his eyes again. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarding ownership of the Dongling Entertainment Group. Dongling Entertainment Group? Looking at this name, Yi Xian flinched as he took out his cell phone and briefly inquired about this group. It was a shock not to inquire about it. It turns out that the market value of the Dongling Entertainment Group is several $billion. Although in the Chinese entertainment group shot not in the top few, but in the entertainment group in this area of Suzhou and Hangzhou, it is definitely counted as a respectable one. Yi Xian looked down the page again and found that this group had still signed a few good artists, and the future development should be good. His eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This signing was indeed earned. Yi Xian drove the car back to the Force store, and when the two got off the car together, Yi Xian suddenly realized that there was something else inside the bag. He glanced toward it and noticed that it seemed to be covered with a piece of paper backwards. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and pulled out the piece of paper to take a look at it, only to see that it was a sketch that happened to be of him and Luing holding an umbrella in the rain. Over here. When Luing saw Yi Xian stop, she glanced towards his hand and said with a smile, you found out. I was going to tell you when we parted ways if you didn't find out. She had drawn this casually after returning home, and thinking that Yi Xian was also one of the main characters, she was prepared to give this painting to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the sketch in his hand as he looked up at Luing. Do you have a pencil? Ah, what's wrong? Luing froze for a moment, but hurriedly answered, yes, there is, just wait until I go get it for you. Luing still loved to draw, so whether it was drawing paper or brushes, she would always carry them with her. She returned to her car and found a pencil and handed it to Yi Xian. Here. Yi Xian took Lu Ying's pencil. He looked at the drawing in front of him and directly lifted the pencil to add a few strokes on it. Because it's a sketch, you can clearly hear the sound made by the pencil rubbing on the paper. Yi Xian's pen speed was very fast, so Lu Ying stood to the side and watched. At first, a puzzled expression flowed across Lu Ying's small face, but gradually, Lu Ying's expression was gradually replaced by shock. Yi Xian was just a few short strokes, as if he had injected a soul into this sketch. Her painted self was as delicate and shy as she had really felt that day, and Yi Xian's appearance had become more handsome and three-dimensional, and the movement of wrapping his arm around her waist also seemed more natural, not feeling abrupt at all. Obviously a few changes, but the whole picture becomes different. The whole picture now seems more harmonious and cozy, just like the first love of a young couple. Lu Ying looked at Yi Xian's face and her eyes would almost glow. You're a connoisseur. The hardest thing about sketching is drawing the atmosphere, and you just changed it and brought out that feeling. That's too good. Lu Ying was really surprised by Yi Xian's hand. She praised Yi Xian up and down. Praising is simply only should be in the sky. On the ground simply no one of that kind. Yi Xian shook his head with a light smile and said with a deep voice, I'm just skimming the surface. A little? Lu Ying of course knows that this is Yi Xian in polite. This level if you know a little. Many people are also elementary school students level. Yi Xian, can you teach me? Lu Ying looked at Yi Xian's technique which was really coveted, and blearily inquired, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Yi Xian thought about Lu Ying's rebate just now, and it was not good to receive such a big gift from others without showing anything at all, so he nodded his head and answered, okay, I'll fill you in when I have time later. When Lu Ying heard Yi Xian's words, she was instantly happy. She suddenly lowered her eyes and paused for a moment, then said to Yi Xian, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Can you wait here for me? Yi Xian naturally had no opinion, but he waited for a long time and didn't see Lu Ying come back. His eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but he thought that Lu Ying was still a bit uncomfortable, so he didn't care. A while later, Lu Ying ran back, looking a bit out of breath. Yi Xian looked at her and also laughed. It's not that much of a rush to get back, so what's the hurry? After saying that, Yi Xian got into his car and prepared to pick it up and leave. Just at this time, Lu Ying came forward and knocked on Yi Xian's car window, her clear eyes glowing. Yi Xian, can I discuss something with you? Yi Xian looked at her well-behaved appearance and hooked his lips into a smile. What's wrong? Lu Ying was a little embarrassed. She pursed her lips and still said her thoughts. Can you draw a few paintings for me? I want to take them back and realize them first, so that I can absorb them faster when you give me lessons. Yi Xian froze for a moment when he heard Lu Ying's words, but looking at Lu Ying's almost glowing eyes, he finally nodded. It's okay. Hearing Yi Xian promise to come down, Lu Ying showed particular excitement as she immediately took out a thick pack of sketch paper from behind her and shoved it through the window into Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian, what does that mean? What's with this thick stack and the bags that came too late to tear off the top? Lu Ying could see Yi Xian's stupefaction as she smiled sweetly. Just paint a few for me, will you? Yi Xian took a deep breath as he shook the thick pile of sketch paper. How many frames do you call that? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about numbers? However, Lu Ying didn't even wait for Yi Xian to finish. She finished delivering the sketch paper and trotted back to the car, not forgetting to wink towards Yi Xian. In the end, Lu Ying waved her hand, stepped on the gas, and drove straight away. Ugh, slow down and drive. Looking at Lu Ying's driving fiercely like a tiger, Yi Xian was again helpless and hurriedly reminded him with a voice. Any more driving so fast, it's easy to drive out of the 4S. Lu Ying. She glanced in the rearview mirror and shouted. Okay, I know. Chapter 22, The School Flower Finds Her. Inspiring the system's super reward. As soon as Lu Ying's words were shouted, she drove the car towards the front. Yi Xian watched from behind and shook his head straight as he turned the car around and drove in the direction of his home. The journey was still smooth and Yi Xian's side had just arrived at home when his cell phone rang. Yi Xian picked up his cell phone and looked at it, only to see that an unfamiliar caller number was being displayed on the screen. Hello, who is it? Yi Xian directly hit the answer button, and as soon as he finished his words, he heard a calm male voice coming from the other end of the phone. Hello, may I ask if this is Yi Dong? I'm the general manager of the Dongling Entertainment Group. My name is Sun Yong. Sun Yong introduced himself as soon as he came up, and Yi Xian gently nodded his head when he heard the other party's words. Yes, I am. If it wasn't for the other party calling, Yi Xian almost had to forget that he had also signed to an entertainment group. As for Sun Yong on the other end of the phone, after hearing Yi Xian's voice, he was also slightly flabbergasted. He never thought that this Yi Dong who directly took the group, his voice actually sounded so young. It's really heroic. Sun Yong thought silently in his heart. He didn't dare to show any disrespect and said honestly, Yi Dong, I'm calling you today because I want to ask, when do you have time to come over to the company? There are many things on my side that I need to report to you. After all, Yi Xian had just taken down the Dongling Entertainment Group, and Sun Yong had already begun to prepare the various statements for the recent period, as well as the information for various projects. When the new chairman arrives, he can be the first to report to him. Yi Xian obviously hesitated when he heard Sun Yong invite himself to the head office. The headquarters of the Dongling Entertainment Group was in another city in Suzhou, Hangzhou, slightly far from Jinling. Yi Xian frowned slightly and said to Sun Yong on the other end of the conversation, I'm in Jinling now, and I usually live in Jinling. I might be busy lately, so I shouldn't have time to go over there. After all, Yi Xian was still in school. This daily course could not be delayed, so Yi Xian directly politely refused Sun Yong's proposal. Sun Yong didn't seem to expect Yi Xian to say this. He seemed to think for a moment and immediately responded. Ah, it's like this. Then Yi Dong, do you think this is okay? I happen to be making a trip over to Jinling tomorrow as well, so I'll bring all this information with me, and you and I will meet? Yi Xian listened to Sun Yong's words and then agreed in one breath. Okay, you contact me when we get there tomorrow and we'll make an appointment. Okay, Yi Dong. After Sun Yong said a few more words to Yi Xian, he hung up the phone in fear. Over here, Yi Xian looked at the screen that had gone black and threw his cell phone aside, then saw a stack of sketch pads laying next to him. Looking at this pile of sketch paper, Yi Xian only felt a headache. Good lord, this chick, she's trying to wear out the stupid kid. Yi Xian directly threw the stack of sketch paper to the side. He looked towards the window and saw that today's weather was exceptionally good, and it just so happened that there were no classes, so he walked out into the courtyard to enjoy the scenery. Looking at just the right amount of sunlight, Yi Xian directly lay down on the lawn, his head resting on his hands. It was indescribably comfortable. However, when Yi Xian was lying like this, he always felt that this side of his head was empty and seemed to be missing something. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he raised his head to look around the garden and directly whistled. With the sound of a whistle, a speedy wind swooped over in Yi Xian's direction, and it was none other than Little Blackie. When Little Blackie arrived at Yi Xian's side, he immediately came up intimately, rubbing his body against Yi Xian's hand, and the dog's head even came towards Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian was infected by Little Blackie's enthusiasm and reached out to touch the dog's head. As the dog moved, Yi Xian could smell a refreshing scent coming from the dog. Blackie, you smell pretty good today. Is this a bath? Yi Xian asked at Little Blackie, who seemed to understand Yi Xian's words and immediately stood there with his head held high and majestic like a great general. Looking at Little Blackie's complacent appearance, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and touched the fur on its body. It was like fine satin in his hand, but with a little bit of hardness. That kind of hand feeling was hard to describe in words. Smelling the strong scent again, it seemed that Ziyo had given the dog a bath. Yi Xian looked at the fragrant little black sun in front of him, hooked his finger towards it with a smile, and pressed it to the grass to lie down. He then didn't hesitate to pillow himself directly on the little black man's fleshy body. Feeling that life had come full circle all of a sudden, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and prepared to sleep for a while. His breathing gradually evened out. On the other side at this time, Sun Yong directly convened a meeting of all the executives after calling Yi Xian. Sun Yong spoke directly about the new chairman at the meeting, and then asked each department to summarize the various materials and submit them to him. Each department organizes its own information, and because of the urgency of the time, I want you to double-check before you submit it. Sun Yong's expression was indescribably serious as he swept his eyes across the crowd present and said word by word, "If problems are found on the new chairman's side, you will be the ones to take this responsibility. I'm only going to say this once, but I hope you all keep it in mind." The senior management of each department looked at Sun Yong's face and knew that the general manager was by no means joking, and each one of them had a serious look on their faces, promising that they would definitely not drop the ball at the critical moment. For a while, everyone in the Dongling Entertainment Group began to get busy. Sun Yong is the general manager. His work is more heavy. Need to check some information. The whole afternoon in front of the computer operation. Do not dare to delay a minute. The huge and spacious general manager's office was surprisingly quiet, with only the movement of papers and keyboards being flipped in front of the computer. It was busy until the evening when Sun Yong's office door was pushed open by the male secretary. The secretary walked to the desk and looked at Sun Yong, who was still busy, and whispered, "Mr. Sun, I came over because I wanted to remind you about your trip to Jinling tomorrow morning." While speaking, the secretary handed a document to Sun Yong. Sun Yong took the information and flipped it open to look at it. He nodded gently and answered directly, "Okay, this will work. So let's set it up." Sun Yong closed the folder and handed it back to his secretary, who finally bothered to look up and saw the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. "I didn't realize that time actually went by so fast." Sun Yong obviously froze for a moment. He thought that at most 2 or 3 hours had passed, but he didn't realize that it was already dark outside now. This time is going by fast. It's nighttime in so little time. Sun Yong mumbled as if he had said something, then turned his head to the secretary and ordered, "Okay, if it's okay you can go ahead and leave work. I got it." The secretary nodded. He didn't dare to disturb Sun Yong's work, so he gently exited the office, walking out of the office and bringing the door to the room with her. The secretary stood in the doorway looking at the light showing through the cracks. "See, this is the work attitude and passion of Mr. Sun, which is not comparable to ordinary people." As Sun Yong's secretary, he knew very well that Sun Yong was a person whose work efficiency could be described as very high. Under such high intensity, people can still continue to work for such a long time, the persistence of which can be imagined without saying. The secretary sighed quietly. In fact, their co-workers also have left later, but either their work ability is lacking, or they rushed to finish their work and left immediately. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he hadn't really seen any person who came home from work before Mr. Sun. It is no wonder that people can do the position of general manager at a young age, which is based on personal ability to fight for. Really not envious. The secretary stood in the office doorway and fumed for a while, and it took a while before she withdrew her eyes and walked towards the outside of the company. He had to go back early to pack up. He had to accompany Mr. Sun to Jinling tomorrow. The next morning, after Yi Xian slept until he naturally woke up, he got up and washed up, then took his books and prepared to go to class. After all, his real job now was a student, and he didn't want to waste study time when time permitted. When it was time between classes, Luing also walked out from her classroom and came to the door of the classroom where Yi Xian was. She craned her neck towards the inside of the staircase classroom, and saw that the teacher was writing carefully on the slate above, and instantly froze for a moment as well. Luing didn't have the good sense to walk directly into the classroom. She lowered her eyes and thought about it. Then she looked at a boy next to her. Her eyes rolled and she quickly walked up and said, "Hello, may I have a moment of your time?" The boy suddenly heard someone talking to him and hurriedly looked over towards this side, and as soon as he saw that the person speaking was Luing, he immediately froze there. The boy's face carried a clear sense of being flattered as he took a deep breath and looked over at Luing and asked, "Call me?" Although Luing was only saying a faint sentence, it made the boy's heart beat violently. At that moment, the boy's face raised what he thought was the brightest smile, and his heart was already happy. Misty grass. Could it be that he had gotten lucky today? Isn't this one the famous Lu University schoolgirl? She actually took the initiative to talk to herself, and that could have blown up for days, especially looking at Lu Ying's small face from a close distance. It was simply beautiful. The boy forcibly suppressed his excitement as he maintained his surface calmness, bumbling his way over to Lu Ying to stand in front of him and ask enthusiastically, "What's wrong?" Seeing how enthusiastic the boys were, Lu Ying also smiled slightly and opened her mouth to inquire in the midst of the boys' disorientation. "Hello, may I ask if Yi Xian is in your class? Can you call him for me? Just say I'm looking for him for something." Boys. Holy shit. It's so hard to have a chance to get up close and personal with Lu Dashue, but it turned out to be because of another man. What is this called? The boy was now in a bit of a tearful mood. He was holding a good deal of fire in his heart, but he also knew that he couldn't let it out in front of Lu Ying. Not to mention that Lu Ying was his goddess. He simply couldn't give up anymore. Even if he had the guts to yell at Lu Ying, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to become a global public enemy. The boy took several deep breaths before he barely managed to adjust his emotions and replied to Lu Ying. Okay, just wait a minute. After the boy finished talking to Lu Ying, he walked quickly towards the inside of the classroom. He scanned around the classroom and quickly found Yi Xian's position, and saw that Yi Xian was getting together with a few brothers from his dormitory, chatting in a low voice. As soon as he saw Yi Xian's handsome face, the boy's face immediately became ugly, and his heart was indescribably clogged. He walked over quickly and tapped Yi Xian's table with his finger, ending his voice. Yi Xian, outside Lu Ying is looking for you. The boy finished his sentence, not wanting to linger a second longer, and walked quickly towards his position. It was as if endless anger was in that departing stride, and it burned all the way away. Oldest said with a confused blink and a skittish look as he watched the boys leave. Good lord, why does this guy's face look so foul? As if someone has offended him. It was as aggressive as if he was going to tear anyone alive. The boss let out a soft laugh at that as he moved over to a few of his housemates and explained in a low voice. Look at what you're saying. Didn't your face look this bad the day that big schoolgirl Lu gave Lao San an umbrella? To put it bluntly, with the grievances you had at that time, a damn 1,000-year-old corpse would have to crawl back into the coffin and close it up again if it came across you. Lao Si, big brother, you were not the same that day? How did you manage, shyly, to describe me as such? Over here. When Yi Xian heard that it was Lu Ying who had looked for him, he pulled out a bunch of sketch paper from inside his bag and walked quickly towards the outside. As soon as Yi Xian walked out of the classroom, he saw that Lu Ying was standing there, eagerly waiting. As soon as Lu Ying saw Yi Xian come out, she immediately pounced forward with a smile on her face and stretched out her hand towards Yi Xian, saying in a kitten-like manner, Yi Xian, the painting you promised me yesterday. Yi Xian looked at Lu Ying's sparkling eyes and handed the sketch paper in his hand towards her. As soon as she saw such a large stack of sketch pads, Lu Ying immediately became excited and was so happy that she simply wanted to scream. I can't believe there are so many. Yi Xian, this is too righteous. Lu Ying couldn't say too much in time, so she picked up those sketch pads and looked at them one by one. But only after looking at a few of them, Lu Ying realized that something was wrong. These are all blank paper. Lu Ying felt like she had been on a roller coaster. She glared at Yi Xian and pointed at the sketch pads with a puff of anger. Where's the painting? What have you painted here? In the face of Lu Ying's questioning, Yi Xian was unconcerned and answered with a straight face. I drew a picture of a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. And it's not just sitting here. A hungry tiger pouncing on a picture? Lu Ying almost laughed at Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian, do you think I'm poorly read? So you're deliberately lying to me? Where's the food? The hungry tiger ate it. Listening to the way Yi Xian had come and gone with his words, Lu Ying's breath stuttered. What about the hungry tiger? Yi Xian looked at Lu Ying with a look that he wouldn't let go of, and leisurely raised an arc on the corner of his mouth as he replied word for word. Eat and go. Lu Ying, what about teasing? What a great picture of a hungry tiger eating food. Why don't you draw another picture of an old cow eating grass? At that moment, Lu Ying was also exasperated by Yi Xian's maneuver. She put her hands behind her back and huffed. You just tease me. Said you'd draw me a picture. No more dessert for you. Dessert? When Yi Xian heard Lu Ying's words, he glanced towards the position behind her, and only then did he realize that Lu Ying was carrying a small box in her hand, which looked quite exquisite. Looking at the box, Yi Xian's eyebrows raised as he asked with a smile. Ha, there's dessert? Look at you. Why are you so polite? Just come over and bring a gift. But you've come all this way, so you can't bring it back, can you? Lu Ying sniffed and choked again. She pursed her lips tightly. This guy, talking is really choking. Heavily exhaling a breath. Only then did Lu Ying hold back the mood to violently beat up Yi Xian, and passed the box in her hand towards Yi Xian. Okay, here you go, beaten by you guys. Yi Xian looked at the box handed to him and took it with a smile. The moment he touched the box, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of him. P.S. Say more rules, a minimum of 2 times a day. Every 5 positive reviews or 100 or 20 gifts plus a more. Uncapped. I beg you to collect. Praise. Urge more. Thank you for the support of the big guys. Chapter 23 Meetings. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $100 for the host. Successfully activated the soft food and hard eating skill. Randomly received a 1,000,000 times rebate. Rewarded 100 million. One small goal skill activated every day. The reward of $10 million has arrived. Please pay attention to check. Yi Xian looked at the contents on the light screen and his eyes followed with a pop. Holy shit, you're giving away desserts for a rebate? It's really worthy of being a system skill, but this function is too dominant. Yi Xian's mind moved and he saw his system interface appear before his eyes. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 548530000. Yi Xian looked at the changes above the assets. After the recent hammering, he had not changed his face. Even his mood was no longer so excited. After all, for Yi Xian, these were only just the beginning, and I'm afraid that the numbers in the future would be even more astonishing. Right at this moment, the light screen in front of Yi Xian's eyes suddenly made a jump, detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with divine management skills. As the light screen flickered, Yi Xian only felt a rush of heat in his mind, and a large amount of management knowledge was implanted little by little in his mind, and was then absorbed by him in its entirety. Soon, Yi Xian absorbed all of the heat flow, and a stream of refined light flashed from his eyes, which was soon hidden in the bottom of his eyes. At this time, Yi Xian had already recovered as usual, and looking at Lu Ying who was ready to leave, he hurriedly spoke out. Wait, there is. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying hurriedly turned her head back and saw Yi Xian pull out a small bamboo tube from his clothes pocket and hand it towards Lu Ying. Looking at the small bamboo tube in front of her, Lu Ying's eyes lit up and she hurriedly opened the mouth of the tube on top, and saw that there was a piece of rice paper tucked inside, neatly placed inside. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, and in the next moment, when she was about to take the rice paper out and look at it, she heard the preparatory bell ringing in the school, so she had no choice but to stop her movements and waved her hand towards Yi Xian. It's time for class, so I'm going to head back. Lu Ying was about to go back to the classroom when she suddenly had a footstep and looked at Yi Xian and asked, by the way, do you want to join us for lunch? Hearing Lu Ying's invitation, Yi Xian thought about it and still shook his head. No, I've got a lunch date with some serious business to talk about, so I'll eat again sometime. Lu Ying didn't say anything more when she heard this. She nodded her head gently and ran quickly in the direction of the classroom. After a while, Lu Ying finally rushed ahead of the professor and returned to the classroom. The girl sitting next to Lu Ying looked at her empty hand and came forward to ask in a very gossipy manner. Yo, is this something to give away? The girl was about to snicker at Lu Ying for a few moments when she suddenly saw the small bamboo tube in her hand and her eyes glared. Ha, this even brought something back. What's this? A return gift? The girl's words drew several eyes nearby. Everyone looked at the small bamboo tube in Lu Ying's hand, wanting to see what exactly was placed inside. You girls, you're all so gossipy. Lu Ying glared at them, but in fact, she herself was a bit curious as to what kind of painting was placed inside, so she drew out the rice paper inside in front of everyone. As soon as the rice paper was pulled out, Lu Ying immediately smelled a light ink fragrance. She froze slightly, as if she had thought of something, and unfolded the rice paper in her hand a little. In an instant, the crowd all froze in place as they looked at the painting on the rice paper. This, actually, is an ink drawing, only to see that the main character in the painting was none other than Lu Ying, who was wearing a flowing jacket, as if it was windless, with the hem of her coat fluttering up. It's obviously just a painting, but when you look past it, it's as if a picture automatically appears before your eyes. Lu Ying's hand was holding an oil paper umbrella, and she was standing under the lintel, in the manner of a lady of a large family. A pair of eyes held endless affection, constantly gazing towards the distance, as if expecting the king to return. That strong affection, expressed bluntly through those eyes that looked through the autumn water, caused everyone who saw it to feel a pang of heartfelt shock. The students looked at the artwork and were all so dumbfounded that they couldn't believe their eyes a little, especially the girl sitting next to Lu Ying. Her eyes were completely drawn to the painting, her mouth slightly open and her eyes glaring. Time seemed to coalesce at this moment, and after a long moment of silence, the students then reacted and opened their mouths in admiration. This painting is also too beautiful, isn't it? Ying, when did you go and wear ancient clothes? This set of clothes simply don't suit you too well. It's completely designed for you in general. It brings out your beauty. Before, I didn't believe that someone would fall in love with a girl after looking at a portrait. Now that I've seen Lu Ying's portrait, I am completely convinced. That kind of demeanor, and the strong affection, has drowned me out. The clothes are beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. I don't know who will be so blessed in the future to have the true heart of our Lu University school beauty. Such a little lady raised in the house. Thinking about it makes me fall in love. Ooh. Lu Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes as she listened to a few of the girls' comments, but looking at the painting in front of her, she was a little shaken herself. It was as if he had traveled back in time to that era. Besides, is she really as beautiful as she is in the picture? Lu Ying gently stroked her cheeks, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yi Xian had painted her so beautifully that she had a moment of hesitation herself. Only after admiring for a while did Lu Ying exhale heavily, feeling her emotions ease a lot. Repeatedly looking at the painting in front of her, Lu Ying's eyes flashed with disbelief. I didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually know how to do national painting. The level of this ink drawing has simply reached a certain realm. This is too powerful, at least in her opinion. Her own teacher was also a completely impossible opponent in front of Yi Xian, so to speak. Just at this time, many of the students next to him were hearing the commotion over here, and one by one, they leapt forward to come over to see what was going on. Lu Ying looked at the crowd and had no choice but to roll up the painting first and put it back into the bamboo tube to put it away. Otherwise it would be really bad to disturb the order of the class in a while. Lu Ying tightly gripped the small bamboo tube in her hand, and the smile on the corner of her mouth never disappeared. She focused her attention on the professor who entered the room, ready to listen to the lecture properly. At the same time, Yi Xian also carried the box back to his seat and sat down. As soon as the boss saw Yi Xian return, he immediately came forward in a bitchy manner and inquired in a low voice. What's up, Lao-san? What's our Lu Di schoolgirl looking for you for? Yi Xian shook the carton in his hand and showed it to a few housemates. Nothing, just some desserts delivered. While saying that, Yi Xian opened the carton in front of the crowd. As he did, a rich, sweet smell spread through the air, burrowing into the noses of several people nearby. The boss sniffled as he picked up a piece of dessert with his hand directly in his hand and looked at it with a lamenting face. Ugh. Is this something I can eat? However, before the boss could finish his sentence, the piece of dessert in his hand was snatched by Yi Xian and directly stuffed into his mouth. The flavor isn't overly sweet, and the baking time is just right to put a nice crunch in your mouth. Yi Xian licked his lips in satisfaction, then swept a glance at the dry-eyed boss and muttered in a low voice. If you can't eat it, don't eat it. I'll eat it for you, boss. Good man. I can kind of see that you are not at all used to people's problems. At that moment, the boss learned his lesson and picked up another piece of dessert. This time he didn't dare to talk nonsense, and without saying anything, he directly stuffed it into his mouth and chewed hard. I have to say, it smells so good. A few housemates ate very cheerfully, and while they ate, they gave thumbs up and praised Lu Ying's handiwork. I've kind of realized that this outstanding people still always work harder than us. Look at the other Lu University schoolgirl. She's obviously already so pretty, but she actually has such good cooking skills. In the future, whoever is able to marry Lu Daxue is simply too blessed. Being able to go up to the hall and down to the kitchen at the same time. No way. I'm already crying with envy. With her skill, it's no problem for her to open a joke dessert store. Plus she looks so pretty. She can't just open a store without customers coming to her door. The way of a beautiful woman is better than that of an ordinary person. The crowd burst into a passionate rainbow fart, praising Lu Ying to the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian swallowed the dessert in his mouth as he gently dusted the crumbs on his fingers and said softly, not that I'm saying, it's not like people's Lu Ying is here. So why are you guys talking so much? A few people in the dorm were just giving it a heartfelt shout out. Absolutely no ass kissing intended. After a while, the course was over. Yi Xian greeted a few people in the dormitory and walked towards the outside with the book, ready to get the car. After driving the car, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and looked at it as he drove towards his destination. And at this time on the other side, in front of the Golden Sapphire Clubhouse, Sun Yong had already arrived at the appointed place in advance, his hands holding the group's materials, standing there with a straight pencil. Even though many people passing by looked towards him, Sun Yong still stood there with an unchanged face and a straight face. After waiting for a while, a girl walked over in a hurry, her face wearing a mask that covered most of her face. Despite this, it still couldn't hide her beautiful figure and her delicate curves. She walked quickly to Sun Yong and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Sun, I'm not late, am I? Sun Yong looked at the girl in front of him and recognized her at a glance. He chuckled and shook his head, whispering, Xiao Zhou, I see that you happen to be in Jinling as well, so I thought to ask you to come along to meet Yi Dong. After Sun Yong finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yi's quite formal attire, and this one in front of him was considered to be their group's top artist. Zhou Yi is not only good on the outside, the main thing is, she is a very hardworking person. These years down, it can be said that in film and television songs and variety shows and so on have a lot of achievements, belong to the talent plus hard work type. Do not fire or not heavenly reason that kind of. Now although Zhou Yi was already 27 years old, she was already among the first tier, and was considered the money tree of the group. I asked her to come along with me today, so that I could talk to the chairman about what's coming next in the meantime. Zhou Yi had been in the circle for so many years and naturally understood the importance of meeting with the chairman today. She had also heard about the group's change of chairman before. She knew that this was Mr. Sun giving her a chance, and at that moment, She also looked at Sun Yong and thanked him very sincerely. Mr. Sun, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Sun Yong smiled as he gently waved his hand and waited at the entrance of the clubhouse with Joey. Over here. Sun Yong looked at Joey as if he had thought of something and said, I heard Yi Dong's voice. It seems like he's not very old. If you're there, you can also regulate it from there, so it won't be a cold scene. Joey nodded as she sniffed, but she wasn't quite sure. How young was Mr. Sun when he said he wasn't too old? After all, they are all mixed up to the chairman of the board of directors. Can they still not be old enough? According to Joey's own thoughts, this chairman must be in his 30s at the very least. Just as she was rambling on, she heard the roar of an engine speeding this way. Sun Yong and Joey also heard the sound, and they looked towards the direction of the sound in unison, and saw a Lamborghini Poison roaring with fury, driving towards the side. Many people in the neighborhood noticed the top of the line supercar, and the sound of backward intake of breath kept coming from them. All of them were shocked at the top of the line supercar. Joey looked at the supercar that was like a silver elf, and couldn't help but secretly think in her heart, Jinling really deserves to be the core of this side of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and there are really a lot of rich people. This hundreds of millions of dollars of supercars have been driven out. It seems that the rich people of Jinling are really strong. According to Joey's idea, I'm afraid that the one who can drive such a car on the road is at least a son of a big family, right? Both of their eyes were locked on Lamborghini Poison when they saw the car slowly stop in the parking lot and Yi Xian opened the door and walked down. The moment Yi Xian appeared, he immediately became the shiniest presence in the neighborhood. Looking at Yi Xian's handsome face and super invincible temperament, Joey froze directly there, her eyes sparkling behind her sunglasses. This little brother, he's so handsome. She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years that she naturally knew what kind of face was most popular with the public. As soon as she saw Yi Xian's looks, Joey's little heart followed and beat faster and faster. With that look and body, you could definitely debut in place. And it's no exaggeration to say that it's still the kind that can be an instant hit. Just by looking at Yi Xian's face like this, even an eye like Joey's that had been spoiled by the circle could not move away for a moment. It's too eye candy. Over here, after Yi Xian locked the car, his sight swept around the entrance of the clubhouse and watched Sun Yong and Joey standing there. So he took a step towards the two of them. Sun Yong looked at the direction that Yi Xian was walking over, and immediately, he was also stunned. It was clear that the other party had only casually glanced at him, but Sun Yong felt an overwhelming sense of oppression coming from the sky. This kind of aura naturally emanated from Yi Xian's body, causing Sun Yong to tremble in his heart. A thought crossed his mind instantly. Sun Yong took a deep breath, his eyes carrying an incredible light as he met up towards Yi Xian. Sun Yong's tone was filled with caution. Are you, Yi Dong? Yi Dong? Joey, who was standing next to Sun Yong, listened to his words. Her eyes suddenly glazed over, and she froze there a bit unable to react. What does Mr. Sun mean by that? The one in front of you is. Joey swallowed hard as she violently turned her head to look at Sun Yong, her eyes full of unbelief. Ah, this one is Yi Dong, the new chairman of the Dongling Entertainment Group? Joey sucked in a breath of cool air. Her heart was already roaring in anger. Even if she was younger, she didn't bring it this young, right? This Yi Dong looks like he is also in his early 20s. And looks like he is not even older than himself, but he is already the chairman of the dang multi-billion-dollar group. Joey couldn't say a word. Her eyes at this moment only had shock in them. This was completely out of her imagination. Chapter 24, What's the news? Over here, Yi Xian faced Sun Yong's inquiry and gently nodded his head as a way of acknowledging his identity. Sun Yong and Joey glanced at each other. Sun Yong even wiped his hands on his clothes before extending his hand towards Yi Xian with a respectful greeting on his lips. Hello Yi Dong. I'm Sun Yong. Seeing that Mr. Sun had finished his self-introduction, Joey also hurriedly took off her mask and looked at Yi Xian and said, Hello Yi Dong. I'm Joey. I'm glad to see you here. Yi Xian looked at Joey who had taken off her mask. He had seen this actress information before when he was checking the information of Dongling Entertainment Group. He was also aware that the other party was the first sister among the group's artists, so he nodded at her and then said, Let's go in first. After all, with such a big star standing at the door, I'm afraid that if I don't go in, I'll be mobbed. Only then did Sun Yong react. He smiled with some embarrassment, raised his hand to greet Yi Xian, and together they walked towards the inside of the clubhouse. Because today was a banquet for the chairman, Sun Yong had already booked the box in advance before coming over. After several people walked into the clubhouse hall, they first ordered food at the entrance, and then went to the upstairs box together. Since it would take some time for the food to be served, Sun Yong sat beside Yi Xian and respectfully handed over the information in his hand. Yi Dong, this is the company's statement and information that I specially prepared before I came over. Would you take a look at it first? Yi Xian nodded at his words and took those materials, holding them in his hands and flipping through them page by page. Sun Yong and Joey felt the aura of Yi Xian's body. They were not quite daring to speak casually in front of Yi Xian. For a while, the whole box was very quiet, only the sound of turning pages that rang out from time to time at Yi Xian's place. Yi Xian slowly looked at those statements and information. His posture was very elegant, even though it was a very casual action. But seeing Sun Yong two people's eyes, they felt extraordinarily eye-catching. Sun Yong, take a look here. Yi Xian looked at the information, and where he saw it, he would casually point out some of the problems he found. And it wasn't just that he could only see what was in front of him. Sometimes Yi Xian would combine the information he had seen before, and even the data was remembered clearly. Sun Yong listened carefully to Yi Xian's words, and although he didn't say anything on the surface, his heart had already set off yo piece of shocking waves. This Yi Dong, obviously still young, but the management ability is also too strong, right? The questions he just blurted out offhandedly can be said to have hit the nail on the head. Sun Yong boasted that he had been a general manager for so many years and was also an experienced management talent, but in front of Yi Xian, he was like an elementary school student. He took a paper and pen and carefully recorded the problems Yi Xian pointed out one by one. In Sun Yong's opinion, all these issues pointed out by Yi Dong are too important. Some of these problems were age-old and cumulative, but because they were a bit long in the tooth, Sun Yong had delayed them until now because he hadn't been able to find a good alternative for a while. There are some problems that even Sun Yong did not find out. Being asked by Yi Dong so face to face, he felt that his face was vaguely hot. At this moment, Sun Yong absolutely did not dare to have a trace of contempt for the young Yi Xian. Instead, he was only left full of respect and admiration. Sun Yong, as a person in the industry, he was shocked at Yi Xian's ease with the management of the group. It's almost as if you figured out business management. Over here, Joey listened to Yi Xian's words. She didn't know much about those management issues, but she could see the change in Sun Yong's attitude towards Yi Xian. Previously, when Sun Yong was facing Yi Xian, although he was also very respectful, it was more out of status. And with the communication between Yi Xian and Sun Yong had clearly become convinced about Yi Xian. That kind of heartfelt conviction is not something to be faked. Joey herself is a senior acting major and is engaged in the industry, so she is even more determined in her judgment. She took a deep breath and gained a little more understanding of the young chairman in front of her. Joey stood up. She picked up the teapot next to her and attentively added tea and poured water for Yi Xian and Sun Yong. Her movements were also very careful. Sun Yong had already been asked by Yi Xian several times, and he was now a little red-faced as he continuously drank several cups of water down his throat. Joey saw it from the side and hurriedly refilled Sun Yong's tea in time. She was standing right next to Sun Yong and could clearly see the expression on Sun Yong's face. After listening to the two people's conversation, Joey's heart once again set off some waves, and the shock was even greater than just now. This new chairman really is a man of many faces. Look at this talk of others. Can put the vertical entertainment industry. Sun General said speechless. Simply does not look like a young man of such an age. Joey looked at such Yi Xian and was more or less ashamed of herself in her heart. Obviously, people Yi Dong's age was younger than his own, but he had such strength. Compared to others, it's really kind of bad to start being complacent with this little achievement of yours. Joey silently thought in her heart, such a stunning young man should have grown up inside a big family to have such an eye at a young age. For a while, Joey had risen to full admiration for Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the information and statements, and after finishing the problems he saw, he raised his head and looked at Sun Yong's expression, and also laughed out softly and said in a gentle tone, "You're already managing very well, and those problems I pointed out just now are common to many businesses nowadays, and it's not your fault. Just follow what I just said behind you and improve all those problems." When Sun Yong heard Yi Xian say this, he then exhaled heavily as if he was relieved. He'd just been nailed with so many questions. He was really freaked out. Even just now, Sun Yong thought for a moment that the chairman of the board of directors was trying to replace him. I didn't realize that the chairman of the board was such a magnanimous person and so easygoing. At that moment, Sun Yong looked at Yi Xian, and his eyes were also filled with extreme reverence, although the two had only met briefly. At this moment, Sun Yong was completely convinced of Yi Xian's strength and was more loyal to this new chairman. Yi Xian closed the document in his hand. He looked at Sun Yong and said in a warm voice, "You manage the group well. In the future, if it's not something important, I won't go over often. It's good that we have time to communicate." Through the reports and information just now, Yi Xian also had a certain understanding of Sun Yong's working ability. After all, he usually needed to stay in Jinling, so he only needed to manage the general direction of the group, and just let Sun Yong operate the rest. Sun Yong listened to Yi Xian's words and knew that this was also the chairman's trust in himself, and for a moment, He was also very touched and quickly nodded his head. You can rest assured, Yi Dong, I will do my best to manage the group. Yi Xian and Sun Yong spoke for a while, and after a while, various colors of food were flowing onto the table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant food on the table, Yi Xian looked at Sun Yong and Zhou Yi and greeted them with a smile. You two don't need to be polite with me. Sit down first. Let's eat first. Zhou Yi and Sun Yong nodded. Zhou Yi put down the teapot and sat in her seat, and the three of them began to savor the food. Other side. After Luing finished her class, she went straight back to the rental house with her things. After returning home, Luing directly changed into her pajamas and was still holding the small bamboo tube Yi Xian had given her in her arms as she lay on the bed. Lu Ying's palm-sized little face was filled with excitement, especially a pair of deer-like eyes that shimmered as they looked at the small bamboo tube. It was as if he had been given the most precious treasure. Gee, what a day! Lu Ying muttered joyfully as she rolled on the bed, then sat up and took the small bamboo tube to the table and sat down. She carefully opened the bamboo tube and removed the rice paper inside, placing it on the table and unfolding it. Lu Ying carefully looked at the details above the painting, as if a silhouette appeared in front of Lu Ying's eyes. None other than herself in the ancient costume. Those deep and charming eyes, with a sight that made Lu Ying somewhat unfamiliar, just stood playfully in front of his own eyes. Looking at such a spiritual work, Lu Ying had a new understanding of Yi Xian's painting skills. She took a deep breath, and the more she looked at the piece in front of her, the more satisfied she became. Lu Ying gently bit her lip, already pondering in her heart if she should frame the piece. After all, this rice paper looks too fragile to be framed for some protection. Lu Ying had even begun to survey the room, imagining where to hang the paintings for the best effect. But immediately after, Lu Ying suddenly remembered that her own oldest sister did often come over here. If my oldest sister sees this, I'm afraid I'll have to ask a bunch more questions. It's just too much trouble. Lu Ying looked down at the painting in her hand and thought in her heart, forget it, it's better to put it away carefully. With gentle movements, Lu Ying rolled up the painting and tucked it back into the small bamboo tube and put it away, then placed it inside one of the bottom drawers. She tucked the small bamboo tube in the innermost position of the drawer. Even so, she was still a little uneasy. Lu Ying did not know where to rummage for a lock, locking the drawer before putting her heart down. Phew, that's better. Lu Ying smiled and put the key away, before going back to the bed to continue lying down, ready to rest for a while. And this time in the middle of the clubhouse, Yi Xian and Sun Yong spoke a few words every now and then as they ate. Zhou Yi on the side is a person who is very good at regulating the atmosphere. With her in the box, there is almost no cold time at the dinner table. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Just at this time, Yi Xian suddenly saw a message pop up on his cell phone. Chapter 25, making the faces of a bunch of big ladies hot. He picked it up and glanced at it, realizing it was a group message. Yi Xian clicked in to take a look and realized that it was Mu Chen who had pulled himself into the big young miss group. A great young man first sent an emoji of an emergency assembly, followed by a text message. Where are we going to have fun tonight? Mu Chen bubbled up in the group just as soon as the message from the great young man was sent out. He responded with an emoji, then typed, a friend of mine opened a fight club here the other day. Let's go tonight? It's just the right time to work out, burn off some energy, and sleep better at night. Once Mu Chen's proposal was uttered, it immediately gained the approval of quite a few great young ladies. Agreed. Let's go boxing and wield my abundant physical strength. Seconded. Yi Xian was holding his phone to watch them talking lively in the group when suddenly his phone shook and Mu Chen's private chat message had been sent over. Brother Yi, do you have time tonight? The guy said we're going to fight club tonight. Let's get some exercise together. Are you interested? Yi Xian looked at the message sent by Mu Chen and thought that there was nothing to do in the evening, so he directly agreed. Lines. After replying to the message, Yi Xian put his cell phone away as he looked at Sun Yong beside him and opened his mouth to inquire. By the way, what are your plans for the next few days? When Sun Yong heard Yi Xian's inquiry, he naturally did not dare to hide anything and answered honestly. It's like this, Yi Dong. I came over this time in order to negotiate a few projects, and I'm going to meet a few old bosses over here in Jiling in the past few days to talk about the progress of the projects. When Sun Yong said this, he seemed to have thought of something. He took out some more information from his bag and handed it to Yi Xian with both hands. By the way, Yi Dong, these materials you take a look. If there is any problem, you can contact me at any time. I come over to meet you face to face. Yi Xian nodded, and was relatively satisfied with Sun Yong's arrangement. He set the information aside, and a few people ate and talked animatedly. At night, in the middle of a fitness fight club. This is a newly opened club. Not only is the venue covers a large enough area, the decoration is even more atmospheric and luxurious. At this time, the store was brightly lit both inside and outside the store, and under the high brightness headlights, the various facilities were clearly illuminated. The professionalism of the place can be seen in the variety of facilities that are neatly arranged within the arena. A lot of beautiful men and women were walking around the arena, each with a full smile on their face, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Look guys, Brother Chan and the others are already here. The great young ladies came out of the locker room, their bodies already changed into tight sportswear, each with a giddy expression on their faces. The crowd walked out with a smile and a laugh, and they saw Mu Chen standing in front of the mirror, admiring his body in a very stinky way. It had to be said that Mu Chen really couldn't see any flab on his entire body, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth carried all the arrogance. I've been practicing my body, so I'm going to roll you guys. As expected, a big young man next to him looked at Mu Chen's figure and immediately froze and exclaimed in shock. Good lord, Brother Chen, you can have this body. We eat and drink together every day, but why don't you have any fat at all? You're secretly practicing extra hard behind our backs, aren't you? When the other great young ladies heard his words, they all looked towards Mu Chen, looking at Mu Chen's respectable figure. Each one of them let out a slurping sound, similar to a group of hooligans. Mu Chen didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he puffed out his chest proudly and said with a smile, generally speaking, I just practiced a little bit. I don't dare to say that I have a good figure. At most, I just want to maintain my figure. We young people have to pay attention to our health, don't we? Mu Chen's mouth was flat, but a pair of hands patted his pecs and abs from time to time, and the braggadocio was simply not too obvious. Just as the crowd was talking to you and me, a writhing great young man came out of the men's locker room. This big young man looks chubby. Usually wear loose a little bit is not to show fat, but the body once put on this tight sportswear, immediately let the fat meat know where to hide. The key is that the clothes are indeed a little tight, strangling those fat a pile of a piece, so that the fat young man is very embarrassed, covered up and walked out, with a face of embarrassment. The fat young man scratched his head and laughed to himself as he looked at the gazes of the crowd falling on him. What a shame for the old man. Originally, I was wearing looser clothes and was able to cover up a bit. This time, it's really numb. The others looked at the eldest young man's embarrassed appearance, and one by one, they opened their mouths. It's true that the clothes here are a little bit smaller, but it's time for you to work out a little bit with all this meat. Think about how beautiful the picture would be if you turned into a muscle-bound man. Think carefully, do people's clubs make their clothes like this on purpose? In time, we can find out the inadequacy of our own body shape, so that we can be more motivated, and people's business can be better. No matter what, you need to work out with this body. Even if you don't train to be like Brother Chen, you should at least have a well-proportioned body, right? When Mu Chen heard the great young men mention themselves, he also smiled and came over, lifting his hand to pat that fat great young man's shoulder and said loudly, if you really want to do this, I'll take you to practice with me, and make sure you'll have the same figure as me in the future. Mu Chen's face carries a hint of pride. He usually still pays attention to body maintenance. Look at it when it comes to the critical moment. Doesn't it come in handy? But in the next moment, a hand reached out diagonally and directly rested on Mu Chen's waist. Then, a female voice with laughter rang out. What are you showing off here? What's this? What's with the flab? How can you show off with that? Mu Chen felt that hand pinching the flab around his waist, and immediately turned his head back to see his oldest sister looking at his figure with a look of disgust, shaking her head as she did so, disgust written all over her face. Looking at his own sister's appearance, Mu Chen suddenly felt a wave of helplessness and skimmed his lips. This old sister, can't she just not come out and break it up? Over here, the others all froze in place as they looked at Mu Bingyue who walked out. Sister Mu's body, it's just too good. Mu Bingyue was wearing a black tight-fitting sportswear that completely outlined the curves of her body, perfectly displaying it in front of everyone's eyes. Her figure was originally of the taller kind, and her body proportion was perfect, with a pair of long legs that were long and straight, with lines that were not dry and thin but did not look fat, and were really just the right size. One more point shows fat, one less point is less that flavor. The proud top was clearly depicted, and with this contrast, it made the slender waist look even thinner and weaker, so that one arm could easily wrap around it. Mu Bingyue's long hair was combed into a sharp ponytail by her, revealing her white and tender swan neck, as well as her slim and straight back line, and she couldn't find any flaws in her entire body. Over here, the great young ladies struggled to remove their eyes from Mu Bingyue as they looked at Mu Chen in unison and said in admiration, Sister Mu's body is too good to be true. Do you usually work out a lot? Mu Chen, you may not believe me when I tell you that some people, just like that, don't gain weight from just eating and are in great shape. The crowd envied the crowd for a while, when a great young man poked Mu Chen with his elbow and asked in a low voice, Brother Chen, how come Sister Mu got the time to hang out with us today? It's no wonder that these young ladies feel new. Usually Mu Bingyue is very cold, rarely play with them. All day long as the school store both ends run. Mu Chen directly shrugged his shoulders at the words, with an expression of I know as much as you guys. Then who knows? Originally old sister also said she wouldn't come, probably because she heard that brother Yi was coming, so she followed along. When Dasho heard it, it turned out to be so? Just as the great young man's thoughts were turning over. In the next moment, Mu Bingyue came over and asked curiously, what are you talking about? It's okay. When the great young man heard Mu Bingyue's question, he quickly waved his hand. How could he dare to say it in front of Mu Bingyue, and then discuss her gossip? Wouldn't it be like not wanting a little life? Mu Chun of course knew what the eldest young man was thinking. He pulled his own sister and then said to the crowd, come on, everyone's changed. Let's practice. As the crowd came together to work out, a great young man looked at Mu Chen and opened his mouth to ask, by the way brother Chen, when is brother Yi coming over? Mu Chen sniffed and looked at the time on his wrist and said thoughtfully, I guess it'll be here in a while. Let's wait. As Mu Chen finished swinging his fists and hitting the air, doing a simple warm-up exercise, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly hammed and hawed. There's nothing better than a grappling match when you close the distance with Yi in a little while. Mu Chen was quite confident in his own strength. After all, he had practiced for a long time, and there was no hesitation in killing these big young ladies present. Mu Bingyue heard Mu Chen's words from the side and turned her head to glare at him. What kind of logic is that? Ugh, you don't understand. Mu Chen said triumphantly as he squeezed his eyes towards his own sister. It's the way we men draw our friendships closer. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Mu Bingyue faintly swept a glance at him and said quietly, it's okay for you to wrestle, but don't get yourself hurt. The moment he heard his sister say that, Mu Chen's heart followed. In the end, she was her own elder sister, and she still cared about herself at the critical moment. As Mu Chen patted his chest and was about to brag a couple of times, the next moment, he heard his oldest sister's voice ring out again. The old man recently prepared to enter the jade industry. In a few days will definitely want us to follow over to see. I do not want to move those stones by myself. You better watch your ass or. Mu Bingyi's later words were not heard by Mu Chen, and he saw that Mu Bingyi had already jogged into the distance. Mu Chen. Others. Okay, it's safe to assume that this is definitely a real sister. Just as the crowd was happily exercising, Yi Xian also walked into the club. When Mu Chen and the others saw Yi Xian walk in, they walked over and surrounded Yi Xian to greet him. Yi, you can go change first. Let's have some fun together later. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Yi Xian followed and nodded, heading towards the men's locker room at the back. Instead of continuing to work out, Mu Chen and the others stood together in front of the locker room and chatted while waiting for Yi Xian. After a while, a young lady next to her was originally looking around, when suddenly her body stiffened and her entire body froze. Missy sucked in a breath of cool air, her small hand directly covering her mouth. Her eyes glazed over. The others looked at Missy's appearance and revealed a trace of puzzlement, then followed Missy's line of sight and looked over towards that side. In an instant, everyone in the room froze, only to see that Yi Xian had already changed his clothes and walked out. The tight-fitting sportswear was worn on Yi Xian's body as if it was tailor-made, showing the advantages of his figure completely. Yi Xian's body was simply too perfect, as if it was carved by an axe and a knife, and the black leotard couldn't hide its curvature. Whether it's pecs or abs, one piece is especially clear, and it's a mouthful to look at. Mu Chen stared at Yi Xian's muscles for half a day. The corners of his mouth twitched and he hardly couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. There's just nothing to get off the ground if you want to blow it off. Mu Chen skimmed his mouth with a helpless expression and whispered, Misty grass. Yi, you're the connoisseur of exercise. The muscle mass wasn't the big exaggerated one, but just by looking at it with his eyes, he could see the huge energy contained on it. Mu Chen secretly thought in his heart, it's over. It's over. He was going to show off in the club, but it came to a roll of pussy. With this body and muscles, what the hell is one supposed to show? Directly by others show a face. I can't get this face back. Mu Chen, who had been the center of attention of the crowd just a moment ago, was robbed of all the limelight the moment Yi Xian appeared. Mu Chen's mood was very complicated right now, obviously in pain, but he still had to maintain a superficial cheerfulness. As he spoke, his eyes were already stealing glances at the several great ladies next to him, only to see that these several big ladies were staring straight at Yi Xian. At this time they couldn't care about being reserved. Their eyes were unobtrusively looking over those muscles. There were even some big misses whose pretty faces were red and whose little hands were used as fans to keep fanning the wind. I don't know if it's because of the exercise heat or something else. Chapter 26, Mu Bingyue is gagged. Even his own oldest sister was staring at Yi Xian, that passionate look in her eyes, not the slightest bit of her usual bookishness. Seemingly sensing Mu Chen's gaze, Mu Bingyue frowned and came over to Mu Chen's side, leaning towards him and asking out loud, Why is it that you say you work out a lot, but you're so far off compared to someone else's body? Look at their muscles. They are hard and full of power. They look especially strong. And look at you. Why do you feel like your muscles are all flabby? Like watered down pork? Mu-chin. Sister. What is the meaning of your disgusted look? Don't you dare explain it to me. Mu-chen's face was raw as he glanced at his old sister and patiently explained. Old sister. Do you have some basic knowledge of biology? This is a different physique from person to person. Some people are practiced like this. Look at those Westerners. Their dietary structure promotes muscle growth more. So their muscles are more exaggerated. Even though I usually work out, it's not to build muscle mass. It's for my health, okay? In order to get back some face. Mu-chen also went out on a limb. A flurry of theoretical knowledge output, regardless of whether it was right or not, all pulled out to show off. Mu Bingyue began to listen attentively, and then the more she heard, the more outrageous it became. And when she didn't hold back, she directly burst out in joy. Not to build up muscle mass? Then what were you just showing off here? Mu-chin. You this? What is this for? You're not giving your brother any face, are you? Mu Bingyue looked at her brother's darkened face. She could also feel the resentment in Mu-chen's eyes. Mu Bingyue had to force herself to hold back her laughter and try to explain as best she could. Sorry. I was not expecting the dish to have to be explained. I didn't hold back for a moment. Mu-chin. If it weren't for the bloodline suppression, you'd have been thrown out by me by now, you know? Mu-chin hummed arrogantly and turned his head to talk to the youngest next to him. Over here, Yi Xian stood with the big young ladies and chatted for a while. The several great ladies were extraordinarily enthusiastic towards Yi Xian, and a pair of eyes always pretended to glance towards Yi Xian without realizing it. After all, Yi Xian's body, it was just too material. That powerful muscle mass is especially secure to look at. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many other people on the scene, they would love to get their hands on it and feel it right now. Mu-chen and the several great young men were watching from the side, and although they didn't dare to say anything on the surface, they had actually been bellyaching in their hearts. These female hooligans. It's so original to look at a handsome man. Mu-chen raised his wrist and looked at the time. He had been trying to find a chance to talk to Yi Xian about fighting combat. However, the several big ladies always looked for opportunities to talk to Yi Xian, and Mu-chen was dryly watching from the side. Hard to get a place in line. Mu-chen helplessly skimmed his mouth as he walked over to stand next to Yi Xian. And just at this time, his own elder sister walked over towards him. Mu Bingyue squeezed her eyes towards Mu-chen and lowered her voice. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. Don't you guys start, huh? Wait for me for a while. I want to see it too. Haven't seen a free-for-all this close yet. Mu-chen was a bit helpless as he looked at his old sister's excited face. Good lord. This hasn't even started and there's already a looker. Alright, get going. After all, it was his own oldest sister, and Mu-chen didn't dare to refuse, so he could only wave his hand and hurry to drive people away. The corners of Mu Bingyue's mouth lifted up in an arc as she cheerfully walked in the direction of the bathroom. Over here, Yi Xian looked around and also saw a row of sandbags next to him. Looking at those sandbags, Yi Xian also had some itchy hands and wanted to go over and try. He found a pair of gloves from the side and put them on, walking over to the sandbags with some eagerness to try them out. A few of the big boys next to him were drinking sports drinks, and as they watched Yi Xian's movements, a few of them took their drinks and walked next to Mu-chen. Several people had obvious curiosity on their faces, and one of them, a great young man, tapped Yi Xian's direction with his chin and said in surprise, "Look, Brother Chen, Brother Yi is walking over towards that side. Good guy." Looking at Yi Xian, this stance is so adequate. Did he practice boxing? Mu-chen met the gazes of the several great young men and gently shook his head. Speaking truthfully, I don't know. It's fine. We just happen to see what level Yi is at. Mu-chen was also thinking in his heart that if Yi Xian had really practiced, it would be best to know his enemy and know what level Yi Xian was probably at, so he could also master the strength. After all, he didn't just want to win so simple. More importantly, he couldn't hurt Yi Xian in the fight. Let's not close the distance and then hit the hospital. That won't be pretty. Just based on Yi Xian's popularity now, I'm afraid that the several great ladies and my own sister couldn't spare themselves. Thinking about the possibilities, Mu-chen shrunk his neck slightly in fear and said to the several great young men, "Come on, let's go up to the side." A few people naturally had no problem with it, and they handed Mu-chen a bottle of Red Bull as they all walked together towards the sandbag area. They leisurely sipped their drinks while their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. But the next moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Xian violently swung out his fist. Only a muffled bang could be heard, and the sandbag jerked up in an exaggerated arc under the effect of the punch. Pust! The crowd looked straight at the arc raised by the sandbags, and for a split second they could no longer hold back, directly spitting out a mouthful of air. Their eyes glittered with shock, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Especially Mu Chen. This was a club run by his friend. He was invited over to play once when it opened, so he naturally knew the weight of this sandbag. This is the largest sandbag here. If it were an ordinary person, a punch could not shake this sandbag. People who haven't practiced for a few years simply don't dare to practice with this sandbag. After all, a bad operation is likely to backfire on them. Various thoughts surfaced in the minds of the crowd as they stared straight at Yi Xian, all of them forgetting to move. The Yi Xian on this side did not notice the movements of the crowd. He watched the sandbags fall heavily and violently towards his position, and without thinking he immediately gave way to a position. After dodging the swinging sandbag, Yi Xian looked at the sandbag and directly punched it with a side punch followed by a straight punch. Every angle and time Yi Xian stuck just right, ensuring that he had time to safely dodge the sandbags as they fell. Each of Yi Xian's movements were methodical, and the sandbags thumped with the successive punches. Mu Chen and the others watched from the side, and the entire group froze in place. That's a lot of hitting. This was the first time they had seen such live training. Many people beside him were also attracted by Yi Xian's action. They watched Yi Xian's operation from afar. Each one of them was wide-eyed, and in their hearts, they madly praised. It was really a high art. If they were faced with such a large sandbag, they might not be able to dodge and be directly slapped out a few meters away. After the shock, the crowd only felt a sense of danger coming on, and subconsciously wanted to hide far away. For a while, the people who had been practicing sandbagging nearby a moment ago walked off to a side area. Shocked, the corners of these people's mouths twitched, and they had begun to doubt life. What a guy! Where did this mean guy come from? That's fucking mean. Such a big sandbag can't even carry the opponent's blows a bit. If it's a different person, wouldn't it be a small life? However, there are also people who look at Yi Xian's strength with glowing eyes, and even want to go to the front desk to ask about it. If this is a new coach, won't they also have the opportunity to become a master? Just as the crowd's thoughts were turning over here, Mu Bingyue walked over with elegant steps. In her hand she clutched a bag bulging with snacks. These were the snacks that Mu Bingyue had bought from the front desk of the club, and when the front desk attendant introduced them just now, she had specifically said that these were low-calorie snacks, and that they would not be fattening even if they were eaten. And a lot of jerky is made from air-dried chicken, which is especially good to eat as it also helps build muscle. Every word of these sales pitches spoke to Mu Bingyue's heart, and she immediately waved her hand and bought a full bag back, ready to give everyone a share. It's just as well that everyone's here. Come on, let's eat something together that won't make you fat. Mu Bingyue smiled as she distributed the snacks out, and she picked up a bag of chicken jerky for herself, tearing the bag as she walked over to Mu Chen. At this time, Mu Bingyue suddenly realized that her own little brother seemed to be trembling. Even the teeth seemed to carry a scraping sound. Mu Bingyue was startled by Mu Chen's appearance for a moment. She stared at him and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with you? What are you shaking? Are you cold?" However, Mu Bingyue didn't take Mu Chen's reaction to heart as she took out a piece of chicken jerky and held it in her mouth before looking at Mu Chen and asking, "I'm ready now. You can go ahead and invite. By the way, you'll be gentle with your hands in a while. Don't get someone hurt. You won't be spared when the time comes." Mu Chen, I hurt him? Sister, even if you want to strike me down, you can't irritate me like this. Mu Chen swallowed hard as he tried to retain what little self-respect he had left, and a polite yet not embarrassed smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. "What's that? It's okay, let's go home later. I'm also tired after playing all day. Go back and have a good rest." "Ha? I've been looking forward to this for half a day and you're just done?" Mu Bingyue didn't know the little scheme her own old brother was playing. She looked at Mu Chen with a puzzled expression, her brows slightly knitted, her face carrying obvious dissatisfaction. "Hey, are you good or not? This is not fooling me. Look at me. I've bought all the snacks, and as a result, you guys aren't fighting? What a thing to call it." Mu Chen looked at his own sister's exasperated appearance, and didn't dare to say a word more other than secretly skimming his lips. He was now really mute and didn't dare to say anything even though he was suffering in his heart. It's too hard for him not to say it and be complained about, and to say it is tantamount to being shameless. Just as Mu Bingyue was complaining about all sorts of things, over here, Yi Xian also stopped punching and took off his gloves and walked over towards this side. Listening to the two Mu family siblings talking, Yi Xian smiled and came forward. "Why? What are you talking about? So lively?" When Mu Bingyue heard Yi Xian ask out loud, she answered without thinking. "Why? Just now," Mu Chen said. Mu Bingyue's words didn't even have time to finish before Mu Chen directly covered her mouth. Chapter 27, Two Grandsons. Mu Chen controlled his sister with both hands and a standardized smile appeared on his face as he explained to Yi Xian. It's fine, brother Yi, you're tired after the fight just now. I'll ask them to bring you drinks. Take a good rest." Yi Xian didn't take it to heart as he smiled and nodded, walking to the side of the cabinet and returning the gloves. Watching Yi Xian walk away, Mu Bingyue stretched out her hand and slapped Mu Chen, exasperatedly reprimanding him. You kid, what are you up to? If you don't fight, then don't fight. Why don't you call someone to talk? Mu Bingyue didn't bother to talk to her brother anymore, and after throwing Mu Chen a blank stare, she walked over towards the big ladies next to her. Mu Bingyue walked next to a large lady and opened her mouth to ask, what's going on with them? Why does it feel weird? Missy looked at Mu Bingtone's bulging appearance and cried and laughed as she told what had just happened. A young lady next to her came over to Mu Bingyue and lowered her voice. Sister Bingyue, you didn't see it just now. A few of their faces directly gave way to white with fear, especially pitiful, but that scene was really quite scary. We were shocked too. Although the several people spoke in a low voice, the several great young men were standing right next to each other, so they were able to hear it. Hearing the description of them from the big ladies, the several big young men also felt ashamed of their faces and were especially embarrassed. But what people say is also the truth. Several big young men, you look at me, I look at you, are a bitter smile. No one dares to voice a rebuttal. Over here, Mu Bingyue listened to the words of the eldest lady and looked over towards Mu Chen, who was on the side. As soon as the two people's eyes made contact, Mu Bingyue directly let out a light hum, disdain already calling out. The contempt in those eyes, Mu Chen received it all in one glance. Mu Bingyue's eyes were dry and crisp, and the meaning was expressed quite clearly. The eyes seemed to be saying, it is better to be killed by others than to be scared to death. Ah! Mu Chen faced his oldest sister's eyes and directly averted his gaze, simply ignoring her. Good lord, isn't that a fool to put his little life on the line for a face? He'd rather wimp out than die young. Heck, besides, he was a manly man. There was no need to be general with his oldest sister. After all, just now, older sister wasn't here either, and didn't see the power of those punches from Yi with her own eyes. Moreover, Mu Bingyue didn't know anything about grappling and couldn't see where the joints were at all. Yi Xian's punches just now looked not only fierce, the main thing was that, looking at the way he punched, it seemed that he didn't use his full strength at all. That's a different thing than sparring and sandbagging. If you ever get into a fight, sparring is much worse for force control. If he once exerted his full strength, if this punch were to dry on his body, it would still give him a shattered body? Just thinking about it, Mu Chen felt a chill run down his back and his body shuddered. At this moment, Mu Chen had already made up his mind in his mind that he should never offend brother Yi in the future, much less go out with him. After a while, Mu Chen looked at the time and said to the crowd, why don't we call it a day? The group of great young men beside him, listening to Mu Chen's words, also spoke out in agreement. Let's stop here. Although it's good to exercise more, but you can't overtrain for the first time. You always need to progress gradually. Right. We came here today to try our hand at it, and we'll come back later when we have time to practice more. I've heard that the lessons here are quite good, so next time we can make an appointment in advance. There are actually many different ways to exercise, and you can't just focus on one. So let's try something else next time. We can always find something that interests everyone, right? The great young men now have a psychological shadow for wrestling. If they really play together, when Yi Xian asks them to accompany them to play together, won't they be killed? Yi Xian scratched his head in confusion as he listened to the words of the crowd. What was wrong with these guys? It was over in such a short period of time? However, Yi Xian didn't take it to heart. Since everyone wanted to go, he nodded and went to change clothes together. When Yi Xian changed his clothes and walked out, the big young ladies had already walked out. Seeing Yi Xian, Mu Bingyue walked up and said with a smile, Yi Xian, after you came to our store to buy last time, the old man said he asked me to send you some tea. I didn't know when you'd have time, so I left it at the store. Are you free today? Why don't you come to the store with me? Yi Xian smiled and thought about it. He didn't have any arrangements for himself in a while anyway, so he nodded and answered, okay, then I'll be polite. After saying hello to the other damsels, the three of them walked to the parking lot together. Mu Bingyue directly got into Mu Chen's car, and Yi Xian followed behind in his supercar, driving in the direction of the Mu family's antique store. After a while, the two cars stopped in front of the antique store successively, and Mu Bingyue took the lead and stepped out of the car. Grandpa! Mu Bingyue hadn't even walked into the store yet, so she stood at the door and shouted, but she didn't hear any response. Mu Chen followed at this time. He walked to the inner hall to take a look. Still no sign of his own grandfather, smiley face. The old man isn't here. Mu Bingyue sniffed and muttered in a small voice. Didn't the old man say at night that he would be at the store all the time? Surely he couldn't stay idle again and ran out for a stroll. Mu Bingyue complained twice. This grandfather was really something. After hearing about Yi Xian earlier, he clamored to meet him. It was hard to bring someone back to him today, but it turned out that the old man had run out to play again. Mu Bingyue walked to the inner hall by herself, took out the tea prepared by the old master and handed it to Yi Xian with both hands. Here, for you. Yi Xian looked at the small wooden box in Mu Bingyue's hand. It was engraved with very complicated patterns. It was very beautiful at a glance. It was a good thing. The moment he reached out to take it, a curtain of light instantly popped up before his eyes. Detected an extremely beautiful woman spending $200,000 for the host. Successfully activated the soft food and hard eating skill. Randomized 100 times reward. Reward $20 million. In the next second, there was no need for Yi Xian to act at all. The system unexpectedly popped up the system page by itself. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 568530000. Yi Xian looked at the updated system list and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Good guy. There's a windfall here? It was worth the trip. Yi Xian's mood was instantly pleasant. And the more he looked at the two siblings, Mu Bingyue, the smoother his eyes became. Especially his sister. Not only is she a great beauty with iconic looks, but she's also his goddess of fortune. Weighing the tea leaves in his hand, Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue and said smilingly, "Thank you for the tea. I'll be off then." "Okay, I'll give you a ride." Mu Bingyue brought Mu Chen along and sent Yi Xian to the car. Watching the Lamborghini Poison drive away, Yi Xian drove his car and turned out of the antique store, and looked at the lights in the antique street next to him, and a lot of people were coming and going in front of the door. Thinking that he had nothing to do anyway, he stepped on the gas and prepared to go over to the antique street side for a stroll. Yi Xian parked his car in the public parking lot outside and then walked towards the inside of the antique street. He first went straight to the ground stall area outside. After all, it was the most bustling place, and many customers were walking back and forth between the stalls, dreaming of getting rich at the drop of a hat. Yi Xian looked interesting, so he followed behind these people and kept walking between the floor stalls. Because of the god-level eye, Yi Xian could tell the authenticity of these things with just a glance. Looking around at the recent artifacts, Yi Xian sighed quietly. It's really hard to find something good when it's a floor stand. After all, even if there is an occasional real thing or two, it's something recent, with an embarrassing status and not really worth much. Yi Xian shook his head somewhat breathlessly as he withdrew his sight and prepared to get his car and leave. He walked towards the side, and as he passed through a small alley, he saw that not far away, two silhouettes walked out. The two figures looked a bit sneaky, their bags bulging with what seemed to be something they were holding. Even when they were walking, these two were unsettled, looking around from time to time as if someone was chasing them. That look of weakness was a problem for anyone who looked at it. Yi Xian frowned and followed in the direction of the two. Observing the movements of the two people along the way like this, Yi Xian was also looking more and more suspicious. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he stood still and said towards the two men in front of him, "The two in front of you. Stop. What are you doing?" When the two heard Yi Xian shout, their bodies directly lurched. The faces of the two men were hidden in the darkness under the dim streetlights, and they smiled at each other. Their gazes swept over Yi Xian's body without any trace, and they looked at the customized clothes he was wearing, which were worth a lot of money at a glance. Yi Xian had walked up to the duo by this time. He looked them up and down, his brows slightly knitted. "What are you two sneaking around for? And what are you holding in your hands?" The two men looked at Yi Xian's appearance and then tightened the things in their arms. One of them took a step and glared at Yi Xian without answering. "What do you care what we are? And you, what do you do?" Yi Xian didn't speak immediately, but instead measured the two people in front of him in a good manner. These two men spoke with a distinct lack of mid-air and appeared to be very weak-minded, yet pretended that nothing was wrong. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and squinted his eyes as he guessed. "You're stealing from..." Before Yi Xian could say the latter words, the two people on the opposite side were directly anxious and immediately interrupted. "Tai, you're too young to say such things. We're not grave robbers. This is our old home side of things. Our family encountered an emergency in urgent need of money. This is taken out to sell. Thinking to respond to an emergency. Not the kind you say." Although the two people said this on their lips, the flavor of that lust was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh," his face wore a distinct disbelief as he grunted softly. "You guys aren't selling? Show me what you've got." One of them swept his eyes over Yi Xian's body and snorted lightly, saying with great disdain, "Just you? You're a brat. How can you possibly afford this good stuff of ours? It's not that brother is looking down on you. Forget it, let's just pretend we've never met." Before Yi Xian had the chance to speak, the other man next to him suddenly took over the conversation and took the initiative to persuade for Yi Xian. "Big brother, don't you always say that you can't judge a book by its cover? I see that this young man seems to be dressed well. This kind of person should have $2. Anyway, we're just showing him, it's a way to grow his eyes. Consider it a destiny. The man said it with affection. And the man clearly hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, just listen to you for once. After the man finished speaking, he waved towards Yi Xian, his mouth still muttering. Well, if my brother hadn't spoken up for you, I really couldn't show you any of these goodies. While speaking, the man had pulled open the bag in his arms and showed Yi Xian what was inside. There were quite a few antiques stuffed inside. Porcelain vases and jade pendants. All sorts of bits and pieces. Yi Xian just glanced twice from above and froze directly there. Good guy. This is hidden tightly. So all are fine high fashion chanting. Your mom's kisses. You guys were just fishing for a show. And you've been eyeing me since before, right? Yi Xian slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the anger under his eyes. These two grandsons. This is to treat themselves as the second generation of the big young man. Think that they are stupid and have a lot of money. Chapter 28, The Good Stuff. For such people, Yi Xian did not want to spoil them at all, and was ready to leave in a hurry after cleaning up the two people. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's sight was suddenly caught by one thing in the package that caught his eyes. Over there was a pile of ancient money, and in order to look more like something that had just been plowed out of the ground, the two men should have deliberately smeared mud on top of it. Yi Xian looked precisely at one of the ancient coins inside the ancient coins that was wrapped in black mud, and a quick flash of light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted up in an arc as he casually rummaged around inside his bag and pulled out a porcelain vial at the top and opened his mouth to ask, "How do you sell this stuff?" The two men saw that Yi Xian had already taken the bait, and their hearts were filled with joy. It's true. This kind of young rich kid is the best to cheat. The two men exchanged quick glances, and one of the men coughed lightly and took the initiative. Kid, I didn't expect you to be young, but this pair of eyes is quite poisonous. This is an antique, and it is one of the treasures. I don't want to ask you for a price. If you like it, you can take it for $200,000. I'm telling you, don't even think it's too expensive. It's all because you're bonded to our brother and we're purposely giving you a friendly price. Yi Xian listened to the man's offer and feigned a breath of cool air as he exclaimed, "Damn! What the hell is it that's selling for so much?" Yi Xian's brows were knitted tightly, a look of obvious hesitation on his face. He swept the two men away and spoke with his head down. "Don't you guys go yet, I'm going to make a call over there." After saying that, Yi Xian took out his cell phone from his pocket, walked a few steps towards the distance, and took the phone and pretended to dial the number out. When the two men saw Yi Xian turn around, they had a happy expression on their faces and smiled at each other. I didn't realize that it was tried and true, and there are always fools who dream of getting rich. Just as the two were sitting and waiting to collect the money, they heard Yi Xian, who was not far away, violently pull up his volume and roar loudly, "Pops, I did buy a lot of fake stuff before, but this time, I really saw something good. You believe me? What? Don't you freeze my card. Have a nice conversation. Yi Xian's words ended abruptly here, and a moment later, Yi Xian walked back with a dark face. As soon as the two men saw Yi Xian's face, they immediately said a bad word in their hearts. Looks like it's been a bit of a rough day. Yi Xian had already walked up to the two by now. He put his cell phone back into his coat pocket and took the initiative to speak. "This stuff, you guys give it to me cheap." The two men looked at each other. One of them thought for a moment and looked at Yi Xian and said, "Brother, we're not hiding anything from you. We heard you on the phone just now because it was so loud. Just tell us the truth. How much money do you have now? We also see you as a man of destiny. If another person came here, we'd turn around and leave if we didn't pay $200,000. Yi Xian sighed quietly and said with a strangled look on his face, "Ugh, I'm out of luck. My bank card was frozen by the old man of the house and I'm down to 2,000. Both. My ass. 200,000 to 2,000. That's something you can't say even if you break a bone." If they did agree, it was the fool in front of them that had to realize something was wrong. What kind of karma is that to give such a low discount? Although the two men were disgruntled in their hearts, no one was willing to just give up in the face of a fat sheep that had been caught with great difficulty. One of the men thought about it and started to snub Yi Xian. "Brother, you're just talking nonsense about the price. Don't even think about this price. Even if my own father comes, I can't sell it. Look at the little things on my side. They all cost at least $20,000. If you had said $2,000, we brothers couldn't have delayed with you at all. But since I see you're sincere about buying it, why don't you borrow some money from your friend and I'll wipe $20,000 more or less for you." The man next to him came over at this time and helped to snub along. "We have all the real stuff here. You get it and turn it around for a profit. Borrowing a friend's money is just a turnover. Think about it." Just as the two men were exerting their best efforts and preparing to shake Yi Xian, an old man suddenly came over from the distance. The old man's pace was unhurried, permeated with a sense of calmness, walking slowly towards the side. His body was wearing a treasure blue suit, and he looked like the old man was looking very good, his face full of rosy color. The most striking thing was still the elegant aura of the old man, which was an aura that could only be accumulated over many years. That was why the old man had just appeared here, immediately attracting the attention of several people. The old man often skulked around this side of the antique street, definitely counted as knowledgeable. Looking at the opposite side of the several people, looking at their posture, immediately realized what the situation was. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then a smirk appeared on his face as he said loudly towards this side, "Yo, you guys are looking at the goods here? I wonder what kind of good stuff it is. Can you show it to my old man as well? I can still help you guys with the checking." As the old man spoke, he quickly glanced at Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian's young face, and this last sentence just now was actually meant for Yi Xian to hear. After all, he also came from the young people, for the antique line is not so understand, sometimes easy to be blinded by the interests of the eyes. Being an old man in the business, he could not see the death of a man when he could have a chance to help. Besides, the old man heartily dislikes these pitiful people. The line is quite a good atmosphere. All let these people are spoiled. Many newcomers to the industry have been fooled by such people and lost everything. The old man sighed darkly in his heart, and his person had already walked towards this side. As he looked down from his perch, he saw the bag on the floor, and some antiques exposed. The old man just looked at it and averted his eyes in some disgust. How do these guys have the nerve to take out something so fake and lie about it? The old man raised his hand to measure the two men who were buying things, and looked at their rustic clothes and their thieving eyes. It seems that these two people have done a good job in the persona, coupled with this sneaky atmosphere, but it is easy to make people pick up the heart. To blame can only be blamed on those treasure appreciation program. The price of these antiques reported inflated, but also does not teach people the real game, is not watching a bunch of blind, to the line inside the rush. Right. The old man couldn't help but grumble a couple more times in his mind, and the two men next to him looked at his furrowed brows and wondered where the other was coming from. The two men looked at each other, both worried that this old man had suddenly appeared to stir up business. One of them frowned and looked at the old man in direct warning. "Master, there are rules in one line of work. Don't mess up, haha. We're doing business here." Cutting off someone's wealth was like killing their parents, and the two men were hoping to warn the old man to watch out for himself. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't seem to hear the two speak at all. His attention was still on those things. The old man squatted there and casually looked at them, and said with a sigh, "You guys, this stuff, it doesn't look too real." The old man casually picked up an antique, which happened to be the porcelain vase that Yi Xian had just looked at, and he pointed to the pattern on it and said with a strong voice, "Your vase is beautifully made, but this shape is not something that should be found in that era. And look at the auspicious pattern on it. It's not a feature of the same era either. The main thing is the color, but it's a firing technique that only became fashionable a few hundred years later, and it's just full of holes. Even if it is an imitation of a descendant, it will not make such a four-pronged approach, and there is no point in selling it at all." The old man was honest, and said all the problems of this porcelain vase in his head. After he finished speaking, his sight had glanced at Yi Xian. The meaning could be said to be quite obvious. Just to remind this young man, there's no point in spending money on something that's fake with a big open door. Something that's easy to call a joke when you take it home and put it on display. Yi Xian hadn't reacted yet, but the two men over here were furious as they listened to the old man's words. Good lord, they had just looked at this old guy in a bad light. Sure enough, he's the one who's here to stir things up. What fake stuff? Old man, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense here. We're all genuine medallions here. Don't interrupt if you don't understand. One of the men rebuked loudly. The more he looked at this old man who came to stir up trouble, the angrier he got, even wanting to step in and shove the old man to get the hell out of there. Yi Xian's eyes glared. He would not allow the two to bully the old man in front of him, although he had long seen that something was wrong and was just here to play along with the two men. This good and kind old man couldn't be bullied just like that. He was just about to take a step out across the room to block it, but the next moment, before Yi Xian could make a move, he saw the old man on the opposite side of the room snorting, his hand covering his chest as he wailed loudly, "Agu agu, don't threaten me with words. My heart is not so good, and I'm old, so I can't afford to be frightened. See how you guys still want to make a move? I can't, my chest hurts more." The old man's increasingly stooped back startled the two men across from him, especially the man who was about to make a move was in a cold sweat. This is a real fucking antique. On this old man's stance, it sounds neutral, but it can't be helped that people say their hearts hurt. Who would dare touch such an old man without $1 million in savings at home? The two men made quick eye contact, and although they were both holding a fire in their hearts, they were prepared to admit their bad luck. Anyway, this antique street is crowded every day. So many newbies are wandering around here. There is always one who will fall for it. It's a bad day for luck. So simply rip the hoo-hoo in a hurry. Just as the two men gathered up their bags on the ground and prepared to leave, they suddenly heard Yi Xian behind them open his mouth. Don't go away. We haven't finalized our business yet? You guys see? Can I buy the same with this $2,000? Yi Xian's words caused the two men who were ready to leave to freeze in place. Even the old man was a bit confused. The old man's eyes glared round, blowing his beard and eyes towards Yi Xian for a while, his beard going askew in anger. This young man, is he out of his mind? I just risked my life to say half a day, but he didn't listen to a word of it, did he? People are leaving, and this kid is still rushing up and calling people, wanting to buy something? The old man felt his blood pressure spike up all of a sudden, and his temples were bulging there, obviously really on fire. The two men had already turned around. They scrutinized Yi Xian's handsome face with a teasing expression on their faces, as if they were looking at a fool. Good lord, where did this landlord's stupid son come from? People's old man has said that this is a fake. Hit the face so obviously. This kid actually still thinking about the deal? Both men were thinking silently in their hearts. No wonder this kid's family immediately stopped his cart as soon as they heard he was going to buy something. This is really stupid. However, since it was business delivered to their door, the two men immediately smiled with joy and walked back to Yi Xian with their bags, smiling. $2,000 would be fine, but still, you don't want the big stuff. I have quite a few 5 Emperor's coins over here, but they're good for warding off evil spirits, and they're quite in demand on the market, so why don't you pick a few of them? The man is deliberately said to have 5 Emperor money. After all, that thing is still very large inventory. They buy by the pile when they buy. I sold a few for $2,000. It's a much more comfortable business than robbery. Yi Xian looked at the two men's smug smiles as he slightly lowered his eyes to hide away the excitement under his eyes. I didn't realize that the crookedness would save me from having to act. Yi Xian nodded as he pretended to pick through the man's baggage, which resulted in a few carefully selected pieces. The two men were almost amused as they watched Yi Xian specialize in picking ancient coins that were covered in black mud. And what a fool! This black mud is they in order to effect realistic, natural digging a little soil wrapped up just. This fool thought it was just plowed out of the ground. It's so damn simple. The two men forced their hearts to hold back their laughter. He looked at Yi Xian still carefully selecting, and just now pinched out 2 more randomly from the bag and threw them on the ground, and said to Yi Xian, "It's almost enough. These 2 are for you. It's also worthy of our destiny. Our brothers are in a hurry to leave, so hurry up and pay." Yi Xian took a few coins in his hand and then paid the 2 men. The 2 men were finally relieved to see the money arrive and walked quickly toward the other side of the room. Seeing that the 2 men had disappeared in the blink of an eye, the old man was still glaring at Yi Xian with a furious look. This asshole kid, thanks to his good intentions, is hopeless. The old man glared at Yi Xian and was also ready to leave. Over here, Yi Xian looked at the old man's appearance as he turned around and flung his sleeves. He was also happy and hurriedly shouted out, "Master, thanks for what happened just now." Thanks? The old master did not feel any gratitude in the slightest from Yi Xian's words as he snorted coldly. "I don't dare to take this much thanks from you. It's my old man's 2 eyes that are cloudy, blocking you from making money." To be honest, the old man was truly infuriated by Yi Xian's maneuver. After all, he had stepped in as a good guy, blocked a pass for nothing, but it didn't work at all, and he was still cheated out of $2,000. This stupid kid, rushing up to give people money, he couldn't even stop him. The more the old man thought about it, the more angry he became, and then he was ready to turn around and leave. Yi Xian looked at the old man's appearance and continued with a smile. "Don't be angry. You're old man. I know what you are talking about. All of them are fake." While saying that, Yi Xian didn't even look at those 5 emperors' money in his hand and directly threw his hand on the ground. When the old man turned his head back, he saw Yi Xian throw away the 5 emperors' money that he had just bought, and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. "What's going on here? You just bought a quintuple and just threw it away when you turned your hand? This kid, what does this mean?" Facing the old man's puzzled sight, Yi Xian raised his lips and smiled as he took out an ancient coin wrapped in black clay and waved it in front of the old man. "Gramps, it's not too much for me to pay $2,000 for one of these, is it?" The old man swept a glance at the ancient coin and his frown deepened. "This thing is so dark and black, you can't see anything. $2,000 for a piece of clay?" Yi Xian looked at the old man's disgusted expression and seemed to have thought of something, reaching out his hand and scraping the black mud on it with his fingernails, revealing a corner of the ancient money. "Master, I can see you're an expert. You should be able to tell what this is, right?" The old man listened to Yi Xian's words and looked towards the top of the ancient money. When he took a good look at the lines on it, He sucked in a mouthful of cool air and violently took a few steps forward, a pair of eyes staring deathly at the ancient money in front of him. The old man's eyes carried an undisguised shock. Which was $5 million worth of ancient money. Kixiang Chongbao? Chapter 29, Signing up again to obtain the most precious treasure. Qixing heavy treasure from the emergence of a total of only 60 days in circulation. The majority of the minted are sample money, while the previous circulation of those coins, almost all of the recovery of the damage, so the survival of very little. This coin with the shortest lifespan has instantly become a big hit in ancient money collecting, but it is a good thing to have a market without a price, even one sold for a whopping $5 million, and that's if no one was competing. If an enthusiast were to take the plunge, it would be no exaggeration to say that the price would go up another 10%. The old man looked at the ancient money in front of him, and in addition to being filled with shock, his entire body was a bit confused. He froze for a full moment before moving his eyes from the ancient money to Yi Xian's face. The old man's vision was filled with disbelief as he looked Yi Xian up and down. What kind of person was this kid? Just now, this Qixing heavy treasure was wrapped in black mud like this, and even a veteran player like him couldn't see anything special about it. And this young man in front of me, he actually judged the age and value of this ancient coin just by the bare edges? Ha! That's an awesome hand. One shot is 2,000 for 5 million. This is definitely a tough guy. Yi Xian also looked at the old man at this time and thanked him with a smile on his face. Master, if it weren't for you just now, I'm afraid they'd still be hanging around, unable to let me take these 5 emperor's coins for $2,000. Yi Xian was happy in his heart with this kind of harvest. He looked around and pointed to a tea garden not far away and said, if the old master appreciates your honor, why don't I invite you to sit in the tea garden over there and have a cup of tea? After all, just now the old man was absolutely kind, afraid that he had been cheated. This kindness he had received, naturally thought to thank him. It was just that in the face of Yi Xian's warm invitation, the old man was ashamed as he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, it's my old eyes. I really don't see anything good. I'm really old. The old man only felt a bashfulness on his face. He knew that the reason Yi Xian said that was to comfort him. Although he had just been kind, he had almost done the wrong thing with good intentions and had really stirred up people's lucrative business. The business of antiques is indeed easy to get rich, but it is very much a test of one's eyesight and judgment. The old man was really embarrassed to stay. He looked deeply at Yi Xian, then said goodbye to him and walked quickly towards the outside. Yi Xian looked at the old man's back as if he had fled, shook his head with a light smile, played with the Qixing heavy treasure in his hand, and headed in the direction of the parking lot. Now that it was getting late, Yi Xian planned to go straight back to the villa. After a while, in the middle of the Mu family's antique store, Mu Bingyi took a chicken feather duster and cleaned the non-existent dust from the shelves. She lifted her wrist to check the time and glanced toward the outside of the store, muttering something like, why isn't the old man back yet? Where is this wandering around? Mu Bingyi accelerated the speed of packing. She cleared the shelves in the inner hall as well. Picking up the jacket that was placed on the chair, Mu Bingyi planned to go out and look for the old master. Just as he reached the front of the store, he saw a familiar figure step into the store. It was no other than the old man who had just spoken righteously. Grandpa, where have you been? Why have you been gone so long? As soon as Mu Bingyi saw her grandfather, she immediately opened her mouth and complained. Then looking at the old man's somewhat forlorn look, she immediately froze and hurriedly asked with concern, what's the matter you are? Where were you? The old man didn't say anything, just waved his hand gently and paused for a while before saying, it's okay, it just slipped out. Looking at the bitter smile on the old man's face, Mu Bingyi first poured a cup of hot tea for the old man and watched him gently sip it before asking softly, what's wrong, Grandpa? Are you in a bad mood? The old man sighed quietly and swallowed another mouthful of hot tea. It's really not worth saying that I'm ashamed to follow this old face after nearly spoiling someone's day. As soon as Mu Bingyi heard the old man say this, she immediately became interested. Listening to my own grandfather, he's looking away? Honestly, it's a scene you don't see very often. Mu Bingyi pulled her chair towards the old man's direction and asked with a smile, Grandpa, did you just look away? The old man didn't reply, but a deep sigh was the best answer. Mu Bingyi instantly brightened up as she sat beside the old man and pestered him with constant questions. Grandpa, you can tell me about it, just so I can learn more about it, so I won't lose your face when I go out in the future. The old master couldn't help but skim his lips as he watched his granddaughter look so interested and glared at her in dissatisfaction. Hey, you girl, you're so happy that I looked away? Oh, no, I'm just looking for a surprise. Gramps. Suddenly, he didn't want to say anything yet. The old master glared at Mu Bingyi as he waved his hand, placed his teacup on the table, and walked quickly towards the inner hall. Mu Bingyi looked at the old man's back and also shook her head helplessly. shrugging her shoulders as she followed the old man inside. This old man. Really? Over here? Yi Xian had already driven his car back into the Jade Dragon Court. Just as he returned to Villa No. 1, he saw a black shadow greet him towards his position, and it was none other than Little Blackie. Woof woof. As soon as Little Blackie saw Yi Xian kissing, his little tail wagged, almost catching up with the propeller, as if he was going to take off at any moment. Yi Xian could feel Little Blackie's enthusiasm and his heart softened. No wonder they say that people who have dogs are easily happy. This feeling of being the world's favorite one of your own is indeed a great feeling. Yi Xian took the canned food for Little Blackie to eat, while he himself walked straight into the villa. He found a small brush and scrubbed the ancient coin clean, revealing its original appearance. Not bad. Yi Xian surveyed the ancient money in front of him. A satisfied look finally appeared on his face. It looked much smoother this way. He played with the ancient money for a while, then looked for a red rope to tie the ancient money, thought about it and walked to the dog cage of Little Blackie, hanging the ancient money directly above the dog kennel. Yi Xian looked at the little bit of red on top of the large iron cage and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good lord. This gear? It's like a straight-up pull full. Black dog, 5 emperor's coins, red rope, 3-piece set to ward off evil. Just as Yi Xian had an emotional look on his face, Little Blackie, who was standing below, was also staring at the ancient money with round eyes, with a look that he wanted to protect it properly. Yi Xian looked at the dog and gently stroked its head, while he himself walked towards the villa, preparing to go and rest. Day 2. Early in the morning, and Ziyao arrived at the villa early, ready to start the day's work. She started by walking to the front of the dog's cage and letting Blackie out for some air, filling his bowl with dog food in the process. Blackie, you eat slowly, oh. And Ziyao gently stroked the dog's head, and suddenly when she looked up, she saw the Qishang heavy treasure hanging above the cage. She immediately froze, looked around the ancient money, her eyes with a strong doubt. What is this thing? And Ziyao carefully recalled. When she came over yesterday, it seemed like she hadn't seen it yet. Looking down at the dog who was still bored with his dry rice, and Ziyao looked at the words on top of the ancient money, then took out her cell phone and searched. Soon, the search results appeared on the phone, and Ziyao looked at the introduction on the page and directly froze there, with shock and disbelief in her eyes. What is this that you are seeing for yourself? This is actually a Qishang heavy treasure, worth $5 million? I'm afraid it's not a fake. Cannot blame an Ziyao will have such an idea. After all, the value of such a high thing, the average person who was not put away in the cabinet carefully treasured. How would so grand hanging on the dog cage? And Ziyao took a deep breath as she took the picture on her phone and zoomed in, carefully comparing it to the one hanging on the dog cage. That's not a simple web image. It's an actual image of that one real coin sold in an online auction house. And Ziyao took the actual picture and made a comparison, and found that no matter the lines on it, or the style, it was exactly the same. The main thing was that, as Ziyao looked at this ancient coin in front of her, how she looked at it, she felt that the character was even more excellent. As soon as this thought rose, Ziyao swallowed hard, her eyes staring straight at the ancient money, the corners of her mouth following a twitch. This thing, if it was placed in someone else's home, even if it was a real Qishang heavy treasure, Ziyao would still think it was fake. But this one was so casually hung on the dog cage, even if it was just a fake one, Ziyao felt how it looked like it was real. And the one in front of me seems to be the real thing. Just as Ziyao had an internal struggle. Over here, Yi Xian had also gotten up and walked out from inside the villa. As soon as Yi Xian walked out of the villa, he saw Ziyao standing there in a daze and took the initiative to walk up to greet her. Ziyao, good morning. Ziyao was also startled when she violently heard Yi Xian's voice, and after reacting, Ziyao stood there with a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. Good morning, Yi Xian. Ziyao hurriedly responded to Yi Xian as if her small actions just now had been discovered, her cheeks carrying a slight blush. When Little Blackie saw Yi Xian walking over, he finished his bowl of rice in 3 tries and trotted to Yi Xian's side to rub against him. Yi Xian reached out and touched the dog's head, and then saw Ziyao take out the dog's leash from the utility room, ready to put it on the dog to walk it. Looking at Ziyao's extraordinarily petite body beside Little Blackie, Yi Xian walked forward and said with a smile, "Here, let me help you tie it together." Yi Xian wrapped one hand around the dog, while the other hand went for the traction rope in Ziyao's hand. The hands of the two people unintentionally touched together, and at this instant, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Chapter 30, Fongyu's hotness. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with a piece of superb jade. Yi Xian looked at the contents on the light screen and froze. Over here, Ziyao quickly retracted her hand as if she was electrocuted. Her small face carried a hint of redness as she hurriedly held little Blackie and said, "Yi Xian, I'm going to walk the dog first." After saying that, Ziao led the dog towards the outside of the villa. Over here, Yi Xian looked at Ziao's back as she left, thinking about the hints on the light screen just now, and walked into the villa's living room without slowing down. Just after walking into the living room, Yi Xian saw a piece of jade placed squarely on top of the coffee table. The sunlight hit just above the jade, causing the entire piece of jade to emit a glistening luster that looked like it was permeated with a hint of aura. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and walked quickly towards the coffee table, sitting on the sofa and carefully examining the jade in front of him. The whole piece of jade is almost 40 or 50 centimeters square size. The whole is white and flawless, and looks particularly transparent. The head of water is very sufficient. It is really worthy of being a superb jade, not needing to use any tools at all. It is the most perfect state to the eye. Yi Xian looked at the jade in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a good thing! Just as Yi Xian was marveling, the light screen popped up in front of him once again. The 1 small goal per day skill has been activated, and today's rewards have been issued, so please pay attention to receiving them. In the next second, Yi Xian's system page popped up automatically. Divine signing system, name, Yi Xian, age, 21, height, 183 centimeters, face value, 95, gain divine face value, 1 year gradual change, temperament, 96, stature, 95, assets, 578530000. Yi Xian looked at the system page that was updated daily and his mood improved. This 1 mini goal per day skill is pretty powerful, and the rewards arrive every day, which is a really nice feeling. Yi Xian gently leaned on the sofa, feeling the rare leisure. Today there happened to be no class, so he could take a good rest. When the evening came, it would be a good idea to make a trip to Fongyu, who just happened to have a party on her side today, so she could go over there. Yi Xian was also thinking, before Fongyu's gift to himself was a rebate of $300 million. He invited people to have a meal. How can he also have to show it again, right? His alarm clock flickered and he suddenly remembered that he had signed for Cartier Zodiac jewelry earlier. It's the kind of glittery, shiny thing that I think girls should love. Yi Xian thought like this, then directly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Fongyu. Fongyu, what's your sign? A while later, Fongyu, who was still busy in the school, glanced at her cell phone and quickly replied when she saw the message of inquiry from Yi Xian. Virgo, what's wrong? Yi Xian replied to the message very quickly, almost counting it as a second reply. It's okay, I'm just going to give you a gift. A gift? Looking at Yi Xian's message, Fongyu seemed to have thought of something. She smiled with her eyebrows arched. Her hand that was rapidly tapping the words was as fast as her heartbeat at that moment. You're coming over to the party tonight? Fongyu's face with obvious anticipation, looking at Yi Xian replied over his. Her pretty face smile suddenly thick up. That smile like a flower look, at a glance is to say no happy. Fongyu gripped the cell phone in her hand. The corners of her mouth couldn't control the crazy upward movement. Happiness surrounded her. Over here, a female student union officer looked at Fongyu's happy look with her cell phone, flinched and said with some surprise, "Yo, what's up with the chairman? Looking like he's quite happy?" After all, just by standing next to Fongyu, they had already felt the happiness that they simply couldn't hide. The girl next to her squeezed her eyes towards the female officer and replied mysteriously, "You don't have to ask. It must be because of the boyfriend. If you think about it, whoever has a boyfriend like the chairman will wake up with a smile on their face." When the girls next to her heard the topic, they all at once opened up the conversation and came forward to say, "That's right, he's not just rich, he's also very handsome, and his demeanor is much better than the boys in our school. Such a boy should only be found in heaven. The last time I took a close look, the president's boyfriend's body is super good, definitely the kind that looks thin in clothes and meat in clothes. It's really enviable. A couple like that is simply a divine couple. Our president is also so outstanding, and the two of them standing together simply don't look too good together. This is the kind of love I imagined. I'm crying with envy." As the girls were talking hilariously about each other, Fongyu listened to their excited tones and also came forward, asking with a smile, what are you guys doing getting together here?" A few people were startled by the sudden appearance of Fongyu. After all, people are the main character of the party. A few girls waved their hands and said with a sarcastic smile, Nothing. We're just talking casually." As Fongyu looked at each of their odd expressions, she could probably guess that she was afraid that she was the main character being discussed. Gently rolling her eyes, Fongyu looked at the crowd and said, "Stop chatting here. Go and get ready. Call the various departments over in a moment. We'll rehearse a few more times, and we'll be almost there." When the crowd heard Fongyu talk about the rehearsal, each of them revealed a serious expression and responded earnestly, "Yes, President, we'll get ready now." Everyone knew the importance of this performance, so after hearing Fongyu's words, they all began to get ready. Fongyu shouted the beat and led the group to rehearse a few times to make sure there were no problems before stopping. The continuous dancing made Fongyu a bit out of breath. She gently clapped her hands and said to the crowd, "There's nothing wrong with it anymore. Everyone perform well in a moment and bring out your best." "Yes." The crowd naturally responded in one breath. And the female officer next to them saw everyone stop and walked over to Fongyu and asked, "Chairman, you guys are almost done practicing. Why don't we go eat dinner now?" There was still a bit of time left before the party started, and after eating at this time, Fongyu and the girls also had time to take a rest, so it could be said that it was just right. Greeting the sight of the female officer and several team members, Fongyu lightly smiled and shook her head, gently responding, "No, you guys go ahead." The female officer did not leave immediately. Her small face held a hint of worry as she looked towards Fongyu and said, "President, you didn't eat much at lunchtime here. If you don't eat at night, how will you have the strength? You have to sing and dance on stage at night here. It's physically." The female officer stayed with Fongyu and the girls all day today, and at noon she noticed that Fongyu had eaten very little, which was why she came over in time to remind her to eat her dinner. Dancing has always been a physically demanding activity, and not eating all the time can lead to hypoglycemia. It's fine. It's fine. I'm used to it. Fongyu looked at the crowd with a smile and said evenly, "Well, you guys just leave me alone and go ahead and eat." The female officer and a few members of the team were also uneasy. They looked at each other. They were all thinking that after dinner in a while, they would have to bring Fongyu back with something good to digest. Regardless of how you eat, man is steel, and you certainly can't go without eating. Just at this time, one of the female team members glanced towards the other side and froze instantly as she looked at the person walking over from the opposite side. The female team member took a deep breath and elbowed the girl next to her, whispering in inquiry, "Look, that's our chairman's boyfriend, isn't it?" The girl next to her sniffed and followed her line of sight to see Yixian slowly walking over and immediately nodded her head. "Right, I told you, today is our chairman's personal performance. As a boyfriend, how can he not come to support the show? Look at her looks and body. She looks so handsome in anything." Not only were they the ones who noticed Yixian, but many of the girls next to them looked over towards this side, each one looking with bated breath, the light in their eyes on the verge of catching fire. "Good guy. Look guys, there's a handsome guy walking over there. This height and looks. It's like he's growing on the tip of my heart. No way. I'm in love. Screw you. For someone with such appearance and temperament, he must be growing on every girl's heart. This is exactly like Prince Charming. It's easy for him to call people to commit crimes like this." The handsome man's mouth was tinged with a smile as he made his way towards us. "No, no, no. I have to find a chance to go over and ask for a contact or something." The girls simply wanted to scream as they looked at Yixian. They were talking to each other. Even their voices couldn't help but get louder because they were a bit emotional. Over here, Fongyu also heard the sound of talking next to her and turned her head to follow the sound. She saw Yixian walking at a glance, and a moment ago, the small face that was as calm as water instantly surfaced with a big smile. Even her mood followed with joy. Sure enough, Yixian still came over. "Yixian, this way." Fongyu waved her hand towards Yixian, signaling that she was over here. Yixian had seen her just now. He smiled lightly and nodded. His footsteps couldn't help but speed up. Soon, Yixian walked in front of Fongyu, and as he looked at the other party's small face, which was more delicate with light makeup, a quick flash of amazement flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He then lifted the food box in his hand and waved it in front of Fongyu. "Haven't eaten yet, have you? Brought you a meal." While speaking, Yixian handed the food box in his hand towards Fongyu. Fongyu subconsciously took it, her eyes hovering twice over the food box in Yixian, asking with some curiosity, "I really haven't eaten yet. How did you know?" Fongyu, however, clearly remembered that apart from the female officer and a few members of the team, she hadn't said to anyone that she wasn't going to eat dinner. How did Yixian know? Yixian looked at Fongyu's puzzled little look, hooked his lips and explained with a smile, "Wasn't that what happened when you took me to the cultural evening before? Because I was nervous and worried that something might happen, I simply skipped dinner. And, speaking here," Yixian paused for a moment as he shook the cell phone in his hand, his narrowed eyes seeming to hide fine stars. "I messaged you and you didn't reply. I thought I should be rehearsing, so I must be even more unavailable." When Fongyu heard Yixian say this, she softly ought, her small hand covering her mouth, her round eyes showing outside, looking especially cute. "Ah, I'm really sorry Yixian, I've been busy just now and didn't hear my cell phone ringing." Yixian didn't care at all. He looked towards the side, found a table and walked over, took the food box in Fongyu's hand and took out the boxes inside one by one. "I was afraid of the delay, so I didn't go anywhere else." so I bought some food from the 5-star hotel next door. So try it and see if it's to your liking, Yi Xian said as he opened those boxes, revealing the ingredients inside, and the rich fragrance gushed out along the opened boxes. Just see the huge size of the lobster lying intact in the food box, the 2 heads of abalone covered with rich sauce on top. At first glance, it is fresh and delicious, making people's mouths water. Argentine red shrimp each full head, neatly arranged in the food box, next to several different sauces. Yi Xian will be those small boxes opened one by one, seemingly for the sake of nutritional matching. Yi Xian also ordered some small vegetables and salads. Each dish was made extremely delicately, and the food box was very insulated. And after Yi Xian opened it, it was still bubbling with hot air. Looking at the luxurious meal in front of him, as well as the various aromas in the air that were so thick that it was impossible, many of the people next to him were subconsciously dry gulping as they watched. Good lord, look at the boyfriend, he's just too sweet. Knowing that my girlfriend had a gig, this meal preparation was enriched in order to give her good stamina. And what did they just say? Eat whatever you want? Is this the world of the rich? He actually calls this random? The crowd watched with bated breath, each one frozen in place with extremely mixed emotions. A few of his teammates and the female officer, in particular, had a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths as they looked at the gurgling delicacy in front of them. No wonder the chairman didn't want to go to the cafeteria with them. They wouldn't go to the cafeteria if they had someone to send such a delicacy over. Compared to these top-notch cuisines, the cafeteria's meals are worse than pig food. At this moment, they suddenly felt like they understood a phrase. Living and living are really two different things. A few of the girls sighed heavily and whispered their feelings. It's still the chairman. Look how good people are at finding boyfriends. This is too thoughtful. Not only do you know the chairman's habits, but also prepared early. My heart is going to melt. Just prepare 2 words. Hurry a little, spoil this table of food. Think about the people's glib words just now. Casually finding a 5-star hotel. Ooh-hoo, damn rich people. I'd have to wake up smiling in my dreams if I could have such an attentive boyfriend. It's like a fairy tale. And from then on, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. Just as the girls were envious, Fongyu looked at the table of food, touched with a hint of helplessness. Yi Xian, you're buying too much here. With such a full table, she wouldn't be able to finish half of it even if she starved for 3 days, right? Yi Xian raised his lips with a smile as he looked at Fongyu and replied, knowing that you still have teammates, these are for you guys. Look who hasn't eaten yet. Call them over to eat together. It's just as well that it's still warm, and it's lively for everyone to eat together, so maybe it'll even improve your appetite. When Fongyu heard Yi Xian say this, she smiled and nodded. Then her eyes fell on the female officer and a few of her teammates. She squeezed her eyes towards a few people. Well, if you don't mind, join us for some? Disgusted? The female officer and a few teammates listened to Fongyu's words and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. How could they possibly dislike it? A few people looked at each other and ran to the table in 3 steps, grinning. Then we're welcome, huh? They had practiced all afternoon today, and had long been starving, and with the rich scent in the air, the crowd was no longer polite, and began to launch themselves towards the food on the table. After a flurry, the crowd put down their chopsticks with satisfaction, their eyes filled with the insatiable hunger after having eaten the food. True to the craftsmanship of a 5-star hotel, the taste is fantastic. Lobster meat is fresh and firm, abalone stew is even more tender. A bite, fresh, almost even swallowed into the abdomen with the tongue. Even the ordinary baby bok choy felt like it had a hint of sweetness when you bit into it, so I guess it's the legendary organic vegetables. It's so good. Over here, Fongyu also had a beautiful meal. She simply cleaned up the mess on the table and then looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, I won't be able to accompany you in a while. Yi Xian naturally nodded with great understanding. It's fine. Just go about your business and have a good night. I'll celebrate for you when you're done. Cheers. Hearing Yi Xian's gentle words, the smile on Fongyu's face couldn't help but swing open as she sweetly answered, okay, wait for me then. Yi Xian had already completed the task of delivering the food, and as he watched Fongyu finish eating, his heart was relieved, so he turned around and walked out of the backstage, and simply strolled around inside the school. He found a florist nearby and went straight in to order a bouquet of flowers. After agreeing on the time of delivery, Yi Xian slipped and returned to the party. As the time continued to draw nearer, it became clear that the place was beginning to fill up with students. Everyone's face carried an expression of excitement, and as Yi Xian casually looked around, he was surprised to find that there were still quite a few people from outside the school here. Seeing these people appearing here, Yi Xian flinched and looked in the direction of those people, spotting a few silhouettes among them. They were operating computers in their hands and seemed to be recording something. After taking a look at what these people were wearing, at that moment Yi Xian also understood. These, I'm afraid, are the talent scouts who have come over to work? After all, the Jinling Academy of Arts was one of the 3 carriages of China's art academies, and the strength of the students here was still very strong. They should come over here often to discover potential newcomers in order to fulfill their work targets. What's more, tonight is the cultural performance. Many students will be able to put their best foot forward, so it's the right time to discover good talents. These talent scouts had gotten ahead of themselves and found a good spot to wait for the party to start. Yi Xian quickly retracted his sight, and as he watched the time of the party gradually approaching, Yi Xian also found a good position and waited. After a while, the party officially started. The scene was already full of students and teachers, and there were many students who felt that the position in the back was not good, and simply found a position next to them and stood, looking at the stage with an excited face. The host walked onto the stage generously, and after a brief introductory speech, today's cultural evening is considered to be the official start. In the end, it is the evening party of the College of Arts. Students also showed their skills, whether it is classical dance or modern dance, or a variety of song performances. All of them are noteworthy. The quality is absolutely incomparable when compared to regular colleges. As Yi Xian watched the performance, he looked in the direction of the few talent scouts and realized that they were calm and didn't record anything. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and his heart was enlightened. It seemed that the requirements of these star scouts were also relatively high. Just at this time, the students sitting next to Yi Xian started to get excited and whispered, "It's almost time for the finale of the day, and it's the performance I'm most looking forward to in the whole show." Hearing that student's words, several students next to him also jumped at the chance to speak. "I've long heard that this time the party has the singing and dancing leader of Fongdashua's school flower, and that effect is definitely pulled full circle. Look at this scene. It is estimated that more than half of the people are here to see her. It's really true that people die compared to people, and goods get thrown away compared to goods. We're all scum in front of the other Fongdashua's schoolgirl. She's the real all-round school bully. She's outstanding in every aspect. Not only is she the president of the student council, she's also a proper flower in the acting department. And she's not just a strong professional, she's also a good singer and dancer. She's God's own daughter." The classmates were talking to each other, and the words were all about envy and affirmation for Fongyu. Yi Xian quietly listened, and at this time, he noticed that the several star scouts next to him, who were originally loose, one by one also straightened their bodies, with a look of getting down to business. Looking at them, Yi Xian also understood. Good lord, these guys were also waiting for Fongyu and the girls to perform. Yi Xian looked at their excitement and thought in his heart, such a good seedling. Naturally, the fertilizer is not flowing to outsiders. He also had some calculations in his heart, but he didn't show it and continued to watch the performance on the stage. Just at this time, as the host's curtain call ended, Fongyu walked onto the stage with his team members. Once the powerful music started, Fongyu and the others on the stage began to dance hotly to the music. In keeping with today's performance, the girls chose to wear tight tops and sexy hot pants for the show. The stage's headlights hit them, and the combination of hot pants and long legs lit up everyone in the audience. Almost instantly, especially Fongyu who stood on the C-seat. Her skin was already of the cold white type, and under the light, it was so white that it was practically glowing. Her body naturally needed no introduction. The tight top and hot pants outlined the curves of her figure perfectly, bursting outward in tantalizing arcs. Especially some of the dance moves, under Fongyu's perfect rendition, made people's eyes heat up for a while, and their blood spurted. Such a Fongyu is simply a sexy hottie who can be sweet or salty. Combined with Xiangyu's sweet voice, which was dispersed by the sound, it reached everyone's ears in the scene, igniting everyone's excitement. For a while, intense applause and cheers rang out, wave after wave. It was even more difficult for the students to suppress the excitement in their hearts, and they exclaimed, "The family has this wife. Berry's difficult to heal. Ah, nonsense. Ah, if I can have such a beautiful girlfriend, must give her locked at home. Too damn inviting. Misty grass. I didn't think you had a collection fetish, but such a perfect Fong de schoolgirl. You're just looking at it." The words of the boy in the back immediately caught the attention of the boy next to him, who instantly widened his eyes and pulled the boy in question. "Ha, what do you mean by that? Isn't it true that we've never heard of the Fong de schoolgirl having a boyfriend?" The students of the entire Jinling Academy of Arts knew that their Fong de schoolmate treated people kindly and affectionately, but there had never been any gossip. As the goddess of all the boys in the school, when did she have a boyfriend? As soon as the boy who asked the question finished speaking, the several people next to him looked at him in unison, as if they were looking at a monster, with somewhat complicated expressions on their faces. One of the boys looked at him and bristled. "What? You're a village pass network. The whole school is spreading such big news, and you don't even know about it yet?" Amidst the boy's uncomprehending gaze, the boy sighed quietly. Not only does the other Fongyu schoolgirl have a boyfriend, but she also has a pretty awesome boyfriend. He drives a supercar, and he's also exceptionally handsome. Many people in our school have seen it, and it's simply amazing. The two of them stand together, superbly matched. The boy listened attentively, and then he beat his chest and rose up and wailed, "Misty grass, how come all the good cabbages are given to pigs? It's so infuriating." A few of the boys next to him looked at him with indignation and shrugged helplessly, and one of them threw out a sly comment. "Come on you boar still want to compete with other golden pigs and arching cabbages?" Chapter 31, I told you that boys must be careful out there. Boys. It's so solid. Who is a boar? Don't you dare explain it to me. The boy was painfully aware of this, and he didn't bother to say anything more, simply dropping his eyes back above the stage, quietly enjoying Fongyu's sexy dance moves. Humph. So what if you have a boyfriend? Now me and his boyfriend. Don't we see just as much? But just the thought of having someone's boyfriend look at them as much as he wanted when he didn't have to perform was starting to bring a pang of redness to his eyes. On the other side of the room, the talent scouts were glowing, and one by one, they had their cell phones in hand and were recording. There were also a couple of people with computers who were constantly recording something, and they were busy, and by the looks of them, they were now enjoying themselves. Yishan looked at the performance of these star scouts and also nodded gently. It seems that if it's gold, it shines no matter where it is. Yishan once again dropped his line of sight on Fongyu on the stage. At this moment, Fongyu was like the brightest star in general, radiating her own luster to the fullest. Soon the song was over. The show was a great success with loud applause and excited cheers from the students. Fongyu and her teammates exchanged glances, and the girls' hands pulled together as they bowed to the audience on the stage, then walked quickly towards the stage. After getting off the field, Fongyu gently wiped away the thin layer of sweat on top of her forehead, an excited look hanging on her pretty little face. At this moment, the moment the show came to a perfect close, a touch of relaxation finally showed on her face, as if the pressure had been released cleanly in an instant. She turned her head to the team around her and grinned. Everyone has worked hard today. Thank you for your cooperation. Today's performance could not have been so successful without the perfect performance of everyone on the set, and Fongyu greatly expressed her gratitude to the crowd. President, look behind you. A teammate suddenly squeezed his eyes towards Fongyu and whispered. Fongyu froze for a moment at his words, then turned his head toward his back, only to see Yishian's hand holding a large bouquet of flowers, very conspicuous among the crowd, and was walking quickly towards this side. Over here, many people noticed Yishian. After all, he was already amazingly handsome, and now he was carrying such an exquisite bouquet of flowers. He immediately became the center of attention in the crowd. Some people who had seen Yishian recognized him at a glance, and then looked at the bouquet in his hand. They were envious. Look at her boyfriend. Not only does he have the face and the money, but he's also so thoughtful. Right in the midst of the envious gazes of the crowd, Yishian had already arrived in front of Fongyu and he handed the flowers in his hand towards her. Congratulations on the show. You guys were awesome back there. Looking at the huge bouquet in front of her, Fongyu's heart almost softened as she gently took it. Thanks. Fongyu held the flowers in one hand as she gently wrapped her arms around Yishian's neck and hugged him. Obviously it was just a simple hug, but it made Fongyu's little face, which was already red from the dance, instantly even hotter. In an instant, many people present let out a low cry, especially the girls who were familiar with Fongyu. All of them had anti-smiles on their faces. It was the first time they had seen the chairman like this. It was true that a woman in love was different. Beside them, many boys noticed Fongyu's appearance, and their hearts were suddenly broken. Their hearts were all roaring with rage. My school flower. My goddess. Ah, still being cheated away. The boys were all heartbroken, their faces wreathed with helplessness and heartache, their hearts wailing in unison. After a while, today's cultural evening officially ended. Today's performances were all very successful, and both the school leaders and the students on stage gave high praise to this evening. Many of the students from the show gathered around and whispered, pointing to a couple of talent scouts who were busy below the stage. You guys, those few over there should be the entertainment company talent scouts. I don't know how we'll do today, whether we'll be selected or not. Almost all of the students who came to participate in the show this time around had this little thought in mind, expecting to be chosen directly by the talent scouts through their performances. Star scouting is one of the easiest shortcuts for them who are still in school. Over here, when Fongyu saw the end of the performance, she pulled Yishian towards the direction of the mountain behind the school. The two of them walked slowly towards the front, and when they passed by the store, Fongyu asked Yishian to wait for himself for a moment. By the time Fongyu came out again, she was carrying several bottles of Rio fruit wine in her hand. Yishian looked at the things Fongyu was carrying in her hand, and immediately, he was also stunned and looked at her and asked, "What do you mean you bought this?" Fongyu squeezed her eyes towards Yixian and replied with a mysterious face. I thought you said you wanted to celebrate me. I'll take you to a nice place. When Yixian heard Fongyu say this, he gently nodded his head and honestly followed behind Fongyu in the direction of the back mountain. The two walked forward and backward to the back of the mountain inside a small pavilion, where there was little light to be seen around. It was dark, but it was exceptionally quiet. You can clearly hear the sound of the wind blowing the leaves on the mountain, which inexplicably calms the mind. Fongyu pulled Yixian to sit inside the small pavilion, opened a bottle of Rio and handed it to Yixian, smilingly introduced. Sometimes when I feel stressed, I just sit here for a while and I feel much better. How's that for a nice view? Yixian looked around and picked up the fruit wine in his hand and clinked it with Fongyu. It's really nice, and it's very reassuring to stay. The two men chatted and drank fruit wine, clinking glasses every now and then, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Yixian looked at Fongyu next to him. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out a small box and handed it to Fongyu. Fongyu looked at the exquisite box that was handed in front of her. She looked at Yixian suspiciously and heard the other party's voice with a smile. A gift for you. A gift? Fongyu picked up the small box. She directly opened the box and looked towards the inside of the box through the moonlight. Just see a beautiful diamond necklace lying quietly inside. Just like an elegant lady. Fongyu looked at the various diamonds set on top of the necklace, and her eyes widened. Even her breath followed. This is not covered with real diamonds, is it? Such a large quantity. If they were all real diamonds, how much would this cost? Fongyu took a deep breath and looked towards Yixian's direction. Given Yixian's stature, there was no doubt that this shot of his was definitely a real diamond. Fongyu's small hand was clenched tightly, and when she was torn between accepting this valuable gift or not, she heard Yixian's voice ringing by her side. Here, let me put it on you. Yixian didn't even give Fongyu a chance to refuse. He directly picked up the necklace in the box and gently put it on Fongyu's neck. When wearing the necklace, Yixian's fingers inevitably brushed against Fongyu's skin, feeling the slippery and soft sensation, as if he had scratched through satin. After Yixian put the necklace on Fongyu, he looked towards her and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's pretty. Fongyu was already pretty, and her beauty wasn't something these diamonds could overpower, so she easily managed this valuable necklace. Instead, it set off her beauty, making it a little hard to take your eyes off of her. Even Yixian's eyes flashed with amazement. Truly worthy of being the schoolgirl of the Jinling Academy of Arts. This face value. Simply. Fongyu felt the coldness between her neck. She used her cell phone camera to take a picture of herself, and looked at the beautiful beauty that was somewhat unfamiliar in the camera, and silently marveled a bit. Is the person in the mirror really himself? Thank you, Yixian. I love it. Fongyu looked at Yixian and thanked him very seriously. Her pretty face flushed a pink color at some point. I don't know if it's shyness, or if it's the wine coloring the delicate face. The two men chatted softly as the bottle bottomed out. After a while, Yixian realized that Fongyu had actually leaned towards himself. Yixian glanced towards Fongyu by his side, and realized that the other party's eyes were a bit mesmerized, and the pink on her small face had intensified some more. Looking at such Fongyu, Yixian could not help but raise his eyebrows. Dude, it's a cup of chanting, that's all you've got, and you're still trying to drink with me. Yixian helplessly skimmed his mouth as he raised his wrist to look at the time and said to Fongyu, come on, I'll take you back to school. Fongyu nodded in a daze as she followed Yixian and stood up. Only her steps were a bit staggered. Slow down. Watch your step. Yixian looked at Fongyu, who was walking at a frivolous pace. He was also helpless for a while. If she were to walk down the mountain by herself, I'm afraid that she would even be prone to a fatal accident. Okay, I'll carry you. Yixian half squatted on the ground, placed Fongyu on his back easily and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. As Yixian walked, he could feel the soft touch coming from his back, which was a little shaky. Yixian's hand rested on Fongyu. Feeling the softness and smoothness in his hand, he couldn't help but squeeze it. In an instant, Fongyu, whose eyes were originally a little misty, suddenly stared wide-eyed, her pretty face reddening like fire. Fongyu tightly bit her lips and stiffened her voice. Yixian continued to walk towards the bottom of the mountain. He heard nothing from Fongyu and simply reached out and squeezed again. Seeing that Fongyu did not react, Yixian fell in love with the feeling of this hand, and the number of times he needed behind him was obviously frequent. When he was about to go down the mountain, Fongyu suddenly called out to Yixian from behind him. Yixian. When Yixian heard Fongyu's voice, he directly turned his head back, not expecting that the next moment, his lips were kissed by Fongyu. Chapter 32, Why are you still biting? Sensing the other party's movements, Yixian put Fongyu down and then felt a pain on his lips. At this time, Fongyu also let go of Yixian, and he heard Yixian's somewhat helpless outburst. Why do you have a bite here? Bite? Fongyu snorted coldly and looked at Yi Xian and said with a straight face, "Whoever told you to take advantage of people deserved it." Yi Xian Fongyu's words, the next moment, directly pulled Fongyu into his arms. Looking at the slightly widened eyes in front of him, as well as the confusion in his eyes, Yi Xian's mouth raised a bad smile. "Girl, that's what you call taking advantage of someone." Before Fongyu could figure out what was going on, her own lips had already been kissed by Yi Xian. For a moment, Fongyu even forgot to breathe, and her body stiffened violently. As time passed by, Fongyu felt that she was almost about to be rubbed into Yi Xian's body, and it seemed that she was being scorched by the heat from Yi Xian's body. Fongyu only felt her legs go weak for a while. At this moment, Fongyu felt that the air had become thin, and the whole brain was emptied for a while, as if time was stuck in this moment. After a while, Yi Xian eyed Fongyu's small red face, a look of not being able to change her breath, before he reluctantly released her. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's shy little face, came to her ear and whispered, "How about here?" With one sentence, Fongyu choked on her words. "This Yi Xian, what is all this talk about tigers and wolves? What does it mean to be here?" Fongyu was angry and clenched her teeth. Her eyes with a hint of watery intent, froze Yi Xian, obviously fainting ferociousness. But how to feel the flavor of the world? "You're crazy." She lowered her eyes in thought and took out her ID card from her pocket and stuffed it to Yi Xian. As for what she meant, it was fairly obvious. As soon as Fongyu finished stuffing her ID card and raised her head, she bumped into Yi Xian's smiling eyes, which made her realize that Yi Xian was just deliberately teasing herself. At that moment, Fongyu also huffed and hammered Yi Xian. "You bad boy." Yi Xian smiled as he took Fongyu's small hand, and the two of them just held hands and walked in the direction of the outside of the school. Originally, Yi Xian wasn't much familiar with this side of the art academy, but before, in order to prepare dinner for Fongyu, he had found a 5-star hotel that was quite close by. The two people went directly to that 5-star hotel. When they walked to the door, Fongyu had a moment of hesitation. After all, such a magnificent hotel. At a glance, it is worth a lot of money. But thinking about Yi Xian beside her and feeling the scorching heat coming from his hand, Fongyu held Yi Xian's hand tightly and followed him into the hotel. She had already been drinking, and now that the wind was blowing, she was feeling even more groggy, but her heart was extraordinarily clear. The two walked into the hotel lobby, and the front desk lady's eyes lit up as she looked at the two who walked in. "Good man, what a pair!" After marveling at the two people's top-notch face value, the receptionist silently thought in her heart that looking at the age of the two people, it was estimated that they should be college students in the neighborhood. However, out of professionalism, the receptionist asked very politely, "Good evening to you both. May I ask what room you would like?" The receptionist was about to introduce the hotel room type to the duo when she heard Yi Xian directly interrupt her. "Get me a penthouse presidential suite." Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the receptionist to hear clearly. In an instant, the receptionist's eyes widened and her entire body froze. She was simply a bit skeptical of her own ears. She hadn't heard wrong. This young man said he wanted a penthouse presidential suite? Ah, this. Ahem. Sir, you mean the presidential suite on the top floor? The receptionist lady repeated it stiffly, and Yi Xian nodded quite patiently. Right. This time the receptionist lady heard clearly. She nodded her head. Her eyes changed as she looked at Yi Xian and said in a respectful tone, "Yes, sir, I'd like to see some ID, please." Yi Xian handed over the two people's ID cards as well as their bank cards, so that the receptionist could check in quickly. The receptionist quickly maneuvered her way up and soon returned the bank card and ID, along with a room card glittering in gold. "Sir, here's your room card. I'll take you up." After all, they were guests of the presidential suite on the top floor, and they naturally had to provide the best service. Yi Xian pulled Fongyu along with him and followed the receptionist to the elevator towards the top floor. "Gentlemen, this is your room. I hope you have a wonderful evening." After the receptionist finished speaking, she owed a slight bow towards the two of them before leaving in the elevator. Fongyu took a deep breath as she surveyed the floor, only to realize that in the huge floor, they were actually the only ones with a room door. And what made Fongyu feel the most shocked was this copper gate in front of him. The front door was cleaned and shimmered in the light of the building, giving off a total air of nobility. After Yi Xian took out his room card and swiped it, the door opened in response. Yi Xian looked at the frothing Fongyu and let out a light laugh. His upper hand pushed the door open and the panoramic view of the presidential suite appeared in front of the two. Even though it was nighttime, the large floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the room with moonlight and carried a chic flavor. Like to go inside and take your time." Yi Xian's gentle voice resounded above Fongyu's head as he pulled Fongyu into the house and inserted the room card in the doorway. In an instant, the room was lit up. Looking at the brightly lit room in front of her, Fongyu's eyes instantly widened, and as if she didn't have enough eyes, She enjoyed the room's decorations to the fullest. It was Fongyu's first time to stay in a presidential suite, and everywhere she looked she felt extraordinarily new, especially with such a lavish arrangement. Fongyu felt her footsteps follow with caution, just when Fongyu wanted to have a good look at the presidential suite, but the next moment, she only felt that her entire body was light, and she directly fell into a warm embrace. Yi Xian directly picked up Fongyu in a princess hug, causing Fongyu to let out a low cry. This weight of Fongyu was light for Yi Xian. He easily carried the beauty into the master bedroom and directly threw Fongyu on the bed. Although the bed in the presidential suite was extraordinarily soft, Fongyu still had some slight pain. She beamed, rubbing her arm in some aggravation, just as she was about to scream in pain. Before Fongyu's words could be uttered, her red-colored lips were already blocked, and she could only escape outward with a thin, broken hum. It was very quiet in the master bedroom, except for the slightly rapid breathing of the two men, which was a sizzling sound coming from the room. After, the tiny cries and words were drowned in a chorus of shouts and whispers. Chapter 33 Fongyu's shyness. As if playing a musical piece without end, these sounds continued until the latter part of the night, when they gradually subsided. The next morning, Yi Xian slept until he naturally woke up. Although he slept late last night, he was in extraordinarily good spirits, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth made Yi Xian look full of life. Looking at the delicate face still sleeping on his side, Yi Xian's heart was also soft. He gently touched Fongyu's hair, and just at this time, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Detected that the host has been given a chance to sign in randomly. Do you sign in? Checking in. Check-in successful. Rewarded with ownership of White Emerald Jade City. White Jade Jade City. Yi Xian looked at the name on the reward and took out his cell phone to search for it. Looking at the answers that came out of the search, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out that White Shui Jade City was one of the largest jade trading cities near Jinling, and the value of this trading city was estimated to be in the billions. Yi Xian was also quite satisfied with such a reward and was prepared to go for a spin when he had time. He didn't want to wake up Fongyu, who was still asleep, so he carefully got up, ready to go to the bathroom to wash up first. After tidying himself up, Yi Xian came into the living room and picked up the hotel's intercom to order a delivery service. Yi Xian put down the phone and walked himself to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out, his heart indescribably calm and peaceful. Even the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened slightly. After a while, Fongyu in the master bedroom turned around leisurely. Although she barely slept last night, her biological clock still made her wake up on schedule. Fongyu yawned, and in the next moment suddenly woke up with a jolt, lifting the quilt to look at her naked self, and countless memories came flooding back. Thinking of all the craziness last night, Fongyu's pretty face couldn't help but redden again. She moved her legs with difficulty, only to feel a soreness all over her body, as if she had been run over repeatedly by a heavy truck. Fongyu couldn't help but frown, and at that moment, she also secretly thought in her heart that it was all because of Yi Xian, this bad guy, who didn't know how to be compassionate at all. Knowing that she was inexperienced, she still tossed it around so hard, and now her whole body was almost wasted. Fongyu silently spat out 2 sentences in her heart. Suddenly she seemed to think of something and violently lifted up the quilt to look towards the bed. Sure enough, the spot under the quilt was stained with some blood and a few other marks. Fongyu only felt a pang of shame. Her eyes fell back to the trash can on the side, and sure enough, she saw some bloodied tissues scattered inside. All these signs were repeatedly reminding Fongyu of everything that happened last night. At that moment, Fongyu's little face flushed a little more. She trudged toward the bottom of the bed, thinking to put her clothes on first and then clean up all these humiliating marks. Fongyu bit her lips tightly and just rubbed herself on the edge of the bed. But the next moment, Yi Xian pushed open the door of the master bedroom room and walked in. As soon as she heard the door slam, Fongyu instantly panicked, and subconsciously tried to pull over the quilt to block herself. When Yi Xian walked in, he raised his eyes and saw Fongyu like a timid little rabbit, cowering under the quilt, only revealing a head, looking especially cute. Yi Xian looked at her slightly reddened cheeks. His face instantly raised a smile. Striding over to Fongyu, his hands cupped her small face and kissed her. Want to sleep some more? Listening to Yi Xian's voice full of compulsion, Fongyu couldn't help but gently nod her head and said very obediently, that's fine. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's appearance and immediately felt his heart tickled. He gently blinked his eyes and said with a smile, sleeping on meat. Fongyu, brother, please forgive me, if he did it again. I'm afraid that his blood bar would be emptied on the spot. Fongyu looked at Yi Xian's teasing eyes, not daring to ignore the desire that was gradually rising under his eyes. She hurriedly rubbed herself outside, stretching out her snow-white jade arms to fish the clothes over, hastily putting them on wanting to get up. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's anxious appearance and shrugged with a light smile. What's the panic? It's not like I can eat you. As Fongyu listened to Yi Xian's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even if Yi Xian ate herself, she was still helpless. Fongyu skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction as she pushed towards Yi Xian's back and urged, "Get out of here. I'm going to take a shower and change." Yi Xian helplessly stood up and muttered as he walked outside, "What's the point of kicking people out? It's not like we didn't. Last night." Before Yi Xian could finish his latter words, he glimpsed a pillow flying towards him out of the corner of his eye, facing the light and soft concealed weapon. Yi Xian hurriedly reached out and grabbed it, holding the pillow towards the outside of the room. After a while, after Fongyu cleaned up, she opened the door to the master bedroom's room and walked out. She had just taken a shower, and her whole body was like a lotus flower, with a hint of water in the ends of her hair. Yi Xian watched her come out and immediately greeted her, gently lifting her long hair and helping her put the necklace on. "Last night's light was not good enough, and when I looked at Fongyu again today, I only felt an aristocratic aura coming out of my face, and she appeared to be even more of a hibiscus with a jade face that was indescribably dainty. It's beautiful." Yi Xian gave a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Just at this time, the door of the presidential suite was knocked. It was the waiter pushing a food cart and delivering an exquisite breakfast. The breakfast that comes standard with the presidential suite is very sumptuous, and the waiter brought out plate after plate, enough to set up a large half of the dining table. "Enjoy yourselves, both of you." The waiter was very respectful, not looking away the whole time, and after serving breakfast to the two of them, he lowered his head and pushed the restaurant to leave at a fast pace. When the waiter exited the room, Yi Xian chucked an omelette into the bowl for Fongyu and asked with a smile, "You cleaned up all the traces in the room?" Fongyu nodded her head, and in the next moment, she jerked her head up to look at Yi Xian with a surprised expression. "How did you know I was at?" Yi Xian met Fongyu's puzzled gaze and just looked back at her with a smile, as if he had already seen through Fongyu. As Fongyu looked at Yi Xian's smiling appearance, her cheeks were immediately colored with a hint of redness, and she feigned an exasperated rebuke. "Bad man. It's your fault, and you're still here laughing at me." After all, she was a girl and it was the first time she came out to stay in a hotel with a boy, so she really couldn't face those marks calmly. Although Fongyu's mouth said that Yi Xian was a bad guy, but her eyes always followed his movements, and her eyes were all about him, especially those loving eyes. Just a glance at each other would give a man's heart a great sense of satisfaction. Yi Xian picked up the orange juice and took a sip, looking at Fongyu and asked, "What's the matter? Looking at me so intently?" Fongyu's little face turned red at Yi Xian's words as she glared at him, still not allowed to see it. She wouldn't tell Yi Xian how this man looked handsome in her own eyes. Just as the two were talking, Fongyu's cell phone, which was placed in her hand, suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at the caller ID on it. Fongyu made a shushing gesture towards Yi Xian, then pressed the answer button and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to catch the call. "Dad, what's wrong? You tell me." Fongyu listened attentively. The caller didn't know what was said to her. Fongyu pondered for a moment and replied with a light cough. "I can't. I've got something going on today. I can't get back." Fong Dad on the opposite end naturally didn't give his daughter a hard time, and after the two of them said a few more words, they hung up the phone. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu who was walking back and reached out his arm to gather her into his embrace, asking with concern, "Why? Is something going on at home?" Fongyu gently shook her head and repeated her dad's words just now to Yi Xian. "It's okay. It's just that a relative of the family seems to be inviting guests and said they want to call me to come with them. I don't really like this kind of occasion, so I just said forget it and just let the two of them go." Yi Xian nodded his head as he listened to Fongyu's words. He then thought of something and looked up at Fongyu, asking with some seriousness in his tone as well, "By the way, there's something I want to ask you. Do you want to be in show business in the future?" Fongyu did not expect Yi Xian to ask this, but she still nodded without hesitation and said in a firm tone, "Well, I love acting and I want to go that way in the future." This matter had been clearly thought out since Fongyu had been admitted to the Jinling Academy of Arts. Fongyu gently leaned into Yi Xian's arms, her fingers absently drawing circles on his shoulders. "I'm the only child in my family, and my old man civil engineering has been in a slump lately, often failing to close out projects, but not being able to stop taking them altogether. If I can make a name for myself, I'll be able to give them a good retirement without them having to work so hard. And..." Fongyu paused when she said this and poked Yi Xian with her finger and said with a smile, "When the time comes, my sister will have money so that she can wrap you up." Yi Xian looked at the way Fongyu hooked her finger towards herself and was also happy, directly slapping her on her butt. Chapter 34, This is your group. Fongyu was in pain. She glared at Yi Xian with a grudging glance and said with some aggression, "What are you doing?" "I'm just kidding." Of course Fongyu was clear about Yi Xian's financial strength. People casually a substitute supercar are hundreds of millions of dollars of existence. How could she be richer than him? She also knows that it is unlikely to realize this idea in her life. but she is just thinking about it. And now she is beaten up? What a total lack of understanding. Ha! The more Fongyu thinks about it, the more aggrieved she is, which she just got, so she doesn't cherish it. Yishan looked at this little girl with a sad face and was somewhat helpless, shaking his head with a light smile. Accompany me to meet some people today. You'll clean up and put on some makeup later. Oh, good. Hearing Yishan talk about business, Fongyu wasn't angry and obediently answered, already calculating in her mind what kind of makeup to draw. Fongyu sat back in her seat and the two quickly finished their breakfast. Seeing that it was almost time, Fongyu looked at the fully equipped dresser and sat down in front of it to apply her makeup. Yishan watched Fongyu's movements, took out his cell phone and walked to the side, calling Sun Yong. Near noon, Yishan looked at Fongyu, who had already packed up, and smiled as he waved at her. Come on, it's about time, let's get ready to go. Fongyu nodded. She walked forward to hold Yishan's arm and asked with some curiosity, who are we going to see later? Yishan blinked his eyes and deliberately sold a lie. You'll see when we get there in a little while. Fongyu looked at Yishan's mysterious appearance and just skimmed her mouth. Could it be that the person Yishan wanted to meet, she also knew? After straightening his clothes in the mirror, Yishan pulled Fongyu out of the hotel together and rushed towards the agreed place. Yishan brought Fongyu to a luxurious clubhouse and said to Fongyu while walking inside, we'll just go straight in. I've already made a deal with the other guy to go straight to the box. Fongyu nodded at his words, and they followed behind the waiter, walking into the second floor box together. As soon as she walked in and looked at the two people sitting in the box, Fongyu immediately froze, her watery eyes instantly glaring round. This is Mr. Sun Yong's son? Fongyu took a deep breath, but she knew Sun Yong's identity as the general manager of Dongling Entertainment Group. He had also previously spoken as an invited guest at a ceremony at the Jinling Academy of Arts, and their entire school had considerable respect for the general manager. Fongyu moved her eyes with difficulty and looked at the girl sitting next to Sun Yong again. When she got a good look at Zhou-Yi's pretty face, she was even more breathless and her entire body was completely confused. This is a big star, Zhou-Yi. They're actually here. The people Yishan wanted her to meet today. Could it be these two? Fongyu only felt confused in her brain for a moment, and it was only when she held Yishan's hand tightly that she slightly felt some sense of reality. Unexpectedly, Yishan's connections were actually so wide. Surprisingly, he could contact Sun Yong and also Zhou-Yi. After all, Zhou-Yi is now a big star of the first line, busy every day. Fongyu hastily adjusted her emotions. She was thinking about how to greet the two without losing Yishan's face. But the next moment, as soon as Sun Yong and Zhou-Yi saw Yishan walk in, they also stood up in an instant to welcome him, with warm smiles on their faces as they respectfully said, Yi Dong, you came over, please sit down. Boom! As Fongyu listened to the two men's words, it was as if an invisible bomb had exploded in her head, and her entire body was a little dizzy. Her eyes were glazed over with shock, and she couldn't believe her ears a little. What did Sun Yong and Zhou-Yi call Yishan just now? Yi Dong? The corner of Fongyu's mouth twitched as she gently pulled the corner of Yishan's coat and inquired in a low voice. You are? Yishan was amused by Fongyu's dumbfounded look and introduced himself with a smile. These two are my subordinates. Fongyu. Sun Yong's son is always Yishan's subordinate. Then does not that mean that Dongling Entertainment Group is Yishan's company? Figuring this out, Fongyu sucked in a breath of cool air, and the shock in her eyes increased. Yishan pulled Fongyu, who was still dumbfounded, to sit down, and over here, Zhou-Yi looked at the two of them and had some guesses in her heart. After all, she was a girl. Zhou-Yi was a little more attentive, and looking at the intimate small movements of the two, she was also probably understanding the relationship between the two. Zhou-Yi's eyes then looked towards Fongyu as she looked up and down, and suddenly her vision lurched and her entire body froze in place. She wears it around her neck. That's it? Cartier Zodiac jewelry? Even this world-weary first-tier star, Zhou-Yi, was a bit unsettled at this time. Cartier in the 12 Constellations jewelry, belonging to the brand customized limited edition jewelry, any set of millions of value. The main thing is that, because the diamonds used in jewelry are unique, they are extremely rare in quantity, and as soon as they hit the market, they have the status of being priceless. Jewelry like this is not something that money can buy at all. Nice guy. After having this realization, Zhou-Yi's gaze changed a bit when she saw Fongyu. At that moment, Zhou-Yi knew even more than Sun Yong that the closeness between Yishan and this Fongyu was definitely not ordinary. Over here, Yishan looked at Sun Yong and Zhou-Yi and introduced them with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Fongyu. A simple sentence that only stated Fongyu's basic situation, but not the relationship between the two. When Sun Yong heard Fongyu's name, he was immediately stunned as well. But soon Sun Yong reacted. He eagerly looked at Fongyu and said with a smile, You're the president of the student council of the Golden Academy of Arts, right? Fongyu did not expect that Mr. Sun Yong-sun actually knew his identity, and also nodded with some excitement. Yes. Seeing Fongyu's somewhat puzzled look, Sun Yong smiled and explained. Ms. Fong can be considered a rising star. Many of the group's talent scouts are investigating your information. Sun Yong then looked at Yi Xian and deliberately passed words. Yi Dong, is Miss Fong joining our dondling group? Honestly, according to Miss Fong's image and her all-around performance, she'll definitely be able to add to our group's glory in the future. Such a diamond in the rough. Our group definitely needs to focus on cultivating it. We definitely can't bury the talent. Yi Xian looked at Sun Yong, who was talking eloquently in front of him. This guy, he was really a person. He hadn't indicated anything on his side yet, and he had already finished his words on his side. It's just comfortable to communicate with smart people. At that moment, Yi Xian also nodded as he glanced at Fongyu beside him and said with a smile, there's no rush yet. Wait a few days to pack up and then let her report over to the group side. Yi Xian was also thinking that anyway. With himself watching over, the resources on the group's side were naturally at her disposal, and he was also a little more assured. Sun Yong looked at Yi Xian's expression and hurriedly responded with a voice. Right. Yi Dong is considering this. Just let Ms. Fong have a good rest first, adjust her best state, and report to the company again. Right, Ms. Fong, let's add a WeChat first. Come back and you send me your information? I'll help you with the formalities in advance on my side. Hearing Sun Yong's words, Joey next to him also came over and said with a smile, good sister, from now on we'll be colleagues in the same group. If there's anything I can help with, just ask me. Listening to Joey's mouthful of good sisters and the tone of firmness to help, Fongyu was also somewhat flattered, especially when Joey pulled up her WeChat QR code and placed it in front of Fongyu. This one old boss, and a big first-tier star are so enthusiastic about her. Fongyu subconsciously looked at Yi Xian beside her. Of course she knew that all of this was due to Yi Xian. Otherwise, even the best seedling would not get such favorable treatment. And I've heard that many big stars, who would also ostracize newcomers, how could they be so familiar with themselves, who had just joined the industry? When Fongyu thought of this, she could not help but gently hold Yi Xian's hand under the table. Feeling the warmth in her palm, a sense of security rose in Fongyu's heart. It's as if the road ahead is no longer a problem as long as you keep holding these hands. Over here, Sun Yong looked at Fongyu's matter had been finished, and duly took out some documents and handed them to Yi Xian, saying very respectfully, Yi Dong, this document needs your signature. Take a look. Yi Xian took the document and looked at it, thinking that he didn't have a stamp either. I'll sign it. After saying that, Yi Xian quickly scanned the contents of the document and wrote his big name on the signature. Sun Yong watched Yi Xian sign from the side, and looked at the handwriting that flew like a dragon, and also felt a burst of emotion in his heart. What a word! This writing is so ethereal and dashing. If it wasn't for the fact that this document was very important, Sun Yong would have wanted to collect this signature directly. Sun Yong repeatedly looked at Yi Xian's signature and could not help but silently sigh in his heart. Don't look at this chairman of theirs who is so young, but so out of the box in everything. It's just absolutely brilliant. Sun Yong measured Yi Xian's appearance without any trace, to say a big disrespectful words. If the young man in front of him was not his own boss, he very much wanted to smash money towards him until the other party was willing to join his own company. After all, a boy with such good looks and a unique temperament is simply God chasing after him to feed him. I'm afraid someone like that could just post some pictures out there and make a debut in place. Sun Yong just lamented in his heart for a while, and quickly cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts and started talking about business. After all, now the chairman of the family is in front of the eyes. There are some cooperation above the terms and conditions. Sun Yong would like to discuss with Yi Xian. Listen to the chairman's opinion. Yi Dong, there are still some things I need to ask you. Sun Yong now had great admiration for Yi Xian, so both in his speech and attitude, he was indescribably humble and respectful. Yi Xian listened carefully to Sun Yong's report. He hardly needed any hesitation. The ability to manage knowledge at the god level was not a cover. Those solutions simply came out of his mouth. These issues were difficult for a management talent like Sun Yong, but for Yi Xian, the solution was easy. Sun Yong was like a treasure for all the words Yi Xian set out, as if they were classics, directly taking out paper and pen to record them carefully. Yi Dong, there is so much I can learn by following you. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll immediately start implementing the new program. Listening to Sun Yong's words of faith, and his eyes that were flashing with essence, Fongyu, who was sitting beside Yi Xian, looked on with a somewhat complicated mood. How much more does this guy really know that he doesn't? Obviously. It was only a few years since they had seen each other, but Fongyu felt that Yi Xian had already changed from the inside to the outside, as if he was a completely different person. Before she met Yi Xian, Fongyu felt that she still belonged to the type that was more talented and personally worked harder. But it was only after she met Yi Xian that she truly realized what it meant to be a proud son of heaven. Compared to Yi Xian, Fongyu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. People, this is someone else's child. Fongyu secretly thought in her heart that she must understand deeper in the future. This thought had just risen, and Fongyu didn't know what came to mind. So many images from last night surfaced uncontrollably. Chapter 35, this guy, he's full of energy. Fongyu's small face was slightly flushed. In order to hide her embarrassment, she hurriedly picked up the tea on the table and sipped it lightly. It's over. It's over. What's wrong with myself? Going to be a little witch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Papa Fong accompanied Mama Fong to the hotel box that the relatives had agreed upon. Quite a few people were sitting inside, all sitting around the front of the round table, talking very enthusiastically. You've finally come over, but you've kept us waiting. Papa Fong sniffed and looked at the person who was speaking. It was his own cousin. At this time he was sitting on top of the main seat of the box. His face was full of springtime complacency. Even his voice was a bit louder than usual. Sitting next to his cousin was a young man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, who looked quite a gentlemanly-looking man. It was just that the youth carried a hint of arrogance both in his posture and between his eyebrows. A bit of a sheer arrogance. Papa Fong naturally recognized this youth. It was his cousin's son, Lu Kai. The relatives sitting next to him looked at the seated Mr. and Mrs. Fong and immediately said loudly, "Oops, you guys came over too late, but you missed a big news. You know, I tell you Xiao Kai now that is really capable. Young age has entered the top financial securities company in China. That's awesome. 2 years of good work in the future. It's definitely going to be a great future." That relative's words were spewing out of her mouth, but she herself was oblivious to it. And that proud energy, as if she was boasting about her son, her tail was about to go up to the sky. Over here, the tone of the relative's speech pleases Lu Kai, and a hint of a smile finally appears on his haughty face. He looked at the people present and feigned great indifference. Why, this little achievement of mine is nothing but a fluke. Although his mouth said that it was a fluke, but the complacency that flashed quickly under his eyes was clearly seen by everyone present. It's just that everyone is very optimistic about Lu Kai right now, so naturally it's impossible to say anything unpleasant on the spot. The crowd of relatives looked at me and I looked at you, all with smiles on their faces, complimenting Lu Kai. Gu, old Lu, or you will educate your children. Look at this child Xiao Kai, all so powerful, but still so low-key. After all, Xiao Kai is young now. It's always good to be humble. I'm telling you, the more modest a child is like this, the more he'll accomplish in the future. It really makes me envious. In that case, in the future, old Lu doesn't need to do anything. Just wait at home and enjoy his happiness. Having a good child is happiness. Instead of us being envious here, wouldn't it be better to take lessons from old Lu and ask him how he was educated? One of the relatives said something, and for a moment, the eyes of all the people present all fell on Lu's father. Sensing the crowd's eager gaze, Lu Dad also smiled proudly and cheerfully explained to the crowd, "This kid worked hard on his own. His mom and I really didn't worry much. If you ask me, this son has his own children and grandchildren, and we should let go when it's time to let go." Xiao Kai the kid studied this major, plus he got good grades, but not into the big group. But I've heard that you can make a lot of money later on after a few more years in the industry and with seniority. The crowd of relatives listened to Papa Lu's words and scared again. Just at this time, the door of the box was knocked on, and the waiters carrying various dishes began to serve them. Everyone fell silent, and Papa Lu looked at Papa Fong beside him at this time and inquired with a smile, "By the way, isn't Xiao Ye about to graduate as well? I remember that she majored in acting back then, right? How about that? Have you thought about what kind of job you're going to get?" When the other relatives heard Papa Lu mention Fongyu, they were all of a sudden interested and came forward to ask. It is said that nowadays the most expensive to feed college students are those who study art. Xiao Ye is still studying acting. What kind of job you want to do in the future? But you have to plan ahead, yo. Xiao Ye is so pretty. It's not bad to learn acting. However, this industry will not be a youthful meal. A little less stable. What is little you's own plan? Who doesn't know that you can make a lot of money as a big star nowadays? But I've heard that the circle is very chaotic, so we can't let a good kid learn to be bad. The crowd threw a flurry of questions over, asking Fong's father and mother to be speechless for a while, and in the end, they could only smile awkwardly. After a few moments of contemplation, Fong Dad then slowly replied, "We also have more respect for Xiao Yu's own opinion. This child likes to perform. I guess he should go to be an actor in the future." When the relatives heard Papa Fong say this, many of them raised their eyebrows and smiled. Actors are not bad. Maybe they will become big stars in the future? Look at the income of those actors. It's tens of millions of dollars. so you guys can enjoy yourselves in the future. Over here, Lu Kai and his dad listened and also hummed lightly as Lu Dad opened his mouth. Why? From what I've heard, you can't be a big star right out of school. They just walked out of school. They must have started out as nobodies, or at best, as runners. When the crowd of relatives heard Papa Lu say this, a look of dawning realization appeared on their faces as well. The enthusiasm of the crowd seemed to have been directly doused by a pot of cold water, and their faces all cared less at that moment. One of the middle-aged women sighed and shook her head with an emotional expression. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Xiaoya's life after graduation will have to be quite miserable. I've watched a lot of self-promotional shoots of those drag queen actors, and it's true that they've had a pretty bad time. A girl's best years are just a few years. If she wastes them on useless endeavors, she won't be able to regret it later. The woman spoke with some control. She paused for a moment and then continued to ramble on. I remember that Xiaoya's academic performance is still very good. Why did she choose such a major in the first place? I'm not saying that you writers can't just spoil your kids. You have to give them a good reference, right? This girl is always going to get married later on. It doesn't matter if her career is strong or not. The important thing is to be stable. If only I could have chosen a profession with a stable job in the first place. How good it would be. Just like Xiao Kai. You two old folks could sit back and enjoy your blessings. Women think quite far. After all, Xiaoya looks so beautiful. Find a rich man is not easy. Even if you can't be as good as Kai, you can be a young granny or something else in the future. And your life will be just as beautiful. As soon as the woman's words were finished, they were echoed by Papa Lu. Papa Lu nodded vigorously. He looked at Papa Fong and again shook his head and said, "You're not doing well in civil engineering now, and it's starting to get unstable, is it? I think you haven't tasted enough instability, and you're asking your daughter to live the same way? Although you have a little bit of money, it's still up to your children to make a good living in the future. So how long can you fill it with that little money of yours?" A group of relatives are now looking up to Lu Dad. As soon as he finished his words, the crowd beside him spoke out in agreement. "Old Fong, don't be upset if I tell you the truth. This girl still needs to be stable. What can she do if she goes to run the show? It's a waste of years of tuition. Children with such expensive tuition fees for a year can come out so accomplished. Xiaoya's tuition fees alone cost tens of thousands of dollars a year, and she can only go to work as a drag queen at the bottom of the ladder. What kind of a thing is this? No, let Xiaokai think of a way. It's not easy for a girl to find a stable job. As long as you're not overly ambitious, you might be able to find a financial executive to be your husband. With Lu Kai, the template of the financial industry. Here, Fongyu's future runs are extraordinarily low. For a moment, even if those present were relatives, they couldn't help but start stepping down and elevating themselves, itching for Lu Kai to introduce Fongyu to their group as a receptionist. After the crowd finished this pass, their hearts began to envy Lu Kai's family more and more. After all, if your child is successful, both the child himself and the parents of the family will be honored. Ugh, such a great kid, how come he's not in his own family? After the crowd had finished lamenting in their hearts, they surrounded Lu Kai and Lu's parents to praise them, and the good words were like flowing water, raging around in the box. A relative suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Kai and asked, "By the way, Kai, how much do you have to be paid after working long hours here?" Everyone was concerned about this topic and all looked at Lu Kai in unison, waiting for his answer. Lu Kai greeted the crowd's line of sight, smiled faintly, and said in a very bland tone, "I'm not much of a salary to begin with, but now it's also good to go steady at $500,000 to $600,000. But while it's small now, when you get through the years, you'll be able to reach millions of dollars in paychecks later on. If you can become a manager, you'll be taking a cut of the entire department, and then your salary will be more or less on the upswing." As the crowd listened to Lu Kai's words, their eyes widened, each as if they had heard some shocking news. "Good man, how long has this just been in the group? And now it's $500,000 to $600,000? True to form. That's a lot of revenue for a big group." Lu Kai was extremely enjoying this shocked gaze. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably raised slightly, a look of deep concealment. "I'm still just getting started here, and it's nothing impressive. I'll definitely work harder in the future and try to become a manager soon. That's kind of my little goal these days." Hearing that Lu Kai had such an achievement at such a young age, yet he was still able to keep such a low profile, the people present were even more envious. Of course, in addition to envy, there was also some horror in the eyes. Over here, Mr. and Mrs. Fong listened to the crowd's interpretation of the dragon set just now, and in fact, they had concerns about this before. After all, there was only this one daughter in the family, surely worried that Fongyu would suffer, and at that moment also sighed deeply. Father Fong had even planned in his mind that he would have to work a little harder lately, and that he couldn't suffer his child anymore. Just in the next moment, Fong Dad's cell phone placed on the dining table rang. Papa Fong glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Yeah. What's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something to Fong's dad, who was visibly flabbergasted for a moment and then said, What did you say? You're leaving Jinling for a while? What are you going to do? Really? Papa Fong's eyes widened as he conversed with his daughter on the other end of the line. Okay, then you'll go home first in a while. We'll go back in a while too. We'll discuss it at home. After saying that, Fong Dad's side hung up the phone. The crowd looked at him as he put down his cell phone, and they all looked this way with curious looks on their faces. What's wrong? I heard you talking just now. Was it Hyatt who called? Papa Fong seemed to still be immersed in the phone call he had just made, and his movements were a bit slow, but he nodded vigorously. We're going to go home first in a while. Yaya said she's going to sign a contract with the Dongling Entertainment Group. She just finished dinner with the other party's boss and said she'll go home to pack up her things in a while. Dongling Entertainment Group? Signing? Papa Fong's words caused all the people present to freeze, with shock on their faces. They simply couldn't believe their ears a little, their eyes staring straight at Papa Fong as if they were waiting for the other party to break. What did Papa Fong just say? Xiao Yu actually dined with the boss of Dongling Entertainment Group? Dongling Entertainment Group was still quite vocal on the Suzhou Hangzhou side, and even those of them had heard about it. Such a big group boss. Xiao Yu actually knows him? Over here, Dad Lu's reaction was the biggest. He sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air, frowning as he looked at Dad Fong and asked, She's a student who can have dinner with the boss of a big entertainment group? Isn't this a joke? Not to mention how busy people's bosses are in a day. Even if they are good seedlings, it's hard to get a personal reception from their bosses. Xiao Ye is young now, so don't be fooled. You adults have to pay attention too, or you'll regret it. The other relatives, listening to Lu Dad's words, also felt that it made perfect sense and spoke up. Or old Lu has insight. I also felt something was wrong when I heard it just now, but I didn't realize it for a while. When you said that, I kind of came back to my senses. I heard that nowadays many people are posing as directors or people from entertainment companies, just to cheat those girls who want to be stars. You guys tell Xiaoye that you must be more vigilant. At least Xiaoye is a child from a proper art college. How can she still fall for this kind of trick? Alas, in the future I'll have to talk to the people around me. Girls still need to learn some stable majors. Everyone was not believing Fong Dad's words, and had even come to believe that Fong Yu had been tricked. Just as these people were talking to each other, Fong Ma's cell phone rang. Fong Ma picked up her cell phone and took a look at it, and froze directly there as she looked at the message on it. The people next to her looked at Fong Ma and all of them froze, looking towards her cell phone screen, only to see that the screen was sending a photo of Fong Yu and a big beautiful woman, the two of them leaning intimately together, like a pair of sisters. What really froze the crowd was that big beauty, none other than first-tier big star Joey. The best part is that Fong Yu didn't just send a group photo, but also an autographed photo of Joey. Mom, didn't you especially like Joey's role before? I got her autograph for you. I'll give it to you at home later. WeChat that Fong Yu seems to be in a good mood, regardless of whether the mom has replied, directly thrown over a few happy emoticons. Through the screen can feel that kind of happiness. Fong Ma looked at the cell phone screen and took a deep breath, then zoomed in on that group photo in front of everyone. The crowd could see Fong Yu and Joey's posture more clearly as Joey took the initiative to wrap her arms around Fong Yu's shoulders with a casual and sweet smile. With such intimate gestures, even a fool can see that this is not the expression of taking a picture with a fan, as if they have been friends for many years. This. Joey is at least a big star of the first tier. Her episodes are shown on TV every day, and her figure is often seen in various advertisements. So having ascertained the owner of this face, the faces of these relatives present became instantly enriched. Especially a few relatives who liked to visit the entertainment section. Their mouths were slightly open, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That's Joey people proper first-line star? That value are hundreds of millions of calculation. A relative sucked in a breath of cold air as she swallowed hard. In that case, Fong Yu, this is really having dinner with the boss of the Dongling Entertainment Group? I remember that Joey is the first sister of the Dongling Entertainment Group, and I didn't expect to be accompanied by a first sister just for a meal. The latter words were no longer available to the relative. All the words stuck in her throat, and even the other relatives were silent for a while. There was silence for a full moment before one of the relatives looked up at the crowd as an afterthought and spoke. This if Xiaoye becomes a big star like Joey, then in the future, won't she be worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year, the kind that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars? After all, everyone knows by now that stardom is really very much a money-sucking business. Casually endorse a big brand. The least is tens of millions of dollars of income. That is a proper little moneymaker. The crowd imagined Fongyu's future income, and it instantly felt almost astronomical. Dad Lu and Lu Kai sat there listening, their faces becoming a little uncomfortable. Almost instantly, the $500,000 to $600,000 of income that had just been blown out of proportion by the crowd, and the millions of dollars of annual salary in the future, became a joke all of a sudden. After all, people are big stars in the future, and that income has no upper limit at all. Okay. At that moment, Lu Dad and Lu Kai's family also stopped talking, their faces looking dark. Those relatives next to them also didn't want to speak, especially thinking about the words they said just now when they belittled Fongyu. Their faces burned and they felt especially bashful. Over here, Mr. and Mrs. Fong looked at the awkward atmosphere in the room, and Mr. Fong took the initiative to get up and said, "Yeah, called us, so we'll go back first. We'll get together again sometime." After saying that, Fong Dad pulled Fong Mom along with him and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the box. Only a group of relatives were left sitting in their seats, some of them looking at each other in silence. There was silence for a full moment before a relative coughed softly and took the initiative. Ahem. In fact, I've long seen that this child Fongyu has a future. She's been a good student since she was little, and she's also good looking, so it's no wonder she can be a big star. I used to say that old Fong and his wife are especially lucky, and that all good things come to their family. Look at the Jade Dragon Court they live in. Who would believe it's a big villa that comes with a bell? This is life. Look at the children born from other people. Compared to my unlucky thing, I can't even eat anymore. And I want to go home and beat the children now. The relatives have now changed their words, and they think that Fongyu is a good child, and will be able to get good benefits in the future. Such a good relative to keep on good terms with. On the other side of the room at this time, Fong's dad and mom drove their car straight back to the house. When the two of them entered the house, Fongyu in the living room heard the sound coming from the doorway and immediately greeted them. "Mom and Dad, you're home." Fongyu smiling trotted over, doggy-like first signed photo stuff to Mom. A look of praise. "Goo, it's really Joey's autograph photo. My goodness." Fong Mom took the signature photo back and forth looked. The smile on his face cannot stop. The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes looked to be laughing out. Fong Dad was watching from the side and was also very happy, looking at his own daughter and asking, Yeah, when do you plan to leave? When the time comes, ask your mom to pack for you. You haven't traveled much. You're inexperienced, so you can't leave anything behind. Although it is true that you can buy a lot of things now, but when it really comes time to use it, it is too late to do anything about it. Mrs. Fong also had a worried look on her face. She first carefully put the signed photo away before she came over and said, "Right you. Do you want to rent an apartment when you get there? Do you need Mom and Dad to follow you to look for an apartment?" Fongyu knew that Mom and Dad were concerned about themselves, but she still hurriedly waved her hand. "There's no rush. I won't be there until a few days later anyway, so we'll see what happens when we get there." After talking to Mom and Dad about the signing, Fongyu yawned and said to them, "I'm sleepy as hell. I'm going to take a nap." Fong's father, Fong's mother, thought that her daughter was excited and didn't fall asleep because she was going to meet with the boss of Dongling Entertainment today, so she nodded her head. "Okay, why don't you go upstairs and catch up on your sleep?" Fongyu nodded, not daring to show too much obviousness in front of Mom and Dad, so she had to endure the tearing pain and walked towards the second floor room. She was so tired, sleepy and sore right now that she really didn't want to be awake for a second. She just wanted to fall asleep right away. Fongyu had already walked to the second floor and immediately had a teeth-baring expression on her face as she walked towards her room with an odd posture. At that moment, Fongyu was also reminded of Yi Xian's energetic appearance, and a wave of helplessness rose in her heart. This guy, his stamina and energy are too good to be true. Obviously he should have been the most tired last night, but looking at his springy appearance, where was the slightest sign of fatigue? Chapter 36, You Can't Afford This. Fongyu no longer had the strength to think further. She fell straight onto the bed and then fell into a deep sleep. Over here, after Yi Xian sent Fongyu back home, he also returned to Villa 1. Thinking that he didn't have anything else to do in the afternoon, he prepared to make a trip to the newly signed Jade City. Yi Xian was also thinking that it was just as well that he didn't have any stamps yet, so it was just as well that he could get himself a set. Oh yeah, almost forgot the raw materials. Yi Xian slapped his head as he went to his room and took out the piece of extremely high-quality jade and brought it along with him in the supercar. He navigated the location of Jade City, then slammed his foot on the gas and headed towards his destination. After a while, Yi Xian drove his car to Jade City. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Truly worthy of being the largest Jade City near Jinling, it was indeed very distinctive. The whole building is built in an ancient sound and color. It looks like an antique building, and it covers a very large area. Yi Xian stood in the doorway and watched the people in a hurry walk from here. The customer flow was quite guaranteed. Yi Xian gently nodded and took a step towards the inside of Jade City. His hands were holding the jade, and in an instant, Yi Xian's figure attracted a lot of attention. The crowd was not only shocked by Yi Xian's looks and temperament, they were also attracted by the jade in his hand. Many of the customers who frequented this place were insiders, and they were obviously a little confused at the sight of the jade. Even the corners of their mouths twitched with it. What kind of jade is this? It was simply more perfect than any jade they had ever seen in their lives. The piece is so big and there's not a blemish in sight. It's perfect. That foot of water alone is enough to drive these people crazy. Many guests even walked towards Yi Xian without hesitation, asking with an excited face, "Sir, do you want to bid on this piece of jade? The price is good. We can negotiate." The guests gathered behind them had the same idea, looking at Yi Xian with bated breath, waiting for his offer. They all secretly made up their minds that as long as the price was within their ability, they must find a way to take it down. Yi Xian looked at the guests and gently shook his head. "Sorry, not for sale." Those guests were naturally not willing to die so much. They still surrounded there and tried to talk Yi Xian into it. Over here, the manager of Jade City also noticed the situation over here. His brows furrowed as he hurriedly walked over with a red cloth. The manager stood in front of Yi Xian and asked in a gentle and courteous tone, "Do you need this, sir?" Yi Xian looked at the red cloth in the manager's hand and gently nodded his head. The manager understood and immediately put the red cloth over the jade. "Sir, what are you?" After the rigid jade stone was carefully covered, the manager came close to Yi Xian and inquired in a low voice. Yi Xian didn't hide anything and directly stated his thoughts. "I was trying to build a little something with this jade and..." Before Yi Xian finished his words, the manager on the opposite side listened to him and hurriedly raised his hand, making a gesture of please. "I'll take you to our general manager now. This way please." The manager also saw the quality of the jade just now. Such a good thing. He cannot dare to make a random decision, or have to listen to the general manager's opinion. Yi Xian had wanted to say that he was going to meet the general manager of Jade City, and now since the manager brought it up himself, Yi Xian naturally nodded and followed him upstairs. Jade City's office area was on the top floor, and the manager led Yi Xian to the top floor in the elevator. The manager took the lead and walked to the door of the general manager's office. He knocked on the door and a subdued "Please come in" was heard from inside. Hearing the man's voice ringing out, the manager then opened the door and led Yi Xian into the office. Just behind the wide desk sat a man, ambling through papers. The man looked like he had a shrewd look on his face as he signed the paper in his hand and closed it, then looked up towards this side. The moment he saw Yi Xian, the man obviously froze for a moment, then rubbed his head and stood up from his chair, respectfully greeting him. "Boss, you're here, boss?" Hearing the general manager's words, the manager directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes glaring round as he looked towards Yi Xian at his side. The manager was originally thinking of reporting on the Jade situation, but now that he had heard the general manager's words, all his words were stuck in his throat. He had also heard about Jade City's new change of boss, but how could he not expect that the new boss would actually be so young? It's so young, it doesn't even look his age. After the manager was shocked, he also reacted and looked at the two men respectfully. "Then I'll go out first. You two can yell at me again if you need anything." General Manager Zhang Hong walked over from his position. He looked at what Yi Xian was carrying in his hand and hurriedly inquired, "Boss, what have you got here?" As Zhang Hong spoke, he had already extended his hand in preparation to take it. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, politely refusing Zhang Hong's movements and said softly, "I'll just put it down." Yi Xian placed the jade on the table and then lifted up the red cloth covering it. Zhang Hong glanced towards the jade. His eyes had been completely unable to move away. His eyes were glazed over. Even his breathing followed. "This is?" Just at this time, Yi Xian also took the red cloth down completely, revealing the full picture of the jade. Zhang Hong stood there as if petrified, his entire body a little confused. Such a neat chunk of jade, still glistening. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva violently. As the general manager of Jade City, his pair of eyes were quite poisonous. With just one glance he concluded that this piece of jade could be said to be worth a lot of money. For this character and size, it is absolutely a superb product that has no price in the market. Zhang Hong took several deep breaths before letting his excitement gradually ease a bit. It's really worthy of being the new boss. The handiwork is just extraordinary, and the first shot is a masterpiece. To be honest, this piece of extremely high-quality jade directly shocked him completely. Zhang Hong reluctantly looked at the jade a few more times before looking at Yi Xian and inquiring in a low voice, "Boss, what are you?" Yi Xian pointed at the jade and directly stated his thoughts. "I'm missing a few seals right now, and I'm planning to make a few seals with some of the bumps on the outside of this piece of jade," Yi Xian said while comparing the jade on top of it in front of Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong's heart almost twisted together in pain as he listened to Yi Xian's words and then looked at the fingers that were gesturing back and forth on the jade. Such a nice stone. Such a complete piece. Cut off part of it with this to make a seal? Isn't that a waste? It was important to realize that Zhang Hong had been the general manager of Jade City for so long, and this was the first time he had seen such a good jade. But after all, this was brought by his own boss, so even if Zhang Hong had some thoughts, he didn't dare to say them. Zhang Hong slowed down for a good while before reluctantly accepting this fact. He coughed lightly and looked at Yi Xian and said, "Boss, I was going to contact you as soon as I finished the paperwork. Since you came here first, why don't you take a look at the file first, and I'll get someone to design it for you right away now?" Yi Xian listened to Zhang Hong's words and also nodded his head as a promise. It was just as well that Yi Xian had the time now, just so he could check out the situation in Jade City. Zhang Hong was very respectful in front of his own boss and immediately gave up his position and found out the documents prepared in advance and presented them to Yi Xian with both hands. "Boss, take a look at it, and if you have any questions or want to know anything, you can ask me anytime." Yi Xian nodded gently as he listened to Zhang Hong's words. He took the various reports and documents handed over by the other party and quickly browsed through them. Although Yi Xian had not come into contact with this aspect of the jade business, but after all, he had divine-level management abilities in place, so there was no hindrance at all in reading this information. Soon, the situation of Jade City took a rough shape in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian gently nodded his head. It really deserves to be the largest jade city near Jinling. Under Zhang Hong's management business is very prosperous. It is worthy of the title of number one. However, at the moment, Yi Xian could only see a limited number of documents, so after reading them, he put them aside. It was at this time that the office door was suddenly knocked on. "Come in," Zhang Hong shouted. The office door was pushed open from the outside and a silhouette walked in. It was the designer that Zhang Hong had shouted for. As soon as he saw the designer arrive, Zhang Hong immediately introduced him to Yi Xian. "Hello boss." The designer was also shocked when he looked at Yi Xian's young face, but he quickly lowered his head and greeted respectfully. Yi Xian gently nodded his head as he directly opened the door and stated his request. "I'd like to make a couple of seals, and I need you to help me with a couple of styles." The designer listened attentively to Yi Xian's claims, and then spoke out some of his own ideas in accordance with Yi Xian's thoughts. "By the way boss, do you want yin or yang seal engraving on your seal?" The two had a quick discussion, and after the designer quickly recorded Yi Xian's requirements, he got up and left. Over here, Zhang Hong stood next to the table, looking blearily at the top-quality jade, his heart having long since shattered into crumbs. Such a good and superb jade, thinking that it was going to be made into a seal. Zhang Hong felt bad in his heart. Such a superb jade could definitely become an heirloom piece if it found a top-notch carving master to create it. What a shame! Zhang Hong's heart felt like a knife when he thought of such a waste. But if you think about the fact that this is what your own boss is going to use, naturally it has to be the best. It makes you feel a little better. Just at this time, Yi Xian put down the document in his hand and looked at Zhang Hong and said, "I'm going to go down and hang out by myself, so why don't you continue organizing the paperwork here, and just send it directly to me when you're done." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhang Hong naturally nodded his head in response, then sat back in his seat and expedited the processing of the documents at hand. Yi Xian walked out of the general manager's office. He took the elevator and went directly to the downstairs. He had just walked out of the elevator when the manager standing in the lobby saw Yi Xian and hurriedly took 3 steps forward, owing slightly. "Boss, you're down. Where are you going to go? I'll accompany you over here for a stroll?" Yi Xian gently waved his hand at the words and looked at the manager to reply, "No, just go about your business. I'll just look around myself." The manager nodded and stood still, watching Yi Xian walk towards the Jade City Hall. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and surveyed the Jade City in front of him. In addition to the area for buying finished jade, a large portion of the area here is used to sell various raw stones. Both areas were crowded and gated, so it was no wonder that Jade City's daily water flow was so amazing. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and took the lead towards the area where finished jades were sold. He followed the guests and wandered around the jade counter. Yi Xian carefully observed, and found that the jades sold at the counter were all of good color, with goods of all price levels, and complete styles. Even the store offers a haute couture service, which allows customers to shop for the jade they have their eye on for a private order. Yi Xian also purposely looked inside the high-level jade counter, although the jade here was really good. However, such as his piece of jade that was of top-quality color, it was a piece of jade that he had not seen. Yi Xian understood this very well. After all, that piece of jade was an extremely high-grade jade rewarded by the system, and that grade was absolutely priceless. Even if there is really such a color of jade, I am afraid that it is also in the hands of some collectors to treasure. Simply impossible to take out. Yi Xian looked around for a while, then walked towards the area where the raw stones were sold. The raw stone area was very crowded with guests, and many people here were old acquaintances, picking stones while chatting with one another, which seemed extremely lively. They all had smiles on their faces, and they all seemed to be getting something out of it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and used his god-level eyes to survey the pile of raw stones not far away. The stones in the raw stone area are not randomly placed. The placement is very telling and represents different prices. For example, some thin-skinned stones, the kind where an ordinary flashlight can see the ice inside. Naturally, the price goes up. There are also those stones with open skylights, all of which greatly increase the chances of opening a good stone. So this price is naturally rising. The pile of stones in front of Yi Xian has the highest number of stones, and there are also the most customers here. After all, the prices of the stones here are relatively low, and it can be called a real gambling stone. It's a true test of the eye. With just a casual glance, Yi Xian could already see the doorway of these stones. Just because the stones here are the least expensive doesn't mean they are of poor quality, and many of them are even shippable. Definitely not one of those modern products that are intentionally glued together with dead stones or gray stones to make a dark buck. Definitely worth every penny. Yi Xian looked at the stones and nodded imperceptibly. Not bad. It seems that the staff over here who are responsible for getting these raw stones in are still very reliable. The categorization here was also done very carefully. Yi Xian swept through several nearby piles of stones and had a good idea of what was here. Yi Xian walked to look at the location a little bit inside again, sort of looking at all the raw stones on this side, and finally Yi Xian's line of sight landed on a small raw stone at the corner. He swept a few unmarked glances and turned his eyes to the side. By this time a number of the guests had come this way, and they lowered their heads to pick and choose from the pile of stones. The faces of these people all wore extremely serious expressions, and the small equipment in their hands was one set per person, very skillfully operated. These guests also noticed the small piece of raw stone in the corner, holding it in their hands and passing it around. Soon one by one they straightened up and shook themselves, heading the other way. Yi Xian looked at these people and also walked to the edge to pick up the piece of raw stone and look at it. A flicker of realization flashed across his face. No wonder all these people shook their heads and left, so there were quite a few cracks in the surface. With a performance like that, the odds are that nothing good will come out of it. But well, a mysterious smile flashed under Yi Xian's eyes as he threw the piece of raw stone back into its original position. He didn't have any interest in these stones. Besides, this white emerald jade stone city was all his, and it was no fun to cut and play with his own stuff. Might as well leave it here. Maybe it'll get cut out someday and then it'll be free publicity. No? With such a great temptation, there must be another wave of hobbyist gamblers looking to give away their business. With this thought, Yi Xian intended to turn around and go somewhere else. Unexpectedly, just as he turned his head, Yi Xian found two familiar figures among the crowd. It was none other than Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen. As soon as he saw that the two of them had also come here, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly upwards. It was really fate. At this moment, Mu Chen was surveying the arrangement of the raw stone area, and with a hint of excitement in his eyes, he pulled his old sister beside him and said, "There are so many people here. It's really the right place to choose. By the way, sister, are we here to buy some raw stones today?" He'd been arrested by his oldest sister early in the morning, and now his emotions followed him when he saw the flow of people here. Mu Bingyue glanced at him and replied in a light tone, "There's no rush. No news has come from the old man's side yet. Let's scout around here first. Grandpa had the idea of entering the Jade Circle before, and in the future, he would definitely want to put some in the family store." So Mu Bingyue was also extraordinarily attentive. Mu Bingyue was clearly using her heart as she surveyed the situation in Jade City before continuing. "Let's work a little harder in the next few days and walk around some more, and there are a few other venues we can go over to get a feel for the situation first. I've heard that there are still some jade auction places in Jinling, so when the time comes, we'll also be stepping on the spot, so we might have a use for it in the future." Speaking here, the corner of Mu Bingyue's lips hooked upwards. "Of course, if I come across the right one I'll have to buy it too, just for practice." As soon as he talked about buying raw stones, a quick flash of excitement flashed under Mu Bingyue's eyes. She had recently specialized in a lot of information on the subject, and now it was time to verify the effectiveness of her studies. Over here, Mu Chen looked at his old sister and skimmed his mouth in a direction Mu Bingyue couldn't see, asking with some lack of confidence, "Old sister, the water inside this raw stone can be deep, deeper than the water of jade. Old sister, with your craftsmanship, can you grasp it?" Mu Chen had just subconsciously wanted to say, "With those two brushes of yours, are you able to use them?" However, his strong desire to survive made him change his words in time. But fortunately, Mu Bingyue was surveying the surrounding raw stones, so he didn't notice anything. Mu Bingyue took the time to glance back at Mu Chen and said with a cold snort, Your old sister's water is still deep. Who are you looking down on? Stay away. At the drop of a hat, Mu Bingyue started to drive people away. But the next moment, Mu Bingyue looked back and felt that how did she say this just now was strange. Just at this time, Mu Bingyue suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her, with a hint of laughter in her tone. What are you talking about deep? When the two siblings heard the questioning voice, they turned towards their backs in unison to see Yi Xian standing there with a smile on his face, looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. Gu, brother Yi, you're here too. As soon as Mu Chen saw Yi Xian, he immediately cheered up and cheerfully came forward to greet him. Why, just now my oldest sister said her. Chapter 37. You said Yi Xian is your boss? Ah. Before Mu Chen could finish his words, Mu Bingyue came up with a punch directly towards his back waist. The punch was accurate and hard, and it made a muffled sound. Mu Chen, misty grass, my loins, at least we're siblings, why are you being so mean? Mu Chen was in pain for a while, and he gave his oldest sister a grudging look, but out of his suppressed bloodline, he stiffly didn't dare to say a single word more. Mu Bingyue didn't bother with Mu Chen at all as she looked at Yi Xian with a smile on her face. It's fine. I was just joking with him. By the way, Yi Xian, why did you come here too? Yi Xian nodded at his words. I came by to take a casual look. Are you guys here to buy raw stones? Yeah, take a look over here, and if you run into the right one, buy it. Facing Yi Xian's inquiry, Mu Bingyue did not hide anything and spoke her thoughts. In front of Yi Xian, Mu Bingyue didn't have the cold and perfunctory look just now, but was a smiling lady of the world in general. Mu Chen, who was watching, bristled. This old sister. Why is it like learning to change faces? Mu Chen spat out two sentences in his heart, then dropped his sight on Yi Xian and asked with a smile piled on his face. Brother Yi, how long have you been hanging around over here? How's it going? Is there any Jade you've been eyeing? Give us a recommendation? He had seen Yi Xian's strength, and since Yi was so accomplished in antiques, he thought he wasn't bad in Jade. Mu Chen's off-the-cuff words caused Mu Bingyue beside him to be speechless for a while and let out a quiet sigh. She slapped her head, her white eyes nearly rolling out of her head. Their Mu family is also a Jinling family. How did such a stupid boy come out of a good family? This is a raw stone area. If people have a good eye for a piece, why don't they buy it themselves and recommend it to you? It's so whimsical. People Yi Xian will not be a lack of money. See which piece of their own buy away is. This silly boy. So talk is not difficult for people. Mu Bingyue just wanted to open her mouth to cut through the topic, but in the next moment, Yi Xian's voice snatched at him. Speaking of Jade, there is one. Yi Xian pointed towards the pile of raw stones behind himself, then roughly stated the location of that raw stone and said in a serious tone, you guys go take a look. It's not a bad idea to buy that piece for fun if you can ship it. At least far more than that stone is worth. It won't be a loss. Mu Bingyue, Yi Xian, you really don't care at all. I have to say, Yi Xian, this person can deal with. You ask him, he really give you a recommendation. Mu Chen carefully noted down the location that Yi Xian said, and the corner of his mouth grinned. Alright, thanks brother Yi. I'll go over and take a look first. Mu Chen was an acute person, and before the words fell on this side, she had already pulled up her sister's hand over there and was ready to walk towards the pile of raw stones. Seeing the backs of the two people leave, a light curtain suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with divine tea leaves and divine tea crafting skills. As the handwriting on the light screen changed, Yi Xian only felt a heat in his mind, and knowledge about all kinds of tea brewing filled his brain, gradually blending in. Soon after Yi Xian completely absorbed the divine tea ceremony skill, he slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He was about to go catch up with the Mu siblings when suddenly his cell phone shook. It was Zhang Hong who sent a message to Yi Xian, saying that the information on his side was ready. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked towards Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen and said with some apologies, why don't you guys go ahead and pick out the raw stones? I've got some things to take care of over here. Okay, go ahead and get busy. When Mu Bingyue heard Yi Xian's words, her heart was slightly lost, but she was still very understanding and let Yi Xian leave first. After seeing Yi Xian's figure disappear into the crowd, only then did Mu Bingyue join her brother and walk over to the pile of raw stones that Yi Xian had mentioned. Sis, look, is this piece the one Yi said? Mu Chen's eyes were sharp. He saw the piece of raw stone Yi Xian was talking about at a glance and hurriedly walked closer to look at it. Mu Bingyue looked at the piece of raw stone in front of her. Her beautiful brows furrowed as she muttered something like, hiss, this stone may inside crack a lot. After all, just from the surface alone, one can already see a number of thin cracks inside, obviously extending downwards. In this case, the piece of raw stone in hand could basically be judged to be of little value. Although Mu Bingyue made this inference, she nevertheless intended to trust Yi Xian's vision and buy this piece of raw stone. After all, the strength that Yi Xian had displayed when she was in her own curio store earlier had completely crushed her. I'm afraid that such an amazing person would have a different vision. The main thing was that Mu Bingyue had confidence in Yi Xian's character, and he was definitely not the type of person to joke about his friends. Since Yi Xian had pointed out this piece, there wouldn't be a problem. Having made up her mind, Mu Bingyue directly stretched out her jade arm and patted on Mu Chen's shoulder in a gesture. Mu Chen watched his oldest sister's movements and was visibly stunned. What's wrong? Mu Bingyue directly threw Mu Chen a blank stare. Told you to carry it. Go, pay the bill. After saying that, Mu Bingyue didn't give Mu Chen a chance to speak at all and had already turned around and walked towards the counter. Mu Chen looked at his old sister's back and sighed helplessly, then resignedly lifted the stone up and followed to the checkout. He could kind of see that he was meant to be a hard laborer. His own old sister is really a good calculation. No wonder he told himself to take care of his body. This is to treat him as a laborer. Manager, how much is this raw stone? Mu Bingyue walked straight to the manager, pointed to the raw stone behind him, and inquired about the price with a smile. The manager looked at the Mu family siblings and gently nodded his head. He had just seen the two of them together with Yi Xian, and smiled and exchanged looks for a while. Something clicked in his mind, but he quoted the original price. Mu Bingyue listened to the manager's words. This price was reasonable, but with a twinkle in her eye, she then pointed to the obvious crack above the raw stone and negotiated with a smile. Look, this one has more cracks. Can you go cheaper on the price? When the manager heard Mu Bingyue picking faults, he had long been surprised by such a reason for slashing the price, and hurriedly defended his own raw stone. Ma'am, the quality of our raw stones in White Jade City is the best. Absolutely guaranteed. And every piece is carefully selected for its goodness. Although I dare not say that all the blocks are good, but certainly not adulterated. Here you can rest assured that you can shop. These words are a little more official, but they are all true. White Jade Stone City is because of the good enough reputation and excellent credibility to be able to stand firm in a place like Jinling and become the largest location. Mu Bingyue wanted to say a few more words to press the price, but before she could open her mouth, she didn't expect the manager to cut himself with his backhand. But I see that you and our boss seem to be personal friends, so I can use my authority to erase the zero of this raw stone for the two of you. It's just that this is at the limit and it really can't be any less. Mu Bingyue heard the manager's words and guffawed, naturally picking up the conversation. Erasing the zeros is fine. Right. So thank you, manager. Mu Bingyue wasn't greedy. After all, wiping out the zeros was also a few $1,000s, which was already considered good. But the next moment, Mu Bingyue seemed to have caught something and visibly froze. Her brow furrowed as her dark eyes stared at the manager, her tone tinged with suspicion as she asked, "Did you just say that we have a good personal relationship with your boss?" Mu Chen was holding the raw stone at the back. He also realized something was wrong just now and looked at the manager with the same doubt, waiting for the other party's reply. The manager looked at the expressions on the two men's faces and nodded gently. "Yeah, weren't you guys just talking over there? I saw it all." The manager, however, had been secretly observing his boss's position, fearing that he might have done something wrong, and there was no way he could have recognized the wrong person. His words caused the Mu family siblings to freeze immediately. They just, and so on. Mu Bingyue seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes instantly widened, and even her pupils were shaken by a huge tremor. She stared straight at the manager and asked, word for word, "Yi Xian is your boss? The boss of this Jade City?" Ha! Chapter 38. Why don't you have a smile on your face anymore? So it was transferred to my face. The manager was also a bit confused by the question, but looked at the two puzzled and nodded seriously. "Yeah, Mr. Yi is the new owner of our Jade City and just bought it." Boom! The official certification from the manager made Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen freeze on the spot, completely shocked by Yi Xian's identity. The eyes of the two men flickered with shock, their mouths twitching as they stiffened, not uttering a single word. Mu Bingyue took a deep breath as she finally looked seriously around the interior of Jade City in front of her, as if a fierce beast was screaming in her heart. What the hell is going on here? Such a large Jade City, at the very least, must be worth billions. Actually bought by Yi Xian. What kind of wealthy character must this be? The main thing was that Yi Xian's age was about the same as theirs, and this gesture was really amazing. Almost in an instant, Mu Bingyue seemed to have figured out a lot of things. She finally understood how Yi Xian could even blink without blinking when he had previously purchased so many antiques at once. That mere tens of millions of dollars was nothing compared to the white emerald Jade Stone City in front of him. When you compare it that way, the spending that day can be considered insignificant. Mu Bingyue only felt that the amount of information was a bit too much, and her brain was buzzing a bit along with it. She swallowed hard, feeling like she had lost the ability to think. This guy, what kind of famous family does he come from? He's actually so rich. It was only after a long while that Mu Bingyue slowed down from her shock. She looked to the manager in front of her, a little embarrassed at the thought of delaying someone. Sorry, I'll check out now. Mu Bingyue handed out the bank card, and just as the manager operated to swipe the card, Mu Chen beside him suddenly came to his old sister's side and inquired in a low voice. Old sister, do you think he is selling himself short? He had just asked Brother Yi if he had any good stones, and the other party had recommended one without hesitation, which was definitely boasting. Mu Bingyue was also helpless as she listened to her own little brother's words. This kid, he's always so good at juggling. Let's just buy it. We're all friends. They run Jade City. How can they sell broken stones? Mu Bingyue glared at Mu Chen. How could Yi Xian put this amount of money of 3 melons and 2 jujubes in his heart? Mu Chen was a bit speechless as he watched his old sister's face from the side. I am just kidding. Ah hey, you old sister. A little sense of humor or not? Hello ma'am, here's your bank return. The manager politely handed the small ticket to Mu Bingyue's hand. Then he glanced at the raw stone and said very politely, we have a master here who specializes in cutting stones, so if you two need it, you can cut it on the spot. Many customers who come to Jade City, after picking their favorite raw stone, choose to cut the stone on the spot. When the time comes, guests can choose to keep it for themselves, or sell it on site to Jade City for convenience. Mu Bingyue had just seen quite a few customers cutting stones, and she agreed after thinking about it. Well, that's a pain in the ass. Mu Bingyue's words had just fallen, followed by the next moment. Not far away, several silhouettes walked towards the side. The girl at the head of the group was dressed in a luxury big brand haute couture, her brows locked tightly, seemingly disgusted with the guests coming and going in Jade City. The girl's face was painted with appropriate makeup, but unfortunately after dressing up it was barely average looking. Although her looks are average, the arrogance and haughtiness between the girl's eyebrows is clear, as if she is superior. Looking at anyone with a hint of disdain in her gaze, the girl's line of sight scanned through the crowd, and at a glance, she saw the extremely eye-catching Mu Bingyue. Looking at Mu Bingyue, who was all bookish, the girl's eyes flashed with a hint of boredom and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Humph, it's quite a grievous situation. Zhou walked quickly towards Mu Bingyue's side. She looked at the two Mu family siblings condescendingly, clasped her hands in front of her chest and said with a cold snort, what? Instead of dumping antiques business, you guys have also started to start trading jade? But, I advise you to put away this thought. This jade is much deeper than your broken antiques. Don't be careless at that time. Lose the bottom. You big young lady's body. I'm afraid you can't live a hard life. Zhou always hides needles when he speaks, and that disdainful expression when he speaks almost turns into substance and pounces on his face. Mu Bingyue looked at Zhou, who was as proud as a peacock in front of her, and her small face was indifferent. This Zhou she naturally recognizes. Before the Zhou family is also in the antique business in Jinling, is considered a peer. However, the Zhou family is not a serious businessman. They do the game but pit a lot of people. All of a sudden in the circle stinks of reputation. Because they didn't play by the rules, they were squeezed out of the antique business by a few of them. Unexpectedly, the Zhou family should not be killed. The latter they went to the jade industry. Surprisingly resurgent, called them to do up, and it can be said to be doing well, a lot larger than before in the antique industry. Just from the side of some people in the line, I heard that their Zhou family dog can't change to eat, and never stopped to do the pace of the bureau to pit people. This kind of person, Mu Bingyue never wanted to get involved in her life. She coldly swept a glance at Zhou and said in a flat tone, then I won't bother you. As soon as Mu Bingyue's words were finished, the atmosphere on both sides of the fence immediately became tense with swords. Over here, Zhou looked at Mu Bingyue's ice-cold but gorgeous little face and was suddenly furious. With a sweep of her eyes, she looked at the raw stone held in Mu Chen's hand and immediately froze, letting out a cold laugh. You guys are quite bold. You dare to buy such a cracked raw stone, and you still want to enter the jade industry with such a level of skill. Are you here to make fun of yourselves? Not that I'm saying, with your kind, I'm afraid you could really lose your ass. The few people who followed behind Zhou looked at the raw stone that Mu Bingyue had bought and looked at the fine cracks on it, and then some of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. With disdainful and sarcastic smiles on their faces, they opened their mouths to mock each other after glancing at each other. Good fellow, you guys are picking the least good one out of 1,000. Even if you were to blindly touch a pass with your eyes closed, it wouldn't be at this level. Directly eliminating the correct answer and picking out the worst. Isn't this just giving up one's life to help others? No wonder the Mu family antique store is doing well. So this is how they do business. Goo, what a laugh. We've all seen this stone. Who doesn't know that the risk of this stone is far greater than its value? This kind of stone isn't even worth buying. How can you bring it out? With so many cracks on the surface, I'm afraid the inside of the original stone is also riddled with cracks. so it's not good that we can't even make a ring face. Mu Bingyue quietly listened to their dark sarcasm, not taking it to heart at all, and directly disliked them with a cold smile. I spend my own money to buy whatever I want. What's it got to do with you guys? If you have nothing else to do what you have to do, and worry about yourselves when you have time. When Zoing heard Mu Bingyue scold them for minding their own business, he laughed instead of being angry. What? You don't own this Jade City, so you don't care what we do here? I'm just going to stand here for a while, can't I? I don't believe anyone would dare to have an opinion. Mu Chen stood back holding the jade, his brows furrowed and his face showed dissatisfaction. This group of people stood here and didn't leave. Wasn't it because they were ready to see the effect of the raw stone after it was cut? If the cracks had been vertical, he and his oldest sister would have been spared a mocking. Mu Chen wasn't willing to take the heat, so he immediately prepared to go over and drive these people away. As soon as Mu Bingyue saw her little brother's movements, she guessed what he was thinking and directly reached out to pull him back. Not so much. They can look at it if they want. It's just a raw stone. After saying that, Mu Bingyue looked at the manager with a frank face and smiled. Please help me find a master to cut the stone. The manager looked at Mu Bingyue and nodded gently. Okay, you wait a moment. After the manager answered, he immediately went to the back and called a master in charge of cutting stones. The master came over to first look at the stone. In seeing the top cracked, his brows could not help but frown. Visible also was not too optimistic about this piece of raw stone. Although the masters themselves do not gamble on stones, they have been in this industry for a long time and naturally have their own experience to summarize. Master looked up at Mu Bingyue, then politely inquired, how do you want to cut this first cut? Over here. Zoing and the others didn't leave at all, but stood by the side and waited calmly, with a look of being a spectator. They had cold smiles on their faces, and after hearing the words of the stone-cutting master, the coldness increased a little more. What a laugh! Such a piece of broken raw stone, from where to cut is not the same. This master is also too euphemistic. Direct is not good? Otherwise I would say you can't do business. This is the art of being a human being, right? I just saw the master's eyes. People also do not like this stone. Just out of respect for the guests. The result is already in order, isn't it? How many days has this stone been here? How many masters have picked it up and looked at it? And all of them see the problem. Only a fool would buy it. These people spoke very harshly, and in their opinion, there was no need for the master to cut. They could already foresee the result. Especially Zoing. She had made up her mind to stay here to see what was going on, waiting for a while to properly kill Mu Bingyue's sharpness. Tell her to be so arrogant in the future. Zoing thought darkly. Looking at Mu Bingyue's cold little face, she snorted coldly in her heart. She would like to see such a beautiful little face, in a moment of black face, can still maintain this bookishness. Everyone else was pretty much of the same mindset as Zoing. They just wanted to let the Mu family know that not just any line of work could come over and stick their foot in the door. Over here, Mu Chen looked at the faces of these people, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to suppress the fire in his heart. He moved over to his oldest sister and lowered his voice. These guys are really annoying. Let's just clean them up a bit later. Mu Chen had seen people watching and picking up fun, but to watch it so openly was too much of a disrespect to their Mu family. This he really couldn't stand. Mu Bingyue's cold sight swept the crowd, but she did not speak, her gaze finally locking onto that piece of raw stone. She always felt that the raw stone that Ji Xian was looking at would definitely not be that simple. It was at this point that the master had made his preparations and started the machine to begin cutting the stone. Hearing the roar of the machine, Zhou Ying's eyes lit up, holding the back of her neck as she walked to the front of the machine and looked towards the stone. She couldn't wait to see Mu Bingyue make a fool of herself now. After a while, the master who was operating the stone cutting was obviously stunned, looking at the stone in his hands a little confused, as if he was petrified. Zoing and the others looked at their master's appearance, and one by one, the corners of their mouths lifted in a smile. They looked at each other and both saw the smirk on the other's face. It looks like the stone must be full of cracks inside. And look at that. It's making the other masters look stupid. What a bad piece of raw rock this has to be. As the crowd thought of this, they all moved forward, wanting to see the raw stone cut. But the next moment, the crowd saw a stone face full of green, just breaking into everyone's sight. In just an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief as they stared straight at the stone surface, unable to believe their eyes. This is what's going on. Zoing and the others all sucked in a breath of cool air, only to see that those cracks on the outside didn't even extend inside the jade below. Underneath was a whole piece of natural jade, the color of which was moist when you looked at it. Even though the size of this piece of raw stone wasn't very large, such a piece of jade, this cut went straight up, especially when compared to its low price. This raw stone is definitely a big moneymaker. For a moment, everyone present froze, finding it hard to accept this result in their hearts. Each one of them was enraged as they stared angrily at Mu Bingyue with unwillingness in their eyes. This Mu Bingyue really got lucky with a dog and bought such a good raw stone on the first try, or cut it out in front of them. Damn it! Just as Zoing almost clenched her silver teeth. Over here, Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen looked at them in silence and also walked up to look at them. When they saw the full green raw stone, they also froze and simultaneously drew a breath of cool air. The two weren't unsurprised, but more than that, they were shocked. After all, only the two siblings knew best that the reason they had chosen this piece of raw stone was still because of Yi Xian's guidance. Mu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and exclaimed in a low voice, "Good Lord! Yi is truly a god." The full cracked raw stone that everyone didn't look at favorably was actually seen to be different by Yi at a glance. That judgment and eye is just pulled full circle. This time, just with the full green color presented by this cut, they definitely made a big profit. Mu Bingyue listened to her own little brother's words and then looked at the raw stone in front of her. The performance of this piece of raw stone was really out of everyone's expectation. Even though Mu Bingyue believed in Yi Xian's judgment, she hadn't expected that this piece of raw stone cut out would actually be so great. Mu Bingyue thought secretly in her heart as her eyes glanced into the distance, but she couldn't find Yi Xian's figure either. A flicker of loss flashed in her beautiful dark eyes, which was then overwhelmed by a full-blown shock and adoration. This Yi Xian, he, is really divine. After slightly adjusting her mind, Mu Bingyue walked towards Zoing, looking at the expression on Zoing's face like she ate it. A smile leisurely raised on the corner of her mouth. Mu Bingyue came to stand in front of Zoing, sizing her up from top to bottom, and before the other party could issue a question, she grabbed the opportunity to speak. Why has the smile on Miss Zou's face disappeared? Just now, it was not all together. Whoops. Mu Bingyue deliberately pulled a long tone as the smile on the corner of her mouth deepened and she continued. So the smile didn't disappear. It transferred to my face. Chapter 39, Sister, do you want me to be your wingman? I'm a professional. Zoing, listening to Mu Bingyue's complacent tone and the slightly upturned ending, was furious and wanted to tear Mu Bingyue apart on the spot. This woman, isn't it just opening a stone? What's there to be proud of? Zoing hated it, and she was just about to go look at the boy next to her when she saw Mu Chen slowly walking over with his sleeves rolled up, that fierce and cold look on his face. And looking at the muscle mass on Mu Chen's body, the gap between the body types was indeed a little too big. However, Zhou Ying's side was a bit more crowded in the end, so these people didn't wimp out and stared angrily at the Mu family siblings, with no one making the first move. Over here, the manager looked at the atmosphere of saber rattling between these two sides, and also stood aside and waited. After all, not only were these two friends of their own boss, but most importantly, ensuring a peaceful trading environment in Jade City was originally his job. Zoing looked at the manager's strict defense. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Mu Bingyue and said through clenched teeth, "Eldest Miss Mu, let's meet in the mountains and waters. Next time we meet, I hope you can still maintain your current arrogance." Mu Bingyue looked at Zoing with a calm face, the smile on her face unchanged in the face of the other party stacking down harsh words. Since Miss Zhou was so fond of being compared to others, I am indifferent and welcome at any time. Zoing was almost infuriated as a cold snort escaped from her nostrils and she led the crowd behind her towards the outside of Jade City. Looking at their exasperated backs, the Mu family siblings felt indescribably relieved. This feeling of being punched in the face is just too good to be true. Over here, the manager looked at Zhou Ying's crowd had left. He took the raw stone from the stone-cutting master and handed it to the two of them and said, "Both of you, congratulations on opening such a fine jade. What good luck." Mu Chen carefully received the jade. Looking at the jade in front of him so closely, Mu Chen's mood was instantly excited. This color, actually they casually opened it. He still cannot believe it a little. "Thank you, we'll be on our way then." After Mu Bingyue thanked the manager, she and Mu Chen walked together towards the outside of Jade City. Mu Chen surveyed the jade in his arms and thoughtfully looked at his oldest sister. "I'm looking at the size of this piece of jade. It should be able to produce 2 bracelets of good quality, right? If this color of jade bracelet is taken on the market, I'm afraid the value is even higher." Mu Bingyue looked at the jade and thought about it, and said directly, "Let's just offer a bracelet, and hit a men's string for the rest and give it to Yi Xian." Mu Chen listened to his oldest sister's suggestion and nodded in agreement, feeling that it made sense. After all, this piece of raw stone was the one that Yi had shown them the way, and now that they were returning the favor, even if they beat a bracelet out of it, they had made a huge profit. The two siblings talked as they walked towards the outside of Jade City, preparing to go back. Over here, Yi Xian had already returned to the general manager's office early, looking at all the documents and information that Zhang Hong had organized. Soon, a large amount of data and information took shape in Yi Xian's mind. and all the circumstances of the White Emerald Jade Stone City were within Yi Xian's grasp. Now, it seems that this White Jade City has a very large volume, and its current business condition is also good, and its profit is also very substantial. However, recently the jade market has shown a contraction. Zheng Hong's sense of smell is still very keen, but also in the active open source and cut costs. Yi Xian gently nodded his head, still satisfied with all of Zheng Hong's maneuvers. He called Zheng Hong and gave him some more advice. Zheng Hong listened very attentively, and when he heard the back he couldn't help but widen his eyes, hurriedly finding out paper and pen, quickly recording all the things Yi Xian said. Yi Xian's words gave Zheng Hong countless ideas. His head was now full of all kinds of thoughts and his whole body was excited. At this moment, Zheng Hong's loyalty to his new boss came to a new level. Okay, that's about it. You can arrange the rest as you see fit. I'm going to head back. After Yi Xian presented his thoughts, he planned to go back first. Before leaving, Yi Xian received some documents handed over by Zheng Hong, which needed to be confirmed for him to sign. Yi Xian quickly flipped through one copy as he took Zheng Hong's pen and signed it one by one. Although Yi Xian's words were written in a dragon's hand, the heartache in Zheng Hong's heart was obviously much better as he watched his own boss signing so hard. He was even making up his mind that he had to keep an eye on the design department side and get the boss's stamp to be the best it could be. Boss, when the seal side is built, I'll send it to you first thing, Zheng Hong said very seriously. After all, the identity of his own boss actually did not have his own seal. It is indeed a little uncharacteristic. Yi Xian nodded at his words. He got up and walked towards the outside of the office. Zheng Hong hurriedly followed up and personally escorted Yi Xian out the door. After sending Yi Xian away, Zheng Hong returned to his office and immediately instructed his secretary, "Notify down. Let the designer side work overtime to catch up with the work. We need to get all the boss's seals done as soon as possible." After Zheng Hong's words were finished, he paused for a few seconds, called out to the secretary who was about to leave, and said instead, "Never mind. I'll go over and watch too. It's more down to earth." It wasn't that Zheng Hong didn't believe in the strength of his men. It was mainly because the piece of jade that Yi Xian had brought was just too top-notch. When faced with such a priceless treasure, it can't be furtively messed up. Zheng Hong didn't delay, and after simply straightening out the documents on the table, he led his secretary towards the outside. On the other hand, Yi Xian had already returned to the car. Looking at the tea canister that appeared on the passenger side, Yi Xian picked it up and carefully examined it. It's a wooden jar with a very good seal on it and you can't smell anything from the outside. Yi Xian pulled the top cover open, as if opening Pandora's magic box, and the rich fragrance immediately rushed out, permeating the car. Gently lifting his nose, Yi Xian was also attracted by the strong fragrance and looked towards the inside of the tea barrel. The only thing you can see is that the tea leaves inside are carefully fried and look extremely similar in length, giving off a sense of sophistication. Yi Xian also noticed that this tea had a golden edge on it, a variety of tea he had never seen before. Carefully covering the tea canister, Yi Xian only felt very satisfied as he smelled the residual fresh scent odor in the air. It's really worthy of the top quality tea issued by the system. And the flavor, it's really something to look forward to. Yi Xian combined the divine brewing technique in his mind, and was even more interested in the tea leaves in the jar for a while. The divine tea leaves had aroused Yi Xian's interest, and just as he was excitedly preparing to drive home, Yi Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, realizing that it was a message from Mu Chen. "Brother Yi, there's a show the day after tomorrow. Do you have time to come and see it?" Yi Xian hung his eyes and thought about it, and when he was about to reject it, he saw that Mu Chen had sent a new message. "It just so happens that my oldest sister has something she wants to give you." As soon as Yi Xian heard that Mu Bingyue had something for himself, he immediately became interested. The corners of his mouth lifted in an arc as he picked up his cell phone and quickly replied, "Good. Over here." Mu Bingyue looked at the way her little brother held his cell phone and kept sending messages, so she came forward to look at the cell phone screen. When she saw what Mu Chen sent on the screen, she froze and looked at her little brother and said, "Hey, you kid, why did you specifically say it was from me?" Mu Chen glared at his old sister with a "you don't understand" expression. "What do you know? Isn't it more likely that you will come over if it becomes a gift from you? Besides, it's not a bad thing. You forget that you were the one who came up with the idea of giving away the strings earlier." Mu Bingyue listened to Mu Chen's words and combined with the other party's expression. What was he playing with in his mind? Where else did she not know? "So you're using your sister as a beauty queen?" Mu Bingyue poked at Mu Chen's thoughts while rolling her eyes widely. This kid doesn't know who he's following. He has so much heart every day. He's really convinced. Mu Chen was a bit displeased when he heard this, and he let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. How did this become a beauty plan? Old sister, not that I'm the younger brother talking about you. You should also think about your own lifelong matters. look at these guys our age. Which one is as good as Yi? Not only are they handsome and good looking, but they are also rich. Look at the cars they drive. They are supercars with hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a boy. Naturally, his family background is needless to say. That must be the excellent kind as well. Muchen didn't even need to think much before naming quite a few of Yi Xian's strengths. He coughed lightly and continued to add fuel to the fire. Didn't you see the expression on those big ladies' faces when they looked at Yi Xian in the gym the other day? That drool almost came out. I'm now helping you to matchmaking. If you don't know how to work hard yourself, if he is snatched by someone else in the future, TSK, you, just find a place to cry. Mu Bingyu. Oh, man. So I have you to thank for this. Ha! Mu Bingyue spat in her heart, but Mu Chen's words just now had caused Yi Xian's appearance to surface in Mu Bingyue's mind. Thinking carefully about all the feelings after the recent contact with Yi Xian, Mu Bingyue had to lament a sentence. This guy is a pure demon. Even if she was as proud as Mu Bingyue, she had to admit that over the years, she had never really seen a young man who was more outstanding than Yi Xian. The person who already had such an achievement at this age was really only Yi Xian. Thinking like this, what Mu Chen had just said seemed to have entered Mu Bingyue's heart all of a sudden, causing her to fall into some sort of contemplation. Not knowing what Mu Bingyue was thinking of, her delicate little face suddenly turned red. Her cheeks were pink as if they had been tinted with a reddish hue. Over here, after a flurry of output, Mu Chen saw that his oldest sister was silent, and was also planning to ask the other party what she thought. However, before the words were even uttered, Mu Chen saw his oldest sister blush slightly and froze. Fogweed. What kind of pouty face is that? Is this something you can look at yourself? Mu Chen's mouth opened slightly. After living with his old sister for so many years, it was the first time he had seen the other party reveal such a delicate appearance. At that moment, Mu Chen also let out a light hum. Humph. It's true. Women are creatures of the mouth. Just refused quite hard. Not a moment later he was there in a deer in the headlights. Right? Mu Chen silently spat out a couple sentences in his heart, and suddenly came over to his own oldest sister's side and whispered, Old sister, why don't I be your wingman from now on? Don't worry, your old brother is a professional. Specialty? Wingman? Mu Bingyue directly glanced at Mu Chen and rebuked in an icy tone. Go. You don't know your last name if I give you some color, do you? Drive. Chapter 40, signing up for goodies again, extra. Third chapter today. Mu Chen looked at his old sister with a flip-flopping look, so he could only skim his lips and honestly drove the car to prepare to leave. On the other side at this time, Yi Xian had already returned home. He parked the supercar in the yard, and from afar, he saw An Xiao squatting in front of little Blackie, seemingly brushing its fur. The little black boy lay there honestly, with a look of enjoyment on his face, and now and then chased the comb with his head. The big face was arching there, but it was very cute. After An Xiao combed the dog, she collected the hair on top of the comb and then used a small cone to make a felt. She was very quick with her hands and in no time at all she had turned the dog hair she had just collected into part of the felt. It was all a small version of little Blackie, alive and well in An Xiao's palm. An Xiao took the already made felt and looked at it, thinking that it was almost done. After a simple adjustment, An Xiao felted the dog and put it inside the kennel. An Xiao's side had just put it away when she heard a footstep from behind. It was Yi Xian who walked over. Yi Xian walked to the front of the kennel, looked towards the inside, and looked at the small black son was also happy and praised. You're really handy. This felt is so well made. It looks just like the real thing. And Xiao was quite happy to hear Yi Xian's praise. She raised her lips and said modestly, I just had nothing else to do, and I happened to see that the little black guy would lose his fur, so I made one, by hand. The main thing is that the little black guy's fur is so good. It looks oily and shiny, and even when it comes off, it looks like fine silk. And Xiao looked at the dog's hair so good, also do not want to waste, and rose to the idea of making handmade felt. She also didn't expect the finished product to turn out so well, and was particularly pleased with it herself. Blackie, come here, Yi Xian shouted towards little Blackie, and when the dog heard Yi Xian's shout, he rushed over with an arrow step, rubbing himself continuously by Yi Xian's leg, like a small child who longed for a caress. Yi Xian was also dumbfounded when faced with a dog that could be so pampered. Such a majestic Tibetan mastiff spilling his guts. The painting style always feels a little strange. Yi Xian reached out his hand and patted the dog on the head, took out a can of dog food and fed it, before walking towards the inside of the villa. And Zia watched Yi Xian's movements and put the small cone in her pocket and tucked it away, then followed Yi Xian into the villa. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards the living room, and Zia who was walking behind took the initiative to ask, Yi Xian, let me make you some tea. Yi Xian went out early this morning, wanting to also work hard all day, just to have some tea and rest. Yi Xian waved his hand with a light smile when he heard In Xiao's proposal. No, let me make the tea today. It just so happens that I've gotten some good tea today, so you come along and try some. And Xiao nodded her head in response when she heard Yi Xian say this. Although the tea didn't need to be brewed by her, but In Xiao still followed and busied herself. She first went to the kitchen and fetched the fine alabaster tea set, then started boiling water and doing what she could to prepare it. Yi Xian sat peacefully on the sofa and waited. She looked at In Xiao's busy and pretty figure and only felt that the image was extraordinarily pleasing to the eyes. It's true, as long as it's a beautiful woman, no matter what you do, it's an extraordinarily beautiful picture. Yi Xian greatly appreciated the tea for a while, and waited until the tea set and hot water were prepared by In Xiao and placed on his own table. In Xiao looked at the exquisite and small wooden tea canister in front of her, and only felt a burst of novelty. This was the first time she had seen such packaging. As Yi Xian opened the wooden jar, the room was filled with the unique flavor of tea as the rich fragrance escaped from inside. She lifted her nose and sniffed the air for the scent of tea, looking adorable in her careful movements. And at this time, In Xiao was also very sure that with such a strong and unique fragrance, this tea was definitely very unusual. Just as In Xiao froze, Yi Xian had already picked up the hot water and started rinsing the tea set. The hot water brought up dense hot air, and Yi Xian was right in the middle of the hot air, his hands constantly changing positions. And Xiao was watching intently, and her nose already smelled the rich aroma of tea, which was even more intense than just a moment ago. Between Yi Xian's hands fluttering, the operation of running clouds and flowing water looked at In Xiao's eyes wide open. Yi Xian actually knows so much about the tea ceremony? When In Xiao had entered the property company as a housekeeper, because they were serving highly sophisticated clients in the future, this aspect of the tea ceremony was something that they had trained in. It was because of this understanding that In Xiao was very clear that this one needed too much careful practice. It even takes a little bit of talent. It may not be hard to memorize how many degrees of water to brew what tea, but it is hard to get stuck in the optimal time to complete the brewing process. It is indeed a tough task to really stimulate the full flavor of the tea but also not let it get lost in the tea water used to wash the tea. And Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise, her black eyes flickering slightly before she saw Yi Xian handing a cup of tea to her. Taste. Thanks. And Xiao said a thank you. She picked up the teacup to gently take a sip, only to feel an even sweeter tea aroma explode in her mouth, which then transformed into a stream of warmth that flowed through her body. After this mouthful of tea was swallowed, and Xiao only felt that her whole body was energized and indescribably comfortable, and Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Her eyes were filled with shock. She had never had such a good tasting tea before. Yi Xian sat opposite In Xiao. He also held a teacup and sipped it leisurely, silently lamenting in his heart. As expected, the tea was worthy of the system's reward, and the flavor, indeed, was a sweet aroma that had never been seen before. The two people quietly sipped the tea for a while, and after a while, In Xiao put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Yi Xian and carefully inquired, Yi Xian, your tea brewing skills are so good, can you teach me? I'd also like to be able to make a nice cup of tea later, okay? And Xiao's heart was a little apprehensive, but the next moment he heard Yi Xian's laughter-laden voice ring out. Yeah, sure, no problem. Yi Xian had absolutely no intention of fooling In Xiao, and after agreeing to the other party's request, he immediately prepared to start teaching the brewing technique. Since you know the basic steps, I'll teach you some brewing techniques. While Yi Xian was talking, he had already taken In Xiao's hand and led her to do some tea ceremony moves. He teaches very carefully, dissecting every move. Yi Xian could feel In Xiao's delicate little hand, held in his own hand with a bit of warmth and an excellent touch. Because of the close proximity of the two people, Yi Xian could from time to time smell the faint fragrance pouring into his nostrils, which was none other than In Xiao's body fragrance. Use the force of your wrist and relax. Yi Xian was tall and he needed to lower his head to correct In Xiao's movements. In such a condescending position, you could just see the hidden deep grooves, as if they were bottomless gullies. And Xiao tried to memorize the main points that Yi Xian had said, but with such a posture, Yi Xian's voice resounded above his head and ears from time to time. An ambiguous air flowed around the two of them for a while. Rao and Xiao tried her best to keep herself from thinking, but the tips of her ears were still uncontrollably red. The pink color is tantalizingly cute. As time passed by minute, and Xiao's heart thumped up, and her small face was scarlet. Right at this moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detecting that the host has been given a random chance to sign in. Do you sign in? Checking in. Chapter 41, Yi Xian you bad guy, plus, the fourth shift today. Sign in successfully. Reward Cartier Diamonds 500G. Diamond 500G? Looking at the rewards displayed on the light screen, Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Good lord. Diamonds are weighed by the pound now, aren't they? Such a reward from the system is really powerful and domineering. Yi Xian only froze for a moment and quickly reacted, then began to explain the main points to Nziao again. After a while, Yi Xian's professor was almost finished. He looked towards Nziao and said gently, "You should memorize these points first, and practice more later when you have time, so you can slowly master them. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and some knowledge still needs to be integrated by yourself to use it more smoothly." Nziao listened attentively as she gently nodded her head and looked at Yi Xian gratefully. "Okay, thanks, I'll practice more." While saying that, Nziao got up and walked out. She now needed time to digest those points of knowledge, so while walking, Nziao tried to recall the points she had just made. After all, just now and Yi Xian leaned so close to each other. Nziao was also in a state of confusion for a while, and it was hard for her mind to focus on her studies. Nziao, what the hell are you thinking? Nziao, who was originally going to recall the main points, looked at the charming atmosphere full of just now, spat lightly in shame and hurriedly walked towards the outside. And at this time Yi Xian in the house, the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, realizing it was an unfamiliar number, but picked it up anyway. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I'm here with Cartier." Cartier staff called Yi Xian and said in a respectful tone after checking some information, "You will be contacted by the relevant staff later, and your diamonds will be delivered to your door. Please pay attention to check." "Good." Yi Xian hung up after answering the call. Looking at the teapot that was still mostly left on the table, Yi Xian thought that he was fine anyway, so he walked out of the villa with the tea set. Yi Xian came to the garden of the courtyard and sipped tea while leisurely basking in the sun. Looking at the quiet cell phone, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly thinking in his heart, "Fongyu, this girl, is quite capable of sleeping. It seems that last night really fucked her up." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up in an arc as he picked up his cell phone and sent a condolence message to Fongyu before he put it away and quietly basked in the sun. "I have to say, it was just too nice of a day to be outside, admiring the flowers trying to bloom in the garden." Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly and took a shallow sip of tea every now and then. At this moment, Yi Xian finally realized the superiority of Villa 1. It feels like it's just pulled full circle. It wasn't until the evening that the message Fongyu replied to found its way onto Yi Xian's cell phone. "I just woke up, and it was a good sleep." Yi Xian looked at the message sent by Fongyu, as if he saw her happy emotions between the lines. "What? Is this a relief for you?" Yi Xian's message had just been sent over when Fongyu's message came back in seconds. "Fart. I'm exhausted. Okay? It's all thanks to someone's lack of compassion." In the face of the full of complaints, Yi Xian innocently blinked his eyes and took his cell phone and replied, "You probably don't realize that if someone really didn't have any mercy, you wouldn't be able to get out of bed right now. Why don't you try?" Fongyu, what could she say at this point? She really didn't have the guts to try. I'm afraid that if she tried it on the front foot, she would lose her own life on the back foot. Fongyu held her cell phone, the light from the screen hitting her small tender little face, making her even more delicate. She naturally didn't dare to take Yi Xian's words at this time, so she had to forcefully change the topic. "By the way, I have to go to school tomorrow to deal with some information. Mr. Sunside is still waiting for me to send it over." Yi Xian looked at the message from Yu on his cell phone and glanced in the direction of Fongyu's villa. Although they were in the same villa area, the distance between them was still quite far because the place covered a large area. Imagining the little girl's flushed little face when she sent the message, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly and his mood looked exceptionally good. The two sent messages for a while longer. Fongyu felt the gradually heavy eyelids, took the cell phone and said hello to Yi Xian, then lay back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Xian went to take a shower and cleaned up a bit and also entered dreamland. The next morning, Fongyu woke up early and went straight to school after eating her mom's elaborate breakfast. Today's Fongyu chose a long skirt to wear on her body. The short hemline design just exposed Fongyu's two long legs. Fongyu's legs were long and straight, plus she was tall and had an excellent waist-to-body ratio, so dressing like this immediately made her the most beautiful presence on the road. Quite a few sights were directed towards her, so the stunning eyes that called out to her could not be hidden at all. Fongyu had been beautiful since she was a child, and had long since gotten used to the sight of passers-by as she continued to walk forward as if no one else was around. But today she always felt something strange on her body, especially in her chest, which always felt a little taut. Fongyu looked down and surveyed herself. She usually paid great attention to body management. She obviously did not put on weight. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Fongyu's mind. She remembered in a trance that when she was reading the news on the internet before, she had overheard a science fiction that said that after a girl was developed, certain places could develop twice and become a bit bigger. Fongyu looked down at himself. This, actually so effective? At that moment, Fongyu also made up her mind that it was time for a change. otherwise it's really hard to be so crowded. Fongyu looked at the gradual increase in the number of students on the road, raised his wrist to look at the time, and accelerated his pace toward the other side of the school office building. Over here, many of the boys noticed the delicate figure at first, especially looking at Fongyu's beautiful and delicate little face. That glowing skin. One of them was thrilled in their hearts. Love bubbles piled up all over the place. They were all afraid of being discovered by Fongyu's sight, but they still couldn't help but look a few more times. In the corners that Fongyu could not see, these boys swallowed their saliva excitedly and talked excitedly. It's really worthy of being Fongda's school flower. Look at how beautiful people can be when they casually wear a skirt. It's really good to have no heavenly reason. Such a girl is simply a gift from the creator. Excessively beautiful. Otherwise, how can I say that in this era? A good-looking face is a passport. Even if people are not schoolmasters, just with this face and this body, go out to be an anchor with a cargo, and earn a lot of money in minutes. Don't even say it. The halal is coming out of the sides of your mouths. Have this time to look at more beautiful women. Back to the dormitory. Bragging can also be more talk. Does not smell good. A few boys finished glancing at each other. And even more so, they looked at Fongyu with bated breath, and it was as if their eyes had grown on each other, and they were about to be unable to pull them off. A youth next to him looked at these boys with a look of pure losers, helplessly skimmed his mouth and spoke out. Don't look, just to see what's the point of seeing the flowers. She has a boyfriend. Such a big event as Fongyu, a famous person in the whole school, having a boyfriend, of course, spread in the first time, and many students had heard about it. The other youth shook his head gently at the words and said with an emotional expression, it's really hard to imagine, with such a high and cold temperament like big school flower Fong, wouldn't her boyfriend be left out in the cold? Looking at such a delicate little flower but cold, it would be meaningless after a long time, right? The few boys next to him were just about to nod their heads in agreement when they heard this, and before they could make a move, they saw a hint of a cold smile on the face of the youth next to them, and said with a light hum, high-strung? That's for people you don't like. People's Fong Daifai is not sure how passionate she is to the people she likes. Boys. They really wanted to retort twice, but when they thought about it, it made sense. The pot of hard, cool water was poured down so hard that the group of boys in the room had to calm down. At this time, one of the boys suddenly saw Fongyu's knees under her short skirt and immediately froze. Only Fongyu's knee was red, so I guess the reason was already self-evident. For a moment, the boys' mouths were also twitching and they couldn't say a complete sentence. Is this difficult? At that moment, the boys heard a crunching click in their chests, a heart that had long since been broken. The news was so sudden that they couldn't accept it at all. You guys pay attention to see the knees of the big schoolgirl Fong. That boy almost gritted his teeth before saying such a sentence, and quite a few of the boys looked towards Fongyu's knees and froze in place as well. One had a very complicated mind. All sorts of speculations came up in their minds, and a certain thought had raised itself and been pressed to the back of the boys' minds at the first opportunity. No, it can't be. It has to be something else. The boys were so hard on their hearts that they got together and started talking in whispers, although I don't want to believe it, but you guys say, this kind of trace, Fongyu is not with her boyfriend that. Before the boy could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by the person next to him, who shook his head vigorously with a serious guess. I think it was a fall. His tone was unusually sure, and though he didn't know the truth, he knew it would make his heart feel better to say it. Just as the group of boys were brainstorming their own scenes, Fongyu over here was walking with her materials and felt their warm sight. Fongyu's brow furrowed, and she swept towards her lap with a slight feeling. With just a glance, Fongyu immediately noticed her red knees and froze in place. What is this? It was so obvious that she hadn't even noticed the marks along the way. This, Fongyu's pretty face fiercely reddened. She lowered her eyes to think, and instantly realized what was going on. It was all because of that bad guy Yixian, who made her lie down for so long yesterday, that her knees became engorged with blood and red like this. P.S. Plus more to come. Thanks to all of you to urge more. Praise, ask for praise, urge more. Thanks to all the rich and powerful Big Brother's gift. Old readers should know. I always rule will be the gift proceeds donated. Thanks to all of you rich and powerful Big Love. Let's continue to add more. Chapter 42. How can you get a rebate like this? I'm afraid I'm going to lose my own face. Fongyu secretly spat in her heart, but on the surface she didn't show it at all. Quietly turning a direction and walking quickly towards the direction of the dormitory. She was going to go back and change her clothes, and then take her time to go through the information when she got back. Fongyu's speed was very fast, and in no time at all, she changed into a pair of jeans and re-stepped out. Although the pants couldn't reveal any spring light, the tight design of the jeans perfectly outlined and molded Fongyu's slender and unshrinkable small waist. Coupled with the two long legs, it was no less flavorful than earlier. Fongyu did not delay at all, quickly went to the school office building and finished the required information at once. After waiting for the formalities to be completed, Fongyu took out her cell phone and looked at the message sent by Yi Xian before, smiled sweetly and returned a message asking Yi Xian to come and pick herself up. Yi Xian got up early in the morning, and after receiving Fongyu's message, he drove his car to the Jinling Art Academy at the first time. Lamborghini Poison let out an ear-splitting roar and came to a steady stop on the quiet lane of the campus. Fongyu, who was picked up in the car as if she was a princess of the immortal world who had strayed to the earth, stepped step by step in an elegant manner. Many people in the back saw this scene, envious and at the same time, their hearts were broken. Their goddess, protected for so long, had still been cruelly plucked. Fongyu sat straight into the car. She skillfully fastened her seatbelt, then looked at Yi Xian and said in a sultry tone, "You bad guy. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? You don't even know how embarrassing I was when I came over to school in the morning." Fongyu said about her knee, finished and glared at Yi Xian, that delicate and angry eyes, but it was full of flavor. Looking at Yi Xian's heart, Yi Xian was not polite and directly reached out to touch Fongyu's thigh. Although there was a denim barrier, the soft touch still made Yi Xian feel in a pleasant mood. His fingers deliberately pinched on Fongyu's leg and inquired in a low voice, "Where are we going today?" Fongyu seemed to read Yi Xian's meaning. Her pretty face reddened and her voice was as low as a mosquito's cry, but it was still clearly heard by Yi Xian. "Come on, let's go to my house. It just so happens that my parents are away on a business trip. I'll cook for you for lunch." Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's shy appearance and gently blinked his eyes. "Good, then I'll try your cooking." Listening to Yi Xian's slightly laughing tone, Fongyu instantly became interested. She rolled up her sleeves and loudly proved for herself, "Don't look at me like that, but I'm very capable." Yi Xian nodded his head seriously in agreement as he sniffed. "I already knew that yesterday. Fongyu, I'm talking about what this can do. This guy, he really drives on any kind of shitty road. Can he still walk?" Fongyu couldn't get angry and raised her small pink fist to hammer on Yi Xian's chest with a fierce look, but it amused Yi Xian. "And you laugh?" Fongyu exasperatedly rebuked. Yi Xian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, gently held her small pink fist and asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to cook? Do you have enough ingredients at home? I'll take you to buy some?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, Fongyu's attention was indeed successfully brought to the side, and she thought about it very seriously. "Sure, let's go to the nearby supermarket and purchase a little bit of ingredients. Then we'll go straight home." The two of them went to a high-class supermarket together, and in addition to some fresh dishes, Fongyu also shopped for a lot of seafood, intending to show her hand to Yi Xian. As soon as they appeared in the supermarket, their top-notch facial features immediately attracted a lot of attention, especially looking at the image of two people as loving as a young couple. It was a toothache for many people. "I can't. It's too sugary. My blood sugar's on alert." After picking out the ingredients, Yi Xian took Fongyu to settle the bill before he went to fetch the car and headed towards Jade Dragon Court. Yi Xian drove to Fongyu's house in a familiar way. He grabbed those ingredients first and followed behind Fongyu, walking into the villa together. "Yi Xian, you rest for a while. I'll take the ingredients to the kitchen first," Fongyu said, but Yi Xian naturally did not want her to be overworked and still helped carry the things into the kitchen. Looking at the ingredients on the ground, Yi Xian looked at Fongyu and took the initiative to ask, "So much stuff, do you need any help with it?" No, just go out in peace and wait for the food," Fongyu said while pushing Yi Xian's shoulder with her upper hand, pressing him to sit on the sofa. When she was about to leave, Fongyu gave him back a little look that forbade him to peek. Yi Xian looked at her and shrugged his shoulders helplessly, sitting obediently on the sofa and looking towards the direction of the kitchen. Just seeing Fongyu's skillful movements, she tied up her apron and had already started to take out those ingredients and quickly process them. Looking at Fongyu's sharp movements, Yi Xian knew that she really knew how to cook and was relieved. At this time, Fongyu's kitten heard the commotion on the first floor and stretched out and ran out. Looking at such a dull and cute kitten, Yi Xian also had a soft heart and walked to stand in front of the kitten, holding a teasing stick and playing with the cat. Rarely was the little cat not afraid of life at all, and soon played with Yi Xian. The atmosphere was good for a while. After a while, Yi Xian heard the doorbell ringing and walked out to look at it. When the courier boy saw Yi Xian walk out, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Your delivery, please sign for it." Yi Xian took it and looked at it, and seeing that the recipient's was Fongyu's name, he graciously took the pen and signed it. Walking back to the house with the delivery, Yi Xian stood at the kitchen door and looked at Fongyu who was busy inside and asked, "Your delivery, do you need to open it?" When Fongyu heard that it was her courier, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took it over to have a look. "Oh, this one. No need to open it. Just give it to me," Fongyu said perfunctorily. then took the spatula with the delivery and ran directly to her room. Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's secretive appearance. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly thinking in his heart, what is this thing and to be so secretive? However, Fongyu quickly returned back. She looked at Yi Xian who was standing in the doorway and handed him 2 plates of food. It'll be ready in a minute, so help me get the food on the table. Yi Xian nodded, looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes in his hand. A quick flash of surprise flashed under his eyes. I didn't realize that this girl was such a good cook. Fongyu fried the dishes and brought out the remaining dishes in the kitchen one by one. A variety of delicacies were piled up on the table, with a combination of rich aromas that came together to create a very magical flavor. Fongyu gave Yi Xian a chopstick of meat and watched him eat it one bite at a time as she smiled and inquired, well, it tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Yi Xian looked up at Fongyu, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and said with a bad smile, yeah, sure can do it. Hearing Yi Xian's obviously double entendre words, Fongyu let out a light grunt and hurriedly lowered her head to pick up her rice, not wanting him to see her red little face. The two were quiet, but every now and then, they pinched each other's food, and the atmosphere of the meal was cozy and harmonious. The flavor of the dishes made by Fongyu was very good, very much to Yi Xian's taste, and he ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. After the two finished eating, Fongyu glanced at Yi Xian and suddenly opened her mouth. Just sit here for a while, no need to pack your things, I'll come later. Yi Xian did not know what Fongyu was going to do, so he nodded and sat in his seat watching Fongyu walk towards the second floor. He seemed to hear the sound of a door opening and closing, as if Fongyu had gone back to her room. Yi Xian didn't take it seriously. He simply took out his cell phone and swiped the news in a good manner. While he was brushing the news, Yi Xian suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from him. He moved his eyes away and looked towards the direction of the stairs, only to see Fongyu walking down from upstairs, her body wearing Parisian stockings, black silk wrapped around her slender legs, revealing her curves. In order to highlight the Parisian family, Fongyu's upper body with a tight pajamas, tight hollow design is very sexy. There are careful but not steal the show. Absolutely perfect match. Almost instantly, Yi Xian felt that the temperature in the villa had risen a bit. After all, the hidden white light, like a small hook, made it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. Seeing such a Fongyu, Yi Xian's eyes deepened, and he straightly stood up from the chair, and in a few steps, he walked to Fongyu's body, and took her in his arms, smelling the scent at the tip of his nose if it was there. The color under Yi Xian's eyes deepened some more. His long arms stretched out, wanting to pick Fongyu up by the waist and directly enter the house. Fongyu sensed Yi Xian's movements and subconsciously tried to dodge. A pitiful look appeared on her little face as she pretended to beg for mercy. Do you bear it? It still hurts. The voice that went down smaller and smaller, trailing off with a thick, indescribable complaint. Yi Xian naturally stopped his movements when he heard the small voice. His eyes swept over the Parisian family, narrowing slightly as he looked at Fongyu and asked, and what do you mean by that? Fongyu pursed her lips tightly, as if she was worried that Yi Xian would get angry. And after struggling for a moment she still chose to tell the truth. Bullying you makes you feel and can't do anything about it. Yi Xian listened to Fongyu's low voice and immediately guessed what this little girl was thinking. The corners of his mouth rose up, curling into a wicked smile. Can't do what? Yi Xian swept over Fongyu's body with a sight full of aggression. How about somewhere else? Fongyu had personally experienced Yi Xian's power, so she subconsciously wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, before she could say her words, she only felt a heavenly rotation, and the person had already been picked up by Yi Xian horizontally and walked straight towards the room. Yi Xian brought the door with his foot, and in a short while, a whimpering sound resounded in the room. A few moments later, the sound of ripping fabric resounded from the door. Heck, Aya, what are you doing? This is my manhwa. The Parisian family, which was previously full of charm, had turned into rags under Yi Xian's large hand. Right in the middle of Fongyu's heartbreaking sighs, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes, detected an extremely beautiful woman consuming $2,000 for the host, activating the soft food and hard eating skill, random 100,000 times rewards and 200 million rebates. Please pay attention to check. Chapter 43, Grabbing for Someone. Yi Xian's eyes quickly swept over the light screen, and the shock under his eyes was very obvious. Oh, my god, even this? It's like forcing someone onto a path of happiness. However, these thoughts only flashed by, and Yi Xian could not care about them now. Moments later, other voices came. Fongyu tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's neck, and some fine sounds escaped from her mouth from time to time. She was also angry in her heart now. This bad guy, still coming? And, not wearing it? Unfortunately, Fongyu didn't stay angry for long. Yi Xian seemed to have sensed her inattentiveness and intensified his efforts. Fongyu's sanity was quickly washed away, completely immersed in waves of sloshing. And on the other side at this time, in the middle of the dongling entertainment group, Sun Young was busy with his normal work in the office when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and realized it was a profile from Fongyu. Sun Young picked it up and looked at it, then pressed the intercom and instructed his secretary. "Why don't you come in here and print out a copy for me?" "Okay, Mr. Sun." When the secretary heard Sun Young's command, she immediately went into the office and took the document to print it out. Sun Young picked up Fongyu's information and looked at it. He lowered his head and thought carefully before taking out his cell phone and dialing out a call. After a while, the door to Sun Young's office room was knocked on. A figure then walked in, a very capable-looking woman. On her head was valiantly short hair that looked clean and crisp, and a casual red formal dress was eye-catching, but was completely overpowered by her aura. "Mr. Sun, you're looking for me?" The woman walked over to the chair opposite Sun Young and sat down, smiling as she opened her mouth to inquire. Sun Young glanced at the woman and didn't say anything more, directly handing the information in his hand towards her. The woman looked at the document with a raised eyebrow and took it in one hand before opening it and looking at it. Looking at the profile's resume, and the exquisite little face in the photo, the woman's expression was unchanged, and she commented faintly, "It's okay." Although it was just two simple words, Sun Young, who was familiar with women, heard it as if he saw a glimmer of hope. After all, this woman had always been rather picky, and for a newcomer to get the word okay was already considered a very good qualification. However, before Sun Young could open his mouth, the woman across from him looked at his changing expression and seemed to have guessed the other party's thoughts and directly jumped ahead. "Mr. Sun, what do you mean by that? You're not asking me to bring in new people, are you? We had a deal. I'm not bringing in new people. Besides, Joe E and the others are on such a tight schedule lately. I'm just a gyroscope all by myself and I can't even turn around. Moreover, I have other people's business at hand. I am really too busy to do so. How about you just give me a high hand and let me off the hook?" The woman has long pinpointed Sun Young's pulse, directly the opposite. Up is a big pouring of bitterness, showing their own not easy, the newcomer but not good to bring. The woman is not willing to trip this muddy water, so before Sun Young opened his mouth, before extinguishing the other side of the mind, as Sun Young listened to the woman's words, he also helplessly skimmed his mouth and didn't continue to say anything. The woman in front of him was the agent he had gone to great lengths to specially poach in the first place, a very powerful presence in the circle. After so many years in dondling entertainment, he has also created great value for the company. It was no exaggeration to say that the artists that the woman was now carrying under her were the top pillars of the group, definitely taking up more than half of the territory. And for so many years, the woman has been doing her job. And apart from fighting for resources for the artists under her, she hasn't fought for any favors for herself. So in the face of the woman's refusal, Sun Young thought down and gave up the idea. After all, the woman is so busy that most of her energy must be focused on a few other artists. Putting Fongyu under her might not be good for Fongyu either. Thinking of this, Sun Young glanced at the woman and directly waved his big hand to start driving people away. Okay, I knew you wouldn't want to, so go away. Alright, thank you Mr. Sun. When Zhao Feng heard Sun Young's words, he cheerfully stood up and walked towards the outside of the office. After walking out of the office, Zhao Feng's expression was also relieved and she directly exhaled a sigh of relief. Luckily I reacted quickly, or I would have had a lot of trouble in the future. You know, it's the most laborious thing to bring in new people. Although that little girl just now looked not bad, indeed a good seed, but there was already a lot of pressure on her right now, and there was really no need to add such a big mess to the mix. Zhao Feng felt like she got rid of a big trouble and walked towards her office with easy steps, and Sun Young, who stayed in the office, looked at Fongyu's information and made a few more calls out. After a while, several brokers came to Sun Young's office one after another. You guys sit down first. Sun Young let them sit down first, then took Fongyu's information to a few people to look at. Seeing that a few people were going to open their mouths after reading the information, Sun Young learned the smart way this time and grabbed the opportunity to open his mouth first. This one has an unusual relationship with our new chairman. There were some words that didn't need to be said at all. Sun Young gave them a look, and the few people who saw this all revealed a look of understanding. So it is. Sun Young looked at them and continued. Although it's still a newcomer now, it's definitely something that should be heavily cultivated in the future. You've seen the seedling's profile, the potential is placed here. He will definitely shine in the future. Sun Young had made his words so clear, and in an instant, the faces of everyone present changed, and their hearts clearly had an idea. After all, they are all old farts, and the various connections and interests tangled up in the back of this are already very obvious. A man hemmed and hawed. As soon as the man's words left his mouth, the other person next to him interrupted and directly retorted. You can pull it off. You got that newbie before. This should be mine. The two men were about to fight it out when the agent next to them glanced at them and said quietly, I'm not even a newcomer this year. So I could be. The several brokers present directly scrambled, and several times Sun Yong spoke without interjecting. Watching a few people engage in a war of words there, Sun Yong was beside him for a while, helpless. If I had known that speaking out backstage would be so effective, why would I have gone through all this? How nice to just put the word out and just wait for them to come to your door and grab someone. Maybe he could make a few more requests while he was at it. And wouldn't he be secure in his company's newcomer assignment today? Sun Yong secretly staggered. He was still too gentle, and should have used some caution a long time ago. Just as the swords were drawn in Sun Yong's office, over here, Zhao Fong had already returned to her office. Sitting on the wide boss chair, Zhao Fong exhaled heavily and prepared to continue working. Before Zhao Fong could start, she saw Joey opening the office door and walking in. As soon as Joey saw Zhao Fong, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted her with a smile. Sister Fong, I'm back. Zhao Fong also smiled when she saw Joey. This was the first sister under her hand, and one of the most pleased artists. Naturally her treatment was also the best. There might not be much of a good face to others, but when it came to treating Joey, Zhao Fong had always been pleasant. How's it going? This time? I heard that you accompanied Mr. Sun and went to meet the new chairman? Joey nodded at her words. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked around to make sure no one was there before she came to Zhao Fong's side and whispered, By the way, Sister Fong, I'll tell you a key piece of news, huh? Our group may be coming over a new person recently. That girl is the new chairman's little girlfriend. I guess Sun will always discuss with you. You should take the opportunity. You cannot miss this lord, but she should be waiting a few days before she comes over. Anyway, so you'll be a little more prepared so you can go grab someone then. Joey was at the scene at the time. She could see that Yi Xian was quite attached to Fongyu. Otherwise it would not have been a shot of millions of Cartier jewelry. If Fongyu was brought together, wouldn't Fong have the final say on their side's resources in the future? Thinking of a perfect future, Joey's eyes shone with light and looked at Zhao Fong with anticipation, the meaning in her eyes already quite obvious. Over here, Zhao Fong's entire body froze as she listened to Joey's words. She narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking about the information she had just seen in Sun Yong's office, and for a moment, the corners of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and inquired tentatively, By the way, that person, is his name Fongyu? Joey's eyes widened when she heard Zhao Fong's words, and she hurriedly nodded. It's okay, Sister Fong. You're really well informed. I didn't expect you to know even before the person arrived. It's so true. I'm convinced. Zhao Fong. I'll go. Zhao Fong dabbed and stood up from her chair. She couldn't even wait to say one more word to Joey and scurried towards the direction of the general manager's office. Chapter 44, I thought my senses were faulty, more to come. Joey looked at Zhao Fong's windy back, and her entire body froze. She had followed Zhao Fong for several years, but she had never seen Sister Fong look like this. What's going on here? And quite a few people in the group saw the frantic Zhao Fong and were a bit confused as they looked at her eager figure. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And they all saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on here? Who in the entire Dongling Entertainment doesn't know Sister Fong is the top agent? She is usually a very stable. Tarzan collapse in front of the Lord does not change color. Today this is what happened. These staff members had different faces as they stood at a distance and watched Zhao Fong, seeing her leave like a gust of wind. Over here, inside the general manager's office, Sun Yong took a long breath, looked at Fongyu's information in his hand, gently stroked his temples and massaged them a few times. These guys, they can be a real handful. If he wasn't still here to hold down the fort, I'm afraid the roof could have been lifted for him. But the good thing was that after a lot of scrambling, Fongyu, the agent of the future Big Brother, was finally finalized. A hint of relief finally appeared on Sun Yong's face. Fongyu's new manager was Chu Xiaodan, also a very good candidate. What satisfied Sun Yong the most was that Chu Xiaodan had good resources in her hands and was also relatively mild-tempered, so she definitely wouldn't make Fongyu feel uncomfortable. Finally, this thing is set up. Sun Yong thought joyfully. He poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely took a shallow sip, let out a slurping sound, and immediately felt indescribably comfortable. Just at this time, the door to Sun Yong's office was suddenly violently pushed open from outside. Sun Yong was startled, and then he saw Zhao Fong walk in from the doorway with a noticeable gasp. Zhao Fong saw Sun Yong sitting there drinking tea, first poured out his breath for a while, then stood up straight a little, but was still taking deep breaths to adjust his breathing. It was also the first time for Sun Yong to see such a panting Zhao Fong, and he was immediately stunned. What's going on here? Sun Yong stretched his head towards the outside of the office and looked at the empty corridor, just wanting to open his mouth to ask a question or two. Before he had a chance to speak, he saw Zhao Fong stride up to the coffee table, a pair of eyes fixed on him, and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Sun, that newcomer just now. I've thought about it. I want." Sun Yong met Zhao Fong's expectant gaze and slowly put down his teacup before answering quietly. "Just gave it to Chu Xiaodan." Zhao Fong rushed to catch up, but I did not expect to be a step slow. Zhao Fong remembered what Joey had said just now, and was instantly struck with a heartache, followed closely by a flood of regret. A regret that she had never felt before surged through Zhao Fong's heart, making her feel even worse than the painful loss of her first love. It's really numb. What she had just missed was not a newcomer. It was simply the star of tomorrow. If he could bring Shanyu with him, in the future, he would definitely be counted among the people in the Chinese agent circle. Sun Yong looked at Zhao Fong's frown and couldn't help but be a little curious. His body probed forward and asked with a smile, "Tell me something, weren't you clamoring for no newcomers? What's the matter? Have you come around so quickly?" Meeting Sun Yong's line of sight, Zhao Fong glared at him grudgingly and flattened her mouth, saying, "It's okay, I'll go first." When Zhao Fong walked out of Sun Yong's office, she gently leaned against the white wall of the corridor, her entire strength seemingly drained away, looking downcast. What a thing to call it. The more Zhao Fong thought about it, the more angry she became, and in her anger, she directly reached out her hand and hammered on the wall. Feeling the pain assaulting her, Zhao Fong, though still furious, still calmed down her emotions significantly. Now that Fongyu had been assigned to an agent, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to do anything more. Zhao Fong let out a long sigh and drooped her head towards her office. Quite a few staff members passing by looked on, all a bit confused and completely unaware of what was happening. Looking at the direction Zhao Fong walked out, the crowd was all head over heels in questions, always feeling as if something had happened between this number one agent and the general manager. And at this time on the other side, in Fongyu's family villa, Yi Xian went to the bathroom in Fongyu's room and took a shower and came out. His body was only surrounded by a bath towel, which managed to block the private location. He looked at Fongyu, who was resting lightly on the bed, and lay directly next to her, watching the news on his cell phone. Although his eyes were resting on his cell phone, one of Yi Xian's hands was not very honest and lingered on Fongyu's body. Feeling the satin-like touch, Yi Xian was also mesmerized. When he was getting addicted to touching, the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a pain in his hand, and when he looked down, he saw that Fongyu was biting hard on his hand. Yi Xian suffered a burst of pain as he retracted his hand and hissed softly, "Oh, why are you still biting, you girl?" Fongyu gave Yi Xian a somewhat grudging look, her pink little mouth pouting as she said in dissatisfaction, "I'm just letting you know how much I'm hurting right now." And it wasn't just a simple pain in her body, it was as sour as a bottle of old vinegar poured into her body. Fongyu lightly grunted. In the end, she was still heartbroken for Yi Xian, and after pulling over his hand and rubbing it twice, she walked in the direction of the bathroom, ready to take a shower. As soon as this jerked up, Fongyu suddenly grunted in pain and walked with a limp that carried a strangeness. Fongyu was uncomfortable. She looked back at Yi Xian, her eyes even more sultry than earlier. This bad guy won't even know what he's really going through. Fongyu rubbed toward the bathroom with difficulty. She had heard her girlfriends talk about this kind of thing before, but only the good part. She didn't think it would actually be this tiring. This Yi Xian's physical strength, how can it be so good? Fongyu sighed silently in her heart and was also a bit scared. A very distinct feeling rose in her heart, as if she wasn't quite able to serve this guy. With this stamina and energy, even 3 cells wouldn't necessarily be able to last through the night. As soon as Fongyu thought of this idea, she immediately shrank in fear and felt a chill run down her back. She secretly made up her mind in her mind. It seems that she will have to think of a way in the future, or else this little body of hers will really be ruined. While thinking about this, Fongyu had already stepped into the bathroom and casually locked the door. Over here, Yi Xian plopped down on the bed and watched the news for a while. Feeling uninterested, he turned off his cell phone and walked towards the outside of the villa. Before we're sitting in the house, Yi Xian is still the first time to stroll through the garden of Fongyu's house, but it feels a different flavor. There were quite a few flowers planted in the garden of the Fong family, and it was obvious that the mistress of the place was a flower lover, and these flowers were all well tended and blooming in profusion. Very eye-catching. Yi Xian smelled the natural flavor of the flowers, and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up as he slowly admired in the flowers. Walking part way forward, Yi Xian saw a piece of tulip planted there, leisurely blooming, showing off his enchanting figure to the fullest. Yi Xian approached these tulips and was also attracted by their blooming appearance, stopping to admire the tulips in this area. Just as Yi Xian approached a tulip and sniffed it, Fongyu just finished her bath and came out with a towel around her to look for Yi Xian. As soon as she came out, she saw Yixian's movements and couldn't help but smile slightly, tilting her head and asking, "How's that for tulip flavor?" When Yixian heard Fongyu's voice, he immediately followed the sound and looked over towards this side, only to see Fongyu standing playfully at the entrance of the villa, the slanting sun gently hitting her, as if adding a warm color filter to her, gilding Fongyu with a layer of gentle light. All she had around her was a pink bath towel, and her long black hair, still dripping with water, was casually draped over her shoulders. Every now and then a mischievous droplet of water slid down the slippery skin of his shoulder, all the way to the top of the bath towel. The freshly bathed Fongyu's skin was even more blown out, as if water would come out with a pinch. It was delicate to the naked eye. Beneath the towel were two big, long, straight white legs that glistened white in the sunlight. At this moment, Fongyu, every enlargement was exquisite and impeccable, combining into a beautiful picture of a beauty taking a bath. Yixian greatly appreciated Fongyu's beauty. The corner of his mouth hooked upwards as he nodded and said, "Fragrant, but not as good as your bath towel." Fongyu's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay, but in the next second, she reacted and instantly made a big red face. This guy, why is he so good at flirting? Just as Fongyu was shy, Yixian had already walked back to her side and gently wrapped his arm around Fongyu's shoulders and said gently, "Come on, get in first, and be careful not to catch a cold." The two walked back to the room together. Yixian casually picked up the towel on the table and carefully wiped Fongyu's hair. Fongyu looked at Yixian's serious brow through the mirror of the dresser, and a small heart beat uncontrollably and chaotically. Her heart was a soft mess and her mind was filled with happiness. Fongyu took out her cell phone and wanted to take a picture of Yixian's appearance at the moment. She opened the lock screen and saw that Sun Yong had sent her a message. Fongyu felt like opening the dialog box and saw Sun Yong pushing a business card to her. "MS. Fong, add her. This one is your future agent." Looking at the message from Sun Yong, Fongyu opened Chu Xiaodan's business card and looked at it, then clicked Add Friend. Chu Xiaodan's side passed almost in seconds, and seemed to have been waiting for Fongyu to add. Just after becoming friends, a message from Chu Xiaodan's side was sent over. "Hello MS. Fong, do you have time for a chat tonight?" "Good." Fongyu answered earnestly with her cell phone, and Yi Xian, who was standing behind her, had already dried her hair and came over to take a look. "What's wrong?" Fongyu shook her cell phone screen towards Yi Xian and explained, "This is the agent's son arranged. She asked me to have a chat." After saying that, Fongyu glanced at Yi Xian. "I've been planning to go over there lately, too, to get acclimated first." Yi Xian gently rubbed Fongyu's hair and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take a trip with you to the Eastern Tomb." Hearing Yi Xian say that he wanted to accompany him there, Fongyu instantly cheered up with a smile on her brow. She was just about to speak when she heard Yi Xian continue, "It's just as well to go over there and help you set up, or you'd be too inconvenienced if you just went over there alone with nothing there." Fongyu sniffed and skimmed her lips. "I can arrange it." Yi Xian listened to Fongyu's bravado speech and directly shot out to pop Fongyu's forehead, saying with a hint of firmness in his gentleness, "Listen to me." "Oh," Fongyu answered in a small voice, although she didn't say anything on her lips. In fact, her heart was like overturning a honeypot, indescribably sweet. The Yi Xian just now gave her a gentle and domineering feeling. Love, love, love. The two spoke together for a while longer. Yi Xian looked at the time. It was getting late, so he said to Fongyu, "Why don't I go back first?" Fongyu directly held Yi Xian's arm as she whispered, "My parents don't come home at night." Fongyu had said it so clearly. Where could Yi Xian not understand? He said with a smile and a nod, one eyebrow raised. "Good. It just so happens that I'm too lazy to go back, so I'll just stay here." Fongyu nodded with some embarrassment. Although it was just a hint, this was also the first time she invited a boy to stay over at her home. Her mood was naturally different. The two of them cuddled for a while longer, and when the evening came, Fongyu saw that it was almost time for the appointment, so she hurriedly got up. Fongyu found a set of formal clothes to wear on her body. Her hair was combed meticulously, and her face had a slight hint of light makeup. A few minutes before the appointed time, Fongyu sent a message to Chu Xiaodan. The next moment, Chu Xiaodan's video call came through. Fongyu hurriedly picked it up and saw a woman's face appear on the cell phone screen. The woman appeared to be in her late 30s, and looked very young throughout, with long, gentle hair cascading over her shoulders, and beautiful to look at. Chu Xiaodan also saw Fongyu through the video at this time, and immediately froze. When she saw Fongyu's profile before, she knew that this newcomer was a beauty, but when she saw Fongyu in real life, she realized that the photo was too one-sided, and the real person was simply not too beautiful. Even Chu Xiaodan, who was accustomed to seeing beautiful people, her eyes flashed with amazement and shock, while her heart burst with excitement. With such a good seed, it's like God sent himself to rise. Chu Xiaodan, excited, hurriedly greeted Fongyu and asked about some of Fongyu's basic situation. Fongyu also answered seriously. Chu Xiaodan quickly recorded it and then looked at Fongyu and asked, "By the way, when are you planning to come over? I'll show you around the group." Fongyu thought about it and answered honestly, "It might be a couple days before I go over there. Is that okay?" Chu Xiaodan naturally had no problem with this, and she gave a very gentle smile. "Okay, the general manager has already told me about your situation. It's okay. We'll just talk about it more carefully when you get to the group." Okay. Faced with such a gentle agent, Fongyu also felt very lucky. However, she was also clear that this was definitely because of Yi Xian, and for a while, her heart was filled with another burst of emotion. After Fongyu and Chu Xiaodan spoke for a while longer, they hung up. When it was time to go to bed at night, the cat suddenly followed Yi Xian into the bedroom and meowed at him. Yi Xian didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing the cat's increasingly urgent voice, he finally looked up at Fongyu and inquired, "This cat, what does this mean?" Fongyu tried to stifle her laughter as she looked at Mimi, who was trying to meow underground, and explained, "I usually sleep with it at night." Yi Xian nodded his head as he listened to Fongyu's explanation and sort of understood. No wonder the cat looked quite anxious. It turned out that it resented Yi Xian for hogging his master and was fighting for sovereignty. Yi Xian directly lifted the back of the cat's neck and threw the cat outside the door, then closed the door without thinking. Fongyu, cat, meow meow meow, at hashtag UN%. If cats could talk, they would have cursed by this time. That's a real dog you've got there. Yi Xian completely ignored the catcalls outside the door as he pulled Fongyu into his arms and held her in a deep sleep. The next morning, Fongyu and Yi Xian got up early. Fongyu changed her clothes after washing up and said to Yi Xian, "I'm going out today to do some shopping." Yi Xian sniffed and nodded gently, naturally responding, "Okay, I'll join you then." Yi Xian suddenly remembered that he seemed to have asked Mu Bingyue and the others to go to a venue today, but the time should still be in time. Just as Yi Xian was counting the time, Fongyu hurriedly waved her hand. No, just go about your business. I'll go by myself." Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's odd expression and instantly raised his eyebrows, asking with some curiosity, "Why? What are you going to buy? And why are you covering up?" Fongyu glanced at Yi Xian, not wanting him to misunderstand himself, so she came to Yi Xian's ear and muttered in a low voice. Yi Xian sniffed and looked towards Fongyu's chest, then shook his hand and said with intent, "No wonder. I thought something was wrong with my senses, but it's really big." Chapter 45, Another Big Rebate. Fongyu, go. Why talk about such a shameful subject with impunity? Yi Xian looked at Fongyu's reddish little face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His girl is really easy to be shy. However, Yi Xian had the sense not to continue teasing Fongyu, but opened his mouth. "Well then, go get it yourself. I can't be bothered to go into a store like that. If anything happens, you call me." Yi Xian waited until Fongyu had packed up, and the two of them walked out of the villa together. Fongyu went directly to buy something while Yi Xian returned to Villa 1, ready to pick up something. Yi Xian looked around the house and took some divine-grade tea leaves and wrapped them up, preparing to give them to the Mu family siblings as a return gift. After preparing his return gift, Yi Xian went to fetch his car keys and then drove the car towards his destination. And at that moment the entrance to the venue, Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen arrived early and waited, both of them wearing formal attire and a hint of seriousness on their faces. Mu Chen glanced at the entrance of the auction behind him, then lifted his wrist to look at the time and muttered, "I guess Yi is almost there. He's usually rarely late." When Mu Bingyue heard Mu Chen mention Yi Xian, she slightly lowered her eyes, and her dense and long eyelashes were like small fans that gently fluttered twice. She raised her hand to reveal a small, delicate box she held in her hand, gently pulling open the lid to reveal a string sitting inside. The turquoise color is very moist, and after careful polishing, it shows a different luster. It was with yesterday's jade that the strings were created, and at first glance they were top quality. Mu Chen came over to eyeball the string and gently licked his lips, saying with great envy, "It's a really nice jade, and look at the color and quality of the strings. It's just beautiful. It's a pity that this jade was given to us by Brother Yi. Otherwise if I were to go out with a string like this, I'd definitely envy them to death." Mu Chen sighed with emotion, then raised his eyes and glanced at his own oldest sister, adding with a smile, "Yi will surely like it in a while." Mu Bingyue listened to Mu Chen's words and carefully covered the box, holding it in her palm as she continued to wait. A few minutes before the appointed time, Yi Xian's Lamborghini Poison finally appeared on the parking lot. Yi Xian directly ignored the eyes looking over from the neighborhood and took a big stride to walk in front of the Mu family siblings and greeted them with a smile. "Kept you guys waiting, huh?" No, we just got here too." As soon as Mu Chen saw Yi Xian, he immediately came forward and said in a very doggy manner, "Ever since yesterday's raw stone, Now Mu Chen's admiration for Yi Xian was really like a torrent of continuous water. When Mu Bingyue saw Yi Xian come and looked at his handsome face, she handed the box in her hand to Yi Xian and said softly, "Yi Xian, I really thank you for your guidance yesterday. This is a little bit of my people's heart." Yi Xian looked at the box Mu Bingyue handed up and pulled it open to see the string inside. At the very same moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Xian's eyes. Detected an extremely beautiful woman consuming 800,000 for the host. Activating the soft food hard eating skill. Random 1,000 times rebate. Rebate 800 million. Please pay attention to check. Yi Xian looked at the contents on the light screen. Then with a thought, his own system page appeared before his eyes. Divine signing system. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 95. Gain divine face value. 1 year gradual change. Temperament, 96. Stature, 95. Assets, 159,853,0000. Yi Xian looked at the asset figures that were once again expanded and immediately froze. But he quickly reacted. However, next, Yi Xian looked at Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen in front of him and smiled extraordinarily happily. These two aren't just good friends. They're practically their own little gods of fortune. This one rebate is a little too good to be true. It could be said without exaggeration that at this moment, Yi Xian looked at the Mu family siblings with unspeakable smoothness and loveliness. Over here, Mu Chen froze in his tracks as he looked at Yi Xian's reaction and the big smile on his face. Mu Chen sucked in a breath of cool air, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yi, this status. Driving hundreds of millions of supercars. Buy an antique or 40 to 50 million hand. Just a string. To be so happy? Mu Chen's mood was a bit complicated, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be that Yi was extra happy because of the gift from his oldest sister? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Chen looked at Yi Xian and then at his own elder sister, his eyes flashing with a special light. Over here, Mu Bingyue also looked at the curve of Yi Xian's mouth and the obviously happy look, and gently pursed her lips. Yi Xian, like the things he sent so much? To be honest, Mu Bingyue had given out quite a few gifts, but no one had ever revealed such happy emotions when they received a gift. At this moment, even Mu Bingyue was infected by Yi Xian's emotions, and the smile on her face widened a bit. She then raised her wrist to look at the time and said to Yi Xian, "It's about time. Why don't we go in first?" Seeing Yi Xian nodding his head, Mu Bingyue walked side by side with him, opening her mouth to introduce herself as she walked. "We were kind of invited here today, and we just happened to come to this auction to take a look. There are antiques and jades here, and there are still quite a lot of varieties. Everything in this kind of auction is more guaranteed and will be inspected by a specialized team of experts, which makes it more comfortable to buy." Yi Xian listened attentively and looked at the auction venue in front of him. He had never been to such a place before. However, Yi Xian was not vain, and followed behind Mu Bingyue with a big smile as he walked towards the inside of the auction. When passing by the entrance, Mu Bingyue took out the invitation and handed it to the staff. After the other party checked the invitation, he immediately bowed slightly towards the Mu Bingyue several people and said very politely, "Several honored guests, please follow me this way." A few people followed the staff and went directly inside a private room in the back row. Looking out from inside the booth, you could see those auctioneers in the front row. Such a distinction made the back box seem very elevated and distinctive. Yi Xian looked at the layout of the auction venue and walked into the box with the duo. Over here, just as the figures of several people disappeared into this side of the corridor, several gazes noticed them from another direction. Zoing looked at the backs of the several people, standing in place with her hands clasped on her chest, a cold snort escaping from her nostrils as she snorted lightly. "It's really a narrow road. I didn't expect them to come over to today's auction as well. What bad luck." Zoing had originally looked at Mu Bingyue in a bad light, not just because of that feud in the family, but mainly because the other party was beautiful and better than herself in all aspects. Zoing, a person who had always viewed himself highly, recalled that he had gotten lucky by Mu Bingyue yesterday, and was suddenly in an even worse mood. She glanced in the direction Mu Bingyue had left and said with a frown, "Humph, but it was just a stroke of luck. Do you really think you can be so lucky every time? Daring to come to any place? It seems that if we don't show her some power, we really don't know what's good for her." Zoing grumbled under her breath and then walked towards another box under the leadership of the staff. Over here, after Yi Xian's few people were seated inside the private room, looking at the staff member who was going to serve tea, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. Yi Xian smiled faintly and took out the tea leaves he had brought. "I brought some tea as a return gift." Looking at the tea that was handed to her, Mu Bingyue hurriedly took it and opened the box to look at it. Mu Bingyue had just opened the box, and a strong aroma of tea immediately gushed out, drawing the eyes of Mu Chen next to him to stare and sniffle as he leaned over towards this side. "What kind of tea is this? It smells so good." Mu Chen sighed with emotion. Mu Bingyue felt the same way. She glanced towards the box and looked at the tea leaves with golden edges, and was instantly stunned as well. This kind of tea was really the first time she had seen it, although it was unheard of. But smelling the aroma of this tea, coupled with the fact that it was a return gift from Yi Xian, Mu Bingyue could be 10,000% certain that it was definitely something good. Thank you, Yi Xian. Mu Bingyue smiled sweetly, then called the waitress waiting at the door and instructed her. We brought some of our own tea. Please brew it for us. The waiter listened to the VIP's words and naturally nodded in agreement, quickly going out to fetch hot water and tea sets. In front of the several VIPs, the waiter made the tea neatly with his hands and feet, and respectfully poured the tea for the several people. Mu Bingyue picked up the cup of tea in front of her. She didn't taste it right away, but first smelled the fragrance of the fragrant tea before taking a shallow sip. A sweet and mellow flavor rushed straight to the sky. Mu Bingyue's eyes instantly glazed over. This was the first time she had ever drank such a superb flavor, especially when the tea was swallowed. As it fell into the abdomen, a warmth spread through the limbs and bones, and the whole body was warm and very comfortable. Mu Bingyue took a deep breath and couldn't help but take a few more sips, and soon the cup of tea reached the bottom. She had secretly tasted the flavor of the very best Dahanpo at the old master's place before, but compared to the tea in front of her, it was still too far away. It felt like there was a chasm between the two teas, and the difference was simply too great. Yi Xian picked up the teapot and refilled Mu Bingyue's tea, then asked with a smile, "How's that for flavor?" When Mu Chen heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately gave a thumbs up and praised him. "It's good. It's really good." Listening to his little brother's dry words, Mu Bingyue slapped his forehead, his face filled with helplessness. This little brother, let himself say something nice about him. It's a shame that someone who is quite old has such a lack of vocabulary when it comes to talking. Being uneducated. It's horrible. Mu Bingyue glared viciously at Mu Chen as she picked up her teacup, and in the midst of a dense heat, she opened her mouth to comment quietly. Put the tea cold eyes to see the red dust. Borrow tea to meditate in spring and fall. This tea smells fresh and pleasant, and the color of the tea broth is bright and unadulterated. After the boiling water is slightly brewed, the tea leaves are like fish in the water tossing up and down, which is fun to watch. In the throat, it is even more sweet and mellow, without the slightest bitterness and astringency, which is really the best tea. It's the first time I've had such a good tea. It's really thanks to your blessing. Thanks a lot. After Mu Bingyue finished her words of thanks, her gaze looked deeply at Yi Xian, her heart more or less filled with emotion. This person was really amazing. She was just giving things away casually, but every time the other party returned the gift, she was shocked. Mu Bingyue looked at the bland Yi Xian, and a trace of emotion suddenly rose in her heart. After her own little brother had made so many friends, the one that satisfied her the most was this Yi Xian, who was outstanding and somewhat dazzling, an existence that even Mu Bingyue had to look up to. Chapter 46. What's this? Just as Mu Bingyue's thoughts were turning over, Mu Chen, who was next to her, looked at his old sister and silently gave a thumbs up. I'm sure you're a cultured person. Tugging on a word is so highbrow. Mu Chen thought while picking up the cup of tea to drink it, feeling the feeling of the lips and teeth. Although not knowing much about tea, still very fascinated by this feeling. Yi Xian slowly sipped his tea as he casually picked up the auction list on the table and looked at it. Everything here is a bit generic, not much of a hit. Besides, Yi Xian had no intention of auctioning today. After all, the purpose of today had already been achieved. Thinking about the rebate just now, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose. It was really cool. And at this time in the center of the auction table, the auctioneer has already come on. After a few simple introductory remarks, today's auction officially began. This is our first lot of the day, a blue and white cone handle vase. With the auctioneer's words, a huge close-up of the cone-handled bottle appeared on the big screen behind her, every detail captured steady and clear. After a moment's pause, the auctioneer announced the reserve price, and then the venue resounded with the sound of increasing prices. These guests are all here in admiration, knowing that the antiques here are absolutely genuine, so they are also assured that the auction, but after all, it's a gadget just starting out, and everyone's markups are relatively normal. Adhering to the tenet of spending as little as you can, stuck with the lowest markups dawdling upward a little. The auctioneer on the floor was also very experienced and knew how to drum up the emotions of the guests on the floor, and one lot after another began to be quickly auctioned off. Because the auction went so well, the waiters on the floor were shuttling back and forth, offering the guests a variety of teas and snacks. The service was quite on point and welcoming, with such a lively atmosphere. It's really a bit of a guest and host joy. Halfway through the auction, Yi Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Zhang Hong. Boss, your stuff is ready. I'll send it to you. Where are you now? Yi Xian thought about it and directly sent the address of the auction. Zhang Hong's side quickly returned the message. Okay. Yi Xian looked at the reply on his cell phone and secretly thought in his heart, should he go to the door to pick up Zhang Hong in a while? But on second thought, Yi Xian directly erased this idea. There was no need for this. Zhang Hong was at least the general manager of the largest Jade city near Jinling. It was impossible that he had so few connections that he couldn't get into the auction himself. Yi Xian directly put away his cell phone and continued to look in the direction of the auction table. The auction was still going on at this time, and the courtesy lady of the auction house carried up a tray. After the auctioneer pulled off the red cloth covering it, a sound of gasps rang out in the arena. Only a piece of fine jade appeared on the screen, although it could not be said to be how superb, but such a complete piece was a rare piece of good material. The auctioneer watched the reactions of the guests present with satisfaction, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile as she announced loudly, "This is our next lot. A complete piece of old jade. The starting bid is $500,000. Such a low starting price immediately aroused the interest of the guests present. Everyone raised their cards, and the price was climbing rapidly. Mu Bingyue's eyes also lit up when she saw the jade on the field, obviously coming to be interested. After seeing that a few people in front of him had already shouted the price, Mu Bingyue spoke out and called out the price, 700,000. On the other side, Zhou listened to the number plate number. A cold smile raised on the corner of her mouth, then looked towards the private room where Mu Bingyue was. This Mu Bingyue, she's finally willing to make a bid? Heck, with those 3 melons and 2 dates in your pocket, I'll make sure you can't bring anything back today. Zhou made up her mind in her mind. She thought nothing of directly raising the number plate in her hand and shouting loudly, 700,005. She was purposely only adding a minimum raise just to disgust Mu Bingyue. Such an increase in price, however, was quickly followed by increases from other-looking customers. Mu Bingyue sat in the booth and listened. Looking at the fact that there were still a few contenders, she thought about raising her card directly to make an offer. $800,000. Mu Bing language is very calm. She does not mind someone competing. After all, it is an auction. Good things are used to grab. She is now hoping to widen the spread and discourage some of her competitors. Sure enough, after Mu Bingyue's shouting, the few auctioneers sitting in front of them obviously got a bit cowed and stopped shouting. Instead, Zhou, who was sitting in the private room, snorted coldly and raised her card to add another minimum increase. Hey, just play. Mu Bingyue glanced towards the box over there where the price was being shouted. She lowered her eyes and thought about it. Currently it hadn't reached the highest price she could afford, so it was possible to fight for it. Just as Mu Bingyue was about to continue to call the price, the door of the private room they were in was suddenly knocked on. Hearing the knock on the door, several people's attention fell on the door, and then they saw Yi Xian get up and walk over to pull the door of the room open. Boss! The person who came was none other than Zhang Hong, who saw Yi Xian come to open the door and hurriedly bowed to greet him. Zhang Hong was followed by several people, their hands carefully holding several boxes. Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen took a look and realized that those boxes were of different sizes, but they were very delicate. Zhang Hong signaled a few people to put their things on the table before he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Boss, what you want is ready. Take a look first." After saying that, Zhang Hong carefully opened the box, revealing the seal inside. This was the seal that was made according to Yi Xian's request. The size was not exaggerated, and the carving on it was very delicate. Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen looked at the seal and couldn't help but stare at it with wide eyes and even more emotion in their hearts. It's really worthy of Yi Xian's stuff. It's all good stuff. Look at the color of the jade, and that moistness. It's perfect as it's never been before. Even if the seal wasn't really big, it was definitely considered priceless just by the color of the jade. Mu Bingyue watched with unblinking eyes. Her heart had already set off shock waves. The fact that people Yi Xian was worthy of being the big brother in charge of Jade City, and that he was able to find such a superb jade to make a seal with a single strike, was evident. Mu Chen was also envious at the side, especially when he watched Zhang Hong, a famous general manager in the circle, look so respectful in front of Yi Xian. His heart was even more envious. It feels so good just to look at it. When will you have a day like this yourself? Just as several people were admiring the seals together. Over here, Zhang Hong pointed to the large box next to him. Boss, I've put the rest of the material in this box for you. After Zhang Hong finished speaking, he looked at the Mu family siblings beside Yi Xian and knew that his boss had guests, so he took the initiative to take his leave. Boss, if there's nothing else on your side, I'll go back first? Yi Xian nodded and smiled as he heard this. Good. Hard work. No hard work, no hard work, Zhang Hong answered in a loud voice, and he bowed towards Yi Xian before leaving with a few of his men in quick steps. Over here, Yi Xian saw a few people leave and held the seal in his hand and played with it. By the way, take out the ready stamping clay next to you and try it on the paper at random. In the end, it is a good jade, stained with the red color of the seal mud, transmitting a different sense of moistness, as if the red color has come to life. The more Yi Xian looked at it, the more satisfied he felt, especially when he saw the clear and moist handwriting printed on the paper. Yi Xian put the seal away, and when he looked up, he saw the Mu family siblings looking straight at the large box with a dazed look. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked curiously as he followed the line of sight of the two men and glanced around on top of the large box. The box looked plain and didn't seem to be anything special. It was only when Mu Chen heard Yi Xian's question that he reacted as if he had woken up from a dream. He stared straight at Yi Xian and asked almost word for word, "Brother Yi, what did that man say just now? The rest of the material?" Speaking here, Mu Chen did not wait for Yi Xian to reply and directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he continued. "Is this the material left over from these two seals, Yi?" When Mu Bingyue heard her little brother ask this question, she followed suit and turned her head, looking blearily at Yi Xian. She was too curious, but in her heart she felt it was unlikely. After all, the material used for these two seals is just too superb. How much material can there be like this? Mu Bingyue swept another glance at the large box, silently calculating the space inside in her mind. I think the material that can be put inside this box can't be the same as this one. After all, when people generally make things, they choose the most delicate part of a piece of material. Thinking about it this way, I'm afraid that the jade stone contained inside this box is the jade block with the core removed. The reason why you would use such a large box is because the remaining parts are a bit too large. Mu Bingyue's heart was relieved when she thought of this possibility. In that case, things would be much more reasonable. Just as Mu Bingyin's thoughts were churning, he suddenly saw Yi Xian walk over to the large box and directly opened it. Then in front of the two people, Yi Xian took out the piece of jade without any ceremony and held it in his hand. Boom! The moment the Mu family siblings saw the jade, they only felt a loud bang in their brains, as if an invisible bomb had exploded in their heads, and their entire being was a bit confused. This. Both Mu Bingyue and Mu Chen were completely shocked by the complete and moist jade in front of them. They could tell at a glance that the two seals just now were taken from on top of this intact piece of jade. The Mu family siblings glanced at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched up at the same time. This handout. You can't say it's big. It's a waste. It's just a seal. Do you need to put in so much blood and use such superb jade in carvings? Mu Bingyue came closer to the piece of jade and observed it. She looked at the traces on top of the jade and suddenly spoke out and inquired, "Yi Xian, these two seals of yours, they were removed from the top of this whole block of jade?" Her eyes were very sharp, and even though those masters had been extremely careful, she still found tiny marks on it. Yi Xian looked at the location pointed out by Mu Bingyue and nodded with a light smile. He marveled. "That's a really good eye you've got there. That should be the piece it's unloaded on." Yi Xian ordered a location. He remembered that this piece had a raised position before, but now it was completely invisible. It seemed that when Zhang Hong and the others took the materials, they also used 102% of their hearts, utilizing the smallest amount of loss to heart dig out the amount needed for the two seals. It's pretty good. It's so sweet. Mu Bingyue looked at Yi Xian's disinterested face, and felt an aura of depression rise in her heart. Good lord, it really does take such superb jade. Why did she want to pounce and just bite this guy so badly right now? What a waste. Such a superb jade, even if nothing was done to it and it was just placed there. It was definitely a perfect work of art. It's just that we need a seal. Anyway, we have Jade City under our hands, so we can pick 2 more pieces of good material to do it, can't we? Mu Bingyue looked at the marks on top of the jade and had been too heartbroken to speak, but looking at Yi Xian's smiling appearance, it seemed like he didn't take this jade seriously at all, and didn't put it in his heart at all. It seemed that one's own realm and Yi Xian's before were still too far apart. This man, he's a loser. At that moment, Mu Bingyue sighed quietly, her heart filled with helplessness. It's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. It's not at all comparable to other people's Yi Xian. Over here, just as Mu Bingyue was endlessly lamenting, and at this moment, on the auction stage outside, the auctioneer slammed down his hammer and announced in a loud voice, "Congratulations to this buyer, taking the jade for $820,000. Listening to the sparse applause ringing out outside, Mu Bingyue suddenly slapped her forehead and fiercely whitened her eyes. Good lord, she had just felt as if she had forgotten something, and it turned out that she had forgotten the auction. Just now, halfway through the bidding, he was attracted by such a perfect jade, and had long forgotten about the auction. This is a good thing, but it's a cheap shot. Mu Bingyue sighed a bit unwillingly, but then she looked at the perfect jade on the table and was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Now she was once the sea is difficult to water, and this piece of jade compared to the jade just now the jade is a general road color, completely unable to enter her eyes. Mu Bingying glanced at Yi Xian without any trace After staying with this guy for a long time, it felt like his taste was going to be infinitely pulled up. Thinking in this way, having just missed the opportunity to auction, Mu Bingyue was not sad at all in her heart, but rather, she was relieved. If he had continued to call for more just now, I'm afraid that he would really have to go to the limit of his heart to take it, and it wouldn't really seem to be worth it. And on the other side at this time, Zoing had already successfully auctioned off the Jade, and the few people next to her in the private room looked at Zoing with smiles on their faces. In the end, it's Sister Zoe. That's how wealthy and generous she is. Such a good Jade in one fell swoop. Congratulations, Sister Zoe. This piece of Jade quality is so good. Get the store can definitely make a fortune. Humph. It seems that Mu Bingyue over there is quite sensible. Knowing that she is not Zoe's rival, she surrendered early and did not continue to bid, counting her a bit of eye power. That's right. What does that Mu Bingyue have? What makes her compare to Sister Zoe? $820,000 to take down a piece of Jade. She Mu Bingyue does not necessarily have such vigor. As the crowd spoke, Zoing beside her listened to the compliments of the crowd and was also proud, subconsciously straightening her waistline. Only after the crowd finished their envious words did Zoing cough lightly and said to the crowd, "Alright, since we got what we wanted, let's go backstage and get the Jade back." Zoing took the crowd with her to the backstage, where she handed over the payment for the Jade, and the staff immediately delivered the Jade to Zoing. Taking a closer look at the Jade in her hand, Zoing nodded with satisfaction, the smugness on her face increasing as she glanced towards the location of the box where Mu Bingyue was. Suddenly Zoing had a flash of brilliance in her head. Her hand held the Jade and she walked towards the location of the box. The crowd behind them hurriedly followed Zhou Ying's footsteps. They walked behind and naturally couldn't see the bad smile on the corner of Zhou Ying's mouth. She wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. After a while, Zhou Ying led the crowd to the front of the private room. She didn't push the door in right away but gestured towards the people behind her. The people next to them immediately understood, and with smug smiles on their faces, they walked up and knocked on the door of Mu Bingyue's compartment. "Who?" A questioning male voice came from inside. Then Mu Chen walked over and pulled the door to the private room open. Mu Chen glanced towards the door and realized that it was Zhou Ying and her lapdogs, and immediately changed his face. Then he looked at Zhou Ying, who was surrounded by the crowd and still holding the Jade he had just gotten, and narrowed his eyes. Mu Chen immediately knew that the auctioneers who had just competed with his old sister were the Zhou Ying few. Now that the other party had photographed the Jade and deliberately brought it here to their private room, wasn't that just naked showing off? It's obviously a cheap shot. At that moment, thinking of this, Mu Chen's face became even more ill at ease, and he angrily looked at the several people and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhou Ying looked at Mu Chen's appearance and felt that the other party was furious, and for a moment her mood immediately improved. The corners of her mouth lifted in a smile and a grin. "We're all friends and we're still not allowed to." Zhou Ying spoke while looking towards the private room behind Mu Chen. After all, her main goal was still Mu Bingyue, and being able to see the other party's exasperated appearance was her ultimate goal. However, when Zhou Ying's eyes fell on the private room, he saw the Jade stone on the table at a glance. The moment she saw the Jade, her entire body was as petrified as if she had been petrified, and she directly froze in place.